Hello guys, like and subscribe this channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Brother Chen, have you heard? Old Wang's big butt wife and his daughter Chunhong are both pregnant at the same time. It is said that the baby in their belly has the same father, and is the son of a certain young master in the mansion. Bang! Chen Shi slapped the young man on the head. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. The young man laughed and said, Brother Chen, this is nothing. Everyone in the horse farm is spreading this privately now. All right, all right. Chen Shi waved his hand, pointed to a bucket of horse feed and said, the food is ready, go to the stable and feed Kun Liun. Send away young people who like keyboard politics. Chen Shi picked up the big bowl, scooped a bowl of steaming feed from the pot, sat on the blue stone outside the stable, and started cooking. At the Song family's horse farm in the godly general's mansion. Horses eat better than humans. The feed contains a lot of refined grains such as soy milk, eggs, and soybeans. It smells very good. He finished a big bowl with great effort. Hiccup. He burped with satisfaction. Then, Chen Shi lay flat on the blue stone in a tie shape. Rest your head on your hands. Look up at the night sky. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting its cool light. I'm probably the only one who has managed to become as accomplished as I am. Chen Shi sighed with deep emotion. I feel a little melancholy. After 2.5 years in this world, he stood out from all the horse slaves in the stable through his hard work and became the exclusive horse servant of Kun Liun. It can be said that he has reached the highest position among all the officials and there is no room for him to be promoted. Maybe it will take decades. When Lao Wang kicks his legs, he can covet the position of manager of the horse farm. But the best ending is to be like Lao Wang, raising horses for the rest of his life, taking over a maid that the master is tired of, giving birth to a child and continuing to be a slave. All of the above are considered lucky. If you marry a woman with some evil nature, she might be killed by a minotaur in the future. What's even more disgusting is if the daughter born is slightly pretty. The wife and daughter were also killed by the minotaur. This is not Chen Shi's conjecture, but what Lao Wang is experiencing. I would rather be a beggar than a slave. After traveling through time, he felt this sentence even more deeply. Chen Shi. My son sent me to ask you about the story of Monkey King. What happened to him after he was pressed under the Five-Finger Mountain? A young boy's voice suddenly rang in my ears. Chen Shi turned his head and saw a young servant in blue sneaking towards him. He quickly sat up and waved his hand, saying, Go back and tell the 9th master not to embarrass me. The 7th madam has said that if I tell you stories again and delay your martial arts practice, she will break my legs. The young servant in green clothes said, My master said that the 7th madam will be returning to the Spirit Sword sect to visit her relatives recently and will not be at home. He told you not to be afraid. My master also promised that if you are willing to tell him the story of Monkey King, he will definitely recruit you into his fold when he comes of age. By then, you will have fertile fields, beautiful concubines, and endless wealth and glory. Chen Shi shook his head like a rattle. Unless Madam Qi personally approves this, I will never dare to agree to it. In the God General's mansion where martial arts is respected, all kinds of storytelling, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs are just playing around and leading to loss of ambition and self-degradation. Practicing martial arts is the right way. After being severely beaten, Chen Shi had already deeply realized this. Seeing Chen Shi refused so straightforwardly, the young servant in blue clothes stopped making empty promises and quickly took out 10 taels of silver. I can give you the money. Chen Shi took a look and said, It's not about money. The young servant in blue clothes, 15 taels. At least 30. Chen Shi doubled. Deal. The young servant in blue was overjoyed and quickly took out another handful of silver. Chen Shi, at least 60. The servant in blue was furious. How can you raise the price even though we have already agreed on it? Final. After some extreme negotiation, the two sides decided on the amount of 50 taels. The young servant in blue looked distressed and said, "After the young master's morning exercise, we will meet at the old place. You must remember to come." "Yeah, see you later." Wave goodbye to the servant. Chen Shi held the silver and hurried back to the earthen Kong. The joy could not be concealed between his brows. 50 taels of silver. I don't know if it's enough to start the system. As thoughts surged, a text panel suddenly appeared in front of me. Talent Life Simulator. Insufficient balance. Please recharge. This is the golden finger that came with him when he traveled through time. However, the cheat code for this game called Life Simulator cannot be used yet. Every time you open it, a prompt will pop up saying insufficient balance or please recharge. Chen Shi tried various methods and found that it can be used for recharging. There is only the currency of this world. During the 2.5 years of traveling through time, he had already recharged 34 taels of silver and 10,240 copper coins, totaling 44.24 taels of silver. Youth has no price. There is no progress bar for recharge. However, Chen Shi believes it. As long as you keep charging, one day you will accumulate enough to activate the system. System, recharge me. Chen Shi muttered to himself. The heavy silver in his hand suddenly disappeared. Recharge successful. Current balance, 94.24 taels. Do you want to spend 50 points to start the life simulation? Done. Chen Shi's body trembled and his eyes became moist. After 2 years, he finally collected enough money and met the requirements to activate the system. He couldn't wait to click yes. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in front of me. At the age of 16, you traveled through the God General's mansion and became a servant in the inner courtyard. At the age of 17, you decided to cling to the rich and powerful and become a lackey like Zhu Qiansui. After a period of observation, you found that the Song family members had to get up at 4 o'clock every day, wash up and eat breakfast, and gather at the martial arts field for morning exercises at 5 o'clock. Their lives were extremely boring. So, having watched countless movies, you decided to become a storyteller to fill the void of the Song family's children. In the godly general's mansion, which lacks entertainment, your story is very popular. In just a few days, you have attracted the attention of more than 10 young men and women. Your status in the inner courtyard rises sharply. There was even a young lady from the Song family who admired your talent and had a secret crush on you. You knew that this relationship would not have a future, so you politely rejected her and cheated her out of 5 taels of silver. Just when you thought that the future was promising, you were severely rebuked by the 7th Madam Lin Maning, who said that you had ruined the family tradition of the divine mansion and led the children of the Song family to pursue pleasure, and that your death was not a pity. However, because someone pleaded for you, she spared your life, but only beat you up and expelled you from the inner courtyard, sending you to the horse farm to feed horses. Relying on your connections in the inner courtyard, you have done well at the horse farm, and the steward has asked you to be in charge of raising a certain lady's beloved horse, Kun Liun. At the age of 18, you received a huge sum of money from the 9th master and decided to take the risk to keep the appointment. That afternoon, the truth was revealed. You were taken away by the people from the law enforcement hall. You knew that this trip was dangerous. In order to save your life, you took out all your savings to bribe the steward. The steward accepted the money and promised to save your life. He also revealed to you that your secret plot to collect money and tell stories had long been seen by a horse slave named Li Pao. He later went to Madame 7 to expose you. Li Pao. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. This is his most trusted general recruited at the racecourse, and he is usually very loyal to him. He is actually a traitor behind the scenes? Could it be that he still resented me for stealing his job as Kun Lian Mapu? The next day, after being severely beaten, you were expelled from the God General's mansion and sent to the border of Liangzhou with a group of prisoners to build a city. On the 3rd day, you were locked in a beast cart and traveled for a whole day. On the 4th day, you traveled all day. On the 5th day, on the way to exile, you saw a masked man in black coming from the air. Without saying a word, he started killing people. In a moment, the whole team was slaughtered. While you are still in shock, the masked man in black comes to you and says in a hoarse voice, "Chen Shi. I finally caught you." The man in black called out your name, surprising you. Just as you were about to ask something, everything went black in front of you and you lost consciousness. In a coma. In a coma. After soaking in the precious medicine, your body is strengthened, you successfully enter the martial arts, and step into the skin refining realm. You are being soul searched. Your body is on the verge of collapse. You are dead. The man in black is coming for me. Looking at the simulated text in front of him, Chen Shi was a little confused. He thought of many ways to die. The only thing he didn't expect was that someone would come to kill a powerless horse slave like him, and even go so far as to kill the officials and soldiers of the imperial court. Based on the last point, the murderer can basically be ruled out as the divine general's mansion. There are 4 great generals in the Wei dynasty, and the Song family is one of them. The Song family guarded Liangzhou and deterred demons. They had 10 generals in the family and were loyal and brave. They were considered the top nobles in the Wei dynasty and enjoyed endless wealth and glory. It is impossible for such a top military hero to openly kill court officials and soldiers for a slave like him. If you really want to kill him, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Just grant him the death penalty. But he is not from the God General's mansion. Who could it be? He had never left the God General's mansion in more than 2 years, and his activities were limited to the inner courtyard and the horse farm. He was usually cautious and prudent, and had never offended anyone. Yet, how could someone come specifically to kill him? And the one who killed him? Either rich or noble. Just the act of walking in the air is very unusual. What's even more outrageous is that the unknown medicinal bath he took actually allowed him to learn martial arts and enter the skin refining realm while he was unconscious. This is truly against the will of heaven. You know, martial arts training should start from childhood. He is too old and has missed the best time to practice martial arts. And I heard that when one just started practicing martial arts, one had to maintain a virgin body. And according to memory, the original owner of this body was an out-and-out craftsman who practiced martial arts 10 times a week. The doctor shook his head when he felt his pulse and said, he had lost his yang energy early, and his innate foundation had been severely damaged. In addition, as he was getting older, the innate energy that he brought from the womb had already dissipated. Unless something unexpected happened, he would never be able to become a warrior in this life. It's tantamount to a death sentence. But this bucket of medicinal bath allowed him to enter the art of martial arts. Who is it? Why would you go to such great lengths to deal with him? Simulation ends, rewards are being generated, you can keep one of them. The peak of the leather refining realm. Looking at the reward, Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Things in the simulator can be realized in reality. Very good. Chen Shi decisively chose. The next moment, a warm current flowed through his body, his muscles and bones crackled, and a powerful energy and blood surged in his body, making him feel energetic. The body no longer feels heavy. Even her breathing seemed light and natural, totally different from the sub-healthy state she was in before due to doing too much needlework. Chen Shi reached down and thought to himself, it's really much harder. I'm talking about abdominal muscles. Now, his muscle lines are perfect. If this body were placed in a modern club, he would be a top star and destined to be tortured by the happy steel wool of rich sisters. It's just that his skin is a little bit white, somewhere between wheat color and snow white, not masculine enough. I heard that in the leather refining stage, ordinary swords and knives are hard to injure, and the body can withstand blunt attacks. Feel the powerful force in your body. Chen Shi stood up. He gathered his energy into his dantian and threw out a powerful punch. bang. The earthen Kong where I had slept for a year suddenly had a big hole in it. Looking at the unharmed fist, Chen Shi couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He knows. I have to stand up. Chapter 2. The key is to make money. After Chen Shi calmed down, he thought of the key point. This system, just like those games produced by Tencent in the past, is really expensive. However, as a horse slave, his monthly allowance, plus the tributes from his subordinates, was only 500 coins. How long would it take him to save enough to simulate once? We have to find a way to make some quick money. Speaking of quick money, Chen Shi suddenly remembered a saying from his previous life: the way to get rich quickly is written in the criminal code. Robbery, extortion, blackmail. Robbery relies too much on physical strength, so he can't do it. Extortion is more dependent on intelligence. It will be more difficult to force someone to open their pockets without resorting to violence, and it cannot be done by non-professional teams. Maybe I can try the second way. Chen Shi thought silently. With the simulator, he can easily predict the future and collect intelligence very conveniently with a high degree of authenticity. As long as he catches the shameful secret of some wealthy dog owner, he can use it to blackmail him. He was not worried about his low strength and inability to access secrets, because most of the secrets in the world would slowly surface over time as long as he lived long enough in the simulation. The God General's mansion is so big, there must be a lot of dirty things. Brother Chen, are you okay? At this time, a young man with a pointed chin and monkey face walked in from outside, holding a bun and soy milk in his hand. I heard some noise just now, and I thought your house collapsed. The person who came was Li Pao. Breakfast is delivered to him at this time every day. Chen Shi glanced at him, picked up a steamed bun from the oil paper bag, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm practicing." Practice? Li Pao was stunned for a moment. Look around. Then, his peripheral vision was attracted by the hole in the earthen Kong, and his eyes suddenly widened, a little bit unbelieving. This. Brother Chen, could it be that you? Chen Shi took a sip of soy milk and said, "Yes, I have entered the martial arts world." Li Pao was so shocked that he was speechless. Started martial arts at the age of 18. He is now qualified to be trained as a general of the Divine Mansion. The most important thing is that he has been following Chen Shi for the past 2 years, and he has never seen him practice any martial arts. Can this be considered an introduction to martial arts? Is he really a genius? Power, you don't seem very happy. Chen Shi looked dim. Coming back to his senses, Li Pao immediately looked aggrieved. Brother, why are you talking bad about me? You are the leader of our Qing gang, and you are also my leader, dear friends. You are a warrior, and I can also benefit from this horse farm. I am so happy, how can I be unhappy? After a pause, Li Pao added seriously, Brother, please don't make such jokes in the future, so as not to hurt the relationship between brothers. I didn't think it through. After swallowing a mouthful of steamed bun, Chen Shi asked again, we are brothers, right? Li Pao seemed a little unhappy. Is there any need to say that? Chen Shi, what is brother? Li Pao blurted out, we are as close as brothers, sharing life and death, wealth and honor and disgrace. Chen Shi, well, do your brother a favor. Li Pao, brother, just say it. Chen Shi, lend me 20 taels of silver. Li Pao's face froze. This, brother Chen, I don't have that much money on hand. Chen Shi, then lend me 10 taels. You've been in the horse farm for so many years, you should have this much money, right? Li Pao stammered, I'm a little short of money recently. Forget it if there is none. Chen Shi waved his hand to show that he didn't care, and then casually said, Power, there is actually a traitor lurking in our Qing gang. Oh. Li Pao's face became serious, there is such a thing? Who is it? Chen Shi looked Li Pao up and down. This man is 6 feet tall, wearing a grey long gown, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. He holds a high position in the Qing gang and always wants to harm me and take my place. Tell me, according to the gang rules, how should such a person be dealt with? Upon hearing this, Li Pao was stunned on the spot. He raised his eyes and met Chen Shi's gaze, and he panicked inexplicably. I am cleaning up the house, but since we are brothers in the gang, I should be very careful and not listen to slander and wrongly accuse good people. That's natural. Chen Shi took out a hemp rope, slowly came close to Li Pao, and said with a smile, "Do you know that a few days ago, I dreamed of an old monk? He said that I had a connection with him, so he taught me a Buddhist skill in my dream, called telepathy, which can see into people's minds and has unpredictable abilities." Li Pao was surprised and asked, "How could there be such a method in the world?" Chen Shi nodded. The old monk said that this method came from Wanfo Mountain, one of the 5 major cultivation sects in Wei State, and it is extremely mysterious. Li Pao swallowed his saliva, but, what does this have to do with traders? Chen Shi said slowly, "Just now at 5 o'clock, I was chatting with the 9th young master's servant in the stable, and I noticed that the trader was spying in the dark again, so I used his telepathy to test it out. Guess what I heard?" Li Pao's heart skipped a beat. "What did you hear?" "That trader actually wanted to break the agreement between me and the young master and go to Madame 7 to inform on her. Put the rough hemp rope around Li Pao's neck. Tighten it 1 circle." Chen Shi picked him up directly, held him in the air, and looked at him with cold eyes. "Do you think he should die?" "Brother Chen, you must not be impulsive." Li Pao forced himself to remain calm, looking into Chen Shi's eyes with a serious face. "In this God General's mansion, only the master has the right to execute slaves. If we overstep our authority, we may be killed." Chen Shi didn't say anything. The force on the hands began to tighten. "Chen, brother Chen, don't be like this." Li Pao sensed Chen Shi's murderous intentions and sweated profusely. "Brother still has 30 taels of silver on him, which he has saved for marrying a wife over the years. If you are in a hurry to use the money, just take it." After saying that, Li Pao hurriedly took out a cloth bag from his arms. Chen Shi took it. "Weigh it." Then he let go of his hand. Looking at Li Pao who was limp on the ground, Chen Shi slowly squatted down, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Power, don't blame your brother for being cruel. I am the leader of the Qing gang. If you do something wrong, I can't protect you. Do you understand?" Li Pao's eyes were filled with fear, and his lips trembled as he said, "Understand, I understand. That's good to know." Chen Shi nodded and sat back on the Kong. "Look at Li Pao." A long time. One word came out of his mouth, "Get lost." Li Pao shuddered. The instinct for survival made him crawl subconsciously, and he disappeared from Chen Shi's sight without even having time to say thank you. "I don't know if this Li Pao has any connection with the masked man in black," Chen Shi muttered to himself. The masked man in black in the simulation said something like this, "Chen Shi, I finally caught you. Does this mean that the man in black has been lurking behind him in secret? In fact, there is a high probability that he is lurking around the God General's mansion, observing him silently. The reason why he didn't rush in to catch him may be because he is afraid of the power of the God General's mansion. Therefore, it can be inferred that all the people and events that led him to leave the God General's mansion may have been instigated by the masked man in black behind the scenes. For example, this time he was expelled from the God General's mansion. Is it a coincidence? Or is it man-made? If it's the second one, that would be horrible. Chapter 3. The most urgent thing is to go to the 7th Madam and report the 9th young master Song Chenjai for his indulgence in pleasure, so as to avoid being exiled to the army. But, what about the money? Chen Shi frowned. Song Chenjai's 50 taels of silver had already been recharged by him. If Madame 7 asked about this, he would be in trouble if he couldn't pay. He opened Li Pao's purse and counted it. There is a small golden bean, which weighs about 24 taels in total. He paused for a moment. Chen Shi took out 6 taels of silver and said silently in his heart, "System, recharge. Money plus 6. Current balance, 50.24 taels. Destiny points, 10. Chen Shi suddenly noticed. The simulator has an additional destiny point column. He tried to open it. An explanation popped up immediately. Destiny points, every time the host changes history, he will gain corresponding destiny points. The more profound the impact on reality, the greater the reward of destiny points. I see. Chen Shi was silent. This fate point should be what he got from beating Li Pao just now. It seems that this guy was really scared and temporarily gave up the idea of informing on others. That's why the simulator determined that he changed history. But what is the use of this thing? Do you want to start simulation? Do you want to invest 10 points in Destiny Refresh talent? Seeing this, Chen Shi's heart moved. I nodded decisively, yes. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in front of me again. Ding, talents are being refreshed. Ding, congratulations on successfully refreshing the white talent. Good luck. White talent silver tongue. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Good fortune comes, at certain times, your fate is likely to take a turn for the better. Glib tongue, you are good at speaking, your tongue is very flexible, and you are good at bewitching people. Seeing this talent introduction, Chen Shi's eyes lit up. It turns out that this is the function of destiny points. Without hesitation, he decisively chose the white talent, good luck. In this fantasy world, talking is useless, strength is the bottom line, and luck happens to be a part of strength. 7 parts are determined by fate, and 3 parts depend on hard work. Ding, talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. After thinking about it, you decided to go to the inner courtyard and report Song Chenjai for his lack of ambition. Because you violated the rules and used money without permission, Lin Maning ordered people to whip you 26 times. When you were 18 that year, you knelt at Lin Maning's feet, as humble as a minion. You are angry and secretly swear that one day, you will make Madame Seven kneel down and look up at you like this. After the beating, Lin Maning felt that you were a nuisance. If you continued to stay in the God General's mansion, you might cause trouble again. She didn't want to kill you, which would leave you as a bad person in the minds of the younger generations of the Song family. After thinking it over again and again, she planned to send you out of the mansion, exempt you from slavery, and go to a tea house outside the city to be a storyteller. This could be regarded as a reward for your meritorious reporting. You were shocked after hearing this, and without bothering to hide, you immediately showed off your strength as a warrior in the leather training realm, smashed a floor tile in front of you with one punch, and said, I don't want to tell stories, I just want the world to be peaceful. You request to stay in the godly general's mansion to continue your studies. After you have learned enough, you will follow the Song family martyrs, die for the country, guard the borders and the country, and return home wrapped in horsehide. Your impassioned words moved a nearby guard who was a former soldier. He took the initiative to plead for you, calling you a promising talent and a loyal and righteous man. Lin Maning was also surprised that a servant like you had such determination, so he changed his mind and asked you to go to the martial arts arena to be a sparring partner for the Song family's children, and sternly warned you not to take the Song family's children to enjoy themselves, otherwise no one could protect you. Sparring partner in the martial arts arena. Chen Shi was a little surprised. This is a good job, similar to the role of a reading companion in ancient times. In addition to having fixed training resources every month, those with outstanding abilities can be chosen by the Song family's geniuses as protectors, and soaring to the sky is no longer a dream. There is no telling how many people in the mansion are scrambling to get here. He is at the leather refining stage and can enter. I guess it was because of the guard who came from the military. In other words, talent is at work. The next day, you officially entered the martial arts arena for sparring. Due to your weak strength, the manager arranged for you to be in the elementary school class, and your sparring partners were a group of little brats wearing open crotch pants. The manager told you not to show mercy because of your status, and to do your best as long as you don't kill or maim them. This is the ancestral precept set by the ancestors of the Song family. Those who flatter will be expelled from the martial arts arena. You kept this in mind and attacked without mercy. On that day, you punched more than 20 members of the Song family's side branches one by one, and made them cry. The manager appreciated your character and promoted you to be the martial arts teacher of the 5th class of the elementary school that day, with a monthly salary of 5 taels of silver. He also gave you a booklet called Rock Breathing Method. It covers the 5 realms of martial arts: skin training realm, flesh training realm, tendon training realm, organ training realm, and bone training realm. On the 3rd day, you get promoted and strike hard. On the 4th day, Song Chenjai limped to you and scolded you for being disloyal and a despicable villain. Day 5, Heavy Punch. On the 6th day, a mother brought a bruised boy to cause trouble, calling you a jerk by name. You were startled and were about to step forward to admit your mistake, but you saw the mother being severely reprimanded by the steward, who said that if she dared to cause trouble again, her child would be expelled from the martial arts arena immediately. The mother retreated in fear. You admired the steward's tough measures, and from then on, you had no scruples about taking action. On the 7th day, at noon, a very charming and beautiful woman suddenly came to your house. You recognized the person and found that it was the mother who had caused trouble a few days ago. Just when you thought she was looking for trouble, the beautiful woman presented you with a gift and asked you to have mercy on her child. She said with tears in her eyes that her husband died early and this child was the only one left in the family, and no accidents could happen to him. At the end, the beautiful woman even took off her outer clothes and skirt, threw herself into your arms, implying that she was willing to repay you with her body. While you were stunned, the beautiful woman quickly untied your belt. Noticing her unusual behavior, you suddenly reacted and pushed her away. The beautiful woman fell to the ground, her arm was bleeding, but a sneer appeared on her pretty face. This is indecent assault. With you, I won't live any longer. Under your shocked gaze, the beautiful woman ran out of the room with her hair and clothes in disarray, crying as she ran. That day, you were taken away by the people from the law enforcement hall. Unable to withstand the severe torture, you signed on a piece of indictment. The charge was, being blinded by lust, taking advantage of your position, intending to violate a woman. Since the beautiful woman was only a relative of the Song family who was out of the 5th degree of mourning, and your attempted assault failed, you were able to save your life with your status as a warrior. However, you were not happy at all, because the verdict was, to be thrown into prison, and the day after tomorrow to be exiled with a group of prisoners to build a city on the border of Liangzhou. Seeing this, Chen Shi felt a chill down his spine. Same result as last time. No surprise. This time, the masked man in black was waiting for him on the road again. Through these 2 simulations, he finally understood that the person who plotted against him was most likely closely connected with the Song family law enforcement hall. Because the program is too fast. Chapter 4. On the 11th day, you tried to save yourself and contacted the Miss Song in the inner courtyard who had confessed her love to you, but found that you could not get through to her at all and no one came to see you. You realized that someone might have deliberately blocked the news about your situation. On the 12th day, you were shackled and put on the beast cart. When the escort team left Liangzhou City, you immediately shouted that you had top-secret military intelligence to report. Your identity as a warrior attracted the attention of the leading officer. He asked you what military intelligence you had, and you told him everything about the masked man in black. However, in your description, the man in black was not targeting you, but the entire escort team. As you swore and pledged your life as a guarantee, the leader's expression gradually became serious. He looked at you deeply and ordered the team to rest on the spot. You saw the leading officer call his confidant to whisper a few words, and then the man turned his horse around and rushed towards Liangzhou city. You waited for a long time and saw another group of prisoners being escorted in from a distance. Your prison van was opened, and an old beggar with a foul smell and disheveled hair was stuffed in. The team continues on their way. On the 13th day, you tried to strike up a conversation with the old beggar, but he just smiled foolishly and even tried to snatch your pickled mustard when the meal was served. You were so angry that you gave him a punching bag, and he became obedient. On the 14th day, you are very nervous. According to history, the men in black will take action tomorrow. On the 15th day, in the morning, the masked man in black appeared on time. Without saying a word, he started killing people. After he killed more than 10 people, the old beggar next to you suddenly rushed out and hit the man in black on the back. In an instant, 5 figures in the prison car flew into the sky. Facing the siege, the man in black was furious and burst out with amazing fighting power. In the end, he killed 4 Linghe realm and 2 Zhenhe realm strongmen at the cost of being seriously injured. Seeing this, Chen Shi felt uneasy. After staying in the God General's mansion for more than 2 years, he also learned some common sense about cultivation through osmosis. Linghe, Zhenhe, Xiantian, Tianren, these are all powerful people in the 4 realms of martial arts. The man in black was able to kill 2 True Lake Realm warriors even after being ambushed. He must be the best in the True Lake Realm, and might even be close to the innate realm. The current head of the Song family, Song Tian Gang, is only at the Xiantian realm. At a time when the celestial beings are in seclusion from the world, Xiantian is almost the ceiling of combat power among the mortals. Being stared at by such a monster, it really feels like a thorn in the throat, like a thorn in the back, like sitting on pins and needles. Seeing the old beggar and his group being annihilated, you were completely hopeless and thought you were going to die, when a True Lake Realm warrior who was passing by heard the sound of fighting and rushed over. Seeing that it was the imperial officers and soldiers who were attacked, he decisively took action to force the seriously injured man in black to retreat. You were overjoyed and took advantage of the chaos to escape from the prison van and hide in a deep forest. You don't dare to stop, run away madly. On the run, you ate wild fruits and leaves to fill your stomach. After running for a month, you came to a deserted mountain. You found a secluded place, dug a cave, and settled there, planning to practice for a while before going out. 2 months later, you break through and enter the early stage of the flesh refining realm. At the same time, you also discover a problem. There are no wild animals near the deep mountains. This makes your wish to hunt for a living come to naught, and you can only rely on picking wild fruits to fill your stomach. Due to the lack of meat, you often feel hungry when practicing. The current predicament makes you practice harder and more resentful towards the man in black. You secretly encourage yourself, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. 5 months later, your cultivation will break through and enter the late stage of the flesh refining realm. 7 months later, your cultivation level will break through and you will enter the peak of the flesh refining realm. 1 year later, your cultivation level breaks through and you enter the early stage of tendon refining. Chen Shi has finished his stay. When did I become such a genius? Breaking through a major realm in 10 months, this cultivation speed is comparable to that of the elite children of the Song family, right? Could it be that the medicinal bath given by the man in black improved his physical condition? With doubts, Chen Shi continued reading. 2 years later, you have a breakthrough in your cultivation and entered the middle stage of the tendon refining realm. Excited, you go to the river bank to take a cold bath. Inadvertently, you see your weathered self reflected in the water, and you can't help but sigh that your life as a savage has made you look weathered. 3 years later, your cultivation level breaks through and enters the late stage of tendon refining. 4 years later, Your cultivation level has broken through and you have entered the early stage of the refining organs realm. What surprised you was that this breakthrough did not increase your strength much, but instead made you feel weak. Just when you were puzzled, you suddenly found that the skin on the back of your hand became wrinkled and covered with black spots. 1 minute later, you stand in front of a pool of spring water. Looking at your old self, you feel lost. You vaguely understood something. Something was wrong with this deep mountain. It would accelerate people's aging. This might be the reason why you cultivated so fast. After thinking this through, you fled the deep mountain overnight. On the way to escape, you met a young man. He seemed surprised to see you, and quickly called you over, took out a portrait, and asked you if you had seen the person in the portrait. You shook your head to deny it, indicating that you have never seen it. The boy left in disappointment. Seeing this, you hurried on your way even faster, because the portrait was clearly of you when you were young. You also seemed to be vaguely familiar with that young man, as if you had seen him somewhere before. But you couldn't remember where for a moment. Most importantly, the boy's powerful aura gives you a sense of invincibility and terror. 3 days later, you saw smoke rising from the front and were overjoyed, realizing that you had finally escaped from that strange place. But at this moment, a shout rang out from behind you, "UBD! Do you still remember the grudge at the martial arts arena 4 years ago?" You turned around and saw the boy who asked for directions. Seeing the worn prison uniform in his hand, you realized that he had found the cave where you lived. At this moment, the boy recognized you, and you also recognized the boy. His mother was the beautiful woman who had harmed you 4 years ago. When enemies meet, they become extremely jealous. But due to your strength, you dare not speak out. You patiently explain, but the angry boy punches you in the jaw. He said that you were about to die, yet you still dared to frame his mother. According to the young man, his mother, out of her love for her son, came to you with gifts, hoping that you would show mercy, but you, ABD, were tempted by his beauty and tried to use him to blackmail his mother into submission. In the end, you were tortured to death by the teenager. Because of your death, this simulation ends. This young man is a bit outrageous. Read the simulated text. Chen Shi was a little surprised. 4 years ago, this young man was just an apprentice in a beginner's class. He probably hadn't even started learning martial arts and was still at the stage of sensing qi and blood. But today, 4 years later, he actually defeated himself, a martial artist in the refining organs realm, in a single blow? Is he too bad? Or is the opponent too strong? Chen Shi couldn't tell the difference for a moment. But then he felt relieved. No matter how strong the gifted monster was, could he be compared to someone like him who was cheating? The gains from this simulation are quite significant. Chen Shi smiled. Although the identity of the man in black was not revealed, at least his strength was understood. The people who were behind this have also begun to surface. The beautiful woman who framed him in the simulation must have been instructed by someone. If we catch her and interrogate her, we may be able to reveal the answer. Ding! Simulated rewards are being generated, the host can choose one from them. The initial stage of the refining organ realm. White talent, good luck. Wilderness survival mastery. Rock breathing. See this reward. Chen Shi was caught in a dilemma. In this simulation, I entered the martial arts arena and escaped from the pursuit of the men in black. I'm afraid it was my talent that was at work. If I give up, it might not be so easy to get it next time. But then, he thought of another point. This white talent was probably the lowest level. It was only something that was refreshed with 10 destiny points. If he chose to cultivate to the refining organ realm, his ability to change history would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. By then, when he had accumulated enough destiny points, he might be able to refresh a stronger talent. As for the rock breathing technique, this is actually quite simple and can be obtained by simply joining a martial arts arena. In the Song family of the Divine General's mansion, what they have the most is basic methods of cultivation. Thinking of this, he decisively chose. My whole body suddenly became hot, my skin turned red, and fine beads of sweat oozed from my forehead. The strength of the body is constantly growing. The five senses also become unusually sharp. He could even see the dust particles moving in the air, hear the subtle sounds of insects crawling in the distance, and smell various faint smells. Call. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Shi couldn't stop smiling. In the leather refining realm, one has a strength of 3,000 pounds and can kill a cow with one punch. In the flesh refining realm, one has a strength of 6,000 pounds and can become a small flag officer in the army. At the tendon refining realm, he has a strength of 10,000 pounds, which is considered a master in a small place like a county town. In the internal refining realm, one has a strength of 20,000 kilograms. Anyone who reaches this realm at the age of 18 is more or less a little genius. With this strength, he does not need to rely on Lin Maning. He only needs to check his bone age and then he can enter the martial arts field to practice. Chapter 5. Brother Chen, this is 34 taels of silver collected by the brothers to support your martial arts training. Li Pao handed over the silver somewhat stiffly. Well, go down. Wait for people to leave. Chen Shi took out 50 taels and said silently in his heart again, System, recharge. Plus 50. Current balance, 50.24 taels. Destiny points, 0. Do you want to spend 350 points to start the life simulation? Hey? Why did the price go up? Chen Shi has finished his stay. In an instant, a line of virtual text appeared before my eyes again. Note, the higher the host realm, the more energy is consumed, and the more money is required for simulation. Chen Shi, good. Chen Shi originally planned to continue the simulation. Look at the interrogation of the beautiful woman. Can we find out who is behind this? Now this plan has fallen through. He thought about it and decided that he should follow the simulated trajectory, go to Madame 7, and then enter the martial arts arena. Now the enemy is in the dark and he is in the light. If he didn't go to the training ground, the other party would definitely find another way to frame him. If he went to the training ground, although there was still a risk of being framed, this risk was at least known and controllable. After making up my mind, Chen Shi found a clean piece of clothing from the closet, fetched a bucket of water from the well, and began to scrub his entire body. He had been staying at the horse farm for a long time, and he had to try to wash off the smell of horse manure on his body to avoid ruining his impression. Well, it seemed that his favorability with Lin Maning was currently negative. Out of the racecourse. Walk along the blue stone road. After passing through an aisle lined with green bamboos and stepping through an archway, you will arrive at the gate leading to the inner courtyard. But he was stopped by the guards. Chen Shi was just worrying about how to get in when a beautiful maid in an emerald silk dress came out. She had fair skin, delicate features, and a voice as clear as an aureole. Hey, brother Chen Shi, why are you in the inner courtyard? Looking at this frail girl, Chen Shi's expression changed, and he stepped forward to greet her. Sister Mo Xiang, I have something to report to Madame 7. Mo Xiang took a closer look at Chen Shi. Some blushed and thought to themselves, I haven't seen you for half a year. Brother Chen Shi seems to be more handsome than before. She walked down the steps and asked curiously, what's the matter? This way. Chen Shi led Mo Xiang to a corner. Talking about the past. I haven't seen you for a long time. You've lost a lot of weight. Chen Shi walked closer, took the girl's slightly cold hand, and examined her carefully. Her slender waist tied with a belt can be held in one hand, and her breasts are beginning to swell, making the girl's budding figure particularly attractive. She has an oval face and big eyes, and there is no flaw whether you look at her from a distance or up close. Mo Xiang pulled her hand subconsciously, but then held back. The warmth of Chen Shi's palm made her face flush, her eyes rippled, and she called softly, "Brother Chen Shi. Look at her." Chen Shi sighed secretly. He leaned close to her and whispered a few words, explaining Song Chenjai's affairs in detail, including the matter of receiving money. Feeling the hot wind beside her ears, Mo Xiang lowered her head somewhat shyly and whispered, "In that case, Brother Chen Shi, please give me the money from the 9th young master, and I will pass it on to the madam." Chen Shi said truthfully, "The silver has been spent by me." "Ah!" Mo Xiang raised her clear eyes and said in astonishment, "Then, what should we do?" Chen Shi gently held Mo Xiang's slender jade fingers, his eyes earnest, "Sister, take me to see Madame 7, and I will report to her in person. I will just brush aside the matter of the silver. In this way, if I am meritorious in reporting, Madame 7 will probably give me the silver as a reward." "But..." Mo Xiang turned her head, pursed her lips, and said with some uneasiness, "This is against the rules. If the lady knows about this, I will also be punished." "That's right, I was inconsiderate and shouldn't have involved you." Chen Shi sighed, trying to suppress his loneliness, and lowered his head, "This is all my fault. I overestimated my own abilities and wanted to practice martial arts. I didn't care whether I had the talent or not, so I forced myself to practice. As a result, I spent money but didn't learn martial arts. I was caught in a dilemma and felt very embarrassed. Maybe I am just a waste. I should have accepted my fate and fed horses at the horse farm for the rest of my life. I shouldn't have had any extravagant thoughts about you. You are not a waste." Mo Xiang's maternal instinct was instantly triggered. She stepped forward and hugged Chen Shi, her voice as soft as water, "I was born to be useful. Brother Chen Shi, this is what you said, I will always help you." Chen Shi was secretly surprised. After not seeing each other for half a year, his sister Mo Xiang unexpectedly went from C to D quietly. "She is only 16, right?" Taking a breath of the comforting aroma, Chen Shi sighed faintly, "No, if Madame 7 blames you for this, I will be distressed. You should report the matter truthfully. I have done a great job in reporting the 9th young master. At most, I will be whipped again and lie down for a few days. If the wound is not infected with heat and poison, I will not die. You don't have to worry too much. For Brother Chen Shi, Mo Xiang is willing to be punished." Mo Xiang's cheeks became redder and redder, and her originally clear and pleasant voice became a little soft and delicate because of shyness. "Sister Mo Xiang." Chen Shi hugged Mo Xiang's slender waist and said with emotion, "I am lucky to have you." Mo Xiang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, "I am also very lucky." The two of them stayed together for a while. 3 minutes later. From the hidden corner, Mo Xiang ran out in panic. There was a hint of panic in her watery eyes. She bit her slightly swollen red lips and took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart. Chen Shi also came out later. "Smelling the faint fragrance of a woman lingering in my nose. I feel a little scared." The maids around Madame 7 were all brought up by the Lingjian sect. At worst, they would be betrothed to the young master of the Song family as wives. If someone saw what he did just now, he would be skinned alive if not dead. When did I become so courageous? In the past when he was in the inner courtyard, he only dared to flirt secretly at night. Now, in broad daylight, if Sister Mo Xiang took the initiative a little, he would become impatient. It was probably because of his martial arts training. The blood is too vigorous, the energy is too strong, and it is difficult to control oneself. Martial arts training has misled me. Along the cobblestone path through the woods. Walked for half an hour. Finally we arrived at a courtyard. Standing on the stone steps in the atrium, Chen Shi looked up and saw a gilded wooden plaque hanging above the door lintels of the 3 main halls, engraved with 3 powerful characters, Shanhiju. It is said that this was written by Emperor Taizhu of Wei thousands of years ago. Due to its unique historical background, all the owners of Shanhezhou have been top geniuses of the Song family. The previous owner of Shanhezhou was Lin Maning's deceased husband, Song Tianyuan, the seventh son of the Song family. Song Tianyuan. At the age of 19, he was the bravest of the three armies. He marched thousands of miles, destroyed the royal court, killed the great demon, and quelled the century-long chaos in Liangzhou, with great military exploits. Unfortunately, God is jealous of talented people. The youngest Marquis of Wei, the youngest innate strong man, his life was forever frozen at the age of 19. Rumor has it that it was the heavenly realm demon king of the 10,000 mountains who took action. He was willing to break the contract between heavenly realms and humans not to attack each other and pay a heavy price in order to kill this human genius. Chapter 6. Shanhezhou, in the courtyard. Under the old locust tree, there is a young girl dancing with a sword. Her movements are as graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a swimming dragon, combining both hardness and softness, which is extremely mysterious. Chen Shi doesn't know kendo. It can only be described in 2 words, awesome. His eyes could see the dust in the air, but he could not see the girl's sword, her face, or her figure. In other words, it can be seen clearly, but it appears and disappears from time to time. He had a premonition that if he were to face this kind of fake and real sword skills, he would probably die on the spot within 3 seconds. The opponent should also be a warrior in the lower 5 realms. Is the gap so big? Chen Shi was watching intently, but suddenly a chill rose in his heart. He subconsciously looked in a certain direction. Beside the pavilion, an old woman in black was staring at him expressionlessly. The old woman's eyes gave Chen Shi the feeling of 2 swords, cold, sharp, and pointed. My eyes stung. Don't disturb Sister King Gui's martial arts practice, Grandma Rong will be angry. Mo Xiang pulled Chen Shi's sleeve and reminded him in a low voice. Oh. Chen Shi quickly retracted his gaze. Lower your head. I just felt my eyeballs were sore and felt like they were going to swell and burst. This old guy. Wait until you enter the hall. He asked in a low voice, who was that old senior just now? Mo Xiang said, from the sword sect. Chen Shi was silent. It turned out that he was a master from the Lingjian sect. The Lingjian sect is divided into the Ling sect and the Jian sect. Lingzong attaches great importance to techniques and magic. The sword sect practices the way of the sword. Rumor has it that on this continent, dynasties, noble families, and clans rise and fall one after another. Only the Lingjian sect remains standing. Inherited for thousands of years. He is the true uncrowned king of this continent. Even Emperor Taizha Gao, who founded the Wei dynasty, did not dare to force it too much. Mo Xiang lifted the beaded curtain and led Chen Shi into a small hall. Before she left, she said, Brother Chen Shi, don't move around here. I'll go and report to the lady. Chen Shi, obviously. Chen Shi stayed where he was. Look around. It looks pretty much like what's on TV. On the left and right sides are a row of rosewood chairs, and famous paintings and calligraphy are hung on the walls. At the head of the hall is a portrait of an emperor wearing a black and gold dragon robe. The emperor in the painting has a majestic look and sharp eyes, as if he is watching everyone who enters the room. This is Taizha of the Great Wei. Zhang Xian. A truly ruthless person. Born in the grassroots, he entered the Tao through martial arts, destroyed the 6 kingdoms, annexed the sects, suppressed the aristocratic families, established the Wei dynasty, divided the country into 9 states, and dominated the world for 500 years. Before Zhang Xian, the central dynasty is just a dog for the sects to rule the mortal world. After Zhang Xian, the aristocratic clans are not even worthy of being dogs for the central dynasty. Of course, this was only the case in the past. After the death of Emperor Taizha of Wei, the aristocratic families became restless. Chen Shi was in the God General's mansion, and from time to time he heard news that a certain sect had openly killed court officials and soldiers and occupied spiritual mines. Although they were all groundless rumors, they also reflected from the side that the Great Way was really weak. Jingle. At this time, a faint bell sound was heard. Chen Shi turned his head. I saw a beautiful woman walking towards me. She was wearing a red gauze dress, with her long black hair tied up high, with some strands of hair falling on her classical and delicate oval face. Her lips were full and rosy, like tempting cherries, and her eyes were round and charming, like a pool of autumn water, and she looked radiant. When she walked, the gauze skirt swayed slightly, and the plump curve of her hips could be vaguely seen. There was a bell strung together with a red string tied around her slender, snow-white right wrist. I have to admit that Madame Seven is the most beautiful woman Chen Shi has ever seen. At first glance, she looks like a young woman in her 30s, then she looks like a mature and beautiful woman dripping with honey. Then, if you look closely, you can see a charm of innocence and charm mixed together in her. What do you want Mo Xiang to talk to me about? Lin Maning stared at Chen Shi, her watery eyes showing a strange color, and she vaguely guessed something in her heart. Chen Shi bowed and said, I have something important to report. I would like to ask Madam to dismiss the attendants. Dismiss the people around. The old lady who heard this narrowed her eyes and looked at Chen Shi with cold eyes. This brat, when he saw the lady looking around, refused to kneel. As the chief steward of the inner courtyard, she was actually asked to leave by a horse servant like him. She was really going against the will of heaven. Everyone, step back and don't eavesdrop. Lin Maning's voice was very pleasant, textured and magnetic, which reminded Chen Shi of the voice actor in his previous life. The old nanny seemed a little surprised when she heard this, but she didn't dare to say more and retreated with her maid. Mo Xiang lowered his head and walked out. When she passed by, Chen Shi frowned. He noticed that one side of Mo Xiang's pretty face was slightly red. He took a deep breath and said, Madam, I have discovered that I have a talent for martial arts, and I want to work in a martial arts arena. When I have learned enough, I will definitely work like a slave to repay your kindness. Lin Maning nodded and said in a textured voice, What realm are you in now? The realm of refining the internal organs. After saying this, Chen Shi bent his legs slightly, and his aura changed, like a piece of rock, giving people a feeling of being unshakable. Call. Call. His breathing was sometimes rapid, sometimes long, and every time his blood and qi circulated, a slight sound was produced inside his body. Lin Maning's beautiful eyes narrowed. The muscles and bones are ringing. This is the Song family's rock breathing method, a phenomenon that only occurs at the 4th level. She had some impression of the servant in front of her. If she remembered correctly, he was expelled from the inner courtyard last year and was an ordinary person. In 1 year, he passed 4 levels. This speed of cultivation is also among the best among the direct descendants of the Song family. None of this is the key. The key point is, this guy said he was still at the horse farm? In other words, he didn't receive any help from anyone, only relied on the rock breathing technique, and without any precious medicine, he broke through the 4th realm in 1 year. Think of this. Lin Maning couldn't believe it. Is there anyone who supports you in your practice? Chen Shi shook his head. No, it all depends on my personal efforts. After getting confirmation from Chen Shi, Lin Maning's heart was filled with turmoil and could not calm down for a long time. The rock breathing method needs to be supplemented with treasures such as blood ganoderma to speed up the body's metabolism of qi and blood. Only in this way can the exhalation and intake of qi temper the whole body. Without resources, practicing is not only harmful to your health, but also has little benefit. But the person in front of me. But it seemed to break her cognition. A long time. She moved lightly with lotus steps, sat at the head, and crossed her legs. Her beautiful eyes stared at Chen Shi. The slender, white fingers rested lightly on the armrest, tapping it from time to time, making crisp sounds. He paused for a moment. She opened her red lips slightly, her voice ethereal and charming. It's no problem for you to enter the martial arts arena. If your talent is true, I will let you become King Gui's protector, and you can also go to Lingjian sect with her to practice in half a year. As she spoke, she took off a jade pendant from her waist, with a smile on her classical and delicate oval face. This jade pendant can conceal the aura in your body. Don't let others know about your cultivation speed for the time being. I'm not at home these few days, and if something goes wrong, I won't be able to make the decision for you. Chen Shi took a step forward, took it with both hands, and said respectfully, "Thank you for your appreciation, madam. I am willing to go through fire and water for you in the future, no matter what." In fact, he was not surprised at all by Lin Maning's solicitation. Because in 3 years, the Song family will have to choose the future leader of the family from the younger generation. It's called True Dragon Campaign. Yes. True Dragon. The Song family has been passed down for thousands of years. Its ancestor. It's the king of one word. The election tests 3 aspects: character, connections, and talent. Character. Several Song family ancestors who have reached the heavenly realm personally examined their character. Talent. Through individual competition, the most talented person will be selected. This is the most important factor. Connections. See how many geniuses of the same age you can command and become your protectors. The content of the test is to let your subordinates fight each other. Whoever has stronger subordinates has stronger connections. The fantasy world is so simple and unpretentious. And this must be the reason why Lin Maning tried to win him over. Become a protector. This happened to be the purpose of Chen Shi's trip. As long as you hold on to Lin Maning, gold, silver and other valuables will be within your reach. Bite. You and Lin Maning form a bond. Destiny points plus 100. Chapter 7. What do you think of Mo Xiang? Very beautiful. I plan to take Mo Xiang as my adopted daughter. When you reach Linghe territory, I will betroth her to you. What do you think? Mother-in-law, please accept my greetings. After saying that, Chen Shi kowtowed several times. During this time, his eyes inevitably fell on the embroidered shoes of the beautiful lady in front. It was a pair of exquisitely crafted cloud-embroidered shoes. Through the red gauze skirt, one could faintly see a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored silk stockings, which were voluptuous yet slender. Look at this leg. An idea suddenly came to Chen Shi's mind. With legs so long, my knees will probably press against my shoulders when I lie down, right? Bite. Your bond with Lin Maning deepens. Destiny points plus 50. 50 destiny points? Does this count as changing history? Chen Shi suddenly felt a little confused about the judgment mechanism of this system. You're pretty quick, boy. Come on, get up. Lin Maning smiled and said, since you call me mother-in-law, I should also show some appreciation. How about this, if you can break through the spirit river realm within a year, I will personally arrange a marriage for you. How do you think? Personally? Then just collecting membership fees is invincible. Chen Shi clasped his fists and said, I will never be able to repay my mother-in-law's kindness in my lifetime. Looking at his flattering attitude, Lin Maning couldn't help but feel a little contempt in his heart. After all, he is a slave. No matter how talented he is lowly at heart. If you show him a little kindness, he will be won over and be grateful. However, you still need to pay attention to him and discipline him in the future to prevent him from harboring ambitions. Don't make this matter known to others, and don't call me mother-in-law in front of outsiders. Do you understand? He paused, perhaps feeling that his words were a little blunt. She added, do you have anything else? As long as it's not too much, I promise to do it too. Chen Shi immediately said, I want some gold and silver, the more the better. What do you want these vulgar things for? Lin Maning frowned slightly. I will arrange food, clothing, and medicine for cultivation. You don't need to worry about these trivial matters. Well, Chen Shi was just thinking about what excuse to make up, but he saw Lin Maning waving his hand. Forget it, you can go down, the gold and silver will be sent to your residence later. After that, she called an old servant and pointed at Chen Shi and said, take him to the martial arts arena and tell Li Ping to try his best to meet the requirements of this young master and not to shirk his responsibilities. The old servant said respectfully, yes. Thank you, mother-in-law. Chen Shi also bowed to express his gratitude and left the hall. Before leaving, he did not forget to mention Song Chenjai. When the old servant heard the words mother-in-law, his eyes towards Chen Shi suddenly became extremely respectful. Leave the inner courtyard. Chen Shi changed his clothes and followed the old servant to the martial arts arena. On the way, he was silently calculating his plan. Now, he has gained Lin Maning's protection by exposing his cultivation level, so it may not be so easy for the person behind the scenes to frame him. This seventh madam, whose maiden family is from the Lingjian sect and whose husband is Song Tianyuan, has always had a lot of weight in the mansion, and even Song Tiangang, the head of the Song family, respects her very much. As her future son-in-law, I am no longer the horse slave who was at the mercy of others. The people behind the scenes probably don't know all this yet, and he might be able to take advantage of this, follow the same simulation trajectory as last time, and make the people who framed him come to him on their own initiative. Ask a question. We will definitely find out who is behind this. Martial arts arena. Under the guidance of the old servant, Chen Shi saw a middle-aged man in black clothes. He had a grim face, was nearly 2 meters tall, and had a straight back, like a sword or a spear. Standing in front of him was like a mountain, oppressing Chen Shi so much that he could hardly breathe. Chen Shi stepped forward and bowed. What's your name, big brother? My name is Li Ping. I used to be a personal soldier of the Marquis of Zhenqiu, and now I am the deputy manager of the martial arts training ground. Since you were sent by the seventh madam, I will do my best to teach you. Li Ping stared at Chen Shi with a sharp gaze. You seem to have a magical tool that conceals your blood and qi. I can't see through it. Tell me yourself, how far have you tempered your bones now? Chen Shi looked a little embarrassed. Brother Li, I am currently only in the refining Zhang realm. Just practicing the internal organs. Li Ping seemed a little surprised, then nodded and said, it's a bit slow to cultivate at the age of 5 and refine your internal organs at the age of 18, but don't worry, I will make a special cultivation plan for you. Work hard. I can't say I can cultivate a bronze bone, but I can help you temper an iron bone. Chen Shi looked confused. What do you mean by iron bones? Copper bones. You do not know. Li Ping was also stunned. Chen Shi was uncertain. Should I know? Li Ping's expression became more and more strange. He stared at Chen Shi for a long time and said, bone refining is divided into 4 levels, namely iron bone, copper bone, silver bone, and gold bone. This is a very critical realm. It is no exaggeration to say that it directly determines the upper limit of a warrior. If you don't practice well in the bone refining realm, you will have to pay 100 times, or even 1,000 times the price to make up for it in the future. Chen Shi nodded and asked, how do I refine the golden bones? Li Ping glanced at Chen Shi and felt that this kid was a little bit arrogant. There are many factors that contribute to the refining of high-level bones. Acquired efforts account for 30%, and natural talent accounts for 70%. Some people are born with pure bones. They only need to practice step by step to easily refine high-grade copper bones, or even silver bones. For example, the offspring of an innate strongman, his children, are born with an innate aura, and can refine copper bones casually through practice. If there are resources to cultivate, even silver bones are not impossible. And some people are born with mixed roots, and even the most basic iron bones are difficult to succeed. The number of such people accounts for 99% of the warriors in the world. Even if they waste their entire lives, it is difficult for them to break through to the spirit river realm. Those who cultivate iron bones are elite warriors and can reach the spirit river realm. Those who have cultivated to bronze bones are gifted warriors and can reach the true lake realm. Those who have cultivated to the level of silver bones are the geniuses of heaven. Their bones are like silver and they are immortal for 1,000 years after death. Moreover, the spiritual river is wider and the true lake is bigger. They have the potential to become immortals and can even see the heavens. Such people are extremely rare. Among 10,000 bronze bone geniuses, there may not be one. Hearing this, Chen Shi was stunned. Is Yungu so awesome? If the innate strong ones keep giving birth, can't they produce silver bones in batches? It seemed that he saw what Chen Shi was thinking. Li Ping took the initiative to say, an innate strongman can only leave a stream of innate true qi for his first child. Of course, even so, the bones of the innate strongman's subsequent normal offspring will be hundreds of times stronger than those of ordinary people. For this reason, countless dignitaries, merchants, and wealthy people want to send their wives, concubines and children to the bed of an innate strongman, just to borrow their seeds to give birth to heirs and improve the family's qualifications. Speaking of this, Li Ping shook his head and laughed. How many of those who have cultivated to the Xiantian realm are willing to do this? Having S*X with a mortal body will not only damage the purity of the Xiantian body, but will also affect the success rate of advancing to the Tianren realm. Chen Shi asked, so to practice martial arts, do you have to abstain from S*X? Li Ping nodded and said, yes, if you want to refine high-level bones, you must not break your body below the Linghe realm. The intersection of yin and yang will affect the purity of yu and yang. Chen Shi suddenly felt some sympathy for the Song family members. Practicing martial arts is full of vigor and vitality. If you keep holding it in like this, even the iron rod will be ground into a needle. Fortunately, he had a simulator, and he could achieve it after simulating 2 or 3 times, so it wasn't a big problem. Then he asked, what about the golden bones? A glimmer of longing flashed in Li Ping's eyes. Those who cultivate golden bones can be compared with the ancient geniuses. When golden bones are fully developed, they can be buried underground for 10,000 years after death, and they are still golden. Their hardness is comparable to meteorite iron. Such people can often suppress an era. It is rare to see one in hundreds of years. If they don't die young, they can steadily strive for the realm of heaven and man. At this point, Li Ping suddenly sighed. When Song Shui was alive, he was a golden bone genius, so was the current head of the Song family, Song Tiangang. Chen Shi was a little surprised. It takes hundreds of years for one to emerge, but the Song family has produced 2 in 1 generation? I'm afraid this is the only luck I have. He thought for a moment and then asked, is there a higher grade than the golden bone? Chen Shi just asked casually, but he didn't expect Li Ping to actually nod his head. According to ancient records, above the gold bones, there are also jade bones. Their bones are as smooth as jade and immortal after death. Even after years of precipitation, they will be nourished by heaven and earth, giving birth to spiritual wisdom and transforming into some kind of heaven and earth spiritual treasure. Only those with great luck can achieve this. Rumor has it that Emperor Taizhu Gao is the jade bone. Chapter 8. Jade bones? Really? Chen Shi was astonished. The jade bone thing sounded so mysterious that he was afraid that he would not be able to make it even if he had a simulator. The great way Emperor Taizhu actually refined jade bones? He wouldn't open it too, would he? Li Ping shook his head. It's hard to tell whether it's true or not. Even the royal family can't verify this news because after the death of Taizhu, his body mysteriously disappeared. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about you first. What martial arts do you know now? Chen Shi answered truthfully, I only know the rock breathing technique. You only know one? Or is it the qi gathering technique? Li Ping frowned, and something was wrong when he looked at Chen Shi. The rock breathing technique is a basic method of absorbing energy that the ancestor of the Song family brought out from an ancient secret realm. It is widely circulated and is a common sight in martial arts arenas. However, this does not mean that this technique is bad. On the contrary, it has excellent body tempering effects and is one of the top methods among all the methods of absorbing energy. However, it is ultimately just a method of absorbing qi. No matter how sophisticated it is, it cannot be as effective as practicing martial arts, exercising tendons, and tempering the body. This is not the ancient times. There is abundant spiritual energy now and one can temper oneself by breathing in and out. It mainly relies on martial arts supplemented by precious medicine. Mobilize qi and blood to temper the body. But the boy in front of him did not practice martial arts, but relied on the qi intake method to reach the stage of refining internal organs. There is only one possibility: laziness. He was unwilling to endure the hardship of training martial arts, so he relied on the accumulation of massive resources and meditated for more than 10 years before he reached the stage of refining internal organs. As a ruffian who fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses, Li Ping has never had a good impression of those parasites who just rest on their ancestors' merits and wait for death. However, I was troubled by the mother-in-law mentioned by the old servant. He still patiently said, "Now in the martial arts arena, there are A, B, C, and D, 4 battalions and 36 classes. Battalion A is the highest level and is full of geniuses. Sometimes there are innate masters teaching. But I want to remind you that everyone in Battalion A is a gifted person. If you are not strong enough, you will be beaten badly there, and it is not impossible that your martial arts heart will collapse. I recommend you to go to the Ding camp. It is mostly filled with warriors like you at the refining internal organs realm. The training intensity is similar to that of the Jia camp, but the resources are a little worse. But you don't have to worry about this. I can guarantee that the resources you will get in the Ding camp will not be worse than those in the Jia camp." After listening to Li Ping's words, Chen Shi fell into deep thought. If he said now that he wanted to be a martial arts instructor in Class 5 of the elementary school, it would be one thing for Li Pingtong to disagree, but Lin Maning would definitely be the first to disagree. After all, she asked me to come here to practice, not to be a playmate. So it's better to postpone it for a day. I will give you the answer after Lin Maning leaves the general's mansion. Thinking of this, Chen Shi pretended to be hesitant and said, "This matter is a bit big, let me go back and think about it carefully." Li Ping was not surprised either. "I just thought that this young man hasn't made up his mind yet." "Okay, tell me tomorrow when you've made up your mind." He looked down at Chen Shi, his eyes calm and still. "But let me tell you in advance, no matter whether it is the A camp or the D camp, once you enter, you cannot easily withdraw halfway, otherwise you will be treated as a deserter. I'm sure you know how serious the consequences are, right?" Chen Shi said seriously, "I understand." Next, Li Ping knocked and warned Chen Shi for a few minutes. The content is nothing more than harsh words like, "You must do your best, don't embarrass Madam 7, and don't even think about running away, otherwise I will kill you without mercy." Chen Shi had to put on a serious face, nodding frequently, pretending to be well educated. After saying goodbye to Li Ping, Chen Shi hurried back to the cabin at the horse farm. In fact, Lin Maning arranged an independent courtyard for him, but Chen Shi did not dare to live there for fear of alerting the person behind the scenes. He just recharged the reward silver and returned. Lin Maning gave him 600 taels, and the housekeeper and the old servant privately sponsored 400 taels, totaling 1000 taels of silver. Talent Life Simulator. Balance, 1350.24 taels. Destiny Points, 150. Looking at the account balance of more than 1000. Chen Shi was quite emotional. After traveling through time for 2.5 years and working diligently, I could only save more than 40 taels of silver. Rich women are so attractive. Do you want to spend 350 gold to start the simulation? Chen Shi pointed out, yes. Suddenly, another line of text popped up. Please select the destiny point you want to invest. See this? Chen Shi hesitated. Destiny points are used to refresh talents. The more you invest, the better the talents you will get. He prefers to go all in directly. But before that, you should try to understand the situation as clearly as possible so as to maximize your benefits. It's better to simulate a few times first, test the waters, and then go all in on the fate point. Make up your mind. Chen Shi directly entered 10 destiny points to test the waters. Ding, talents are being refreshed. Ding, congratulations on successfully refreshing the white talent Big Eater. White talent Extraordinary Endurance. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Big Eater, you love to eat so much that you can clog the toilet in one go. Extraordinary Endurance, you have extraordinary endurance in certain sports. This time the talent is a bit tasteless. After seeing the introduction of these two talents, Chen Shi was a little disappointed. The Big Eater just passed. Waste of food. Long-lasting endurance may be of some use in martial arts training. System, I choose extraordinary endurance. Ding, talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. The next day, you found Li Ping and said that you were a loser and couldn't bear the hardship of practicing martial arts. You just wanted to go to the elementary school class to be a sparring partner. After Li Ping learned of your idea, he sent someone to ask Lin Maning, but found out that she had gone to the Lingjian sect to visit her relatives. Because Lin Maning had instructed before leaving the mansion to try his best to meet your request and not to shirk responsibility, Li Ping still agreed to your request. On that day, you became a martial artist, and with your strength at the peak of the leather refining realm, you beat more than 20 Song family members into tears. The steward appreciates your character. You got a promotion. The next day, you went to the 5th class of the elementary school and counted them. You found that there were more than 100 students, half of whom had lost their fathers. They were all 12 or 13-year-old boys and girls. This made it difficult for you to find the boy who killed you last time. After all, your memory of your previous life is very strange, with only a text-like description. The steward told you that most of these people's fathers were descendants of the Song family's collateral branches, or orphans of the Shenwei army's soldiers. Many of them were trapped in the battles with demons and monsters and were left at the border of Liangzhou forever. After listening, you decided to wait and see, and follow history. On the 3rd day, you strike hard. On the 4th day, while you were attacking hard, you also noticed that a new student named Song Fan had come to the elementary school class. He was the orphan of a soldier of the Divine Might Army. Due to his poor physique, he was rejected by the martial arts training ground. Recently, he was able to join with the help of a letter of recommendation. You become alert instantly. On the 5th day, you continue to attack and focus on taking care of Song Fan. On the 6th day, a beautiful woman brought Song Fan, who had a bruised face, to cause trouble. Looking at this beautiful woman with great charm, you sneered in your heart, but walked forward with fear and trepidation on your face. The steward dismisses the beautiful woman. On the 7th day, at noon, a beautiful woman came to your door. With tears in her eyes, she begged you to show mercy to her child. At the end, she fell into your arms, implying that she was willing to repay you with her body. You agree immediately. The beautiful woman was shocked. She could not imagine that as a warrior, you would be so lustful that you would dare to lose your virginity in the skin refining realm just for the sake of a woman. Chapter 9. You threw the beautiful woman onto the bed and locked her up. Seeing that you were serious, the beautiful woman panicked a little, and quickly said that she had her period, so she couldn't do it today, and asked if she could do it another day. You sneered, "Tell me, who sent you?" Hearing this, The plump beauty froze. Then, she turned her head away, feeling somewhat guilty, not daring to look at you. You said in a cold voice, "I'll give you 10 breaths to tell me who ordered this. If you can't, I'll strip you naked so that everyone outside can have a good look." The beautiful woman's face turned pale instantly. After a while, she still gritted her teeth and said nothing. You know she is afraid of the power of the person behind the scenes, and would rather be stripped naked than reveal anything, so you take out a jade pendant and look at her dimly. Do you recognize this thing? The beautiful woman raised her misty eyes and suddenly widened them. This is Madame Seven's jade pendant. You said calmly, "I am the 7th lady's designated son-in-law." The beautiful woman was completely panicked. Lin Maning is of noble status. When she married into the Song family, many celestial beings from the Spirit Sword sect came to watch the ceremony. In this God General's mansion, the Song family has an extremely strong background. Regardless of your true or false status, just because you took out this jade pendant, she is not someone she can afford to offend. The same goes for the people behind her. The beautiful woman quickly chose to confess. It turns out that her real identity is not the widow of the Song family, but Lin Qiushui, the daughter of the Minister of Rights of the Wei dynasty. 14 years ago, her father committed a serious crime and the whole family was exiled to the border to build a city. When they were close to the border of Liangzhou, they were suddenly attacked by demons. On the way to escape, she picked up a baby, who was none other than Song Fan. His father was a soldier of the Divine Might Army, and his mother was a remnant of the Song family. She had never been back to the Song family, so Lin Qiushui relied on the identity token on the child to successfully disguise herself as the widow of the Song family. She had been living under the protection of the Song family for 14 years, and she was leading a good life, running a restaurant in Liangzhou City. Until recently, Elder Wang of the Law Enforcement Hall suddenly learned of her true identity and used this to threaten Lin Qiushui, asking her to use her beauty to frame you. "Can I go now?" The beautiful woman looked anxious. "This woman framed you in her previous life. Even if you can't take her virginity, you still have to teach her a lesson and avenge her for the rest of her life. Kneel down. Raise your head." You look down at the beautiful woman in front of you, your eyes fall on her snow-white skin, and slide down her neck into the bottomless abyss. "Madam, you don't want Song Fan to be expelled from the martial arts arena, do you?" "I'm sorry." The beautiful woman apologized while choking up. Half a day later. The setting sun, the moon hanging on the branches, white frost covering the earth. You straightened your clothes and watched Lin Qiushui's embarrassed figure leave. You had a plan in mind. You knew that without the golden finger, your identity as a genius would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, you had to use the power of the 7th Madam during the time when she was the most important to you to severely deter those who secretly wanted to harm you. After a while, a group of red-clad law enforcers burst into the house and dragged you away. You are taken to jail. Be cross-examined. During this period, you try to tell the story of how Elder Wang and Lin Qiushui conspired to frame you. The interrogator remained indifferent. Instead, a cruel official will come and torture you. Seeing this, you confessed to the crime. On the 8th day, under the interrogator's horrified eyes, you left the prison with Li Ping and met Lin Maning who had just returned home. You confessed everything about how Elder Wang framed you. On the 9th day, a bloody incident occurred in the God General's mansion, and Elder Wang disappeared. You were very surprised to hear the news, and hurriedly found Lin Maning to ask, but she also looked solemn. She said that after she heard what you said yesterday, she sent someone to summon Elder Wang for questioning, but she didn't expect that the other party would suddenly kill people and escape from the God General's mansion in an instant. This makes you feel extremely uneasy, because you find that Elder Wang's reaction is too stressful. You have not yet made a name for yourself in the God General's mansion. You are just a horse slave. Even if Lin Maning is there to help you, it is difficult to do anything to the other party. The best result is to find out the cause of the matter and mediate. After all, the other party is an elder of the law enforcement hall and has a high position and power. But despite this, the other party still chose to kill people and defect from the God General's mansion. In the Song family, this kind of behavior is a capital crime. Between verbal education and the death penalty, Elder Wang decisively chose the latter. This only shows that the person behind the scenes is extremely cautious. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses all its strength. The masked man in black, if he catches you, he knows that villains die because they talk too much, so he won't waste any words, just knock you out and search your soul. And Elder Wang, if the matter is exposed, just defect, don't even think about getting any information from him. His overall style of doing things is like an assassin, if he misses the first strike, he will flee thousands of miles away. And all of this is aimed at you. You don't understand why the mastermind behind the scenes would target a horse slave like you, and why he would act so cautiously and low-key, to the point that you have the illusion that he is also afraid of you. Seeing this, Chen Shi's eyes flickered. The person behind the scenes is not in the same league as him in terms of strength. It is not an exaggeration to describe them as a firefly and the bright moon. If you really want to kill this kind of person, how could he still live for 2.5 years after traveling through time? This is obviously impossible. Therefore, this incident also shows that the mastermind behind the scene should have had the idea of killing him recently, or even in the past 2 days. After thinking this through, Chen Shi was also sweating profusely. If his strength allowed, he would like to escape from the God General's mansion now. If he stayed here, he might be monitored for everything he said and did. After all, the other party has great powers, and even the elders of the Song family's law enforcement hall are his men. Elder Wang's matter made you feel extremely uneasy, because you found that the clues to the mastermind behind the incident were completely cut off. In the evening, several people came to your residence with gifts to apologize, including the prison interrogator, the law enforcement officer who arrested you, and even Lin Qiushui, who was choked by you and couldn't speak a few days ago, sent gifts to you. You accept all of them, indicating that it is all a misunderstanding. After hearing this, several people immediately feel relieved and leave. On the 10th day, you follow Lin Maning's instructions and enter the 9th squad of the A camp to practice. On the 12th day, you participated in the A camp competition. You were at the refining organs stage, but were defeated by a Song family member at the middle stage of refining muscles. You became the laughing stock of the A camp. After Lin Maning learned about this, he told you not to worry about it, saying that you had just started practicing and had not practiced any martial arts. You also lacked combat experience, so it was normal for you to lose to the A camp genius. 1 month later, you practiced the martial art 8 extreme collapse, but due to your poor understanding, you were unable to grasp the key points. 2 months later, perhaps because of Lin Maning, the person behind the scenes completely disappeared and did not try to frame you again. At the same time, with the accumulation of a large amount of resources, you broke through and barely entered the middle stage of the refining organ realm. During this period, Lin Maning asked you several questions. Although they were all indirect, you understood that she began to doubt the authenticity of your talent. In this regard, you can only practice harder. 4 months later, you entered the Beiji Beng Gate, and your cultivation level broke through again, entering the late stage of the refining organs realm. However, you did not feel the slightest bit of joy, because the Song family member who defeated you in the refining muscles realm had also reached the refining organs realm. Now, you can only survive 3 moves under the opponent and will be defeated, which makes you feel even more bitter. At the same time, you also understand a truth, that hard work is worthless in front of talent. 7 months later, despite consuming a large amount of resources, you were still stuck in the late stage of the refining organ realm and could not make any progress. During this period, the inner court chief steward Wang Ma came to you once and asked you how you had broken through to the refining organ realm within a year. You could not explain and could only say I don't know and I'm not sure to evade her. 9 months later, Lin Maning suddenly sent people to question you frequently. The questions were all about why Elder Wang wanted to frame you and whether you had any adventures. 10 months later, Lin Maning personally summoned you and asked you to tell him your secrets, and promised to make you rich and prosperous for the rest of your life. You didn't know anything about this, so Lin Maning sneered and immediately stopped being polite. He invited a congenital expert from the Song family to search your soul. After some investigation, the congenital expert said that you were just an ordinary horse slave, and there was nothing unusual about your life experience, which made Lin Maning very disappointed. Since that time, you often have splitting headaches when practicing. Through the ancient books, you understand that your soul has been severely damaged, and your path to martial arts has been completely cut off. You will only be able to reach the lower 5 realms for the rest of your life, but you dare not express the slightest dissatisfaction. 11 months later, you were reduced to a cripple, but you were not expelled from Camp A. This surprised you a little, and you thought that Lin Maning had a change of heart. Until one day, a newcomer named Song Fan came to Camp A. The first thing he did was to challenge you, to avenge you for flirting with his mother. You sense the strong energy and blood in the opponent and are about to admit defeat, but Li Ping stops you, saying that the A camp is the pride of the army and that you must not surrender before a fight. Anyone who disobeys your order will be executed. Li Ping comforts you, if there is any danger, he will take action in time. You had no choice but to fight with Song Fan. You were in the late stage of the refining organ realm, and you were killed instantly by a single blow, and your body was torn apart. Because of your death, this simulation ends. Chapter 10. Lin Maning is such a cruel woman. She turned against me without my being of any use to her. But this is normal. We are just using each other. There is no friendship between us. Watch the simulated ending. Chen Shi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In the simulation, no matter how powerful Song Fan is, it is impossible for him to kill someone under Li Ping's nose. This is a true Lake Realm expert. So, there is only one answer, Li Ping did it on purpose. In other words, it was Lin Maning who instructed it. After he lost his value, the ending was already determined. Lin Maning asked him to continue staying in Camp A, probably just to let Song Fan kill him to vent his anger. The reason is naturally not difficult to understand. Within a year, Song Fan cultivated himself from an ordinary person to the ability to kill a cultivator in the late stage of the organ refining realm with one sword strike. The talent he displayed was no less than his original self, and even much more than that. In this case, it would not be surprising if Lin Maning wanted to win him over, no matter what he did. After all, talents are in high demand everywhere. There are so many geniuses in the Divine General's mansion, but many of them are eyeing the position of the Song family's true dragon. Ding! Simulated rewards are being generated. The host can choose one to keep. Late stage of the refining organ realm. White talent, extraordinary endurance. Yellow level low grade martial arts 8th level collapse, proficiency, entry level. System, I choose. Looking at the simulated rewards, Chen Shi made his choice without hesitation. Entry-level martial arts, sounds really lame. It is better to choose cultivation. This is the accumulation of countless resources. The most important thing is that the price will not increase from the early stage to the later stage of the refining realm. As for martial arts, it would be more cost-effective to wait until you have survived longer next time. As Chen Shi made his choice, he felt a familiar warm current in his body, his physical strength began to rise steadily, and his qi and blood became more vigorous. This tingling feeling, much more comfortable than massage. When this process was over, Chen Shi felt that he was terrifyingly strong. He had a feeling that if he faced the Song family prodigy who was in the middle stage of the muscle refining realm in the simulation again, he would be able to cripple him with one punch. Faced with the huge gap in realm, he didn't believe that he would be defeated by a person of a higher level. We still have to find a way to prolong our survival time in the simulation. After coming to his senses, Chen Shi thought of the key point. In the simulation, Lin Maning wanted to kill himself for the following 2 reasons. 1. My talent is fake and I deceived her. 2. He intended to take his own life and befriend Song Fan. In the martial arts arena, it is forbidden to kill people. Song Fan did this, and I am afraid there will be a scene in the future where Lin Maning saves Song Fan. Of course, if Song Fan knew that he was not teasing, he would probably explode on the spot and settle accounts with Lin Maning in the future. In short, his death, in the final analysis. He lost his usefulness and became enemies with Song Fan, so he was ruthlessly abandoned as a pawn. This kid from the Song family is not a simple character either. Both his parents are dead, and he is a useless person. If he breaks off the engagement, he will be a perfect protagonist. I am not very talented, so it is not appropriate for me to confront him head-on for the time being. In the next simulation, I will try my best to get along well with Song Fan. After making up his mind, Chen Shi opened the simulator again. Talent Life Simulator. Balance, 1000.24 taels. Destiny points, 140. Do you want to spend 350 points to start the simulation? Chen Shi pointed out, yes. And invested 10 fate points. Now he has refreshed his talents twice. His eloquent speech and gluttony are both talents that can affect or even distort his character. Chen Shi was very worried, so he put all his fate points into it and got 2 talents with drastic personality changes. Should I inherit it or not at that time? The answer is no. If he chooses this talent, will he still be himself? Still have to be steady. Now the future is unclear, he may only live for a few months. He has spent all his destiny points to get a talent that causes a drastic change in his personality, which is destined to be a disposable item. Even if this kind of thing may not necessarily happen, he still needs to take precautions and minimize possible risks. If he knows more about the situation and finds a way to live a long life, he will be able to deal with it better even if something like the above happens. Ding! Talents are being refreshed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully refreshing the White Talent Emotional Master. White Talent Longevity. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Emotional Master, as a representative of high emotional intelligence, you are well versed in the ways of the world and are more able to win the hearts of women. Longevity, you can live to be 100 years old without any illness or pain. System, I choose the Master of Emotion. Chen Shi made his choice immediately. As a person who can only survive 4 years at most in a simulator, the talent of longevity is a waste of time. Ding! Talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. The next day, you found Li Ping and successfully persuaded him to agree to your request to serve as a sparring partner in the elementary school class. You had a pleasant conversation with the steward. You got a promotion. The manager thinks you have good character and good conversation skills, so he specially asked you to be the martial arts instructor of the 5th class of the elementary school. You will be responsible for teaching the rock breathing method and teaching the students some principles of how to behave in the world. The next day, you did not choose to mingle with the students, but instead taught them step by step. On the 3rd day, you choose to slack off. On the 4th day, Song Fan showed up on time, which made you feel fortunate. The inertia of history is strong and has not changed because of you. As a teacher, you approach and talk to Song Fan. During the conversation, you learned that Song Fan still couldn't feel the blood in his body after swallowing more than 10 precious medicines. Song Fan felt very inferior about this, because he was the only student in the elementary school class who couldn't get started in martial arts after swallowing so many precious medicines. You noticed Song Fan's loss and comforted him. You told him a story called Battle Through the Heavens. Song Fan was very encouraged and developed a liking for you. On the 5th day, you used Li Ping's connections to get Song Fan a yellow-grade lower-grade precious medicine. Song Fan was flattered and didn't expect you to spend so much money to help him. He quickly declined, but after your persuasion, he finally accepted the precious medicine. On the 6th day, Song Fan came to you in a depressed mood, saying that after swallowing the 9th-grade precious medicine, he still couldn't feel the blood and qi in his body. You comforted him again and gave him another yellow-level lower-grade precious medicine. Song Fan was deeply moved. At the same time, you noticed that history has changed. According to the original trajectory, Lin Qiushui would have brought Song Fan, who was bruised and battered, to trouble you on this day. Because you did not choose to strike back, this incident did not happen. On the 7th day, Song Fan came to you in despair and said that he wanted to quit the elementary school class and give up cultivation, because after swallowing 2 9th-grade precious medicines, he still couldn't feel the blood and qi, which was enough to show that he had no talent for cultivation. You comforted him again and took out 2 yellow-level low-grade precious medicines. Song Fan was shocked by your wealth, but he refused to accept them. Your repeated persuasion was fruitless. Finally, you knocked him out with a knife, took him home, ground 2 9th-grade precious herbs into soup and fed it to Song Fan. You sit in the living room and wait quietly. In the afternoon, Lin Qiushui arrived late. After she arrived, she immediately expressed her gratitude to you for taking care of Song Fan these days. You exchanged a few polite words and explained Song Fan's situation to Lin Qiushui. After learning that you had given Song Fan 2 more 9th-grade precious medicines, Lin Qiushui remained silent for a long time and confessed to you about Elder Wang's attempt to frame you. Finally, she even said that she was willing to offer all her family wealth, just hoping that you could accept Song Fan as your disciple and give him protection. You are a little surprised by this and ask Lin Qiushui what she plans to do next. She says sadly that 14 years ago, her father was a high-ranking official in the imperial court with connections all over the place. Even if the whole family was exiled, the military officials along the way would not dare to disrespect them. But today, 14 years later, when people leave, the tea gets cold. If her identity as the daughter of a convicted official is exposed, she will be imprisoned, exiled to the border, or sent to the Jiaofang Bureau. No matter what the result is, she will inevitably be humiliated and become a plaything in the bedroom of various people. This is something she cannot accept. Through Lin Qiushui's sad eyes. You understand. The other party has already made up his mind to die. This is quite a headache for you. In your plan, if Lin Qiushui attempts to frame you, you will use the means you prepared in advance to wake up Song Fan and protect your innocence. No matter how the situation develops later, it will not affect your friendship with Song Fan, and all the hatred will be transferred to Elder Wang. But now, if Lin Qiushui dies because of you, I am afraid that there will be an irreparable rift between you and Song Fan in the future. Seeing this, Chen Shi's eyes flickered. Lin Qiushui is the daughter of a convicted official, and the current emperor has personally ruled that if her identity is exposed, it is unlikely that the Song family will cover her up, but it is very likely that she will voluntarily hand herself over to the authorities. But in the last simulation, after Elder Wang killed someone and fled, Lin Qiushui came to apologize to him, which didn't seem like he had lost his freedom. Perhaps, someone finally came to her rescue, and this person must be rich or noble. Of course, it is also possible that she was sent to jail later. After all, there were no scenes of her in the rest of the simulator. While Chen Shi's thoughts were churning, the simulated text continues to scroll. Chapter 11. After some thought, you decide to deepen your bond with Song Fan. Ask Lin Qiushui if he is willing to marry you. The other party widened her beautiful eyes. I once suspected that I was hallucinating. Then, you revealed your relationship with Lin Maning, and explained, although I am valued by the 7th Madam, your identity as the daughter of a convicted official is too sensitive. With only one side of the story, it would be difficult to get the 7th Madam to intervene. But if you become my wife, the situation might be different. After listening to your suggestion, Lin Qiushui was stunned for a long time. After she found out that you were only 18 years old, she said with some embarrassment that she was 15 years older than you and already a middle-aged woman, so this was not a good match. In addition, you were Song Fan's teacher, so it was not in accordance with etiquette. Lin Qiushui politely rejected you. You were not surprised at all by this, and immediately proposed a compromise plan, saying that you did not mean that. You two only need to be married in name only, not in reality. Once you get through this difficult time, you can find a reason to divorce in the future. After hearing your suggestion, Lin Qiushui breathed a sigh of relief, but was still extremely embarrassed. However, after you persuaded him with emotion and reason, he still agreed. 1 hour later, you two have registered at the Law Enforcement Hall of the Godly General's Mansion, received your marriage certificate, and become legally married in the Wei dynasty. Haha, it's really efficient. Seeing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but feel emotional. The Wei dynasty had a household registration system, and ordinary people only needed to register and report to the government when they got married. But as a slave, he had no human rights. As part of the master's property, slaves had to obtain the master's consent to marry. Moreover, Lin Qiushui, as a widow of the Song family's collateral branch, would have a lot of trouble remarrying. At least she had to obtain the consent of the Song family, especially when marrying a slave. If they get married rashly, they won't be able to pass the test of law and morality. No surprise. Elder Wang was about to jump out. The procedure went surprisingly smoothly, but you were not surprised at all, because you knew that someone secretly gave the green light to this matter. After registering, you and Lin Qiushui returned to your residence and saw Song Fan, who had just woken up. Seeing his distraught appearance, you realized that after swallowing 2 9th-grade precious medicines, Song Fan still could not sense his blood and qi. You become more and more certain that this boy is the legendary son of luck. Song Fan was very surprised to see his mother. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed the marriage certificate in your hand. He let out a sigh, then forced a smile to congratulate you and asked who the master's wife was. Then, you explained your relationship with Lin Qiushui. Hearing this, Song Fan's face became a little stiff, thinking that you were joking about his mother. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Qiushui, only to see that she nodded and admitted the matter. Song Fanru was struck by lightning. He snatched the marriage certificate and took one look at it, and then he felt dizzy. Moment. He angrily tears up the marriage certificate and angrily asks you whether your purpose in approaching him is to take advantage of his mother and to repay her kindness with a few precious herbs. Lin Qiushui immediately reprimanded Song Fan upon hearing this. Then, she told Elder Wang everything, but in her description, she was still Song Fan's biological mother, but she had hidden her identity as the daughter of a convicted official and met Song Fan's father at the border. You understand, the reason why Lin Qiushui made up such a lie was probably because he couldn't bear to let the young Song Fan know that his parents had abandoned him long ago. After learning the whole story, Song Fan felt extremely guilty and sincerely apologizes to you. You smiled and comforted the other person. Song Fan felt even more guilty and slapped himself on the spot. At dusk, you waited in the living room for a long time, but Elder Wang still did not show up. Based on the extra memories in your mind, you understood that he wanted to wait for you to prove the facts thoroughly before arresting you. After thinking about this, you immediately told Lin Qiushui about this guess. She said that she could stay here tonight. Once the charges were proven, Elder Wang would definitely not be able to hold back and take action tomorrow morning. After hearing this, you shook your head and said that staying overnight was far from enough, you had to sleep in the same bed together, so that it would be indistinguishable from the real thing. This was for Elder Wang's people to see, and also for Madame Seven to see. Although Lin Qiushui was somewhat reluctant about this, he also understood the seriousness of the matter and after a little hesitation, he finally agreed. After Song Fan learned about this, his expression was complicated and he hesitated to speak. You know that this kid is suspicious again, so he immediately showed his cultivation in the refining Zhang realm and said that before breaking through the spiritual river realm, it is impossible for you to get close to women. At present, it is just an expedient measure to protect Lin Shui. Moreover, as a teacher, you will not do anything beyond the limit to the mother of your student. Your frankness made Song Fan feel a little embarrassed, and he felt that he was judging you by his own standards. Immediately, he left with peace of mind. In the evening, you and Lin Shui sleep together. During this process, you worked hard on your gun control skills and didn't do anything out of line. You just chatted, which made Lin Shui feel relieved and thought you were quite a gentleman. At the same time, she felt more and more guilty. After all, as someone that the seventh lady values, you have a promising future. But now, because of this expedient measure, you have obtained a marriage certificate with a widow like her. Even if you divorce in the future, you will definitely be labeled as a remarried woman. This will definitely have a significant impact on your future marriage. During the casual chat, you noticed the change in Lin Shui's mood. You immediately comforted her, saying that you were devoted to Taoism and had no intention of marrying or having children, and that getting a marriage certificate with her would not cause any adverse effects. Your understanding has increased Lin Shui's favor towards you. In the middle of the night, you fell into a deep sleep. During this period, you would toss and turn in your sleep from time to time, deliberately making slight physical contact with Lin Shui, waking her up several times. Lin Shui was a little embarrassed and annoyed about this, but she did not doubt you and just thought it was unintentional. Seeing this, Chen Shi looked a little strange. In the simulation, was I planning to conquer Lin Shui and become Song Fan's father directly? This is not a good idea. In the online novels he had read, the so-called son of luck was no different from a jinx, which could cause the death of parents or even the entire family. If the relatives around him were not strong enough, few of them would have a good ending. Chapter 12. On the 8th day, early in the morning, your door was kicked open, and a group of red-clad law enforcers rushed in. You pretend to be panicked and get out of bed. You were taken away. In prison, you confessed to the crimes listed. At noon, you left the prison with Li Ping under the interrogator's terrified eyes. Before leaving, you took out the jade pendant given by Lin Maning and said fiercely that you would definitely go to Madame Seven to seek justice for what happened today. Your words made those who framed you in prison pale in the face. They couldn't figure out why you, who was a horse slave a few days ago, suddenly climbed up to the big tree of Madame Seven. Seeing this, Chen Shi frowned slightly. Isn't the simulated self too high profile? Aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy? After entering the prison and confirming that the other party had framed him, he should leave with Li Ping in a low profile, curry favor with Lin Maning, and deal with Elder Wang, which is the real business. Chen Shi suddenly felt a little confused. Under the guidance of the servant, you met Lin Maning who had just returned to the mansion, and immediately confessed everything about how Elder Wang framed you, but this time you deliberately blurred the issue of Lin Shui's identity. After understanding the whole story, Lin Maning looked surprised and asked Elder Wang why he framed you. Hearing this, your heart suddenly tightened. You know, this is a life-threatening question. If you don't answer well, you may be suspected in the future. You took a deep breath and asked your attendants to leave with a serious face. Seeing your expression, Lin Maning also became interested and immediately did as you asked. Wait for the others to disperse. You said shockingly that you could achieve your current level of cultivation thanks to a treasure called the Heavenly Palm Bottle, which you accidentally found in the horse racing field. You only need to place it under the sun, and it will absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and condense into a magical liquid. Once swallowed, your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. You relied on this liquid to cultivate from an ordinary person to the refining internal organs realm in just 3 months. After saying this, you took off the jade pendant, and immediately showed that you had reached the late stage of the refining organ realm. Lin Maning stood up suddenly. I was shocked. In fact, before we met, she had already learned about your recent situation from Li Ping, and knew that you had not practiced well at all, and just spent your days in the elementary school class. But even so, you still broke through from the early stage of the refining organs realm to the late stage of the refining organs realm within 7 days. This cultivation speed is simply terrifying. She took a deep breath, stared at you with her beautiful eyes, and asked where the treasure is now. Although Lin Maning tried her best to calm her tone, you could still hear a hint of trembling in her voice. You see, this woman believed it. You immediately gnashed your teeth and said that you had always carried the heavenly vase with you, but since you were imprisoned, the treasure has disappeared. Considering what happened recently, you suspected that it was Elder Wang who did it. Hearing this, Lin Maning immediately lost interest in talking to you and waved for you to leave. Seeing this, Chen Shi finally understood. He in the simulation is also a living person with his own ideas. Without the golden finger, he is more inclined to think about how to protect himself rather than persisting in finding out the mastermind behind the scenes and finding out the truth. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why he deliberately used the jade pendant to reveal his identity before leaving the prison. It was an attempt to scare away Elder Wang who was behind the scenes in advance. This way, when he makes up a lie, there will be no evidence to prove it. After you bowed and left, Lin Maning did not let you leave the inner courtyard, but let you temporarily stay in a side room in Shanhe courtyard, and also assigned an old maid to serve you. You know, you are being watched. After you moved into Shanhaewan, your nominal wife, Lin Qiushui, also came with you. This made you feel a little relieved. You knew that as long as you survived for another year and waited for Song Fan to show his talent, you would have value in Lin Maning's eyes again and you wouldn't have to worry about being searched again. But before that, you must first firmly grasp Lin Qiushui and secure your position as Song Fan's father. After Lin Qiushui arrived at the inner courtyard, he felt extremely uneasy. You looked at her expression as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. You knew what she wanted to ask, but because there was a light bulb next to her, there were many things she couldn't say right now. Wait until the evening, and tell the old lady that you and Lin Qiushui want to rest. The old lady left in a huff. On the bed, you told Lin Qiushui what happened. In order to bind you more deeply, you even told her about the compilation of the heavenly bottle. Lin Qiushui was shocked after hearing this. She never thought you had such a secret. But then, she said with guilt that if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have been imprisoned for overthrowing Elder Wang, and you wouldn't have lost the treasure. It was she who implicated you. You comfort her caringly. That night, you used the excuse that you had to put on a full show and that the old lady might be eavesdropping outside to further increase your physical contact with Lin Qiushui. Your relationship has improved. On the 9th day, Lin Maning returned to Shanheja with a tired face and asked you about many things about the heavenly bottle. After she learned that you had told Lin Qiushui about this matter, she was a little angry and sternly warned you not to mention this matter to a third person in the future. You nodded repeatedly in agreement. Then, you asked about Elder Wang, and Lin Maning sighed and said that he had disappeared. After hearing that, you finally felt relieved. On the 10th day, you are still in prison, and no one is allowed to visit you. In the afternoon, Lin Maning sent you many resources, even some body-hardening pills. She asked the old nanny to guide you in your practice. You know that Lin Maning is testing your talent. She still has doubts about the matter of the heavenly bottle. You don't care about this at all, because you know how useless you are. On the 11th day, you practiced hard and sent 5 yellow-grade middle-grade precious medicines to Song Fan through your connections. At the same time, you discovered a benefit of being monitored by the old nanny, which was that you could pretend to be a couple and flirt with Lin Qiushui. On the 20th day, your cultivation level broke through and reached the peak of the late stage of the refining organs realm. What surprised you was that Lin Qiushui's identity as the daughter of an official in prison was not exposed when Elder Wang fled. 2 months later, after consuming a large amount of resources and several body-tempering pills, you broke through to the early stage of the bone-refining realm. At the same time, you received good news that Song Fan had entered the martial arts world and entered the skin-refining realm. You were so excited that you immediately accelerated your offensive against Lin Qiushui. After 3 months of flirting, your relationship with Lin Qiushui has remained at the stage of starting from love but ending with courtesy. After careful analysis, you find that the other party is particularly concerned about your age. It is always difficult to accept you. So, you start growing a beard and dressing more maturely. 4 months later, the effect is obvious. Your relationship has taken a step forward, and you can hug each other naturally. At the same time, your cultivation has broken through and reached the middle stage of the bone-refining realm. 5 months later, your resources began to drastically decrease, and your cultivation progress slowed down. You realized that Lin Maning had recognized your talent. A few days later, you received news that Song Fan had entered Camp B to practice. 6 months later, you temporarily put aside your cultivation and launched a strong offensive against Lin Qiushui. The effect is a bit unsatisfactory. You find that as the surrounding environment becomes more comfortable, Lin Qiushui's dependence on you has greatly decreased. In addition, he is a slow-moving person. No matter how you pursue him, it is difficult to make any substantial progress in a short period of time. You are very distressed about this. Once Song Fan shows his talent, he will definitely ask to take his mother back. By then, you may lose the chance to be a father forever. After much contemplation, you suddenly remember a famous theory from your previous life called the suspension bridge effect. This theory refers to the fact that when a person walks across a high suspension bridge with trepidation, his or her heart rate will speed up involuntarily because of fear. Under such dangerous circumstances, men and women will regard the stress response caused by the danger as a signal of heartbeat, and then develop feelings for each other. You begin to consciously create a dangerous environment. Every night, you would instill some dangerous remarks into Lin Qiushui. For example, you would often say that after Madame Qi cut your cultivation resources, she had given up on you, wanted to search your soul, and even tried to silence you. 7 months later, your relationship with Lin Qiushui progressed rapidly. Late one night, you two sleep in each other's arms. You two kiss passionately. You had an indescribable relationship. Chapter 13. In the 8th month, you were so happy that you suddenly received 2 bottles of bone-hardening pills from Lin Maning. Not long after, you heard the news that Song Fan joined the first squad of the A camp and had tempered his bones into bronze. You immediately give up playing badly and start practicing with Lin Qiushui. It is worth mentioning that during the few months that Lin Qiushui lived in Shanhawan, he only relied on the leftover resources from your previous cultivation to advance from the peak of the skin refining realm to the early stage of the organ refining realm. Chen Shi was speechless. It seems that my talent for martial arts is really poor. This level of cultivation. It really all depends on the resources piled up. If there were no simulator, he would probably practice until death without ever learning martial arts on his own. But it can also be seen from this. The strange mountain that he accidentally entered, which could accelerate aging, was not simple either. Even a loser like him could, by practicing there, leap from the peak of the skin refining realm to the early stage of the organ refining realm within 4 years. If I have a chance in the future, I will have to go to the border of Liangzhou and investigate thoroughly. But it is definitely not possible now. Without the talent of good fortune, it is difficult for a true Lake Realm warrior passing by to force the black-clothed man back. After making up my mind, Chen Shi continued to focus his attention back on the simulated text. 9 months later, Lin Maning found you and asked you directly whether the treasure, the heavenly bottle, was still in your possession. You suddenly feel a little nervous. If you remember correctly, in the original history, Lin Maning also suspected that you might have a secret at this time, and kept asking people to question you. You guessed that this woman must have learned some information from somewhere, so she had such doubts, and this information was probably spread by the person behind the scenes to frame you. In this regard, you can only divert the conflict and put the blame on Elder Wang again. According to your description, Elder Wang discovered your secret and secretly framed you in order to steal the treasure in prison without anyone noticing. Then he fabricated a crime and sent you out of the God General's mansion to silence you. However, he didn't expect that you would climb up the tree of Madame Seven. In the end, when the other party saw that things were out of control, he simply fled the God General's mansion in order to keep the treasure for himself. Faced with your explanation, Lin Maning remained indifferent, and instead questioned you, asking you why you used the jade pendant to expose your relationship with her before leaving the prison. If you hadn't done so, Elder Wang might have been lucky and wouldn't have defected so decisively. In this way, she would have had a chance to get the treasure back. At the end, Lin Maning's eyes became colder and colder, saying that you have been deceiving her all along. Not only her, but even Elder Wang has been deceived by you. Listening to the other party's pointed words, you broke out in a cold sweat. But he cried out that he was wronged. It means that the reason you mentioned the name of Madame in prison was simply because you were afraid. You were afraid that Elder Wang would be desperate and kill you right there in front of Li Ping. After all, money can move people, let alone a rare treasure like the heavenly bottle. After hearing your answer, Lin Maning's suspicion of you was slightly alleviated. After all, in her eyes, you are such a useless person. When you first come to her, you only ask for money. For her beauty, you even take the widow who intends to frame you into your room. For someone like you, adding the label of being cowardly does not seem out of place. Of course, deep down she doesn't want to believe that she would be teased and deceived by a lowly slave like you. Just when you thought you had finally gotten away with it, Lin Maning told you another explosive piece of news, saying that Elder Wang's sudden defection had attracted the attention of the Song family elders. They suspected that the God General's mansion had been infiltrated. In order to thoroughly investigate the matter, they did not hesitate to send out innate masters and spent a lot of manpower and material resources. Finally, they found Elder Wang's trace in a village and successfully arrested him. Currently, he is being detained and on his way back to the city. Seeing this, Chen Shi had some enlightenment in his heart. In the lies he made up, Elder Wang wanted to harm him because of the secret of the heavenly bottle, and the same reason for his escape. But the top brass of the Song family in the simulation obviously didn't know about this, so they accidentally thought that the mansion had been infiltrated. After all, the position of Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall is different from that of an ordinary person. It belongs to the core circle of the Godly General's mansion and governs hundreds of thousands of Song family members. It is a high position and has great power. The defection of such a figure would cause a very violent response, so it is not difficult to understand why such a large force was mobilized. And the person who deliberately concealed the incident of the palm of the sky bottle. Of course it is Lin Maning. After all, only 3 people knew about this, and he and Lin Shui had been under house arrest, so it was easy for Lin Maning to hide this matter. It seems that this woman Lin Maning is not completely on the same page with the Song family. Otherwise, this matter would not be concealed. A large courtyard with a high gate. The water is indeed deep. There are so many intrigues. You are greatly shocked by Elder Wang's arrest. You know, as long as Elder Wang shows up, the lies you made up will surely fall apart. When that happens, Lin Maning will definitely skin you alive. Before leaving, Lin Maning told you something, saying that Elder Wang, as a cultivator in the late True Lake realm, had been on the run for nearly a year, but was still arrested by a congenital strongman even though he had the heaven-holding bottle. This is obviously unreasonable. Either you deceived her and the heaven-holding bottle is not as magical as you said, or the heaven-holding bottle is not in Elder Wang's hands, or in other words, There is no such treasure as the heaven-holding bottle at all, and it is a complete lie you made up. At the end, Lin Maning sternly warned you that if the treasure is still in your hands, it is not too late to give it to her now. She can forgive you and guarantee you a lifetime of wealth. However, if she finds out that you are two-faced, she will kill you even if you are at the ends of the earth. After hearing this, you feel bitter in your heart. I had to explain myself again. Lin Maning snorted coldly, not wanting to waste any more time talking to you, and left on her own. Chapter 14. On September 3rd, you had no intention of practicing, and unspeakable stories happened all day. September 4th, you have no intention of practicing. September 5th, you have no intention of practicing. September 6th, the old lady couldn't stand it anymore and advised you to exercise moderation. You advise her not to meddle in other people's business. Chen Shi? In reality, he is walking on thin ice, but in the simulation, he is indulging in sensual pleasures? Isn't this a bit upside down? Moreover, danger is approaching, but instead of thinking of ways to deal with it, he wastes his energy on matters between men and women all day. This simulator must be broken. He is not that kind of person at all. On September 18th, you heard about an incident. The Song family's innate strongman escorted Elder Wang back and is currently interrogating him. This makes you feel very complicated. On the one hand, you hope to get a result and get information about the mastermind. On the other hand, you are afraid that your lies will be exposed and Lin Maning will take your life. In this regard, you can only hope that your son will become a dragon, and hope that Song Fan can be more powerful. On September 19th, after many days of hard work, you realized that your realm was stagnant and there were signs of loosening. This surprised you very much, and you immediately took a bone-hardening pill. After that, your cultivation broke through and reached the late stage of bone refining. The old lady immediately stared at you with a suspicious look for a long time. On September 21st, Lin Maning came to your courtyard again. What was different from the past was that this time she was accompanied by several Song family elders with unfathomable auras. After seeing them, you immediately realized that Elder Wang might have confessed, and the finger of blame was pointed directly at you. You even suspected that Elder Wang was arrested on purpose, intending to use himself as bait, make up some lies, and use a blatant conspiracy to harm you. Just like in the original history, Lin Maning suddenly suspected that you were hiding a secret and wanted to search your soul and cut off your path to martial arts. The elder of the Song family stared at you for a long time with a scrutinizing look, and then asked you directly where the heavenly bottle is now. Hearing this, you were stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Lin Maning, but the woman's face instantly turned cold, and she turned her head away, unwilling to talk to you. An elder of the Song family snorted coldly, took out a file from his storage ring and threw it to you. You open it and it's like being struck by lightning. This is a confession from Elder Wang, saying that he accidentally discovered the secret of your heavenly bottle, so he threatened Lin Qiushui and framed you for imprisonment, in order to steal the treasure in prison without anyone noticing, and then fabricate a crime to send you out of the God General's mansion to silence you. However, he didn't expect that you would climb up the tree of Madame Seven, and finally, seeing that things were out of control, he simply fled the God General's mansion in order to keep the treasure for himself. But I didn't expect that I would fall into your trap. Because after he escaped from the mansion, he found that the heavenly bottle was fake, and only the liquid in the bottle was real. According to Elder Wang's description, you had detected his plan to frame you in advance through Lin Qiushui, so you used his greed, a fake bottle, and a few drops of true spirit liquid to make him commit suicide on the spot and defect from the God General's mansion. Afterwards, you also told Lin Maning about the heavenly bottle and used her to have the spirit sword sect send out experts to encircle and suppress him all over the world, leaving him speechless and in constant fear. Seeing this, Chen Shi was full of question marks. The matter of the Zhantian bottle was clearly a lie it made up, so why did the other party act so serious? That's not the point. The key point is, why did Elder Wang know about this? Only 3 people know about this. He, Lin Shui, Lin Maning. In the simulation, Lin Shui and he wore the same pants, knew each other well, and were always under house arrest, so it was impossible for the secret to be leaked. Lin Maning is even less likely to do so, after all, she even kept this secret from the Song family. But how did Elder Wang know this? Chen Shi became more and more confused. After reading this confession, you will not be able to calm down for a long time. You can't figure out how Elder Wang knew about the heavenly bottle. It was clearly just a lie you made up, but you can be sure of one thing, the other party was not caught by accident, but was well prepared. And this time there was no conspiracy or trickery, it was all an open conspiracy with no solution. Even if you confess the truth and admit that the matter of the heavenly bottle is a lie you made up, no one will believe it, because in the eyes of the Song family, you are just a small horse slave in the bone refining realm, while the other party is an elder in the true lake realm. The difference in status is huge. If it weren't for that treasure, Elder Wang wouldn't have made such a big mistake, giving up his future and persecuting you for no reason. But if you can't give a satisfactory answer, then what awaits you is only countless suspicions. In the end, you can't escape the fate of having your soul searched. The road to martial arts is cut off here. And this is probably the purpose of the person behind the scenes who sent Elder Wang to the God General's mansion again. Even if you stay in Shanhezhuo and cannot come out, he will find a way to completely kill your path to advancement in cultivation. In this regard, you can only insist that the heavenly vase was taken away by Elder Wang. After passing the buck, in order to prove your innocence, you frankly said that you were willing to accept a soul search, but before that, you wanted to start with Elder Wang. Your answer surprised Lin Maning and the elders of the Song family. But then, an elder of the Song family expressed regret that even if they wanted to search your soul, they would start with you, because after Elder Wang swallowed a few drops of spiritual liquid produced by the Palm of Heaven bottle, his cultivation level broke through from the late stage of the True Lake realm to the great perfection of the True Lake realm, and his aura was strong, and he was only half a step away from the innate realm. If such a strong person resists, it is easy to lose his memory during the soul search. More importantly, because Elder Wang admitted his mistakes with a good attitude, had made contributions to the Song family in the past, and voluntarily planted the slave mark, the Song family has decided to let him go and does not intend to pursue his faults too much. Finally, the elder of the Song family has given you 3 days to give a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, we will have to search your soul as you said. Of course, if we really wrongly accuse a good person, the Song family will compensate you. Although you can no longer practice cultivation, you can still be rich and worry-free for the rest of your life. The words of the elder of the Song family made you feel extremely depressed. Weakness is the original sin. Now, you feel this sentence more deeply. Chapter 15. On September 22nd, after you woke up, you came to the courtyard and found an acquaintance sitting at the stone table. It was Song Fan. This is extremely surprising to you and Lin Qiushui. The first time he saw you, Song Fan looked at you with extremely complicated eyes, which contained anger, gratitude, and entanglement. You turned your head away with a guilty conscience. The atmosphere gradually solidified. On the contrary, it was Lin Qiushui who took the initiative to link your arm and openly introduced your relationship to Song Fan. Song Fan's expression became more complicated. In fact, he also heard it faintly just now. Understand that you two have feelings for each other, and there is no one forcing anyone. Song Fan was silent for a long time, and then explained his purpose to you, saying that he had just returned from training and successfully tempered his silver bones. He had specially asked Madame Lin for permission to come here to take his mother out to live. When you heard that Song Fan had refined silver bones, you were overjoyed. Just as you were about to say something, you saw Lin Qiushui shaking his head, saying that he was not going anywhere and wanted to stay with you. Hearing this, you can't help but feel a little touched, even though you had already guessed this result. Song Fan remained silent even more. Lin Qiushui motions for you to go back to your room first, she wants to talk to Song Fan alone. You return to your room, lie on the water-stained bedding, smell the lingering scent in the air, and your thoughts race. Half an hour later, Lin Qiushui came into the room, indicating that Song Fan had left. You can't help but feel a little regretful. In fact, you also want to test Song Fan to see if he has a golden finger like the old man, and by the way, reveal to him the information about the strange mountain on the border of Liangzhou. After all, this son of destiny will go there in 4 years. Maybe you can find some opportunities to help him refine a higher level of golden bones. In this way, Song Fan, who has the talent of a god, is enough to protect you and Lin Qiushui. After all, the Song family is old. I just suspect that the heavenly bottle is hidden in your hands. And this suspicion is not very strong. After all, you are just a small person. It is unlikely that you can hide something under the noses of Lin Maning and the old Song family. However, this does not prevent them from still searching your soul. Many times, as a weak person like you, once you are suspected, you are doomed to die. The Song family may have given you 3 days to do this out of consideration for Song Fan. Otherwise, they would have taken action long ago, just like in history, without even talking to you. Lin Qiushui looked at you with a worried look on her face and comforted you softly, saying that she had already persuaded Song Fan to become the protector of the 7th lady's daughter, Song Qinggui. You feel relieved immediately. Song Fan has now refined his silver bones and has acquired innate talent. In addition, he will help Song Qinggui win the True Dragon election in 3 years. With this relationship, even if your soul is searched and the lie of the heavenly bottle is exposed, Lin Maning will let you go. After all, you are Song Fan's stepfather. September 24th, 3 days passed in a flash, and the Song family did not come to trouble you as expected. You realized that this might be because of Song Fan. In the following days, everything was calm and nothing happened. On October 5th, you learned a piece of news that Song Fan won the 9th place in the Jieying competition and won the opportunity to enter the Song family's spiritual pool for cultivation. The old nanny told you that the spiritual pool is the Song family's treasure and is only open to the public once every 3 years. It can help practitioners' bones to reach a higher level and has the ability to seize the heavenly fortune. Only the top 10 geniuses in the Jieying competition are eligible to use it. These spiritual pool quotas were basically occupied by the direct descendants of the Song family in the past. Song Fan is the only dark horse from a remote side branch in the past 100 years. Even the elders of the clan praised him for his heavenly appearance. What's even more terrifying is that Song Fan has only been practicing for 10 months at most. You can't help but sigh at the son of destiny's extraordinary ability. At the same time, I was secretly glad that I had decided to invest in Song Fan in advance, otherwise I would have been a fish on the chopping board for others to slaughter. In the following days, the elders of the Song family asked you for more information about the heavenly holding bottle. You insisted that it was Elder Wang who took it, and expressed your willingness to accept soul searching to prove your innocence, but you had to start with Elder Wang first. Your firm attitude made the elders of the Song family look at you with a frown, and they couldn't help but wonder if Elder Wang might have falsified his confession. On October 15th, Song Fan returned from his training in the Spirit Pond, and his bones advanced to a higher level, reaching the middle grade silver bone. On November 1st, Song Fan followed Song Qinggui to the Lingjian sect to practice. Before leaving, he asked someone to pass a letter to you. The content was very long, several thousand words long, and there was a hint of gnashing teeth between the lines. After reading it, you summed it up in 3 words, good. December 9th, through the in-depth understanding of these days, you discovered a hidden attribute of Lin Qiushui. She is elegant and was born in an official family, but she actually likes violent men. 1 year later. During the days of confinement, you will persist in practicing for 6 hours every day. It's not that you love to practice. It's just a dull pain in my waist. There is no such thing as a spoiled field, only an ox that is worked to death. Now, you feel this sentence more deeply. On March 2, 2017, you persisted in practicing, but were still stuck in the late stage of the bone refining realm. What embarrassed you was that Lin Shui had already reached the great perfection of the bone refining realm 2 months ago. You noticed that her talent seemed to be not simple either, so you asked her what kind of bones she had refined. She said it was just iron bones, and smiled as she said that she was not interested in practicing, but only wanted to stay with you forever and have a child. After hearing this, you gave up your newly minted plan to cultivate a beautiful wife. On May 4, 2017, Lin Shui frequently retched, which gave you a vague guess. On the same day, the doctor diagnosed that you were 2 months pregnant. After learning the result, you felt very complicated. In fact, you didn't really want a child. After all, you yourself were in danger and couldn't provide a stable environment for the child to grow up. You felt a little regretful. If you had known that the contraceptive methods in the fantasy world were so unreliable, you would not have stayed in it. After learning that you were pregnant, Lin Shui actually seemed very happy, because since you two had been together, the thing she had been thinking about the most was having a child. Chapter 16. Lin Shui's pregnancy period also made you feel relieved, and you can finally take a good vacation. In order to kill time, you start practicing the martial art 8th level collapse. In just 1 month, you will be able to successfully get started. Seeing this, Chen Shi said softly. If he remembered correctly, it took him 3 months to get started with level 8 collapse in the last simulation. This time it's 2/3 shorter? After much thought, Chen Shi could only understand that, with the blessing of his late bone refining realm cultivation, it might become easier for him to practice martial arts. On March 15, your child was born, a boy. After discussing with Lin Shui, you decided to name the child Chen Pingan. This name carries your good wishes for the child's future, implying that you hope he can grow up safely and live a stable and happy life. Late at night, you suddenly asked Lin Shui a question, "Madam, if I go back to the past, I know you, but you don't know me, what should I do?" Lin Shui thought for a long time before saying, "Tell her about us. If she doesn't believe it, ask her if she still remembers Huaying." "You ask who Huaying is?" Lin Shui smiled and said, "You can go back to the past and ask her and you will know." The birth of Chen Pingan once again aroused your fighting spirit in cultivation. 1 month later, you have a breakthrough and reach the great perfection of bone refining realm. Unfortunately, due to long-term drug use and lack of martial arts training, your body tempering effect is not ideal. Even though you have reached the great perfection of bone refining realm, there is no sign of tempering iron bones. You can't help but think of what Li Ping said at the beginning, that 99% of the warriors in the world will stop at the lower 5 realms. Obviously, you belong to this 99%. If nothing unexpected happens, you will probably never be able to enter the Spirit River realm in this lifetime. However, fortunately, you have Song Fan, your stepson. When the time comes, you can ask him to get you some natural treasures to temper your body. It shouldn't be difficult to temper your body into an iron bone. Chen Pingan's birth caused some commotion. Lin Maning rarely came to take a look and left a jade pendant as a gift, and also promised to give you freedom in half a year. You are very surprised by this. I quickly asked the other party if the treasure had been recovered. Lin Maning shook his head to indicate no, and then mentioned another matter, saying that during the True Dragon election, the Song family's celestial ancestor would come out of retreat, and then he would personally take action to question Elder Wang, who was in the Xiantian realm, and then everything would be revealed. On November 8, Year 2, Song Fan returned from his training in the Spirit Sword sect. On November 9, Song Fan sat on the stone table in the courtyard, looking at the old nanny holding the swaddled Chen Pingan, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. But this time, he was relieved quickly. You talked with him for a long time and learned that his current cultivation level is only at the great perfection of the spiritual river realm, and he did not temper the golden bones in the end. On the other hand, Song Qinggui, who was traveling with you, is already in the middle stage of the true lake realm. Although you don't know what kind of bones she has, based on her cultivation progress, you know that her bones are far superior to Song Fan's middle-grade silver bones. This makes you a little surprised. Considering the nature of Song Fan, the son of destiny, this shouldn't be the case. Song Fan is very satisfied with everything now. It means that practicing in the Spirit Sword sect is very comfortable, there is no shortage of resources, and there is no need to go out on adventures. If you practice step by step every day, you will make considerable progress. Seeing this, Chen Shi was a little surprised. With his 10 years of experience in reading books at Tomato, he also understood that the son of luck must be left alone, take risks, and be between life and death for a long time, only then can one hit the big luck and get a great opportunity. Staying in the Lingjian sect every day, even if you are favored by heaven, you will still have your own limitations. This time, it seems that I am the one who is hindering Song Fan's progress. Will this not be punished by heaven? With your high emotional intelligence and free chat, you and Song Fan become closer and closer. What makes you regretful is that he is still unwilling to call you father. Still call him brother Chen. But you can understand it, after all, you are only 4 years older than him. On December 1st, too, the True Dragon election officially began. Lin Qiushui left the inner courtyard for the first time and went to watch the event to cheer for Song Fan. In fact, you also wanted to go very much, but due to your sensitive identity, you thought Lin Maning would definitely not agree. On December 8th, second year, at noon, you heard from the old nanny that Song Fan had a breakthrough on the spot in the last duel, and defeated a guardian in the middle stage of the True Lake realm, shocking the whole audience. For this reason, Lin Maning specially ordered the old nanny to bring you a pot of spiritual wine to celebrate. You open it and take a sip. A ball of fire immediately ignited in his body, and the iron bones showed signs of taking shape. You are overjoyed and immediately go into the room to practice qi and refine it. Refining. You have successfully forged a strong body. Then, a strong sense of drunkenness came over you and you fell into a deep sleep. In a coma. In a coma. You are being soul-searched. Your head was smashed by a slap. Because of your death, this simulation ends. Seeing this, Chen Shi was a little confused. The death was too sudden. It was so sudden that he couldn't react. He was actually killed in the inner courtyard? Or soul search? Who is it? Lin Maning? This makes absolutely no sense. Song Fanggong had just made a great splash in the True Dragon election, and his potential was clearly amazing. Even if a ruthless woman like Lin Maning hated him, she would at most imprison him for life. Even if she wanted to search his soul, she would not do something as harmful as smashing his head. Because by keeping him a useless person, he can control Lin Qiushui, and by controlling Lin Qiushui, he can control Song Fan. What's more, in the simulation, Lin Maning had promised to restore his freedom. It doesn't look like he wants to die. The above points can basically rule out the possibility that the Song family was behind this. If it weren't for the Song family, the identity of the murderer is self-evident. The mastermind. The mastermind who had been silent for more than 2 years once again launched a fatal attack against him. Understand this. Chen Shi felt it was a little unreal again. First of all, in the simulation, he lived in the inner courtyard, which was the residence of the Song family's direct family members. It was the most heavily guarded place in the entire Divine General's mansion, and even in the entire Liangzhou city. Not to mention the mastermind behind the scenes, even for a powerful celestial being, it would be extremely difficult to sneak in. Otherwise, the Song family would have been extinct long ago. The Divine General's mansion has been guarding Liangzhou for so many years and has forged a blood feud with demons. I'm afraid there is more than one demon king who wants to sneak into this inner courtyard, slaughter all the descendants of the Song family, and cut off the jade pillar that stands in front of them. If the mastermind had the ability to sneak into the inner courtyard, he would have forced Lin Maning to hand over the person long ago instead of playing tricks with him. But if it wasn't an infiltration, it could only be a spy, just like Elder Wang, the traitor. Chapter 17. Chen Shi thought about it. I think it is very likely that the traitor is the old lady. Because there were only 2 of them in the yard, and the spiritual wine was sent by her in the name of Lin Maning, she was the only one who had the opportunity to contact Elder Wang in the innate realm and search his soul to persecute him after he fell asleep due to drinking. This can also explain Elder Wang's confession regarding the palm of heaven bottle in the simulation. It was probably provided by Mami. Can be immediately. Chen Shi felt that it didn't make sense. Lin Maning hid the matter of the Zhangtian bottle from even the Song family, but he did not hide it from the old nanny, and even asked her to monitor him on a daily basis. She was obviously the most trusted confidant among the confidants. Could such a person really betray him? Well, this is probably the answer that is closest to the truth. Chen Shi sighed softly. I can't help but think of a famous quote from a detective novel in my previous life. When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how incredible, is the truth. To some extent. This better be true, if it isn't, that's horrible. Because this means that the mastermind behind the scenes may have some means that he cannot understand to obtain some information, just as difficult to understand as his simulator. Ding! Simulated rewards are being generated, the host can choose one from them. Great perfection of bone refining realm, including lower grade iron bones. White talent, master of emotions. Zwixian brew, Xian level lower grade spiritual wine. 4 bottles of body tempering pills, low grade yellow level pills. Level 8 collapse entry level, yellow level low grade martial arts. Slightly improved root bones. Riding proficiency. The rewards this time look very rich. Chen Shi was a little surprised. But then, he fell into confusion again. The white talent can be directly ruled out. He is very resistant to this kind of talent that changes a person's character, even if the effect it brings is positive. You can also skip the martial arts and elixirs, as they are not valuable. As for that slight improvement in bone structure, it can also be excluded. Although I don't know why there is this option, but looking at how useless I am in the simulation, I don't think it will improve much, it's just a drop in the bucket. What remains is the issue of drunken immortal wine and cultivation. He had a hunch that if he drank the entire bottle of drunken immortal wine, in the next simulation he would most likely be able to directly reach the highest level of iron bones, or even the best level of iron bones. After all, this is a Xian level spiritual wine. Priceless. It requires a Xian level alchemist to refine it. You know, in this continent, the Xian level alchemist is the pinnacle of alchemy, and any one of them is the object of competition among various forces. Some powerful Xian level alchemists are even more respected than the celestial beings in terms of status and treatment. If he took this bottle of drunken immortal wine to the auction house in exchange for gold and silver, it's probably enough for him to simulate it hundreds of times. However, he did not intend to do so. First of all, there were too many uncontrollable factors. He lacked channels and was prone to leaks. If the mastermind behind the scenes found out that he could easily take out the Xian level spirit wine to sell, given his cautious style of doing things, would he really continue to use the current method of boiling a frog in warm water to slowly cure him? Will the dog do something desperate? Should Elder Wang sacrifice his life to kill him on the spot? This is very likely to happen. In reality, he has to be extremely cautious and never take even the slightest risk. Secondly, now that he has Lin Maning's support, he will definitely not be short of gold and silver. He also has a hunch that as his cultivation level gets higher and higher, gold and silver will probably gradually become obsolete. Exchange for currency between practitioners in this world. Spiritual stone. This is very likely to happen. After all, the price of simulators will also increase, which shows that it also follows the law of conservation of energy to a certain extent. What I lack now is mainly strength. As long as I show strong enough talent, there will be no shortage of the so-called Xian level lower grade spirit wine. There will even be people rushing to give it to me. After all, geniuses are the best value investment no matter where they go. Make up your mind. Chen Shi decisively chose to cultivate. Instantly, Chen Shi could clearly feel a powerful force raging in his body, stimulating his entire body crazily. It's a very wonderful experience. It feels pleasurable, painful, and itchy. Just like when you take a shower, water flows into your ears, mixing with the dried dirt in your ears, producing a slippery and sticky liquid that stirs on the eardrum, just like a clogged faucet painfully overflowing with clear water. The brain fluid seemed to be flowing, with the sound of spring water gurgling, and the cold and slippery substance passed through the brain nerves, stimulating the vitality of brain cells like an electric shock. The body seemed to be awakened by an invisible force. Right now, Chen Shi had the illusion that he was growing a brain. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his perception had become sharper. Close your eyes and feel it carefully. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be some more colorful gases. Could this be spiritual energy? Chen Shi muttered to himself. Li Ping once said that only warriors with iron bones are qualified to set foot in Linghe realm. He didn't know what the basis of this was before, but now he has a vague understanding of it. Only when one's body is tempered with iron bones can it sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Perhaps this is the key to advancement to the Linghe realm. But when it comes to how to get promoted, Chen Shi is completely clueless. He has to ask Li Ping for help in the simulation. Thinking of this, Chen Shi opened the simulator again. Talent Life Simulator. Balance, 650.24 taels. Destiny Points, 130. Do you want to spend 500 points to start the simulation? Fortunately, the price only increased by 150 taels, which was within his expectations. In fact, he has this little balance. Rise or not rise? It's only enough to simulate once. Chen Shi chose his cultivation level for this reason, because in the next simulation, he would be going all in on his destiny points, and if his cultivation level was higher at the beginning, it would be relatively easier for him to rise. In fact, the best way is to simulate more times, find a way to longevity, and then go all in on the life points for safety. However, the current conditions clearly do not allow this. It is not very convenient to get money now. Lin Maning is not at home. It is probably difficult to ask Li Ping for it. He is only responsible for his own cultivation and is not a housekeeper or nanny. Moreover, Chen Shi could feel that the other parties seemed a little unhappy with him. If you ask for money, you will probably be in a bad mood. It would be more reliable to ask Li Ping for cultivation resources and resell them privately, but it would be a waste of time to go back and forth, and he didn't want to wait. If we can find Lin Chu Shui in advance, we might be able to get a lot of money. After all, it was mentioned in the simulation that the other party ran a restaurant in Liangzhou City and could provide Song Fan with more than a dozen doses of grade less precious medicines, which showed that his financial resources were quite strong. Just based on the secret he now holds in his hand. Don't be afraid of not being able to do it. But the problem now is that he still doesn't know what the restaurant is called, because the simulation text does not mention it specifically. In the simulation, he and Lin Chu Shui have been together for such a long time, he may know it, but he, as an outsider, has no idea at all. For this simulation, we need to find out the name of the restaurant that Lin Qiushui runs in Liangzhou City. Chen Shi silently gave himself a psychological hint. Then, start the simulation immediately. Please select the destiny point you want to invest. No hesitation. Chen Shi went all in, betting 130 fate points. Chapter 18. Ding, talents are being refreshed. Ding, congratulations on successfully refreshing the green talent Sword Maniac. Green talent falling accumulation. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Sword Maniac, your sword heart is clear, your comprehension is extraordinary, and your eyes only see the way of the sword. Women? They will only affect the speed of your sword drawing. Accumulation of fallen, every time you die in the simulation, the host can increase his cultivation in reality by 6 months, water accumulates to form a puddle, sand accumulates to form a tower. As long as you die enough, sooner or later you will be invincible in the world. 2 green talents were unlocked in succession. They all look very strong. The one with the best value for money is definitely the falling piece. First of all, it has no side effects and will not distort personality. It can be inherited and bring long-term benefits. The disadvantage is that it takes a long time to take effect and has a long payback period. As for the Sword Maniac, you can tell at first glance that he has a rather paranoid talent. Kendo Fanatic. The leader among Sigma men. The main character is a man who has no woman in his heart and draws his sword like a natural god. This kind of talent is destined to be a one-time thing, and no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to inherit it. In order to practice swordplay, you have to give up wielding spears and sticks. Then what use does he have for this iron rod? The sacrifice is too great. However, Sword Fanatic is indeed more suitable for him now. With this talent, he may be able to learn an advanced martial art to make up for his shortcomings in combat power. By the way, he can use his genius status to become a disciple of a big boss for support. More importantly, the talent of accumulation of fallen is too useless for him who has reached the great perfection of bone refining realm. It would be good if his cultivation could help him refine high-level bones. But this obviously cannot be done. Tempering bones depends on talent and opportunity. If practice alone could achieve it, then bones of iron would be everywhere. After thinking this through, Chen Shi directly locked onto the green talent, Sword Maniac. Ding! Talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. The next day, you found Li Ping and expressed your intention to enter the A camp to practice. He was surprised by your decision and then took you to the armory to choose a technique. Your eyes are firmly attracted by an iron sword on the weapon rack, and you can't help but feel the urge to pull it out and play with it. Somewhere in the dark, there seems to be a voice telling you that this sword will become the goal you pursue throughout your life. You believe in this feeling. Immediately told Li Ping about the idea of practicing swordplay. Li Ping said that sword cultivation requires very high standards, and one must have a strong character, understanding, and determination. This is not suitable for you. You remain indifferent to this and always stick to your own ideas. Li Ping was quite surprised to see you so persistent. He walked to the weapon rack, took down a sword and threw it to you, pointing at the sword moves on the mural in the armory, and asked you to dance a little based on your feelings to see the effect. You hold the hilt of the sword and watch the sword moves on the mural, your eyes become focused and sharp. Instantly, you seem to merge with the sword in your hand. Your body moves flexibly, and the sword swings out like a gust of wind. Each strike of the sword carries a fierce momentum, and the blade makes a crisp sound when it cuts through the air. After using a set of sword moves, you have reached the entry level directly. Li Ping's face was filled with shock. The moment you made your move, he noticed that you had reached the great perfection of the bone refining realm. At the same time, in all the years he had been a coach at the Song family, the number of people who could learn the way of swordsmanship in just one try was definitely no more than a dozen. He realized that you were a genius in the way of swordsmanship, so he changed his previous opinion and decided to train you well. The next day, you enter the first squad of the A camp and begin to practice the Luoxia sword technique under the guidance of Li Ping. At the same time, after Li Ping's explanation, you learn the division of martial arts proficiency, which are entry, mastery, and perfection. Getting started means being able to skillfully practice a complete set of martial arts. Proficiency, in addition to being proficient, one can also use it flexibly. When faced with different situations, one can counter the moves. Unlike the entry-level players, who only know how to use a set of moves rigidly. Great accomplishment, thoroughly master the martial arts, and master them thoroughly, so that you can use them as easily as with your fingers or arms, and even perform them in reverse, with ease. Perfection, the martial arts are completely integrated into the body and consciousness of the performer, reaching an extraordinary state. The performer can adjust his or her skills in real time according to the slightest changes in the battle situation. When using it, it is almost seamless and there are almost no flaws. Unless, the martial arts itself has flaws. It is said that there is a higher realm above perfection. That state, where skills are close to the Tao, is when the learner comprehends the artistic conception left by the creator of a martial art from it. Such as, fist intention, knife intention, sword intention. Li Ping said that only those who comprehend artistic conception can truly obtain the qualification to challenge the innate. In Class 1 of Camp A, your talent is not outstanding, because everyone here has at least a top-grade iron bone. Most of them are direct descendants of the Song family and have been practicing since they were 5 years old. Compared with them, you, a newcomer, seem a little dull. But you don't care about that. Because since you came into contact with Kendo, everything has become less important in your eyes. On the third day, you competed with a top-grade Iron Bone Song family disciple. You used the entry-level Falling Snow Sword technique, but you only lasted 10 rounds before being defeated. You once again became a laughing stock and were ranked 98th in the strength ranking, which was at the bottom. The person who defeated you was the last person who ranked 97th. After defeating you, he cried on the spot and seemed very excited. You didn't care too much about this. Because you firmly believe that in time, you will surpass the other party. On the 8th day, Lin Maning returned home and was shocked by your talent. He never thought that within 7 days, you would break through from the early stage of the organ refining realm to the great perfection of the bone refining realm. Your resources have risen again. On that day, I obtained a lower grade Xian level cleansing marrow pill and a pot of lower grade Xian level drunken immortal wine. In the days ahead, you will eat and live in Camp A, draw your sword 5,000 times a day, and train very hard. Seeing this, Chen Shi looked thoughtful. In this simulation, he didn't seem to mention anything about Elder Wang. If it were him, he would definitely follow the original trajectory, first invest in Song Fan, then force Elder Wang away, and then go to Camp Jia to practice, so that the benefits can be maximized. The self in the simulation is probably influenced by talent. I'm simply too lazy to do such a thing. But it's better this way, maintaining the status quo and not alerting the enemy. The mastermind is in the open and he is in the dark, so maybe he can live longer. 1 month later, seeing that you had made no progress in body tempering, Li Ping sent you a boxing technique, saying that you were in the critical period of body tempering and that you could put swordsmanship aside for now, as boxing would have a better effect in body tempering. You rejected his kindness and continued swinging your sword. Seeing you so persistent, Li Ping was somewhat helpless and had to report your situation to Lin Maning. Seeing that you had no intention of tempering your body and were so obsessed with swordsmanship, Lin Maning sent people to persuade you several times, but it was to no avail. In the end, he let you go and no longer asked you to practice boxing. After all, genius cannot be guessed by common sense. 3 months later, you have tempered a mid-level iron bone. At the same time, an old man with white hair and beard came to Camp A. It is said that he is Lu Yi, the Song family's worshipper, a well-known swordsman. You humbly go forward to ask for his advice, and with his guidance, you have reached the mastery level of Luoxu swordsmanship. You are ecstatic. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, asking the other party to be his master. Lui was very surprised. He didn't expect that there was a sword fanatic like you in Class 1 of Battalion A. Then, he shook his head and rejected you, saying that he had no intention of accepting you as his disciple. Finally, he said that since you did not have outstanding physique, you should focus on strengthening your bones instead of swordsmanship in the bone refining stage. Only in this way can you go further in the future. Chapter 19. After being rejected by Lui, you did not give up. Instead, you found his residence and knelt in front of his gate every day, asking to be his disciple to learn kendo. During this period, you were forcibly driven away several times, but you always came back in the end. Lui tried to call out to Li Ping, asking him to take good care of you, but because of your relationship with Lin Maning, the martial arts arena couldn't do anything to you. Lui was also extremely helpless about this. However, he did not give in to your persistence, but planned to leave you alone for a while to make you give up. Next, for 10 days and 10 nights, you knelt in front of the gate of Lui Yuan without eating or drinking, just to become his disciple and seek the truth. Your reckless behavior deeply touched Lui. After Lin Maning's mediation, Lui agreed to accept you as his disciple. During the apprenticeship ceremony, he asked you why you practiced swordplay. Your answer: pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become the best in the world. Your answer. Lui looked a little dazed. He looked at you for a long time, and finally, he sighed deeply, with a hint of regret. You were a little confused about this, and didn't understand why your master did this, but you didn't think about it too much, because next, Lui was going to teach you a peerless sword technique. You can't hide your excitement. Your appearance made Lui's expression even more complicated. He was silent for a long time and told you a story. It is said that more than 100 years ago, there was a swordsman who, like you when he was young, loved swords as his life. In order to learn the supreme sword moves, he traveled through mountains and rivers, experienced untold hardships, and found the world's #1 sword who had been in seclusion for many years. He knelt for 49 days. The world's #1 sword was moved by his sincerity and taught him a move. This move is just one sword, which is easy to learn but difficult to master. But after it is perfected, it can move mountains, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress monsters, cut rivers, and destroy cities. The world's #1 sword seriously warned him that before he has perfected it, he must remember not to use the sword, otherwise it will be difficult to improve. The swordsman has mastered the best move in the world, and his mind is only focused on the perfect sword move, and he has no time to think about other things. His childhood friend was killed by an evil cultivator. The swordsman thought for a moment but did not draw his sword. His childhood sweetheart was spotted by a noble son and abducted. He watched from afar but did not make a move. His parents were brutally murdered by their enemies. He gritted his teeth and continued to practice swordsmanship. Later, he finally mastered his swordsmanship and shouted with joy. But in the blink of an eye, he was all alone, without even a dog. His swordsmanship was so advanced that it could break mountains and rivers, and there were few rivals in the world, but he had never drawn his sword in his entire life. You are very excited after hearing this. I quickly asked what this sword move was called. Lui looked at you deeply and sighed again. The sword cuts through the heaven and earth. Since that day, you have not gone to Camp A again. Every day you have been in Lui's courtyard, practicing the heaven and earth sword slash that he taught you. During this period, Mo Xiang came to visit you once. However, at this moment, you only had your sword moves in your mind, and you had no time to think about other things, so you told Mo Xiang directly not to come to you again in the future. In order to draw a clear line, you also took out the Xian level lower grade marrow cleansing pill to compensate for the past kindness. Mo Xiang left sadly. Before leaving, she didn't ask for your elixir. After that, the girl never came to see you again. At first, when you ran into each other by chance at your house, she would still smile and take the initiative to greet you, but after you ignored her dozens of times, you gradually became strangers. You don't care about this at all. 4 months later, after you took the marrow cleansing pill and the immortal drunken brew in succession, you successfully forged a top-grade iron bone. 6 months later, when you practiced heaven and earth sword slash, you discovered that the power of this martial art was far from as strong as you imagined. It could even be said to be very weak. It was ordinary, simple, and pure, and could not be compared with your falling snow sword technique at all. However, you did not question Lu Yi, but continued to study hard. 8 months later, in order to help you temper your bones, Lu Yi went deep into the Shiwen Mountains with his sword and killed a demon king in the Xiantian realm. Seeing this, Chen Shi was stunned. Kill the innate? Or the demon king? As far as he knew, in the same realm, demons were generally stronger than humans, but how could Lu Yi force his way through the 10,000 mountains, kill a demon king and escape unscathed? This is probably almost catching up with the innate great perfection, right? This time I've really got a big shot. With this gentleman protecting me, I don't have to worry about the manipulator behind the scenes. After reacting, Chen Shi looked excited. No matter how powerful the mastermind behind the scenes is, he can't be at the level of a god or a human. Otherwise, there would be no need to resort to any conspiracy or trickery, and the Song family would have been forced to hand over the person long ago. And now, he has a master who has achieved great perfection. Maybe I can live 100 years this time. On September 8, after soaking in a medicinal bath made from the Demon King's blood pill, you successfully refined a mid-grade bronze bone. On September 27, Li Ping asked you to participate in the A-Camp competition, but you refused on the grounds that you could not draw your sword before you perfected your sword moves. On October 5, you went to Camp A to watch the last match and were amazed at the strength of the top geniuses of the Song family. At the same time, you also spotted Song Fan, but without your help, he only ranked 10th, but this did not affect his entry into the Song family's spiritual pool for cultivation. You rarely go up to talk to him. After learning that you are Lu Yi's direct disciple, Song Fan is quite polite to you. Then, you took the initiative to ask about Lin Shui. Hey? Is this the effect of psychological suggestion? Chen Shi looked surprised. Before starting the simulation, he gave himself a psychological hint that he must find a way to find out the name of the restaurant run by Lin Shui in Liangzhou City. Now, 10 months have passed in the simulation, and being a swordsman, he actually went up to ask Song Fan when he saw him. It seems that I can still influence myself in the simulation to a certain extent. Chen Shi thought secretly. Then, he continued to focus on the simulator. Song Fan's face immediately turned ugly, and she gritted her teeth, saying that her mother had mysteriously disappeared in the eunuch building she ran 10 months ago, and her current status was unknown. You are extremely surprised by this. After a little hesitation, you finally mentioned to Song Fan that this matter might be related to Elder Wang of the Law Enforcement Hall. Song Fan was stunned for a moment, and immediately asked you why you said that. You thought about it and told me about Lin Qiushui's life experience, saying that this was information you got by chance and it was very true. You also said that Elder Wang wanted to use this incident to threaten Lin Qiushui and make her do something shameful. Song Fan was so shocked that he was speechless. Eyes instantly turned red. Chapter 20. He disappeared 10 months ago. Isn't that the time when I entered Camp A? Look at the simulated text. Many guesses flashed through Chen Shi's mind. Lin Qiushui's disappearance was more or less related to him. After he entered Camp A, his identity was exposed. No matter how stupid the person behind the scenes was, he understood that it would be difficult to kill him with such a low-level trick as the beauty trap. Logically speaking, Lin Qiushui should become safer after losing his usefulness. Why is he still missing? After much thought, Chen Shi could only roughly understand that it was the unlucky nature of Song Fan, the son of luck, that was causing trouble, and the people around him would not have a good end. In other words, Lin Shui might still be hiding some secrets that could be of use to the person behind the scenes. Think of this. An idea suddenly came to Chen Shi's mind. Since Lin Shui will disappear in a few days, can we stake out her in advance, and then follow the clues through her to find out the person behind the scenes? This is a good way, but it is not feasible at the moment. If you don't have enough strength, you may get yourself into trouble. Chen Shi shook his head. Then, he turned his attention back to the simulated text. Song Fan was very excited when he heard the news about his mother, and wanted to ask you for more details, but you said that you only knew this much, and if he wanted more details, you suggested that he investigate Elder Wang. Before leaving, you begged Song Fan to keep today's conversation secret. You don't want to get involved and delay your sword practice. Song Fan agreed and expressed his gratitude to you. In the following days, you stayed in Luyi's courtyard all day, accompanied by the sword every day, always focusing on that move, practicing in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, day after day, year after year. 1 year later, you have memorized that move by heart, and have swung the sword millions of times, but you still cannot get started. 2 years later, you've swung your sword 5 million times, but you still can't get it right. During this period, Lin Maning asked you to follow Song King Gui to the Lingjian sect for training, but you refused. She then asked you to help Song King Gui win the True Dragon election a year later, but you refused again. This made her very angry, and she openly and secretly mocked you for being an ungrateful person. You turned a deaf ear to this. On October 12, 2013, Luyi found you and said that the time had come and you should leave. You are very confused about this. Luyi tells you that the sword that cuts through the heavens and the earth is easy to learn but difficult to master. It requires hard practice and requires fate. You ask where the fate comes from. Luyi pointed at the courtyard gate and sighed, Yuan is outside. You suddenly fell silent. Then you revealed the mastermind and Elder Wang, and said that if you leave the God General's mansion, your life will most likely be in danger. Luyi was a little surprised. She never thought that you, who are not aggressive towards others, would have such an enemy behind you. He said he would help you solve it. Late at night, Luyi suddenly found you and asked you to leave the God General's mansion immediately, the farther away the better. Looking at the simulated text, Chen Shi's eyes fixed. He had just confessed the matter about the person behind the scenes and Elder Wang during the day. Luyi asked him to leave overnight? What did you discover? Chen Shi's frown deepened. He recalled the last time he simulated, he died inexplicably in the inner courtyard. According to the timeline in the simulation, there are less than 2 months left before this incident happens. Could it be that Luyi asked him to leave the God General's mansion overnight because of this incident? If that's the case, it's a bit scary. This shows that the person who wants to kill him is very powerful, and even Luyi, the Song family's priest who has achieved innate great perfection, cannot save him. With a heavy heart, Chen Shi continued to look at the simulated text. You were stunned for a moment, realizing that Luyi might know something, and quickly asked him why he did that. Luyi's expression is very solemn, and he tells you not to ask any more questions. Afterwards, he gave you an unknown ancient jade and 3 sword symbols. The ancient jade can conceal your aura and change your appearance. Even if you are in the heaven realm, you can't tell without close contact. The sword symbol contains the sword energy he just stored. It can be activated by crushing it. It is equivalent to a full-strength attack at the early stage of the Xian Tian. It cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary, otherwise you will never be able to use that move in your lifetime. Then, your consciousness falls into darkness. In a coma. In a coma. When you wake up, your vision is dark, the air is turbid, and the surroundings are extremely narrow. After some exploration, you find yourself lying in a coffin. You understand, this was most likely arranged by Lu Yi, and the purpose was naturally to avoid the eyes and ears of the people behind the scenes, so that you could be sent out of the God General's mansion without anyone noticing. You have been waiting for a long time, and you feel that lying down all the time is not a good idea, as it will delay your sword practice, so you circulate your qi and blood to prop up the heavy coffin lid. Instantly, a large amount of soil poured in. It is then that you realize that you are buried in the soil. You crawled out of the grave with a sword in your hand and found yourself in a forest. You looked at the 3-meter-high grass on the grave and gradually realized that something was wrong. You fill the grave back. You found a village nearby. After talking with the villagers, you learned some information. It turns out that this place is called Mang Village, located in the border of Yuzhu, Wei Dynasty, in the vast mountains. The villagers gathered here are all poor people who have been unable to survive in order to avoid heavy taxes and corvée labor. Seeing this, Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. Yuzhu. It's thousands of miles away from Liangzhou. It would take an ordinary person several months just to travel that distance. How did Lu Yi bury him so far away? And based on the 3-meter-high grass on the grave, the self in the simulation probably did more than just sleep for a few days. After asking around, you learned that your grave was buried 2 years ago, which means that you slept in the grave for 2 years without eating or drinking. You don't know what happened. I don't really care. Because you have to continue to study that sword technique. On April 5, 4, you built a shed with straw and settled down in Mang Village. Since you did not open up wasteland or farm, except for occasionally going into the mountains to hunt, you practiced swordsmanship in the bamboo forest in the back mountain all day long, and you were usually silent. The villagers of Mang Village thought you were a weirdo and didn't want to associate with you. But they didn't dare to offend you because your sword was very sharp. During this period, you also discovered that your appearance had undergone a drastic change. However, after you take off the ancient jade gifted by Lu Yi, your body will return to its original state. On August 5, 4, you hunted a wild boar weighing 800 kilograms with your bare hands. Because the weather was too hot to preserve it, you only took 100 kilograms and distributed the rest to the villagers of Mang Village. The villagers' favorability towards you has increased. On April 6, 2015, you swung your sword 7 million times, but still couldn't get the hang of it. You choose to suspend your practice. Take out the sword manual you brought out of the coffin and study it carefully. Heaven and earth are cut with one sword. Preface: there is nothing in the world that cannot be cut with a sword. If there is, my advice is to run away. Just from the preface, you can clearly feel that the number 1 swordsman who created this move is an extremely paranoid person. In this sword manual, the number 1 swordsman believes that everything in the world can be cut off with one sword, including the heaven and earth. This also includes enemies. Any unnecessary moves and fighting are a disgrace to the way of the sword. You observe and practice for several months, and come up with 8 insights in your mind. Focus on one point and reach the pinnacle. Chapter 21. 7 years later, you have swung your sword thousands of times, and you have gained some insights, which excites you. During this period, Aunt Wang came to propose marriage and wanted to introduce you to the village beauty area, saying that she is beautiful and virtuous, and is the most outstanding girl in Mang Village. People who went to her house to propose marriage almost broke down her door. Aunt Wang said that area likes you, and there is no need for any dowry, just a few pounds of bacon as a token of appreciation. Your mind flashes back to that chubby girl who was only 14 years old but already had strong arms and legs. You shake your head and refuse. 8 years later, the native dog of She, a villager in Mang Village, gave birth. In order to repay your kindness in giving him meat, he specially sent you a puppy. You accepted it. Because She said that after you raise the puppy, it can help you hunt, saving you a lot of time in searching for prey. 9 years later, your dog has grown up. With the help of its nose, the time you spend hunting in the mountains has been reduced by nearly half. You like it more. I specially gave this good dog the name Fanfan. 10 years later, your Fanfan was stewed by someone. Silly Ye tells you that several unidentified men in black came to the village last night, and they were the ones who cut Fanfan into pieces. You were furious, but after hearing about the man in black, you subconsciously became alert. You ask Cher Ye about the other party's news. Silly Ye angrily said that after the other party came to the village, they dug up everyone's ancestral graves at the entrance of the village, and this morning they were holding a portrait and asking around in the village. Your heart sinks. Immediately said goodbye to Cher Ye, took the sword and went into the back mountain. Not long after you left the house, you ran into an old man in brocade clothes. He stopped you and questioned you carefully, then took out a portrait and asked if you had seen the person in the portrait. You shook your head to deny it, indicating that you have never seen it. The old man left in disappointment. Then, you walked faster, because the portrait clearly showed you, but because of the ancient jade, the old man obviously didn't recognize you. Most importantly, the old man has a powerful aura, giving you a sense of invincibility and horror. You have only experienced this feeling from the innate strong men in Camp A. Since that time, you understand, the person behind the scenes has started to target you again. After 6 years, the opponent's strength has risen to a higher level again, and he can even drive innate strong men to hunt you down. In order to practice swordplay with peace of mind, you choose to retreat into the mountains and cut off contact with the outside world. Time flies like an arrow. 25 years later, you have swung your sword a billion times, but you still can't make any progress. 35 years later, countless times of drawing and swinging the sword, and practicing day and night, have gradually calmed your anxious heart, and you feel an unprecedented peace. 45 years later, on this day, after practicing swordplay, you sit on the top of a mountain, staring at the sunset, and seem to have realized something. 55 years later, as you get older, your mentality has changed dramatically. When you were young, after you mastered this world's best move, you only focused on the perfection of sword moves and never had time to think about other things. Now, you enjoy the breeze, the bright moon, the sunset. For the first time, you feel like you might have missed out on a lot. Now, your energy and blood are weak, your hair is grey, and the sword you once loved has become rusty. That day, you remembered the swordsman that Lu Yi told you about. That day, you sat on the top of the mountain, looking at the rusty sword in your hand, laughing for a long time. When you were tired of laughing, you casually swung the sword out. You thought a lot about that sword. The dumplings your parents made in your previous life, the smile under the sun, the silly look of the dog in Mang village when it ran with its tail tied. The only thing I didn't think about was your sword moves. In a trance, you heard a gentle voice, "Your personality is really unlike my fellow countrymen." In a coma. You are being soul-searched. You are dead. Looking at the simulated text, Chen Shi frowned. This familiar way of dying. Could it be that someone behind the scenes has taken action again? And judging from the posture, the other party seemed to have been secretly observing him for a long time, but the self in the simulation did not notice it. But this doesn't make sense. If it was really someone behind the scenes, wouldn't he have been killed immediately according to convention? How could he have been allowed to live for so long? Also, what does the last word "fellow villager" mean? Is the other person from the same place as you? This shouldn't happen. He was born in the Song family. His ancestors were all slaves. Where did his fellow villagers come from? Could it be that? Is he a fellow Earth native from the previous life? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Chen Shi's mind. Ding! Simulated rewards are being generated, the host can choose one from them. Great perfection of bone refining realm, including middle grade bronze bones. Green talent, sword maniac. Falling snow sword technique mastery level, yellow level top grade martial arts. Ancient jade, Xian level upper grade spiritual weapon. 3 sword talismans, lower grade Xian level jade talismans, consumables. Heaven and earth sword / entry level, including 10% of the sword intent, earth level top grade martial arts. Iron sword, yellow level mid grade magical weapon. See simulation rewards. Chen Shi was immediately attracted all his attention. The stuff this time is all top notch. Speaking of Xian level spiritual weapons, any one of them is a priceless treasure. As long as it reaches the level of spiritual weapon, even the inferior one can be regarded as the foundation of some second-rate forces. Many innately powerful people in the Wei dynasty may not have a spiritual weapon on them. The main reason for this situation is the exhaustion of spiritual energy and the increasing scarcity of natural treasures, especially the refining materials. The environment in which it was born was much harsher than that of spiritual medicine. A mysterious elixir can survive even with thinner spiritual energy, and its maturity period will at most be extended by 7 or 8 times. But the materials for Xian level refining are different. Spiritual energy is only the basic condition for its creation. It must also be accompanied by various magical geographical environments. Each piece is a true natural material. Now, with the depletion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, many secret realms and mysterious places have disappeared. For example, the back mountain of the God General's mansion. It is said that thousands of years ago, it was called Fenglai Mountain, which was a paradise of a certain top force. At that time, Fenglai Mountain was covered with dark clouds and thunder all year round. It was rich in a kind of natural treasure called Tianli stone, which was the earth-level divine material that countless weapon refiners dreamed of. It could greatly improve the quality of spiritual weapons when used to refine weapons. But with the passage of time and the decline of spiritual energy, the former Fenglai Mountain has long become a legend, with only an ordinary forest left. The so-called earth-level divine materials have become extinct. Lack of materials, dearth of talent, interruption of inheritance, the Xian-level weapon refiner inevitably became a legend. This results in the fact that the existing Xian-level spiritual weapons are basically passed down from generation to generation. Use one less thing. And now, among his simulated rewards, there were 4 Xian-level spiritual weapons. One of them is of top-grade Xian grade. Those 3 sword talismans were also terribly powerful. According to what Lu Yi said in the simulation, one sword talisman was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a strong man in the early stage of innateness. Have this thing in hand. If he meets the masked man in black again, he can kill him easily. Chapter 22. But for now, we still have to focus on improving our own strength. Although the 3 sword talismans are powerful, they can't withstand the continuous consumption of people by the person behind the scenes. External objects are external objects after all. Chen Shi muttered to himself. The intelligence capabilities of the person behind the scenes are terrifying. It seemed that no matter where he hid, he would eventually be found. In the simulation, even if he took the sword talisman and the ancient jade and escaped into the mountains and forests, isolating himself from the world, he could not escape death. What he needs now is strength. As long as he shows enough talent in the early stage, he can follow Song King Gui to the Lingjian sect to practice. When his uselessness is exposed, he can stay in the Lingjian sect and not participate in the Song family's true dragon election, thus perfectly avoiding the life and death crisis that may occur in the Divine General's mansion 3 years later. He could even continue to befriend Song Fan, and when he grows up, he could repay the favor by asking him to help search the souls of Elder Wang and try to find the mastermind behind the scenes who was suspected to be his fellow villager. The plan seems feasible. Although Song Fan is a vindictive guy, he is actually a very loyal person at heart. If we ignore his unlucky nature, It can still be dealt with. After making up his mind, Chen Shi turned his attention back to the simulated rewards. Green talent, sword maniac. He was automatically ignored. What remains are bronze bones and sword intent. Think about it for a moment. Chen Shi gave up his cultivation and directly chose the sword intent. Tong Gu could find an opportunity and simulate it a few times to temper it at any time, but without the talent of Jianqi, even if he practiced for 100 years, it would be difficult for him to practice an earth-level martial art to the entry level, or even comprehend the sword intent. Although he didn't know how powerful the sword intent was, Li Ping said that it was the key to becoming an innate power. I think it won't be bad. And this is a top-grade earth-level martial art. This is already a unique skill. Even in the Song family of the Divine General's mansion, it is a family treasure that only direct descendants can see. As Chen Shi made his choice, a sword move called Heaven and Earth Sword Slash naturally emerged in his mind. And it was accompanied by a heavy sword intent. This sword intent does not give people the feeling of being as sharp as a sword blade. But it is calm and vast. This vastness is full of oppression, like the silent rising tide of an iron-grey sea. Beneath the calm, there is a turbulent outburst. An explosion that is enough to cut off everything. Sword power, so terrifying. After absorbing this sword intent, Chen Shi only felt that he was terribly strong. A sword in hand. The strength is more than 100 times stronger. I can beat at least 100 of my former selves. Yellow-level martial arts can allow a warrior to burst out with 1 to 3 times the strength. Xian-level martial arts can unleash 10 to 20 times the power. Earth-level martial arts, reaching a terrifying 40 to 80 times. According to the information in his mind, his Heaven and Earth Sword Slash is an explosive martial art, and it is also a top-grade Earth-level martial art. Although it is only at the entry level, its explosive power has reached a terrifying 60 times. Add 1/10 of sword intent. It can also increase the strength by about 10% on this basis. Equivalent to 66 times. On power. It is almost comparable to those top-grade Earth-level martial arts that have been cultivated to the great perfection level. However, this move also has a disadvantage, that is, with his current strength, he can only use one sword. After one sword strike, he was exhausted on the spot. With my current cultivation level, I don't know what rank I can get in the A-Camp competition. If I can get into the top 10, then every simulation in the future, won't I be able to use the Song family's spirit pool for free? In this way, even a pig can be tempered into golden bones, right? Chen Shi thought with some excitement. But then he calmed down immediately because he had no money left. There are only 150 points of money left in the account. It seems that I can only go to Lin Chu Shui to borrow some money and see if I can get some destiny points. The other party is the mother of the son of destiny. I think it shouldn't be much worse than Lin Maning, right? Eunuch Tower. Li Pao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and flattered, Brother Chen, you have asked the right person. I am familiar with Eunuch Tower. It is located in Changlefang, not far from the God General's mansion. Before I entered the mansion, I often begged for food there. Speaking of which, I have to thank the owner of Eunuch Tower. If it weren't for her, I would have frozen to death on the street. Chen Shi was a little surprised. Do you know the owner of Eunuch Tower? Li Pao nodded quickly. I have seen her several times. 10 years ago, there was a famine in the countryside. I fled to Liangzhou city and saw her distributing porridge to the victims. Even my job was thanks to her. Chen Shi nodded. Tell me more about the owner of Eunuch Tower. Li Pao said, the owner of Eunuch Tower is called Yuniang, the widow of a general of the Shinwei army. She is a very capable person. In just 4 years, she has made the restaurant business the largest in Changlefang. 2 days ago, I went to deliver horses to the masters of the martial arts arena, and I saw her taking her son to the martial arts arena for elementary education. But in the end, it seems that she was not selected. After a pause, Li Pao added, by the way, Yunyang's son is said to be married to the daughter of a manager in the Song Mansion. After listening to this information, Chen Shi was already very sure in his heart that this Yun Niang was undoubtedly Lin Shui. He asked, do you know where Yunyang lives? Li Pao replied, it is in Fengxianzhou in the outer courtyard. Yunyang's late husband had made many military achievements. The Song family specially gave him a house in recognition of his outstanding contributions. Hearing this, Chen Shi was a little surprised. Lin Shui had this kind of connection, and when he succeeded in framing him for the first time, it was enough to sentence him to death by slicing. It seems that Elder Wang was secretly protecting him. It was changed to exile. But then, he became a little curious again. I remember that in the third simulation, he forced himself on Lin Shui once, and at that time he was definitely horny. How beautiful must the other person be to make me so lustful and blinded by lust? Think of this. Chen Shi sat up straighter. How pretty is Yun Niang? Li Pao was stunned. Then he became very excited. He began to try his best to describe Yunyang's beauty using his poor vocabulary. Chen Shi listened for a while. Finally, the core elements were extracted, dam, fairy. This made him a little curious about Lin Qiushui. Chapter 23. Send Li Pao away. Chen Shi thought about it, but still didn't change out of the gorgeous clothes. The clothes are too tattered. He might not even be able to enter the door of Fengxianzhou. Moreover, he has no plans to go to the martial arts arena's elementary school class now. There is no need to hide your identity. Killing Elder Wang will not cut off the tentacles of the person behind the scenes in the God General's mansion. Instead of doing this, it is better to use stillness to control movement and let the other party continue to lurk. When there is a chance in the future, catch him and search his soul. At this time, it was already SI time. It is roughly equivalent to around 11 o'clock in the morning in the previous life. Next to the martial arts arena, there is a large lush purple bamboo forest covering hundreds of acres, with thousands of pavilions and towers. The scale is equivalent to half of the Forbidden City in the previous life. This is Fengxianzhou. The environment is quiet. It is the place where the foreign officials of the Divine General's palace are resettled. Many family members of the generals of the Shenwei army lived there. The purpose was, firstly, to win the hearts of the people and encourage the officers to fight bravely, and secondly, to act as hostages. In times of peace, the family will naturally enjoy the benefits. In times of war, if an officer is cowardly and surrenders to the devil, he will have to consider the lives of his entire family. Mr. Chen, this is it. Under the guidance of a maid, Chen Shi followed the forest path and came to a mansion. At this moment, in front of the Yun mansion, there were dozens of servants standing there, carrying many large and small boxes. See these boxes? He asked, does Yun mansion have any distinguished guests today? The maid stood on tiptoe to take a look and said with a smile, if I am not mistaken, it should be a servant of the Nangang family. The head of the Nangang family was also a general in the Shenwei army and was a close friend of Yunyang's husband. However, he later retired from the army due to an injury. Yunyang's husband was not so lucky. He died on the border more than 10 years ago, leaving Yunyang and her poor widow an orphan. After a pause, the maid said with emotion, after Yunyang brought her child back to Fengxianzhou, the daughter of the Nangang family was born. Considering their past friendship, the two families immediately arranged a marriage for the children. After so many years, the sons and daughters of the two families have grown up. The Nangang family prepared so many gifts this time, so they must be finalizing the marriage. Hearing this, Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. In the previous simulations, there was no mention of Song Fan having a fiancé, right? Could it be that the simulator omitted it? Chen Shi thought about it. He took out a handful of copper coins and handed them to the maid. Thank you for your hard work. The maid happily took it and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen. May the Bodhisattva bless you with a long life and great wealth." Chen Shi nodded and smiled slightly. Turned and walked towards Yun Mansion. Just took a few steps. Behind me, I could hear someone muttering, "I spent so much time talking to him, and he was sent away for 10 copper coins. He's such a miser. No wonder he always looks so poor. Bah! A useless pretty boy." Chen Shi. The living room of the Yun Mansion. A middle-aged man with a heroic appearance was holding a white porcelain blue and white teacup in his hand, the tea lid tapping lightly against the rim of the cup, with an expression that seemed to want to say something but was hesitant. He seemed to have something difficult to say. Every time the words came to his mouth, he would swallow them back helplessly. And every time this happened, the delicate girl next to him could not help but cast a resentful look at him. Ahem! The Nangong family patriarch coughed lightly, put down the teacup, looked at the mother and son sitting opposite him, and smiled, "Sister-in-law, how is Song Fan's recovery?" The two people he was talking about were a silent young man wearing black tights. His handsome face was slightly pale, and his pair of dark eyes were pure, bright, and very lively. Although he looked sickly, he had a resolute temperament. The other one was a beautiful woman with an oval face wearing a gorgeous white dress. She had picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and skin as white as cream. Her skin was pink and seemed to be able to squeeze water out of it. She had a pair of red lips, which were tender and rosy, which aroused endless reverie. "Why?" The oval-faced beautiful woman sighed softly, "To be honest, brother, it's still the same. After swallowing many precious medicines, Fanner still can't sense the blood." Nangong Xian nodded and comforted him, "Song Fan has been very talented since he was young. As long as he can find a famous doctor to cure his strange disease, he will have time to practice martial arts." Speaking of famous doctors, a few days ago, a doctor named Zhou came to Fengxianju. I heard that he used to be a medicine boy under a certain alchemist of the Lingjian sect. His medical skills are very superb. I will introduce him to you when the time comes. Maybe he can solve Song Fan's problem. Dad. I've already had 5 cups of tea. If you're embarrassed to say it, let me do it. The delicate girl couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up from the chair, looked at the beautiful woman with an oval face, and said in a clear voice, "Auntie Yun, we are here to cancel the engagement." After these words were spoken, the three of them fell silent. The air suddenly became quiet. The beautiful woman with an oval face frowned her pretty eyebrows, Song Fan clenched his hands on the table into fists, and Nangong Xian sighed, but a barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes. He took so long. In fact, it was to let the daughter file for cancellation of the engagement herself. In this way, he could remove himself from the issue to a large extent and would not cause Yun Niang's disgust. Even his daughter's breaking off of the engagement was instigated by him. The main reason is that Song Fan cannot practice cultivation. The union of a cultivator and a mortal is destined to be unhappy. A cultivator in the Linghe realm has a lifespan of 150 years, while a mortal would be lucky if he could live to 70 or 80 years old. Secondly, Yun Niang in front of him was so attractive. In terms of beauty alone, she was far superior to any woman he had ever seen before. If his daughter married Song Fan, what reason would he have to take this beautiful bride into his room? To be honest, he was really sad when he received the news that his good brother died on the frontier. Later, Yuniang brought her child to his house to recognize her as his relative. Even though he coveted her beauty in his heart, he could not do such a beastly thing due to the brotherhood. But now so many years have passed, no matter how deep the affection was, it has been diluted with time, and the same goes for the moral shackles. Instead, it was the suppressed emotions towards Yuniang in my heart. The counterattack became more and more fierce. Chapter 24. Bang! Nangong Xian slammed the table and scolded, "Waner, don't be rude." Hearing her father's scolding, Nangong Wan bit her lip, looked at the beautiful woman with an oval face with some stubbornness, and said, "Aunt Yun, I'm sorry, I can't accept that my future husband is an ordinary person who can't practice. I must cancel the engagement today." Hearing this, Song Fan lowered his head in frustration, feeling even more bitter in his heart. Once upon a time, he is also a genius that everyone is paying attention to. He started practicing Qi and blood at the age of 3, and practicing skin refining at the age of 4. He became enlightened so early that even the direct descendants of the Song family could hardly compare with him. But things don't always go as planned. When he was 5 years old, he suddenly developed a strange disease. Qi and blood are often lost strangely. This strange disease made his body increasingly weak. Over the past 10 years, he not only fell from the skin refining stage to a sickly person who was worse than an ordinary person, he even became unable to sense his qi and blood. No matter how many precious medicines he swallowed, he still found it difficult to get started in the martial arts. His fiancée, Nangang Wan, was already a prodigy in Camp B. It was said that she had the hope of tempering her bones into bronze and entering Camp A. She was unwilling to marry a waste like him. He understood her, but he couldn't help feeling bitter. The young man couldn't hide his thoughts. Looking at Song Fan's appearance, the beautiful woman with an oval face showed a trace of sadness in her eyes. She sighed softly, looked at Nangang Wan, and said earnestly, "Waner, I understand your thoughts, but marriage is a serious matter and should not be taken lightly." Fanner has gradually recovered recently and his body is not as weak as before. Perhaps it is a sign that his illness will soon recover. You and him have been close since childhood and have a deep relationship. It is a pity to give up so easily now. How about this, you wait for 3 years. If Fanner still has no hope of practicing, it will not be too late to discuss the matter of breaking off the engagement then. Nangang Xian also frowned and said, "Waner, I have risked my reputation to come here and do something treacherous today. I am too ashamed to face my brother in the afterlife. If you don't agree to this request, we will sever our father-daughter relationship." Hearing this, Nangang Wan's eyes instantly turned red, her lips were tightly pursed, and she looked extremely aggrieved. Obviously unwilling to agree. But due to her father's threat to sever the father-daughter relationship, she dared not refuse and was tormented. What if Song Fan's health improves after 3 years? He is too old and has long missed the best time for cultivation. It is probably difficult for him to even reach the bone refining realm. And what about yourself? She has already entered Camp B and may even have the hope of tempering her bones into bronze. She and Song Fan are no longer from the same class. After the other person becomes an adult, he will only become a low-level member of the Song family, while she, with her excellent talent, will be a genius that will be focused on training in the godly general's mansion. Her future is limitless. Song Fan, my childhood sweetheart, should just be friends. Uncle. Song Fan took a deep breath, stood up and bowed to Nangang Xian, saying, "Since Sister Waner doesn't want to, I don't want to force her, so let's just call it quits." Nangang Xian looked embarrassed, "My dear nephew, you." The oval-faced beauty had just been secretly observing Nangang Wan, and she knew that this girl was determined to break off the engagement. She didn't want to force her on such a matter, and she couldn't force her either, so she sighed softly, "Brother, just give in to them." Nangang Wan was secretly delighted. He quickly took out the marriage certificate that he had prepared long ago and returned it to Song Fan, as if he was afraid that the other party would go back on his word. Seeing this, Song Fan felt even more bitter. "Miss Nangang, as an elder, I want to give you a few words of advice. Don't look down on the young and poor." At this moment, a gentle voice came from outside the hall. Song Fan was shocked. Looking up, I saw a tall and handsome young man wearing a white brocade robe walking slowly towards me. Chapter 25. Stare. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Chen Shi felt 4 pairs of eyes looking at him. The delicate girl with tearful eyes should be Nangong Wan, a real beauty, worthy of being the heroine of the broken engagement story. In her previous school, she would be at least a school goddess. However, she would still be inferior to Mo Xiang's foxy face. I glanced at her chest again and it was even worse. Could the handsome middle-aged man next to her be his father, Nangong Xian? He looked a bit oppressive, a warrior from the spiritual river realm. As for the young man in black tights and with an emo face, it must be Song Fan. His appearance can only be described as handsome. Well, very classic, the legendary appearance of the emperor. Oh my god, is the dignified and beautiful young woman next to him Lin Shui? This is so charming. That's right, Chen Shi didn't use the word beautiful, but charming. An oval face makes a woman look delicate and pretty, but once she becomes a wife, she becomes gorgeous, just like the 7th Lady Lin Maning. Women with oval faces are sweet, and when they become beautiful mature women, they will become dignified. Lin Shui has a typical oval face. That's not the point. The key point is that her curves are really too unfair. Chen Shi has only seen such a full and harmonious figure in comics. A pure and dignified face. Devilishly seductive figure. Chen Shi racked his brains and a sentence emerged in his mind. From a distance, it looks like a lotus emerging from the water. From a close look, it is so fragrant that it is beyond description. In short, this is a beauty that is no less stunning than Lin Maning. No wonder the simulated self is obsessed with beauty. Use this to test the cotters. Which cotter can withstand such a test? The weakness is too big. Bite. Song Fan was inspired by your words and became more determined to pursue martial arts. Destiny points +2. After seeing this sentence, Chen Shi was stunned for a few seconds, and then he reacted. Does this also count as changing history? When I think about it carefully, I find it very reasonable. The cancellation of the engagement was somewhat of a blow to Song Fan, and his will was inevitably depressed. His words of encouragement helped him cheer up a little. To some extent, he did change history. However, the change was very small, so it was only a mere 2 points of destiny. But this was much better than Li Pao. He beat Li Pao and changed the deadlock, but it only cost 10 points of destiny. This is the terrifying thing about the Son of Destiny. Just a slight impact on him can affect the course of the entire world to a great extent, just like the butterfly effect being infinitely magnified. Elder. Nangong Wan turned around in confusion and saw Chen Shi was stunned for a moment, then her eyebrows raised. You look only a few years older than me, how can I be your junior? Nangong Xian also noticed this at this time. He looked Chen Shi up and down with a scrutinizing look. But when he saw the cloud pattern embroidered on the white robe, he was shocked and his eyes suddenly became much clearer. Blue sky and bright sun. If he remembered correctly, this was clothing that only the nobles in the inner courtyard could wear. Wanner, don't be rude. Dad. Nangong Wan said with some grievance, it was obviously this man who was rude first. I don't even know him. Nangong Xian glanced at his daughter, stepped forward and smiled, bowed and said, Sir, my daughter is ignorant and spoiled since childhood. If I offended you, please forgive me. I am Nangong Xian, and I was a centurion of the Shenwei army. Later, I left the army due to injury and lived in Fengxian for many years. I think you are a stranger, and you regard yourself as my daughter's elder. Please forgive me for my confusion. I really don't remember that there is such a distant relative as you in my family. Could you tell me your name? Chen Shi originally wanted to support Song Fan and gain some favorability. As a result, the other party did not follow the script at all. At first he was just a child and didn't know any better, but with the buff of a veteran, if he tried to force a conflict, it would make him look like he was at fault. It turns out it's the old hero in person. Following the principle of not hitting someone who smiles, he smiled and cupped his hands, saying, My name is Chen Shi. I work for Madame 7 and am also Song Fan's cousin. Nangang Xian was stunned for a moment. He was surprised by Chen Shi's powerful background, but he was even more surprised by the identity of Song Fan's cousin. Didn't Yun Niang say that she was an orphan? Nangang Wan blinked her eyes, which were misty and sparkling. A hint of worry welled up in my mind. She was a little worried that her cousin Song Fan would use his power to force her to marry him if what he said was true. Song Fan was completely confused. How did a cousin suddenly appear out of nowhere? Still so young? Finally, the three of them subconsciously looked at Lin Shui, as if waiting for her to confirm Chen Shi's identity. Uncle. Lin Shui raised her face, which was mature and dignified, like a flower, and her beautiful eyes under her curved eyelashes showed a bit of uneasiness. She was just an impostor. If any relative who had seen Yunyang came to visit, her identity would definitely be exposed. Chen Shi walked towards Lin Qiushui with a smile. Lin Qiushui stood up nervously. At this time, the breeze outside the hall blew, blowing Lin Qiushui's gorgeous long skirt. The soft fabric clung to her body, outlining her devilishly seductive curves. In the sunlight, her dignified oval face was soft and her cheeks were rosy, like a transparent piece of beautiful jade without any flaws. I haven't seen you for 10 years. I wonder if you still remember me, cousin. Chen Shi took Lin Qiushui's hand and looked at her carefully. The fingers are slender and beautiful, white as jade, and thin without showing bones. It feels boneless, delicate, and smooth to hold. You. Lin Qiushui subconsciously tried to pull his hand away, but failed as Chen Shi held it firmly. At this moment, no matter how stupid she was, she realized that the scoundrel in front of her was just taking advantage of her. If he was really Yun Niang's cousin and had met Yun Niang 10 years ago, how could he not recognize that she was a fake? But considering the other party's background, he didn't dare to break up with him. Just when Lin Qiushui was in a dilemma, Chen Shi took the initiative to let her go and handed over a piece of bamboo with a smile. Cousin, do you still remember this thing? Just a glance. The plump and beautiful woman's whole body stiffened instantly. Just because of the bamboo slips. There were 3 small words engraved on it, Lin Qiushui. Mom, what's wrong with you? After Song Fan noticed the change in his mother's expression, he quickly asked. No, nothing, just a family reunion, a little out of control. Song Fan asked doubtfully, is he really my uncle? Lin Qiushui had a complicated expression. That's right, your uncle. Mother didn't expect that he was still alive. Bite. The bond between you and Lin Qiushui deepens. The bond between you and Song Fan deepens. Destiny points plus 10. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows. Suddenly I thought of a way to gain destiny points. He looked around and smiled. Everyone sit down and talk. As an elder, I will talk about Song Fan's marriage. Chapter 26. Miss Nangang, you don't want to marry Song Fan. Do you think he is a toad who wants to eat swan meat and is not worthy of you, a daughter of heaven? Compared with him, a useless person who can't practice, you would rather go to Camp A to find those brothers and sisters who are more talented and more handsome than Song Fan? Even if Song Fan recovers and can practice, you still look down on him, right? As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. Song Fan stared at Chen Shi, his eyes almost spitting fire. I. Nangang Wan didn't dare to speak. She just wanted to cancel the engagement, not to break up with him. Nangang Xian said anxiously, Mr. Chen, why is it so, why is it so? Master Nangang, some things should be discussed openly. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. After saying that, Chen Shi turned to look at Nangang Wan, expressionless. Miss Nangang, if you want to cancel the engagement, you must answer me truthfully. Otherwise, no one can deny this marriage certificate written in black and white. I will definitely go to Madame 7 to seek justice. Hearing this, Nangang Wan didn't care about much anymore and gritted her teeth. Yes. After Nangongwan said this, Song Fan's pretty and childish face instantly became ugly. He knew Chen Shi was instigating. But knowing it is one thing, and hearing Nangongwan admit it in person is another. Over the years, he has been ridiculed a lot due to his health problems and has almost no friends around him. Only his childhood sweetheart, Nangongwan, does not despise him. Although their relationship has gradually become distant after she entered the martial arts arena, deep in his heart, he still has some good feelings for Nangongwan. But now, in order to break off the engagement, the other party actually admitted in front of the elders of both sides that she had always treated him as a toad. You can say that. Nangongwan stepped hard on the little dignity he had left. Chen Shi glanced at Song Fan and said, Song Fan, in fact, you have low self-esteem in your heart. You feel that you are a waste and unworthy of Miss Nangong, so you simply agreed to cancel the engagement. Is that right? Song Fan took a deep breath and said, Nangongwan is a arrogant and willful woman who looks down on others. She is not a good match. You're talking nonsense. Nangongwan's pretty face turned red with anger. I'm talking nonsense. Song Fan sneered, if you are not arrogant and willful, how could you go against your parents' orders and the matchmaker's words and come here to cancel the engagement? If you are not a dog-eyed person, how could you humiliate me in front of the elders of both sides just because I was in a low point? Nangongwan, to be honest, this young master doesn't like a vain woman like you at all. Nangongwan has been spoiled since childhood, how could she bear such condemnation from Song Fan? Especially in front of two elders. She gritted her teeth and said, Song Fan, you are a waste, what qualifications do you have? Bang! Nangongxian slammed the table and shouted, Wanner, that's enough. Lin Shui turned her head and glanced at Song Fan, Fanner. You should also stop talking. The scene suddenly became quiet. Chen Shi said slowly at this time, Song Fan, are you sure that you can surpass Nangongwan in the future and prove that you are not a waste? Song Fan clenched his fist and said, of course. Chen Shi nodded, then looked at Nangongwan, Miss Nangong, how about this, let's not talk about the cancellation of the engagement today, within 3 years, I will let Song Fan go to Camp A to challenge you, if I, Nangongwan, lose, I will be treated like a slave for the rest of my life, and he will have the final say on everything. Nangongwan said coldly. Seeing Nangongwan's confident look, Song Fan took a deep breath and said, it's okay to be a slave, but I don't like it. If you lose. He paused, then saw Chen Shi, who looked like he was watching a show, and pointed, just go and be his maid. One of you is spoiled and willful, and the other is a bully. You're a perfect match. Chen Shi didn't expect that the melon would be eaten by himself. He looked at Nangongwan. Shake your head secretly. Too tender. He's not a Lolita complex. Okay, I promise you. Nangongwan laughed angrily, but if you lose, you have to kneel down and apologize to me in front of everyone, and loudly admit that you are a waste. Bite. You created a 3-year agreement and set a goal for Song Fan. Destiny points plus 100. Okay, okay. Chen Shi was overjoyed. Even the little lowly Nangongwan started to look more pleasing to the eye. Well, if there is a chance in the future, I will ask her to give birth to a few big fat boys for me to vent Song Fan's anger. After such a commotion, the two families parted on bad terms. Song Fan didn't have a good impression of this uncle and left in a huff without even saying hello, locking himself in the room. In the living room, the two looked at each other in silence, and the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. What is this person's purpose? Lin Shui was full of worries. This scoundrel in front of me doesn't seem like a good person. But someone has the upper hand over her. If they use this to force her to submit, I'm afraid. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She gripped the teacup tightly, and her knuckles turned white. She already wanted to escape. But what would happen to Song Fan if he escaped? She was worried. I also don't want to give up my current comfortable life and become a fugitive. Moreover, the scoundrel in front of her may not fully understand her background, so she must not panic. Lin Shui was secretly calculating. Madam, this is not a place to talk. Is there a quiet place? Chen Shi smiled. Sir, if you have something to say, feel free to speak up. While we are discussing the marriage here, all the servants around have been sent away. This is the quietest place. Lin Shui said, his voice clear and cold. Looking at the other party's cold and elegant demeanor, Chen Shi slowly said, Lin Qiushui is the daughter of the Minister of Rights of the Wei dynasty. 14 years ago, her father committed a serious crime and her family was exiled to the border to build a city. On the way, they were attacked by demons. On the way, they picked up a baby in swaddling clothes, who was Song Fan. Relying on the child's identity token, she disguised herself as the widow of the Song family. The more Lin Shui listened, the more frightened he became. Her pretty face turned even paler. After Chen Shi told her about Song Fan's life experience, she no longer had any hope. Chapter 27. Ma'am, would you like to hear a story from me? What story? Lin Shui looked at Chen Shi who was sitting next to him, and tried to make his voice calmer, but he still couldn't stop trembling. She was ready to sacrifice her chastity to satisfy the lecher in front of her. The other party holds the secret. If it is exposed, she absolutely could not run away. She was aware of the importance of her appearance and usually covered her face when she went out. Even so, she was still troubled by it over the years. Take the God General's mansion for example. There are countless people coveting her body, openly or covertly. However, due to her status as the widow of a loyal and heroic man, no one dares to force her too much. But if her identity is exposed, I'm afraid they will pounce on her like hungry wolves, wishing to eat her up completely. By then, a pair of jade arms will be pillowed by thousands of people, and a single red lips will be tasted by tens of thousands of people. This was something she could never accept even if she died. If she had to choose one, she would rather submit to the person in front of her. Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Last night, I had a dream. I dreamed that I met Song Fan and his wife in the elementary school class at the martial arts field. Next. Chen Shi spoke for a full hour. At first, Lin Shui had no intention of listening at all. Until later, she talked about how Elder Wang forced her to frame Chen Shi. Song Fan was very talented in cultivation, and she and Chen Shi would get married in the future, and even have a son named Chen Pingan. This story is full of loopholes and cannot stand up to scrutiny. For example, why would Chen Shi, who has the support of the seventh lady, want to waste his time in the martial arts field elementary school class? Why would Elder Wang use such a stupid method to frame someone with a strong background? But the more she listened, the more suspicious her pretty face became. Because based on what the other person said, she put herself in his shoes and found that it really fits her inner thoughts. In that environment, she is really likely to make such a decision. This makes her feel a little creepy, not because of Chen Shi's story, but because the person who made up this story can see into her heart like a worm in her stomach. Looking at the faint smile on Chen Shi's lips, she felt ashamed of being stripped naked, with no secrets at all. Is this really a story? Such a thought suddenly arose in her mind. By the way, a month before Chen Pingan was born, I asked her a question. I said, if I go back to the past and I know her, but she doesn't know me, what should I do? Madam, do you want to know how she answered? Lin Shui subconsciously asked, how did you answer? Chen Shi glanced at Lin Shui and said in a sad tone, she told me to tell Madam our story. If Madam doesn't believe it, she told me to ask Madam. Do you still remember Huaying? Bite. The bond between you and Lin Qiushui has deepened. Destiny points plus 30. You. Lin Shui stared at the man in front of her, too shocked to speak. Firefly. It is the biggest secret in her heart. There is no secret in this world that anyone can possibly know. Seeing Lin Shui's loss of composure, Chen Shi also became curious. Madam, who is this Huaying? A friend in a dream. In a dream. Lin Shui took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. These are all old things, so let's not talk about them. But since you can call out Huaying's name, I am willing to believe you. If you need me to do anything, I will not refuse. This time it was Chen Shi's turn to be stunned. I never thought that a name could cause such a huge change in Lin Shui's attitude. He became more interested in this person named Huaying and continued, I asked her in my dream who Huaying was, but she didn't tell me. Instead, she asked me to go back in time and ask my wife. Young master, I can't tell you either. Lin Shui shook his head. Why? Huaying told me that if I tell her story, it might bring disaster to her relatives and friends around her. So mysterious. Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. But then, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, this is a fantasy world, so it is better to be careful. Based on his 10 years of experience in reading books at Tomato, this kind of fantasy world usually has a terrifyingly high combat system. When powerful people fight, the aftermath can destroy the world. Some people with great supernatural powers can sense who is pestering them from behind just by chanting their names. It can be said to be extremely terrifying. Chapter 28. Ma'am, I need you to do me a favor. Sir, please speak. Let's get married. This. Lin Shui was extremely conflicted. She found it a little hard to accept marrying a young man who was only a few years older than Song Fan, and she felt ashamed just thinking about it. How will Song Fan view me then? How do people around you see you? She is at most open to private relationships. Lin Shui pursed her full, crystal clear pink lips that shone brightly in the sunlight, and said with some difficulty, Sir, this all happened too suddenly. I need some time to think about it. Chen Shi waited for a long time. There was no sign of the simulator refreshing the destiny points. He thought for a moment and said, Marriage is a serious matter and should not be taken lightly. I should have given Madam enough time to consider, but the situation is critical now. For some reason, I cannot tell Madam clearly. I can only tell Madam that this matter concerns our safety and Song Fan's future. It cannot be delayed. Madam, you still have to give me an answer as soon as possible. Hearing Chen Shi's serious tone, Lin Shui was a little confused for a moment. She remembered the story Chen Shi had just told. Because of Huaying, she believed the magical story to a certain extent and thought that Chen Shi wanted to tell her some information in the form of a story. For example, Elder Wang knew her secret. For example, what kind of danger is waiting for her in Yunyu Tower. But she couldn't figure it out. Why is the other party so eager to marry you? Could it be that, like in the story, she was worried that Elder Wang would expose her identity? This is indeed a trouble. Her identity is too sensitive. If it were to be exposed, Song Fan might be implicated. In that case, I am willing to marry you, sir. I only hope that you can treat us mother and son well. Lin Shui bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and said with great distress. Waited for a long time. Still no destiny point appeared. Now it was Chen Shi's turn to be confused. Didn't marrying the mother of the son of destiny count as changing history? But then he realized another problem. Now he married Lin Shui, essentially, just to gain destiny points. He didn't really want to do this, it was too high profile and would easily cause Song Fan to be disgusted. The most crucial thing is that he is only of lower grade iron bones and has not reached the Linghe realm, so it is not suitable for him to lose his virginity. Even if he marries her, he can't do anything but make others drool. He is like an 80-year-old man who draws his sword and looks around in confusion. In his heart, I wanted to brush out the destiny points and then delay this matter. Most likely it's all of the above. As a result, the simulator did not determine that he changed history. Thinking of this, he said seriously, let's set the wedding date for 7 days later. Madam, go send out invitations and invite guests now. Let's try to get Chen Pinggan born sooner, how about that? Ah! Lin Qiushui was stunned. She didn't expect Chen Shi to be so anxious and want to hold a big wedding. She thought it was just a simple marriage, but now she had to entertain guests, which made her a little overwhelmed. Madam, what do you think? Chen Shi pinched her pointed chin. Faced with such an outrageous action, a trace of panic flashed across Lin Qiushui's eyes. This was the first time in more than 30 years that she had such contact with a man. While feeling extremely ashamed, she couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart. But she is not a shy person. Hesitate for a moment. He nodded slightly. Ma'am, can I kiss you? Ah. Is it okay? Chen Shi asked. This. Lin Qiushui's pretty face was red as water was about to ooze out, but since they had already agreed to get married, it seemed that a kiss was nothing. However, she was still embarrassed to be asked by a young man like this. She bit her red lips and made an undetectable sound, After getting the answer you want, Chen Shi immediately moved closer and slightly adjusted the fair, tender, charming face full of mature woman's charm. Then he lowered his head and kissed those wet and sexy red lips. Lin Qiushui's beautiful eyes widened, and her long eyelashes trembled constantly because of nervousness. Her 2 bare hands were against his chest. Her breathing became heavier and heavier, and her face gradually became hot, but her lips were cool. When Chen Shi raised her head, she was gasping for breath as if she was short of oxygen, and her red lips were slightly swollen from being sucked so hard. Bite. The bond between you and Lin Qiushui has deepened. Destiny points plus 100. I saw her beautiful face, with spring in her brows and her cheeks flushed as if she was drunk. Wait until she catches her breath. Chen Shi stepped forward again. Lin Qiushui reached out, pushed his chest, and said in a trembling voice, not here. Chapter 29. Mr. Chen, Madam sent me to deliver the silver you requested. Chen Shi opened the door. I saw a pretty maid holding a box. Mr. Chen, we have too little cash in our mansion. We have only collected 1,500 taels of silver so far. Madam said she will send someone to Eunuch Tower this afternoon and we can probably withdraw 10,000 taels of silver. Thank you very much. Chen Shi took the heavy wooden box, and thinking of the last time he simulated Lin Qiushui's mysterious disappearance, he asked, my cousin didn't go to Eunuch Tower, did she? No, Madam is still bathing, said the maid. Chen Shi's face became serious. Please tell my cousin that there are bad guys outside recently. Don't leave the house, and don't go to Eunuch Tower. The maid was startled, then nodded, and said, I'll pass on the message. Bite. Recharge successful. Plus 1560 gold. Talent Life Simulator. Balance, 1710.24 taels. Destiny points, 240. Do you want to spend 500 points to start the simulation? Chen Shi pointed out, yes. And invested 20 points to test the waters. Ding, talents are being refreshed. Ding, congratulations on successfully refreshing the white talent natural power. White talent a little luck. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Born with supernatural power, you are born with great strength. You can kill a cow with 1 punch. You can increase your strength by 3,000 kilograms. Minor luck, you have a strong affinity with money, and you can often pick up silver when you go out. 3,000 kilograms? This talent is quite good. Even at the great perfection of the bone refining realm, his strength is no more than 30,000 kilograms. This natural divine power is equivalent to increasing his combat power by 10%. Chen Shi thought about it for a moment. Just lock on the talent of innate supernatural power. His heaven and earth sword slash is an explosive martial art, with a force of 3,000 pounds, which can almost explode into an effect of 18,000 pounds in his hands. This wave is definitely an epic enhancement, which may help him get into the top 10 in the A battalion competition. Ding! Talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. You stayed overnight at Yun Mansion, talked with Lin Qiushui all night, and temporarily cancelled the engagement. The next day, you found Li Ping and expressed your intention to enter the A camp to practice. He was surprised by your decision and then took you to the armory to choose a technique. You asked him to wait for a moment, and then he burst out with the strength of the great perfection of the bone refining realm and the lower grade iron bone. Finally, he showed that amazing sword intent. Li Ping's brain crashed on the spot. After a full minute of silence, he looked excited and called you a sword genius that is rarely seen in a century. Such praise surprises you. You can't help but think of Song Qinggui, the sword-wielding girl in Shanhaiguan. You ask Li Ping how your talent compares to hers. Li Ping was stunned for a moment, then said that Song Qinggui was a rare swordsmanship prodigy in 1,000 years. He had forged a silver bone at the age of 10, and had comprehended 30% of the sword intent at the age of 15, and practiced a ground-level martial art. You are shocked. You should know that it took you 50 years of practice in your previous life to comprehend your sword intent. Li Ping noticed the change in your expression and said that you are already great and don't need to compare yourself with these monsters, because Song Qinggui is the second most popular candidate for the next generation of the Song family's True Dragon election. You immediately ask who is number 1. Li Ping glanced at you, very puzzled. He didn't understand why you didn't even know this common sense after practicing in the Song family for so long. However, he still patiently answered you, saying that the first one was the head of the Song family, Song Tiangong's eldest son, Song Chengming. At the age of 10, he successfully refined silver bones. At the age of 11, he comprehended the artistic conception. Now, 7 years have passed, and his strength is the best among his peers. It is said that he may have refined golden bones like his father. Finally, Li Ping tells you that Song Qinggui and Song Chengming are actually equally talented, but Song Chengming is 3 years older and more powerful. After you reveal your talent, Li Ping grants you permission to go to the Song family's sutra library to select a technique. On the way, you asked Li Ping how to break through the Linghe realm. He told you that in fact, after a warrior in the bone refining realm has tempered his iron bones, he can open up spiritual rivers in his bones. Iron bones can open up 3 spiritual rivers, copper bones can open up 6, silver bones can open up 9, gold bones can open up 12, and jade bones have no idea. To refine high-level bones, 70% depends on luck, 30% depends on hard work, and the technique is also a part of luck, accounting for at least half of the total. Some people are born in aristocratic families and have an endless supply of earth-level techniques, while some people are born in poor families and have average talent. Even if they spend their entire lives, they still cannot learn a mysterious technique. And a good exercise method can sometimes even play a decisive role. Li Ping tells you that because you comprehended the sword's meaning, you were able to change your fate and gain the opportunity to enter the first floor of the Song family's sutra library. The martial arts there are all-encompassing, and they were collected by the Song family's ancestor, who followed the Great Wei Emperor and wiped out countless aristocratic families and sections. The sutra library has 3 floors. The first floor contains Xian-level techniques, the second floor contains Earth-level techniques, and the third floor contains several Earth-level top-grade martial arts. Only direct descendants of the Song family can enter. After sending you to the sutra library, Li Ping repeatedly advised you to give priority to the Xian-level skills that focus on tempering the body. This will help you to temper high-level bones. Because you have comprehended the sword intent, as long as you reach the bronze bone level in the future, you will have another chance to enter the sutra library. It will not be too late to choose the sword method at that time. You nodded and agreed solemnly. After all, you know that you have no talent for swordplay. Chapter 30. You enter the sutra library and meet a white-haired old man. He asked you to demonstrate your bone level, sword intent, and martial arts. You do as you are told. When he saw your sword intent of cut the heaven and earth with one sword, he immediately narrowed his eyes and asked what your relationship with Liu Yi was. You said it was the master. The old man nodded and told you that you don't need to demonstrate your martial arts skills anymore and can go directly to the second floor of the sutra library. After listening, you went up silently. Is old Liu so prestigious? It seems that this is not surprising. After all, the martial arts he used in the last simulation were of the best earth-level skills, which can be kept as a trump card on the third floor. I don't know if Liu Yi will still accept me as his disciple if I go to become his disciple again after I lose my talent as a swordsman. Chen Shi said secretly. You come to the second floor and find that there are obviously fewer skills and martial arts on the shelf. There are only 100 copies. The vast majority of them are Xian level top grade and Earth level lower grade skills. Earth level middle grade, with 9 gates. The top grade of the Earth level has a door engraved on a large piece of tortoise shell. You carefully examine the tortoise shell and discover that it contains a technique called the Dragon Elephant Sutra, which is divided into 5 levels and can be used to cultivate to the heavenly realm. But you don't understand. All I see are obscure and difficult to understand words. It's like a heavenly book. At this time, the old man's voice sounded behind you. Boy, the higher the grade of the martial arts, the more difficult it is to understand, and the more stringent the conditions for practicing. This Dragon Elephant Sutra uses the method of proving the truth with strength, which requires a special physique to practice, and is not suitable for you. You turn around and humbly ask the old man for advice. The old man said that the kidneys are the foundation of your innate constitution. He saw that your eyebrows and eyes were scattered, and he guessed that due to long-term indulgence, your innate constitution had been seriously damaged. Even if he gave you the best body tempering technique, it would be twice as effective with half the effort, and it would be difficult to achieve success. Fortunately, you did not have the intersection of yin and yang. Although your primordial yang was weak, it was at least pure, and there was still a glimmer of hope. He suggested that you should choose the qi-absorbing method. By piling up resources, it would be no problem to refine a bronze bone. Seeing this, Chen Shi's first reaction was that this old man had a grudge against Liu Yi and deliberately made his disciple choose a qi-absorbing method to harm him. After all, Li Ping said that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is now thin, and the qi-absorbing method has long been in decline. But then, he remembered the last simulation, when Liu Yi went to the Shiwandashan Mountains to kill the Demon King and temper his body. This seems to be a method that relies on piling up resources, right? The old man shouldn't be trying to trick him. After thinking it over, you decide to follow the old man's advice. Following the direction of his finger, you come to a shelf in the corner and look through it. You only find 3 books on the method of gathering qi. They are heavily covered with dust and it is obvious that no one has been interested in them for a long time. You are not surprised by this. Li Ping said that to enter the second floor of the Sutra Library, one needs at least a top-grade bronze bone. This kind of genius has an extremely good physique. No matter how stupid he is, he would never choose the qi-absorbing method to practice. You wipe off the dust. 4 large characters appeared on the letter, the 5 paths of Heaven's Gate. Yellow grade, low quality. On the second floor of the Sutra Library, you saw the lower grade yellow level qi intake method, and your eyes moved slightly, and you became interested. You turned to the first page. I saw the author who compiled this book, Ling Weizi. He was a celestial being from a top power tens of thousands of years ago. His biggest regret was that he had no chance to see the beauty of jade bones. For this reason, he spent his whole life studying countless martial arts books and exploring countless secret tombs. Finally, after 100 years, he finally created this 5 paths of Tianmen. As long as he practiced step by step, in theory, he could completely refine the legendary jade bones. You are extremely shocked. You never thought that there is such a method in the world. The more you look, the more solemn your expression becomes. And more disappointed. You spent half an hour reading it and found it to be a profound and useless martial arts technique. The reason why I say it is so profound is that this technique can actually refine jade bones. The so-called 5 gates of heaven refer to the 5 mysterious gates in the human body, namely the gate of life, the gate of heart, the gate of life, the gate of death, and the gate of heaven. According to Ling Weizi, you only need to open the life gate to forge the best iron bones, open the second heart gate to forge the best copper bones, the third death gate to forge the best silver bones, the fourth life gate to forge the best gold bones, and the fifth heaven gate to forge the best jade bones. More importantly, the 5 paths of Tianmen do not require the practitioner's aptitude. You only need to practice according to the qi-inducing method created by Ling Weizi. Even if you are a loser, you can theoretically refine the best jade bones. I say it is useless because it takes a lot of time to practice this technique successfully. According to Ling Weizi's description, it takes 5 years to open the first life gate, 20 years to open the second heart gate, 50 years to open the third life gate, 100 years to open the fourth death gate, and 200 years to open the fifth heaven gate. Adding all together, it takes a total of 375 years. Moreover, once you practice the 5 paths of heavenly gate, you will no longer be able to switch to other methods midway, and you can only stick to this path. During the practice, you will also need a huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth to provide the practitioner with a long-term impact on the 5 gates of the human body. Seeing this, Chen Shi also understood why this technique was of the lower grade yellow level. A warrior at the Xiantian realm can only live for 300 years at most. A warrior in the bone refining realm, even if he is a turtle and takes good care of his health every day, he will not live beyond 375 years. Besides, what good would it do even if one spent 375 years cultivating into jade bones? He has been very old for a long time. It's just like a certain internet celebrity in his 30s or 40s who was still taking the college entrance examination in his previous life. What's the point of studying at Peking University or Tsinghua University when you are approaching middle age? The brain has long missed the best time to learn. The same is true for practicing martial arts. I don't know if I, who has a simulator, can successfully practice this technique. Chen Shi was somewhat tempted. After all, what he lacks the least is time. But he also noticed that in order to successfully practice the 5 paths of Tianmen, a huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth would be needed. He was not sure how much this amount was. Right now, the spiritual energy from heaven and earth was exhausted, and even if he had a simulator, he might not be able to hold it. You turned to the last page of the 5 paths of Tianmen and found a page written in blood. You only read half of it. He decisively gave up this method of absorbing qi that could have tempered jade bones. The person who wrote the blood letter was the son of a top power tens of thousands of years ago. After seeing this technique, his master decided to use the power of the entire sect to help him practice the 5 paths of heaven, determined to cultivate the jade bone pride that only exists in legends. He threw down a huge amount of spirit stones and elixirs, and then, in just 200 years, the sect was bankrupted by him and was tragically destroyed. This saintly son accused Ling Weizi in great detail in his blood letter, which made anyone who heard it sad and cried. After reading it, I extracted a key point from it. Gamblers, you will not die well. Chapter 31. After choosing a profound level qi intake method, you left the sutra library and explained the situation to Li Ping in detail. Li Ping was very surprised. He didn't expect you to enter the second floor of the sutra library and get guidance from the guards. However, after learning that you chose the Qi intake method, he was still very puzzled. You are only 18 years old, but you have already reached the great perfection of the bone refining realm. Logically speaking, your bones are quite good, and you should gain more by taking the Qi and blood body tempering path. However, since it was the suggestion of the guard, he didn't say anything more and said that he would apply to the martial arts arena for spiritual fluid for you to practice. After hearing this, you also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, your genius identity cannot withstand the test. If you were asked to practice Xian level martial arts, I'm afraid it would take you half a year to get started. On the third day, you entered the A camp to practice. After learning that you were only a low-grade iron bone, a Song family disciple immediately challenged you. You recognized the opponent, who was the bottom 97 of the A camp. You also wanted to test the power of your move, so you went on the martial arts stage with the opponent. The moment you drew your sword, a surge of sword power rose into the sky. The dozing referee instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The game was stopped immediately. Afterwards, your ranking in Camp A will automatically rise to 30th place, and the fixed resources you can enjoy every day will rise from 1 yellow grade lower quality precious medicine to 1 yellow grade upper quality precious medicine. You are extremely surprised by this. Although you can't use these yellow level precious medicines, you can take them back and feed them to Song Fan. Maybe it will help him rise earlier. Then, you challenge the 29 people above you. The opponent is a lower grade bronze bone Song family member who has practiced several profound martial arts. He was instantly defeated by your heaven and earth sword. Fortunately, the referee intervened in time to save his life. Everyone is shocked by your strength. You should know that the perfect bone refining realm only has 30,000 jin of strength. After tempering the iron bones to the extreme, you can get another 10,000 jin. After tempering the copper bones to the extreme, you can get 30,000 jin. Silver bones can get 60,000 jin. Gold bones can get 120,000 jin. Your low-grade iron bones can only exert a force of 33,000 jin at most. But your low-grade copper bones can exert a force of 50,000 jin. Even if ordinary geniuses have martial arts skills, they can only fight against high-quality iron bones with low-quality iron bones. Even if some evildoers can kill bronze bones with iron bones, they still need to fight for a while. No one has ever been able to defeat them instantly like you. Just when everyone thought you would continue the challenge, you walked off the stage. Your reputation in Camp A has grown greatly. A noble in the inner courtyard offered you an olive branch, but you declined it on the grounds that you were serving the 7th madam. On the 4th day, after Song Fan heard about your reputation in Camp A, he treated you with much more respect, and even apologized, saying that he shouldn't have said on the day of breaking off the engagement that if he won, he would make Nangongwan your concubine, and that she didn't deserve it. You smiled and said it was okay, and gave Song Fan 30 yellow-grade top-grade precious medicines on the spot, asking him to practice well and avenge his previous shame. Song Fan's favorability towards you has increased. On the 8th day, you met Lin Maning who had just returned home. He was shocked by your talent. Your resources have been improved. On that day, you obtained a Xian level middle grade cleansing marrow pill and a pot of Xian level middle grade intoxicating wine. 1 month later, with your massive resources, Song Fan finally sensed his qi and blood, and started practicing martial arts again. He couldn't wait to enter the martial arts arena to practice and announce to everyone that he, Song Fan, was not a waste. You stopped him, saying that at his age, he should go out and practice more instead of being a flower in a greenhouse. Song Fan listened carefully to your suggestions. Decided to go out and gain experience. That night, Lin Qiushui was sulking with you and rejected your request to play a game. 2 months later, after taking the marrow cleansing pill, you successfully tempered a top-grade iron bone and challenged the top few geniuses in the A camp again. Because your heaven and earth sword slash was too terrifying, they were not sure they could take it. In order to avoid getting hurt, they chose to surrender. Your ranking rose to 18th, and you can enjoy a fixed yellow level top grade precious medicine every day. But that's where it stops. Because number 17 is a top grade bronze bone, a direct descendant of the Song family, who has practiced a ground level martial art called the mountain shaking hammer, and has a low grade mysterious spiritual weapon. Your heaven and earth sword slash cannot kill the opponent instantly. If you are not eloquent and admit defeat quickly, you will be beaten up by the opponent after you are exhausted. 3 months later, Liu Yi came to Camp A to give a lecture. You saw the opportunity and immediately knelt down and said, I have been wandering for half my life and I only regret that I have never met a good teacher. Today I met Uncle Liu who did not abandon me. I am willing to be your teacher. From now on, once you are my teacher, you will be my father for life. If I break this oath, I will be punished by heaven and earth. After saying that, you kowtowed 3 times. Liu Yi was greatly shocked. Recently, he just returned home and heard that a swordsmanship genius had emerged in Camp A, and it was said that his style was quite similar to his. He took the opportunity to take a look while giving a lecture, and you ended up giving him this. Liu Yi hesitated for a moment and asked you to demonstrate your sword skills. You shall do so immediately. The moment your sword intention came out, Liu Yi's eyes widened instantly. He hurriedly asked who your teacher was. You said you had no master. This is a sword move you discovered by chance on a skeleton deep in the mountains. When you buried the skeleton, you also found a biography. You told Liu Yi the story of the sword maniac. However, in your description, there is no Liu Yi, and no you either, only a sword maniac and a swordsman. Liu Yi asked if you could lend him your biography. You said it was damaged. Liu Yi sighed and said it was a pity. Next, he helped you up, and did not mention the matter of becoming your disciple. Instead, he asked you if you knew the prophecy that you cannot draw your sword before you have mastered the heaven and earth sword skill. You nodded. Liu Yi looked at you deeply and said, then why did you draw your sword in the duel in the martial arts arena? That's a difficult question to answer. Chen Shi said secretly. He could guess almost all of the reasons why he drew his sword in the simulation. On the one hand, it was to maintain his image as a genius and get into the top 10 in the A-camp competition. On the other hand, even if he didn't draw his sword, with his current condition, he would hardly make any progress even if he practiced for another 50 years. After all, I have no talent for kendo. But you definitely can't answer like this in the simulation, otherwise your apprenticeship will definitely fail. You were silent for a moment, then answered, the past is a lesson for the future. Sword fanatics and swordsmen, in order to pursue the best move in the world, suppressed their own emotions and turned themselves into cold weapons. To a certain extent, they have become puppets of the sword. In the end, they have no hope in life, and no peace in death. This is not the sword way I pursue. Liu Yi's expression was complicated. Then what do you want? Your expression straightened up, and you said, I take pleasure in settling grudges, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, accomplishing unparalleled feats, and eradicating injustice. Chapter 32. In the end, Liu Yi still rejected your request to become his disciple. It means there is nothing I can teach you. However, before leaving, he gave you a piece of blue jade, saying that it was the enlightenment stone he found in the Yunmen's secret realm in Yuzhu many years ago. After using it, you can fall into a state of enlightenment and reach a higher level of swordsmanship. You are overjoyed, realizing that this enlightenment stone is definitely more valuable than any mysterious treasure. At the same time, you also secretly remember the Yunmen's secret realm in Yuzhu. 4 months later, you used the enlightenment stone and comprehended 20% of the sword intent, greatly improving your strength. You took the immortal drunken brew and refined a low-grade bronze bone. Is this the bronze bone? Chen Shi was a little surprised. But after thinking about it for a while, I feel it is normal. After all, this time, the treasures Lin Maning rewarded were upgraded to a higher level. A mid-grade Qian level marrow cleansing pill. A mid-grade Qian level drunken immortal wine. Any one of these top-level resources would be enough to cause a bloody storm if released outside. 5 months later, after you used up the marrow cleansing pill and the immortal drunken brew, your body tempering progress slowed down to a crawl. Even with the spiritual fluid sent by Li Ping, there was little progress. You know, if nothing unexpected happens, the path to bone tempering has reached its peak. During this period, Lin Maning summoned you several times. After learning about your progress in cultivation, she was disappointed every time, and even a little angry. She felt that she was deceived. However, since you are a bronze-boned person and have comprehended 20% of the sword intent, she did not do anything to you. Instead, she advised you not to rush to break through the spirit river realm, because the A-camp competition is only open to disciples below the spirit river realm. With your strength of 20% of the sword intent, if you are lucky, you may be able to advance to the top 10 and get the opportunity to enter the Song family spirit pool for cultivation. By then, it will be enough to raise your bone rank to a higher grade, reaching the upper grade copper bone, or even the best copper bone, and open 6 spiritual rivers. With this, even if your bones are still not outstanding, with your heaven-defying comprehension, you will still be able to help Song King Gui win the True Dragon election in the future. Listening to Lin Maning's plan, you can't help but feel a little guilty. Because you have no understanding at all. But luckily, you have a good son like Song Fan. You can let him take the lead in moral blackmail in the future. 6 months later, recently, Lin Qiushui lived in seclusion in the mansion, with nothing to do. At your suggestion, she began to practice. With your high-intensity feeding, she broke through from the skin refining realm to the bone refining realm, reaching the top-grade iron bone. You realized that her talent might not be simple. You have started the plan to cultivate a beautiful wife. You gave your share of spiritual fluid to Lin Qiushui, and asked her to practice the qi-absorbing method to temper her body. The effect is surprisingly good. In just one day, she forged a body of steel. This hits you hard. That night, when you and her were discussing swordplay in the snowy mountains, you repeatedly contradicted and interrupted her, choking her to the point where she was speechless and her eyes turned red with anxiety. 7 months later, Lin Qiushui refined a low-grade copper bone. 8 months later, Lin Qiushui refined low-grade silver bones. Chen Shi rubbed his eyes and thought for a moment that the simulator was broken. What did he see? 2 months. Lin Qiushui refined silver bones in 2 months. What a son of luck! I am so weak in front of her. On August 14th, Song Fan returned from training and proudly showed you the strength of the top-grade silver bone. Seeing this, you are determined to let the son of luck go. Because according to the original history, when Song Fan won the A-camp competition and entered the Song family's spiritual pool to practice, he was only at the middle grade silver bone level. However, due to his experience this time, he directly reached the upper grade silver bone level. When he enters the spiritual pool to practice, he may be just 1 step away from the golden bone level. You smile and ask the other person what opportunities he or she has encountered in the past few months. Song Fan told you everything. For example, after leaving the God General Mansion, he joined the Wang Escort Agency in Liangzhou City with the strength of a leather refining realm warrior. Not long after, he was commissioned to escort a caravan to the Black Wind Forest to purchase animal skins. On the way, they encountered bandits. He killed them all and took down the bandits' lair. He accidentally discovered a mystical level storage ring, which contained a large amount of spiritual medicines. Later, he secretly cultivated to the level of low-grade bronze bones and came to Yunhu City in Liangzhou. When he dived into Yunhu to swim, he found several pieces of spiritual marrow. After draining the spiritual marrow, he successfully refined low-grade silver bones. Later, he found an unsought scroll in the treasure pavilion of Yunmen City. He unexpectedly discovered that the scroll was not simple. It actually marked a secret realm, which was the site of a top power 100,000 years ago. He went through many dangers and entered the outer reaches of the secret realm. He obtained hundreds of Xian-level spiritual tools, several Earth-level treasures, and successfully refined a top-grade silver bone. This made Chen Shi envious. It is rare for a congenitally strong person to have a mysterious level spiritual weapon, but Song Fan has hundreds of them, even a legendary Earth-level treasure. He also noticed that Song Fan did not go deep into the secret realm, but was just exploring the outside. If we could get deeper into this, wouldn't it be so cool? But to be honest, Song Fan is a really bold guy. He was willing to tell him about such a great opportunity. He is still too young. Chen Shi sighed secretly. He silently memorized the scroll of Yunmen City's Jubeo Pavilion. Under your hint and moral blackmail, Song Fan gave you a mid-level Earth-level storage ring with a painful look on his face. You open it and are overjoyed. Because there are more than 100 Xian-level spiritual medicines in it, and there are also several Earth-level spiritual medicines that are almost extinct. On August 16, with your recommendation, Song Fan entered the A camp and defeated Nangang Wan with one move. He then swept through the first class of the A camp and rose to 4th place. The three above him were Song Chengming, Song Qinggui, and Song Chengying. On August 17, Nangang Wan came to Yun Mansion to be your maid, but you didn't let her be your maid. You just asked her to serve tea and water, and occasionally massage and wash your feet. During this period, Nangang Xian came to plead for mercy again. Nangang Wan asked her father to leave, saying that she was willing to accept the loss. Afterwards, Nangang Xian found another opportunity to chat with Lin Qiushui for a long time. During this process, you vaguely felt that the other party's motives were a little impure, and he seemed to be a thief. Chapter 33. On August 18, you wanted to improve so much that you took a bite of the Earth-level elixir and vomited blood and passed out on the spot. You slept for 2 full days. During this period, Li Ping came to visit you once. After learning that you had swallowed an unknown Xian-level spiritual medicine, he sternly warned you not to be so reckless in the future, because the higher the grade of the spiritual medicine, the stronger the medicinal properties, and some are even highly toxic. This kind of Xian-level spiritual medicine requires an alchemist to remove impurities, neutralize the medicinal properties, and make it into spiritual liquid or spiritual pills before it can be taken by warriors. You are terrified after hearing this. However, the injury did not affect your practice. Because you are playing badly every day. On August 25, Lin Qiushui refined a medium-grade silver bone. On September 5, Lin Qiushui refined a top-grade silver bone. On September 30, Lin Qiushui was meditating and practicing. You discovered that golden light was emanating from her body. You discovered that she had refined a low-grade golden bone. This is even more outrageous than if I had driven it. Chen Shi couldn't help but complain. You are so shocked that you are speechless. You discovered that after Lin Qiushui practiced the qi-absorbing method, he no longer needed any resources. As long as he had a portion of spiritual fluid, the speed of bone hardening would be ridiculously fast. However, if he supplemented it with precious medicines such as qi and blood, the progress would be extremely slow. For this strange phenomenon, you can only understand that she is not suitable for martial arts training, but only for cultivating immortality. However, since her situation is so shocking, in order to avoid getting into trouble, you suggest that she hide her strength first. On October 1, the A Camp competition officially begins. You and Song Fan will participate at the same time. The referee begins to announce the rules of the competition. After listening for an hour, you probably understand. To put it simply, it is very similar to the qualifying match in the game of the previous life. The judges will judge based on the contestants' overall performance on the first day. Establish the initial strength ranking. In the following 4 days, the top-ranked contestants will need to defend their own arena and continue to accept challenges from the bottom-ranked contestants. If they are defeated, they will have to exchange rankings with the challenger. Ring number 1, if you hold on for 1 hour, you can get 100 points, number 2 90 points, number 3 80 points, number 4 70 points. The final score is determined by the total score of the 4 days. It is worth mentioning that there is a formation engraved on the arena, which can protect the lives of the contestants at critical moments, which makes you feel a little relieved. After all, you are also afraid of accidentally killing someone, or being killed by someone. After the first round of drawing lots, you stepped onto the fighting stage and met your first opponent. When he saw you, his expression became a little solemn. After all, you have some reputation in Camp A. Even if you are made of iron and he is made of bronze, you can't be careless. After entering the arena, you want to create a master image for yourself, so you look at your opponent coldly, and say in a very pretentious manner, any unnecessary moves and fights are a humiliation to Kendo. You only need to strike once, and if the opponent can catch it, he wins. Then, the sword was unsheathed, and blood stained the white shirt like beads. Defeat the enemy with one move. You won the first kill in the Jiaying competition, which attracted everyone's attention. They were shocked by your strength, but they were not very familiar with you. Although you have joined Jiaying for 10 months, because you practice the chi-absorbing method, you usually hide in the Yun mansion, watching people sing operas and play music, and dance with spears and sticks. You rarely show up. 2 hours later. Second round of drawing. You defeated the enemy with one move, shocking the audience once again. That day, you pushed forward all the way. Even a low-grade silver bone can't withstand your sword. The way you defeated your opponent and your invincibility gave the audience a visual and spiritual shock. Even the ancestors of heaven and man cast admiring glances at you. You have become the most dazzling boy on the field. Lin Maning was also greatly shocked. She originally thought that you had comprehended the sword intent, but she didn't expect that you had practiced such a terrifying sword move. But what she didn't know was that you could only use this move once, and then you would fall into exhaustion for up to an hour. There are many people like Lin Maning who don't know the truth. Some of them are even discussing who is stronger, Song Chengming or you, the Song family's contemporary #1 prodigy. Only a few innate masters and the celestial ancestors who were watching the ceremony noticed something. But they didn't say anything. Because momentum is also a part of strength. That night, when Nangongwan was helping you take a bath, her eyes were full of stars. She never thought that you, who were usually lazy, actually had such amazing strength. On October 2nd, after the results of yesterday's 5 rounds of draws, you were ranked 10th in the entire competition after being scored by more than 10 judges. This caused some uproar among the audience. After all, in their opinion, with the strength you showed, it would not be a problem for you to be ranked in the top 3. You have no objection to this. At the same time, you also noticed that Song Fan was ranked 4th. Because you are so ruthless, even if you are protected by the formation, if you take a blow from me, I will either die or be injured. If there is no magical medicine to treat it, I am afraid I will have to lie down for several days. Therefore, no one dares to challenge you. This makes you feel relieved. Because as long as someone continues to challenge you, you will have to admit defeat and exhaustion. You cast your eyes to other arenas and find that the competition is extremely fierce. Even Song Chengming is constantly challenged by his peers. He has been driven off the top spot by Song Qinggui several times. However, after recuperating for a while, he would forcefully take it back. However, even so, he only occupied the top spot for 6 hours. On that day, no one challenged you. You occupied the number 10 stage for 8 hours and earned 80 points. Song Fan was unexpectedly resilient. He actually guarded the number 4 ring for 7 hours and got 490 points, ranking 3rd for the time being. In the evening, Lin Maning came to visit Yun Mansion in person. You were somewhat flattered. After exchanging pleasantries, she explained her purpose and said that she wanted you to challenge Song Chengming tomorrow. It would be best if he could get injured, so as to create favorable conditions for Song Qinggui to grab the number 1 ring. You immediately agreed with a pat on your chest. But then he told the other party about the shortcomings of your heaven and earth sword slash. She said she already knew, and also told you that the secret of your heaven and earth sword slash had been revealed to their younger generations by many elders, and you might be confronted with a round-robin battle tomorrow. You are not surprised by this. Being able to keep this secret for a day is already beyond your expectations. Before Lin Maning left, he left you a bottle of Xian level mid-grade drunken immortal brew as a reward for your actions against Song Chengming. Chapter 34. On October 3, a useless person with a middle-grade copper bone tremblingly challenged you. You throw your sword out, and the opponent bleeds to death on the spot. Afterwards, a young lady from the Song family named Song Qingxiu challenges you. She is a lower-grade silver bone genius, holding a mid-grade Xian level shield, as if facing a formidable enemy. You choose to admit defeat. After stepping down, you can't help but lament that your martial arts skills are too lacking. If you had other sword skills, with your 20% sword power, even if you didn't use the heaven and earth sword slash, it would be enough to easily take down the middle-grade bronze bone. Your admission of defeat shocked the audience, who at one point suspected that someone was behind the scenes manipulating the situation. After resting for an hour, you challenged Song Chengming. You strike west with a sword. The opponent did not dodge, and burst out 40% of his sword intent to fight you. A flash of swords and sabers passes by. You are knocked out of the ring and slide dozens of meters on the ground, spitting out blood and feeling as if your internal organs are burning. Song Chengming took your sword and felt uncomfortable, his face flushed. The whole audience was shocked. The audience was shocked by Song Chengming's strength. He actually defeated you who was almost invincible with just one sword. The judges were shocked by your strength. You were able to injure Song Chengming with a low-grade bronze sword. On that day, you were too seriously injured to fight again. The score is 0. However, perhaps because of you, Song Chengming gave up the number 1 stage and insisted on number 2, and only occupied it for 4 hours. His total score was 960, dropping to second place. The first place is Song Qinggui, with a total score of 980. The third place is Song Fan, with a total score of 910. The fourth place is Song Chengying, with a total score of 900. The 10th place is Song Qingxiu who defeated you, with a total score of 150. That night, Lin Maning brought you a low-grade Xian level healing pill. After you took it, your injuries were instantly healed. Lin Maning did not ask you to attack Song Chengming again, but just asked you to find an opportunity to see if you can get into the top 10. If there is no hope, then please continue to challenge Song Chengming on the last day to help Song Qinggui secure the first place. You nodded in agreement. Lin Maning was very satisfied with your attitude and left in a happy mood. That night, you discussed tactics with Song Fan, hoping that he would help you get into the top 10. On October 4, you challenged Song Fan. He admitted defeat. You successfully advanced to 4th place. Next, before you even have time to sit down, a useless guy with a middle-grade copper bone challenges you. You know, this middle-grade copper bone who challenges you is just a pawn of a silver bone genius, who wants to force you to draw your sword so that he can take advantage of you later. You decisively choose to admit defeat. Soon after, a direct descendant named Song Chengqian came on the field and successfully occupied the number 4 ring. He was a middle-grade silver bone and had a Xian level upper-grade spiritual weapon in his hand. At your signal, Song Fan challenged the number 4 ring and successfully injured the opponent after fighting for dozens of rounds. After being defeated, Song Chengqian was a little angry and glared at you fiercely, knowing that Song Fan's behavior just now was related to you. However, considering your heaven and earth sword slash, he did not dare to mock you. After all, Song Chengming would be injured if he took your sword. If you pester him, I am afraid he will not be able to get a point today. You ignored Song Chengqian and challenged a middle-grade silver bone in the number 8 ring. The other party doesn't believe in evil and chooses to fight you head-on. You strike out with your sword. The middle-grade silver bone flew backwards instantly, bleeding on the spot, and passed out. Your strength once again shocked everyone. Not long after, someone challenged you again. You chose to admit defeat and challenged Song Fan. You successfully advanced to 4th place. Song Fan injured a silver bone prodigy. You injured a silver bone prodigy. You are squeezed out of the top 10. You challenge Song Fan to advance to 4th place. Song Fan injured a silver bone prodigy. You injured a silver bone prodigy. During your repeated operations, several silver bone prodigies who could remain in the top 10 began to become unstable in their rankings after being injured by your heaven and earth sword, and it became increasingly difficult for them to deal with the challengers behind them. Moreover, every time you were squeezed out of the top 10, you would challenge Song Fan, and after Song Fan admitted defeat, he would challenge several other prodigies in the top 10. With the two of you messing around, almost no one on stage 4 to 10 could occupy the stage for more than an hour and get a score. Someone couldn't take it anymore and started to accuse you and Song Fan of disrupting the game. The referee begins to intervene. When questioned, Song Fan said that he surrendered only because he didn't want to get hurt. After all, he wasn't sure he could take your attack. This reason is irrefutable. Even the top 3 Song Qinggui, Song Chengming, and Song Chengying all said that they themselves were not sure they could withstand your heaven and earth sword slash, let alone the others. Due to the disruption caused by you and Song Fan, the pressure on the top 3 was greatly reduced, and they all chose to speak for you. The game continues. Next, a strange trend appeared on the field. Because every time you are squeezed out of the top 10, several people on the 4th to 10th rings will suffer, and after challenging you, they will definitely encounter revenge from Song Fan. At the very least, they will waste their time and be defeated and kicked off the stage, or at worst, they will be carried away by your sword. There is absolutely no benefit, so no one will challenge you again. Even those who challenge you will be collectively hostile to those ranked 4th to 10th, just because every time you are squeezed out of the top 10, it will set off a bloody storm, making them miserable. That afternoon, you occupied stage 4 for 4 hours, and your score was 360, ranking you 8th. In the evening, a mysterious person will find you and offer a low-grade Xian level cleansing marrow pill. He asks you to give up the 4th ring to Song Qingxiu tomorrow after you stabilize your top 10 scores. If you are willing to secretly help Song Qingxiu and injure other competitors, he will give you a mid-grade Xian level cleansing marrow pill as a reward. You readily agreed. At the same time, I can't help but feel that wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and wherever there are competitions, there are shady dealings. On October 5th, after you occupied the number 4 ring for 3 hours, you gave up and gave it to Song Qingxiu. After that, you helped him injure several middle-grade silver bone competitors. As the last match came to an end, your score reached 570, and you were ranked 9th. The first place is Song Chengming, with 2,480 points. The second place is Song Qinggui, with 2,460 points. The third place is Song Chengying, with 1,980 points. Sixth place is Song Fan, with 1,400 points. The eighth place is Song Chengqian, with 620 points. The 10th place is Song Qingxiu, with 430 points. Chapter 35. On October 6th, under the guidance of an elder, you came to the back mountain of the God General's mansion and saw the Song family's treasure, the Spirit Pond. The rich, almost mist-like spiritual energy rushed towards you, and you used the chi-absorbing method to inhale it, and your stagnant state began to loosen. The elders tell you that the spirit pool is full of spiritual energy. Here you can imitate the ancient times and absorb the energy to refine your body. You will enter the spirit pond to practice one after another. The higher your ranking, the closer you can get to the center of the spring. Since you are the 9th, you are placed at the outermost edge of the spirit pond. Even so, your body tempering progress is still soaring at a terrifying speed. During this period, 2 celestial ancestors will monitor you throughout the process. You are not surprised by this. It is rumored that the spring in the center of the spiritual pond was the treasure of a certain top power 2000 years ago. Later, the power was wiped out by the Great Wei Taizhu in one fell swoop. Taizhu then awarded the captured spring to the ancestor of the Song family. This is also the reason why the Song family has always been prosperous. You should know that at the beginning of the Wei dynasty, there were 10 divine generals. After 2000 years, 6 of them have been lost in the long river of history. The Song family guarded Liangzhou. Even though there were geniuses falling in the border every year, they still did not decline. Instead, geniuses emerged like mushrooms after rain. This spiritual spring can be said to have played an indispensable role. It is the real foundation of the Song family, and it is not excessive to attach great importance to it. On October 7th, you achieved a breakthrough in body tempering and were promoted to mid-grade bronze bone. On October 10th, you will have a breakthrough in body tempering and be promoted to the top grade bronze bone. On October 13th, you will have a breakthrough in body tempering and be upgraded to the ultimate bronze bone. On October 14th, you were practicing hard when you suddenly heard the loud laughter of the 2 celestial ancestors. You opened your eyes and saw a burst of golden light. You found that Song King Gui had tempered the golden bones. On October 15th, you were practicing hard when you heard the laughter of the 2 celestial ancestors. You opened your eyes and found that Song Fan had tempered the golden bones. On October 16th, the 10-day deadline has expired. It is worth mentioning that Song Chengming, the person closest to the center of the spring, did not emit any golden light. You are the same, you have not tempered your silver bones. In the slightly regretful eyes of the 2 celestial ancestors, Song Chengming left with a gloomy face without saying a word. The fact that Song King Gui and Song Fan had forged the golden bones caused a great shock. When the Emperor of Wei learned about this, he was very pleased and specially sent a eunuch to deliver a batch of cultivation resources to the godly general's mansion. During this period, Lin Maning came to the Yun mansion once, hoping that you could persuade Song Fan to become Song King Gui's protector. You did not refuse, nor did you agree, but just said that you would do your best. In the next few days, Li Ping will come to Yun mansion to find you and say that in half a month, the 5 major sects will send elders to the first camp to recruit disciples. With your 9th place in the competition, you can join any sect. He suggests that you choose the Spirit Sword sect, and it would be best if you could convince Song Fan to join you. You are somewhat surprised by this. As the top noble family of Wei, the Song family is attached to the royal family, so they prosper together and suffer together. Logically speaking, they are naturally in opposition to the cultivation sects, and they should not send a large number of clan members to the 5 major sects for cultivation. Moreover, the Song family's sutra library is not short of martial arts. Li Ping tells you that the 5 major sects may be hostile to the Wei dynasty and the Song family, a military hero who is attached to the royal family, but they are unwilling to see the Song family fall. Because the Song family guarded Liangzhou and fought against demons, they not only protected the people of Wei, but also helped the 5 major sects in the rear to avoid demon harassment. So every 3 years, they would select talented children in the Jiaying and help train them to better fight against demons. This custom has been maintained for nearly 2000 years. In the end, Li Ping even said that none of the 5 major clans that were able to survive under the butcher knife of the Great Wei Emperor are easy to deal with. They are all giants with a heritage of tens of thousands of years. In terms of foundation, it is difficult for the Song family to compare with them, not to mention that the Great Wei dynasty is still in decline. Also, although the martial arts of the Song family sutra library are all-encompassing, they are not refined and there are only a few truly systematic paths. They may not be suitable for all the children of the Song family. In this respect, they are far inferior to the 5 major sections. On November 15, more than 10 innate elders from Lingjian sect, Tianzong, Wanfo Mountain, Yaoang Valley, Hehuan sect, etc. came to Jiaying to become disciples. Yu and Song Fan joined the Spirit Sword sect and asked to bring Lin Qiushui along. Bringing your family along is not allowed, but because of Song Fan's status as a Golden Bone prodigy and because you are Lin Manqing's confidant, the 2 Spirit Sword sect elders turned a blind eye. That afternoon, you returned to Yun Mansion to pack your luggage. Amid Nangongwan's reluctant sobs, you took back the handle you had given her and took a flying boat to the Lingjian sect's mountain gate. It is worth mentioning that a few days ago, you used a Xian level top-grade spiritual weapon to exchange for the ancient jade in Lu Yi's hand. After giving it to Lin Qiushui, the 2 Spirit Sword sect elders did not discover her identity as a Golden Bone genius. On the flying boat, hundreds of geniuses who were going to the Spirit Sword sect to practice gathered. They are all the sons of the nobles from the other 3 divine generals' houses in the Great Way. The appearance of the 3 of you caused a stir on the flying boat because Lin Qiushui's beauty was so lethal that even though she was wearing a mask, she still attracted some flies. You suspected that it was the attribute of Song Fan, the son of destiny, that was causing trouble, so you quickly asked him to reveal his identity and show his strength, thus killing off a bloody plot of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in advance. The steward invited the 3 of you into the private room with window. You are on the flying boat, looking at the vast mountains below, and suddenly you think of the strange mountain near the border of Liangzhou. You told Song Fan about this. Silence, suspicion, fear, shock. You look at Song Fan's changing expression and can't help but start to wonder if there is an old man in this kid who is whispering to you behind your back. 3 minutes later, Song Fan said that he had some impression of that place. He had seen it by chance in an ancient book. If he remembered correctly, it should be called the Cursed Land. It was rumored that a shocking war had taken place there in ancient times, and countless peerless strongmen had fallen. The overwhelming death energy gathered and would not disperse. Once a person inhaled that death energy, they would age abnormally quickly. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the death energy was comparable to the strongest poison in the world for practitioners. Even if it was the ancestor of heaven, if he got close and inhaled it, he would immediately die. So scary. Chen Shi looked a little solemn, but then he became a little confused. During the second simulation, he stayed in that strange mountain for 4 full years and did not die suddenly. After listening to Song Fan's answer, you said that you had a friend who stayed in the Cursed Land for 4 years and cultivated from the skin refining realm to the organ refining realm. In the end, he just became an old man and did not die suddenly as he said. Another minute passed. Song Fan tells you that the dead air in the Cursed Land is only extremely toxic to practitioners who have opened up the Spirit River. As for practitioners in the lower 5 realms, they are essentially still flesh and blood and belong to the category of ordinary people, so inhaling it will only cause rapid aging. You nodded after hearing this, and then asked if the death energy could speed up a person's cultivation, because your friend was a loser, but he cultivated extremely quickly in the Cursed Land. In just 4 years, without any resources, he leapt from the skin refining realm to the organ refining realm. Song Fan also fell silent after hearing this. It means he can't answer your question either. Chapter 36. The Cursed Land must have some secrets. Song Fan is probably trying to fool me. Chen Shi Nandao. He clearly remembered that in the second simulation, 4 years later, Song Fan went to the strange mountain in person. According to the growth rate of the Son of Luck, he was at least a true Lake Realm warrior at that time, and he didn't die suddenly on the spot. Of course, it is also possible that Song Fan has some means to isolate the deathly aura of the cursed land. But anyway, the deathly aura in the cursed land is definitely not simple. You know, he didn't have any cultivation resources at that time. He jumped 3 levels in 4 years, and he only had one chi gathering method. Wait. Chi gathering method? A flash of lightning flashed through Chen Shi's brain. A bold guess arose in his mind. The essence of the chi gathering method is to inhale and exhale spiritual energy to temper oneself. Now the chi gathering method is declining. The fundamental reason is that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is declining. There is not enough spiritual energy in the air, which makes it difficult for cultivators to inhale and exhale to temper their bodies. However, he is making rapid progress in the cursed land using the chi gathering method. In this case, either he has a special physique, or the so-called dead air is most likely some kind of mutated, spiritual energy. It happened at this time. The simulated self also realized this problem. Then he began to question Song Fan. After Song Fan learned that your friend was practicing chi absorbing in the cursed land. Silence for another minute. Then, he revealed a look of sudden realization, saying that the death energy in the cursed land did have a good tempering effect on practitioners in the lower 5 realms, but no one dared to do so. In addition to making people look old, the biggest problem with death energy was that once the warrior inhaled death energy, he would never be able to break through to the spirit river realm in his lifetime, because as long as the spirit river was opened up, the death energy remaining in the body would instantly turn into a fatal poison, causing people to die on the spot. Seeing this, Chen Shi was a little dumbfounded. Then he is ruined. He had practiced in the cursed land in the simulation for 4 years. After inheriting his cultivation, would that part of the dead energy also? Tip: the host's inherited cultivation does not have any side effects, and this system will automatically purify it. Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. But then, his mind started to become active again. If the system could filter out the side effects, then could he stay in the cursed land and practice the 5 paths of heaven and refine the legendary jade bones? First of all, that place is full of spiritual energy. The attribute that can make people look old may, to some extent, also speed up the cultivation of the 5 paths of Tianmen. Secondly, that place is a restricted area for warriors in the upper 4 realms, but not for those in the lower 5 realms. If I hide in there, even if the person behind the scenes is so powerful, he will not send warriors in the upper 4 realms to die in vain, right? With his sword that could slash heaven and earth, he was not afraid of warriors from the lower 5 realms. See one every second. Unless the other party is so cruel as to send several golden bone geniuses to encircle and suppress him. But this is obviously impossible. If the person behind the scenes had this kind of power, he would have forced the Song family to hand over the person in the simulation long ago. On November 25, after 7 days and 7 nights of flying, the flying boat arrived at the gate of the Spirit Sword sect. With your 20% sword power, you successfully entered the sword sect and became a disciple of an innate elder. You are stuck in the bronze bone and cannot go any further. You want to open up the spiritual river, but you are hesitant because of the dead energy. On December 25, after struggling for a month, you decided to advance to the Spirit River realm, because this is something you will have to face sooner or later. If you don't break through, you will probably have a hard time surviving in the future under the targeting of the people behind the scenes. Since this breakthrough is extremely dangerous, it is very likely that you will die if you are not careful. With the idea of having S*X before death, so as to live up to your ancestors and yourself, you and Lin Qiushui had an indescribable relationship that night. You find out that she does like violent men. On January 25, 2017, you successfully opened up a spiritual river and entered the spiritual river realm. This made you feel relieved and determined to practice hard to gain more power to protect yourself in future crises. On January 26, 2017, you and Lin Qiushui discussed horseback archery. January 27, 2017, discussing horse archery. February 1, 2017. Discussing horse riding and archery, Song Fan asked you why you are so happy. On February 15, 2017, we discussed horseback archery. You regretted it so much, and secretly warned yourself that from tomorrow on, you must work hard to practice, and never let yourself fall into such depravity, otherwise you will sooner or later become the soul of the person behind the scenes. February 16, 2017, discussing horseback archery. February 17, 2017, discussing horse riding and archery, you discovered that a hazy glow was emitting from Lin Qiushui's body. Qiushui is a god and her bones are made of jade. You discovered that she may have tempered the legendary jade bones. February 18, 2017, discussing horseback archery. Today, the ancient bell on the main peak of Lingzong has been ringing all day, making quite a noise. It is said that several of the Lingjian sect's celestial ancestors have come out of retreat. Chapter 37. On February 20, 2017, you noticed that Lin Qiushui was a little absent-minded today. You took photos of her several times, and it took you a long time to realize that you should change your position. On February 25, 201, your master Yiranzi found you and said he would take you to the sword tomb to undergo trials and hone your sword skills. On the way, you talked and laughed. Suddenly, your heart felt cold, and the bloody sword tip pierced through your chest. You turned your head tremblingly, your face full of disbelief, and kept asking why. Yuranzi sighed, "Disciple, there is nothing I can do. You shouldn't have offended the section. You are dead." Chen Shi's brows were wrinkled into a shape. In the simulation, he usually did nothing serious except discussing riding skills. How did he offend someone? Could it be that? Is it because of Lin Qiushui? Or is it that the person behind the scenes has taken action again? Chen Shi thought about it and felt that the first possibility was more likely. Even if he was stupid now, he understood that Lin Qiushui, this intimate elder sister, had a complicated background. It was outrageous that she could refine the jade bone in the end. It is very likely that I died because of entering her. At this moment, Chen Shi suddenly understood why the mastermind behind the scenes pushed Lin Qiushui out to frame him. It was because this woman's identity was questionable. If he couldn't control himself, he might lose his life without knowing it, just like this time. X is really a knife to the head. But then, he couldn't understand why sleeping with Lin Qiushui would offend the Lingjian sect. In his previous simulations, he got people pregnant, but the Lingjian sect didn't say anything. Chen Shi couldn't figure it out. But one thing is certain. Lin Qiushui has a special relationship with the Lingjian sect. Ding! Simulated rewards are being generated, the host can choose one from them. Linghe First Level Cultivation, Top Grade Bronze Bone, Heaven and Earth Sword / Entry Level, including 20% Sword Intent, Marrow Cleansing Pill, Middle Grade Xian Level. 10 Direction Precepts, Earth Level Middle Grade Treasure. Song Family Spiritual Spring, Lower Grade Spiritual Object, Status, Damaged. Improved Root Bone, White Talent, White Talent, Innate Divine Power. FK. Chen Shi's eyes widened instantly, and for a moment he thought he had seen it wrong. The Song family's spiritual pool. The simulator actually spawned this thing. It is the Song family's treasure. Doesn't this mean that every time you participate in the Jiaying competition and enter the spirit pool to practice, you can get this heavenly treasure infinitely? It took off right away. When Earth-level spiritual objects and even mysterious-level spiritual objects have become extinct, the value of such a heaven-level divine material can no longer be measured. It can be said that whoever obtains this treasure will be able to join the ranks of a superpower in the future and mass-produce 1 in a million silverbone geniuses. But now comes the problem. How should he choose? It was said in the simulation that the spiritual energy ejected from the spirit pool has already turned into atomized energy in the air. If this were to materialize, whether the Yun mansion could put it down would be a small matter. The key would be how to cover up the noise caused. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. You should stay calm now and not be blinded by the benefits. With the properties of the heavenly spiritual object, I am afraid that as long as it appears in the God General's mansion, it will not take long for a strong man to sense the abnormality of the Yun mansion. By then, not only will you be a money-spending boy, but you may also cause trouble. Chen Shi used great willpower to force himself to look away and not look at the heavenly spiritual object. He was afraid that he couldn't help himself. Next, he gave up after a little hesitation. Because in the next simulation, he plans to go to the cursed land to practice the 5 paths of heaven and verify whether the aging attribute can help him speed up the process of opening the 5 gates of the human body. If it can, then he might be able to accumulate jade bones over time. If he chooses the best copper bones now, it is very likely that when practicing the 5 paths of heaven, it will still take him 25 years to open the life gate and the heart gate, which will undoubtedly waste a precious opportunity to choose a reward. Elixir filtering, the same goes for the 2 white talents. However, what puzzled Chen Shi was why there was a white talent for improving root bone this time. Could it be? Is it the root bones that are improved after entering the spirit pool for training? But this is not important. Next, all that is left is the sword intent and the 10 directions ring, an earth-level treasure. Hesitate for a moment. He directly chose the 10 directions precepts. First of all, this is a mid-grade treasure, which even the Tianren Patriarch does not have. Secondly, it is also a storage ring. He also wants to try whether this mid-grade treasure can directly store the materialized Song family spirit pool into the storage ring after the next simulation. Using Earth-level treasures as storage objects should be able to cover up the strange phenomena caused by the spirit pond, right? As Chen Shi made his choice. The next moment, the simulated text twisted like a tadpole, a black hole suddenly appeared in the air, and an ancient bronze ring slowly floated out. Chen Shi took off the hovering bronze ring. Take a closer look. This earth-level treasure called the 10 Directions Ring can be said to be very ordinary in appearance. There is no fluctuation in its aura. It is low-key and restrained, and looks like an ordinary object. This made Chen Shi feel a little relieved. It's better without special effects. It seems that the refiner of this ring also considered the importance of not showing off wealth. Very good. The more Chen Shi looked at this ring, the more he liked it. Next, he bit his finger and began to drip blood to recognize the master. This was a method he heard by chance from a warrior at the horse farm. It was said that this was how a Xian-level spiritual weapon was made, but he didn't know if it would work. Blood dripped onto the ring, disappearing quickly, visible to the naked eye. A barely perceptible black light flashed across the ancient bronze ring. Somehow, Chen Shi seemed to have established some kind of connection with the ring. He stared at the ring, and his mind was then drawn into it by a force. A space of 20,000 square meters, nearly the size of 3 football fields, came into view. It's a wonderful feeling. It's like having a god's perspective, and being able to see everything in the space without any obstacles. Hey! At this time, Chen Shi suddenly discovered that there was a piece of land in the corner of the ring space. There are various plants planted on it, and some of them are emitting faint fluorescence, which looks extremely extraordinary. This should be the hundreds of spiritual herbs that Song Fan gave me. It's really a pleasant surprise. Chen Shi couldn't help but smile. There are hundreds of Xian-grade spiritual medicines here, any one of which is worth tens of thousands of taels of silver. The value of extinct treasures such as earth-grade spiritual herbs is beyond estimation, and its temptation to alchemists is absolutely fatal. You know, the reason why the Xian-level alchemists in this continent are the top in alchemy is largely because there are no earth-level elixirs for the Xian-level alchemists to use. Even a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. What's more, alchemist is a profession that requires huge amounts of elixirs. If he used an earth-level spiritual medicine as a reward, it would be enough to invite the most powerful Suandan master in Wei to refine pills for him. By then, how many Xian-grade pills can be refined from hundreds of Xian-grade spiritual medicines? What is the marrow cleansing pill? What is the drunken immortal wine? Everything you need. Eat them all as snacks. Selling any Xian-level elixir would be enough for him to simulate hundreds of times. Chapter 38. In this simulation, we need to find a way to go to the cursed land on the border of Liangzhou and practice the 5 paths of Tianmen. Chen Shi silently gave himself a hint. Then, the simulation started. Since he might go to the cursed land this time and there was a lot of uncertainty, he only cast 10 points in his fate to see if he could get another lucky break. Ding! Talents are being refreshed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully refreshing the white talent I love green. White talent old birthday star. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. I love green. When there are green objects within 10 meters around you, your mood will become very happy. Old man, you have a lifespan of 150 years, which is the theoretical limit of the human body. Chen Shi didn't hesitate. Directly locked onto the old man's white talent. Then he shrank his body and changed to a more comfortable position lying on the beauty bed. Ding! Talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. Due to Lin Qiushui's identity, you did not choose to stay overnight at Yun Mansion. In front of your eldest and second brothers, you chose to protect your elder brother. You postponed the engagement. You go find Li Ping and enter the martial arts arena. You entered the Sutra Library and obtained the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate. You received a reward from Lin Maning, and then you said that you had a batch of spiritual medicines in your hands, and hoped to find a Xian-level alchemist through her connections to process them, preferably to exchange them for bone-hardening pills. After hearing what you said, Lin Maning almost laughed out of anger. The Suandan master is a more respected being than the celestial ancestor. Even if she wants to invite him, she will have to spend a lot of favors. You want to invite such a person over just for your few low-level spiritual medicines. It's really a bit too ignorant. However, due to your status as a genius, she didn't say anything, but asked you what kind of body-hardening elixir you wanted, and she would help you find a way. You noticed Lin Maning's perfunctory attitude. Then, he took out a jade box that he had prepared long ago from his arms. Lin Maning opened it and took a look. Standing up suddenly. Shocked, I ask you where this thing came from. You did not answer this question, but begged Lin Maning to do you a favor. If it succeeds, you are willing to share a great opportunity with her. Finally, you also said that this secret is enough to help Song King Gui refine the legendary top-grade gold bones, or even jade bones. Lin Maning looked at you deeply. Ask her what she needs to do. Then, you mentioned Elder Wang's identity as a spy, and hoped that Lin Maning would send a congenital strongman to arrest him and search his soul to find out his identity and background. Lin Maning's eyes gradually changed when he looked at you. It becomes more dangerous. You know that this woman may have bad intentions towards you. Although you are panicking in your heart, you remain calm on the surface, saying that your information is absolutely true. If there is any falsehood, you are willing to exchange your life for hers. Lin Maning looks at you with a fearless look. There is a long silence. Finally, I agreed to your request. However, due to Elder Wang's sensitive identity, she said she needed a day to prepare. You returned to the Yun Mansion and used half a bottle of Xian-level middle-grade drunken immortal brew to help Song Fan successfully sense the qi and blood. He was very excited and quickly thanked you. He also said a little embarrassedly that he wanted to go to the martial arts arena and hoped that you could help him again. You shook your head, saying that at his age, he should go out and gain more experience instead of being a flower in a greenhouse. Song Fan listened carefully to your suggestions. Decided to go out and gain experience. Before leaving, you told Song Fan earnestly that after leaving the God General's mansion, you should first join the Wang escort agency in Liangzhou City. If you encounter bandits during the escort process, you should kill them all and then destroy their lair. At this time, you should search carefully because you may pick up a mysterious ring. After you pick up the ring, don't just practice in seclusion. Go to the bottom of the lake in Yunmen City in Liangzhou as soon as possible. Dive and swim when you have nothing to do. You may encounter another great opportunity, such as picking up a spiritual essence or something. Then go to the Jubeo Pavilion in Yunmen City and take something back. Song Fan was stunned for a long time after hearing this. He didn't understand what you meant, but out of your grace for saving his life, he still took note of what you said. Then he asked you with a strange look on his face what you wanted him to get from the treasure pavilion. You smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know when the time comes, someone will tell you." Song Fan left in a daze. That night, after a week of being well behaved, you still couldn't help but stay overnight at Yun Mansion. The next day, you woke up refreshed. Just when you were about to go find Lin Maning, you discovered that she had already come to the Yun Mansion lobby and had been waiting for you for a long time. You ask what the situation is. Lin Maning told you straight away that Elder Wang's identity was indeed questionable. He was a spy planted in the Song family by the Qin Palace. Some time ago, he bribed the 9th young master's servant to frame you, but it didn't work. Recently, Elder Wang also received a secret letter from the Qin Palace, which attempted to use Lin Qiushui to continue to frame you, but before he could start, the criminal woman was taken into your room. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. Qin Palace. He still knows. King Qin Zhongyan is the younger brother of the current emperor and a very powerful person. His fiefdom happens to be Liangzhou City. Is this the person who wants to kill me? Chapter 39. Chen Shi felt that things were not that simple. The servant framed me. Framed in the martial arts arena. These are all very low-level tricks. These two things also show that the other party has been treating him like an ant. That's the problem. Since he is a small figure, when he is sent to exile, with the power of the Prince of Qin's mansion, they can intercept him in advance with just a few words. At that time, they can take him to the mansion and execute him secretly. There is no need to send men in black to intercept and kill the imperial escort team. A prince. For a little guy. Doing something like this would easily arouse the emperor's suspicion. Is it worth it? There is something abnormal about it. Moreover, if it was really the king of Qin who wanted to kill him, he would not have been able to survive so long after so many simulations, especially after Elder Wang escaped and his talent was exposed. Sacrifice the life of a useless person to do a favor for the king of Qin. Lin Maning, this woman, would do it without any hesitation. There is another doubt. If the masked man in black who simulated killing him twice had connections with the Prince of Qin's palace, why would he do such a thing as intercepting and killing imperial officers and soldiers? This not only slapped the face of the imperial court, but also slapped the face of the Qin palace. After all, the other party is the Prince of Wei. We rise and fall together with the royal family. Besides, if they can instruct a high-level spy like Elder Wang to harm him, then how to deal with him is just a matter of a word, right? Why should we kill the imperial officers and soldiers? Chen Shi, you thinking? The more confused my mind becomes. However, he could be sure of one thing, that is, the power of the mastermind behind the scenes during this period was definitely not very strong, because in this matter, the other party only sent out a man in black who was suspected to be a great master of the true lake realm, which was obviously inconsistent with the other party's cautious style of action. Unless, this true Lake Realm Great Perfection is the strongest combat force that the other party can mobilize. With doubt, he continued reading. After thinking for a long time, you asked if the mastermind behind your frame-up was the king of Qin. Lin Maning said she didn't know either, because according to Elder Wang's memory, the other party was just following the instructions of the upper level. If she wanted to know more, she would have to wait a few days for the Qin Palace to come and pick up the person. Next, you asked about Elder Wang's motive for lurking in the Song family. Lin Maning said that this was not something you should know. Then, she took the initiative to talk about the great opportunity you mentioned. You rejected her original words, saying that this was not something you should know. Her chest heaved violently with anger. I say you have grown wings, and now you dare to confront her in person. You just sneered at this. Ever since you took out the earth-level elixir, you have already made up your mind to seek the skin of a tiger. You don't want to pretend to be a grandson in front of this woman, because this will only let her see your weakness and lack of confidence. So even if you are pretending, you have to pretend to be fearless. Your toughness makes Lin Maning suspicious. Silence for a while. She told you something. 50 years ago, a fairy palace was born in the cursed land, and the whole world was shocked. Countless people sent warriors of the lower 5 realms to investigate, including the Black Dragon Guards of Emperor Wei. Not long after, the Black Dragon Guards successfully entered the fairy palace and brought out a heavenly level technique. It is said that it records the method of breaking through the heavenly beings. For this reason, Emperor Wei ordered overnight to secretly send more than 10 heavenly beings to escort the technique back to the imperial city. However, the team was ambushed before the technique was transported out of Liangzhou. More than 10 heavenly beings all died, and the heavenly level technique disappeared. Since then, rumors have been flying everywhere. Some people said that the technique was hijacked by the 5 major sects, some said that the technique finally returned to the imperial city, and some said that the technique did not go anywhere but stayed in Liangzhou and was hidden in the Song family's God General Mansion. In the end, Lin Maning said that as 50 years passed, no one had broken through the heavenly man realm, and the claim that the technique was still hidden in the Song family in Liangzhou was becoming more and more convincing. This must be Elder Wang's motive for lurking in the Song family. You seem to be thinking about something. Ask Lin Maning if he knows the whereabouts of the technique. The other party sneered and said that if the skills were in the Song family, this place would have been razed to the ground long ago. No one can resist the greed of all the powerful people in the world, not even the Emperor Wei, let alone the Song family. You think so, and then you remember that you died at the hands of Yuanzi in your previous life. You asked about the spirit sword sex reverse scale. Lin Maning looked alert and asked what you wanted to do. You confessed your identity as a reborn person, told everything about Lin Qiushui, and finally focused on how you were stabbed to death by a sword. Chen Shi felt that the simulated self was starting to go crazy again. The identity of the self-destructing reborn person. This doesn't seem like something he could do at all. In fact, he felt something was amiss ever since he stayed overnight at Yun Mansion in the simulation. Knowing full well that Lin Qiushui's identity was questionable, he still insisted on praising and squeezing her. Wasn't he afraid of being held accountable later? A bit too bold. Because your story of being reborn is too magical, Lin Maning did not choose to believe you. You were not surprised at all, and just asked the other party to give Lin Qiushui the spiritual liquid to practice, and you would know after a try. Finally, you thought about it and said the news that Song King Gui would be able to refine golden bones in the Song family's spiritual pool in the future. Where is Song Chengming? Lin Maning asked you a question for some unknown reason. You said no. Then, the air fell into silence. A long time passed. Lin Maning tells you that among the Lingjian sect's spiritual sect, there are some people with special bloodlines. They are forbidden to marry outsiders. Once they have intercourse, it will be immediately discovered by the spiritual sect's heavenly book. At that time, the punishment would be life imprisonment at the lightest level, and execution at the worst. After saying that, she just looked at you quietly. After listening to Lin Maning's words, you immediately knew that she was lying and testing you, because in your third life, you and Lin Qiushui had a child, and the Spirit Sword sect did not say anything. Seeing this, Chen Shi looked a little strange. He seemed to understand a little bit why his simulated self was so bold. Most likely it's because of memory. What would he think in the simulation when some extra memories and even cultivation appeared in his mind out of thin air without his knowledge of the simulator? Based on his 10 years of experience in reading on tomato, one will inevitably think about rebirth, reincarnation, and resurrection. The fear of life and death faded. This leads to the simulated self suddenly became much braver. This is a blessing in disguise. Chen Shi Nandao. He was too secretive in the simulation, which was not necessarily a good thing for his real self, because he would miss many opportunities to learn the truth. For example, this time, if he had not confronted Lin Maning in person and exposed his identity as a reborn person, he would not have been able to learn so many secrets. This can be considered that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Chapter 40. You choose to expose Lin Maning's lies. You said that in your previous life, before you joined the Spirit Sword sect, you and Lin Qiushui were in love, and both knew each other well, so the Spirit Sword sect's so-called heavenly book did not immediately discover it. Then, you also said who the top 10 of the A-Camp competition would be 10 months later, and you were accurate to the specific scores. Finally, you implicitly said that your soul after rebirth was special, and if you searched your soul, you would not get any information. You are under Lin Maning's increasingly suspicious gaze. The conversation is over. Before leaving, the other party didn't even bother to ask you about the great opportunity. You know, the seeds of suspicion have been planted. It only takes a while for the other party to verify it themselves. By then, you can take the leading role in the cooperation with Lin Maning as a prophet and try to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. On that day, out of some kind of determination, you began to practice the 5 paths of heaven. Seeing this, Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. In the simulation, after obtaining the 5 paths of heaven in the sutra library, he did not practice anymore. He thought that his hints were useless. Now it's good to get on board. Now I don't have to worry about my simulated self being too afraid to go to the cursed land. After all, once one has practiced the 5 paths of Tianmen, he cannot switch to other techniques and can only go down one path to the end. If he does not go to the cursed land, he in the simulation may be ruined in this life. You take a portion of spiritual liquid and begin to guide spiritual energy into your body. You feel the location of the life gate. You start to attack. On the 11th day, the Qin palace came to pick up someone, but was turned away by the elders of the Song family. On the 13th day, the king of Qin came in person. The elders of the Song family came out to welcome him into the secret room and talked for several hours. That night, Lin Maning told you that Elder Wang did not frame you at the instigation of the king of Qin's mansion, but someone forged the secret letter from the king of Qin's mansion. Elder Wang was careless and did not distinguish the authenticity of the secret letter, so he framed you. Isn't this reason too perfunctory? Chen Shi frowned. You are an intelligence worker, but you can't even distinguish secret letters from your superiors? This is ridiculous. Moreover, Chen Shi clearly remembered that in the 4th simulation, after Elder Wang defected from the God General's mansion, he was deliberately arrested 9 months later, attempting to use the heavenly bottle as a conspiracy to frame him and cut off his path to martial arts. It has nothing to do with the mastermind behind the scenes. He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. But then, Chen Shi thought about it carefully and felt that it was somewhat reasonable. At least it could explain why the person behind the scenes could instruct high-level spies like Elder Wang in the previous simulations, but was unable to use the power of the Qin palace to intercept him in advance when he was about to be exiled. Moreover, Given the terrifying intelligence capabilities of the mastermind behind the scenes, forging a secret letter from the Prince of Qin's palace does not seem to be an incredible thing. Through all of the above, Chen Shi came to a conclusion: the mastermind during this period may not have established any connection with the Qin palace, and may not have any in the future, but if he replicated the fourth simulation trajectory and scared Elder Wang away in advance, perhaps he could send a strong man who was good at hiding and tracking to follow him all the time to see if the fleeing Elder Wang would establish any intersection with the mastermind again. After all, the other party reached the half-step innate level 9 months later, so it is impossible to say that there is no trick involved. He could even reveal his identity as a reborn person in the next simulation, find Lin Maning and ask her to send a strong man to monitor Elder Wang's every move day and night to see if someone really forged the secret letter from the Prince Qin's palace. The plan of pretending to be a loser should be feasible. Now, it was only half a day before he activated the simulator and met Lin Maning. He has not yet gone to Camp A and has not exposed his strength. He just used the name of the 7th Madam in front of Song Fan, Nanggong Xian, and others. After making up my mind, Chen Shi continued to focus on simulated text. After explaining Elder Wang's affairs to you in detail, Lin Maning took the initiative to talk about Lin Qiushui, saying that after a few days of investigation, he did find that her life experience was not simple. Lin Qiushui's mother was once a member of the special bloodline of the Ling Zone. You immediately asked, since she is a member of a special bloodline group, why was she not discovered by the so-called heavenly book of the spiritual sect when Lin Qiushui's mother gave birth to her? In response to your question, Lin Maning said that people of the special bloodline of the Ling sect, especially women, are indeed prohibited from marrying outsiders in principle, and are even prohibited from practicing. When you hear that cultivation is forbidden, you are extremely confused. In your opinion, Lin Qiushui's talent is undoubtedly very terrifying. In just a few months, relying on a little spiritual fluid, he was able to cultivate from iron bones to jade bones. This kind of talent cannot be described in words and is far beyond your understanding. Even the great Wei Taizha cannot compare with it. It is undoubtedly extremely stupid to prohibit such a genius from practicing. You asked your own questions. A rare flash of anger appeared on Lin Maning's beautiful face, and her voice turned cold. She said that the fate of these women with special bloodlines was very bleak. Because the offspring they gave birth to were all very talented, it was easy for them to cultivate to the level of innate or even celestial beings. Therefore, their role was to continuously reproduce offspring for the spiritual sect and become reproductive machines. These women are prohibited from marrying outsiders in order to ensure the purity of their special bloodline. The reason why they are forbidden to practice is to strengthen control. Otherwise, with their talents, they will inevitably rebel after they succeed in their practice, or even overthrow the rule of the male Ling Zone. In history, Ling Zone did have such bloodshed, so Ling Zone is particularly strict on this rule. As long as a woman with special blood breaks through to the Linghe realm, or refines the legendary jade bones, she will be immediately sensed by the Lingzong's heavenly book. By then, there will be only one outcome: killed on the spot. You are greatly shocked after hearing this. You couldn't understand why the glamorous spirit sword sect actually had such a dirty side. What surprised you even more was that Lin Maning actually told you about this scandal. However, through this incident, you also understood how you died in your previous life. After Lin Qiushui refined the jade bones, the ancient bell on the main peak of the spirit sword sect rang for a day, and not long after, you died. Through all of the above, you think Lin Maning should not have lied to you this time. But you think her words cannot be fully trusted. After all, the other party is just a mortal who has not practiced cultivation. Even if she has a high status in the spirit sword sect, she may not know the whole picture when it comes to secrets of the special bloodline. It may just be the tip of the iceberg. Then you asked another question. That is Lin Qiushui's mother. Why was she able to escape from the evil den of Ling Zone? Chapter 41. Lin Maning tells you that many high-ranking members of the Spirit Sword sect, and even many powerful celestial beings, are blood relatives of these special bloodline women. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be without emotions? Many powerful celestial beings did not want their blood relatives to suffer such a tragic fate, so they secretly sent their descendants out of the Spirit Sword sect to live as ordinary people in the mortal world. As long as they did not break through the upper four realms and were sensed by the heavenly book, the Spirit sect would turn a blind eye to it for the sake of the powerful celestial beings. During the conversation, you learned that Lin Chu Shui's grandfather was a certain elder of the heavenly man realm of the spiritual sect. He is also a member of a special bloodline group. 50 years ago, after Lin Chu Shui's mother was born, he could not bear to see his daughter become a breeding tool, so he secretly sent her to an official family in the imperial city for adoption. Chen Shi fell into deep thought. In the previous simulations, after Lin Chu Shui's identity as the daughter of a convicted official was exposed, the reason why she was not sent to the authorities was found. It is very likely that her celestial grandfather exerted his power. Even more, she picked up Song Fan on the way to escape, lived in the Song family for 14 years, and ran a restaurant business. This was also secretly facilitated by someone with ulterior motives. This might be the reason why Song Fan chopped off his dog's head in Camp A during his third simulation. The king forced himself on the granddaughter of the ancestor of heaven and man. It's hard not to die. It seems that I have to be nicer to my elder sister in the future. I can't let her lick my like in the simulation. A relationship where one party gives and the other party takes is doomed to not last long. Chen Shi said secretly. Then, he remembered Lin Chu Shui's disappearance in Yunyu Tower. Could it be that her grandfather also did it? It has nothing to do with the mastermind? Perhaps we can verify this during the next simulation. Next, Lin Maning warns you that if you don't want to cause trouble, it's best to let Lin Chu Shui stop practicing. This will be good for both of you. You understood the subtext of her words, which meant that she would keep it a secret. You are somewhat surprised by this. After all, in your impression, this woman has always been ruthless and profit-seeking, and sympathy is rare in her. You remember the tone of her voice when she talked about the Lingzong scandal just now, and you can't help but start to wonder if this woman also belongs to the special blood group. You asked your guess. Lin Maning gave you a cold look, telling you not to ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Later, she said that through your Earth-level spiritual medicine, she contacted Master Guhi of Medicine King Valley. The other party is the world's #1 Suandan master. After some time, he will personally visit the Song family. You are overjoyed. In fact, you have always been unsure about cooperating with Lin Maning, fearing that this woman will eat you up without leaving any residue. Now you invite Master Guhi to join you, and use the spiritual medicine in the scroll's secret realm as a bargaining chip, so that you can form a stable triangle relationship between Master Guhi and Lin Maning. Afterwards, Lin Maning asked again about the great opportunity you mentioned. Hesitate for a moment. You answered the other party and said that you knew a secret realm. It was the ruins of a sect of a superpower 100,000 years ago. In your previous life, you only stayed in the outer periphery of the secret realm, but you were able to refine low-grade silver bones to high-grade silver bones. You also obtained hundreds of Xian-level spiritual tools and several Earth-level treasures. If you go deeper into the secret realm, you may be able to refine jade bones or even have the opportunity to break through to the heavens. Lin Maning's breathing became rapid. 100,000 years ago. That was a time when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had not yet been exhausted. If what you said is true, this is definitely a great opportunity, comparable to the fairy palace in the cursed land 50 years ago. She immediately asks you where the secret place is. You said you couldn't tell her for now, but promised her that you would take her into the secret realm within 7 months. Lin Maning was silent for a long time. I suddenly ask you, who will win the True Dragon election 3 years later? In order not to destroy the trust you just established, you decided to tell the truth, saying that you died too early and didn't know about it. After hearing this, the other party seemed to be relieved. Then, you remembered that Lin Qiushui disappeared in Yunyu Tower in your previous life. In order to find out the truth about this matter, you begged Lin Maning to find a master with high cultivation and good at hiding to help you secretly look after Lin Qiushui. Lin Maning asks you the reason. You said there was a mysterious person outside who had been plotting against Lin Qiushui, and you wanted to try to lure him out. Lin Maning hesitated for a moment and said that there was a nanny beside him who was a master of the innate great perfection and was good at hiding and tracking. She could protect Lin Qiushui's personal safety in secret. You look a little strange after hearing this. You recalled that in your fourth life, you died in the inner courtyard for unknown reasons. The murderer was most likely an old maid around Lin Maning. Lin Maning seemed to have noticed your hesitation, and was a little unhappy. She said that this nanny was once her mother's maid, and had watched her grow up since she was a child. She was a confidant who could be absolutely trusted. Seeing this, Chen Shi was already very sure. This old lady was the one Lin Maning sent to monitor him. He died in the inner courtyard in a confused manner, and it was most likely her who was responsible. This was Chen Shi's previous guess. But now he is not so determined, only because the other party is a powerful person who has reached the state of innate great perfection, and not the ordinary person he expected. But if it wasn't her, who could that be? Chen Shi couldn't help but think of Liu Yi again. After he exposed Elder Wang's affairs in the sword maniac simulation, he hurriedly asked him to leave the God General's mansion late that night. Could it be that Liu Yi learned something from Elder Wang? According to the timeline of October 2nd year, it was less than 2 months before I died in the inner courtyard on December 8th, the 2nd year. Did Liu Yi let him leave because of this incident? Next time I have to find a way to live longer, especially to avoid the critical death node of December 2nd. During this period, someone in the inner courtyard wanted to kill me. This person was very strong. Even a master like Liu Yi couldn't save me. Moreover, I died in a coma, which is very similar to the killing method of the mastermind behind the scenes. Chen Shi said secretly. Speaking of which, since he activated the simulator, in the 7 or 8 simulations, apart from the one with the sword maniac, his longest survival record was when he was imprisoned in the inner courtyard by Lin Maning and gave birth to Chen Pingan. His lifespan was 2 years and 12 months and 8 days, which is nearly 3 years. Oh, no, it should be the 4 years of survival in the cursed land. The rest died suddenly within a year. He died several times while in a coma. Even if he wanted to see what the mastermind behind the death looked like, he didn't have the chance. The other party was too cautious. Chapter 42. On the 14th day, at your suggestion, Lin Qiushui went to Yunyu Tower to take care of business. In the following 7 days, Lin Qiushui entered and exited the Yun mansion normally and did not encounter any danger. This made you very confused, because according to this time period, he should have disappeared mysteriously in Yunyu Tower. You realize that history may have changed. The person who kidnapped Lin Qiushui chose to stop and lie dormant for some reason. Seeing this, Chen Shi looked thoughtful. Lin Qiushui mysteriously disappeared in Yunyu Tower. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be the work of a mastermind behind the scenes. This time the other party did not make a move. There are only 3 possibilities. 1. The old nanny, the traitor, informed on the matter. 2. The perpetrator discovered the old lady lurking in the dark and chose not to take action. 3. Elder Wang's incident frightened the mastermind behind the incident and he no longer dared to cause trouble. Chen Shi thinks the last possibility is more likely. You know, the old lady is a master of the innate great perfection, and is good at the art of hiding and tracking. She is lurking in the dark, and if you want to find her, it may take the intervention of a powerful celestial being. The person behind the scenes obviously does not have such strength now. The possibility of informing is also very low. If such a strong man is really a traitor, the mastermind behind the scenes would have killed him 100 times already. 1 month later, Master Gu He visited the Song family, and the Tianren patriarch went out to greet him. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, Master Gu He condescended to come to Yun Mansion to visit. After learning that you really have an earth-level spiritual medicine, Master Gu He was very excited. He apologized to you and said that the reason he came so late was because he was in seclusion a few days ago to refine a furnace of elixirs. After coming out of seclusion and learning about your invitation, he rushed to the Song family overnight. You show understanding. Then, you beg the other party to refine some longevity pills for you, and are willing to offer a ground-level spiritual medicine as a reward. Furukawa agreed without any hesitation. You immediately take out the jade box. Gu He excitedly reached out to take it. The moment he opened it, his eyes widened. 7-star mysterious sky leaf. It's a mid-level earth level 1. Seeing your confused expression, Gu He took the initiative to explain, saying that the records in the Medicine King Valley's alchemy book stated that the 7-star mysterious sky leaf was the main ingredient in refining the Buletin Tian pill, and the Buletin Tian pill was a magical pill that helped the innate strong to break through the heavenly man. Unfortunately, with the decline of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the 7-star mysterious sky leaf disappeared tens of thousands of years ago, and even the recipe for the Buletin Tian pill was lost in the long river of history. At the end, Gu He sighed and said that if there was this heaven-repairing pill, the number of powerful celestial beings in the world would probably increase by more than 3 times. After listening to Koga's description, you fall into deep thought. Since there is a magical medicine like the 7-star mysterious sky leaf in the secret ruins of the superpower, there may be a recipe for the Buletin Tian pill. In fact, in the previous life, the recipe might have been in Song Fan's hands, but this kid kept it secret and didn't take it out. If you can get this recipe, or even refine the Buletin Tian pill, then you can undoubtedly win over a group of powerful celestial beings to work for you. By then, the mastermind behind the scenes will be nothing more than a nobody in your eyes. Afterwards, Gu He asked you what you needed the longevity pill for, so that he could refine it specifically. You said that you are practicing the 5 paths of heaven. Then, he took out hundreds of mysterious level spiritual herbs from the ancient ring for Gu He to use. Gu He was shocked by your generosity. Even the Medicine King Valley couldn't produce so many Xian-level super-grade elixirs. At the same time, he didn't expect that you were actually practicing the Tianmen 5 paths, a ridiculous technique. However, he didn't say much because he also realized that you were not simple. In the days that follow, you will continue to practice the 5 paths of heaven in Yun Mansion, while Gu He will stay in Yun Mansion and work tirelessly to refine longevity pills for you in exchange for a plant of earth-level spiritual medicine. This incident shocked the elders of the Song family. There are even more rumors out there. After all, as the only 6th grade Suandan master in the world, Gu He's every move can cause a huge sensation. This is indeed the case. Since Gu He settled in the Song family, countless innate masters, even celestial masters, have come to visit him from thousands of miles away every day. All I want is a furnace of elixirs. However, Gu He refused to meet them one by one on the grounds of alchemy. In order not to disturb Master Gu He while he was refining the elixir, the Song family decided to close the door and refuse visitors. Even so, these people did not dare to express the slightest dissatisfaction, nor did they give up and leave, but stayed in Liangzhou City. During this period, as the male owner of the Yun Mansion, you have earned hundreds of spirit stones in a few days, all of which are bribes for asking you to pass on a message to Gu He. This shocks you greatly. A 6th-rank Suandan master has such a high status. As the Song family closed their doors to visitors, the Yun residents returned to peace. 5 months later, Song Fan returns and looks at you like a god. Then, he presented a scroll with both hands. You didn't take it. Instead, he looked at Song Fan meaningfully. Old sir, can you come out and see me? After hearing this, Song Fan looked at you with even more respect. A long time passed. Song Fan said with some embarrassment that the master was sleeping and could not meet. You were shocked, thinking to yourself that Song Fan, this kid, really has an old man around him, but your face was extremely calm. You signaled Song Fan to take the scroll back, saying that this was an opportunity you prepared for him, and you said that you would arrange some helpers for him when he enters the secret realm this time. On that day, Song Fan, who was of the lower grade silver bone, entered Camp A. Soon after, Nangong Wang came to serve you. 6 months later, 100,000 mountain demons rioted. Under the leadership of several demon kings, they slaughtered 2 cities on the border of Liangzhou, dozens of small towns, and millions of people became blood cannibals. The Wei Emperor was furious and ordered the Song family to counterattack and quell the riot as soon as possible. On that day, the 4 celestial ancestors of the Song family left their homes and headed for the border of Liangzhou. Seeing this, Chen Shi's heart skipped a beat. Demon riot. It was the Demon King from the heavenly realm who took action. But this has never happened in previous simulations. Chapter 43. Such a dramatic change has caused you to feel a strong sense of uneasiness. Your intuition tells you that this matter is closely related to the mastermind behind the scenes. It may be that your friendship with Gu He and your handling of Elder Wang's affairs have stimulated the other party. You found Gu He and explained the secret ruins to him. After learning that there might be a large number of Earth-level spiritual medicines, Gu He was very excited. Please be sure to take him into the secret realm. If he can be promoted to Earth-level alchemist, he will definitely not forget today's kindness. On June 9, Song Fan took Song King Gui, Gu He and others to the secret realm. Because the secret ruins might be dangerous, you did not go there, and you were unwilling to stay at the Song family, because you felt that the demon riot was likely aimed at you. If you stayed at the Song family, it might implicate Lin Qiushui and others, so you chose to go to the cursed land to practice for a while. For safety reasons, you also begged Gu He to hire a powerful celestial being to secretly protect you. Before leaving, Gu He gave you a storage ring, which contained various types of longevity pills. Each pill can extend your life by 10 years. If you take it repeatedly, the efficacy will decrease in turn. I hope it is useful to you. You open it and find that it is full of Xian grade top grade elixirs, more than 200 in total. Also, you found an ancient jade talisman in the corner. You ask what this is. Gu He tells you that this is a teleportation jade talisman handed down from ancient times. If you are in danger, crushing it may save your life. You immediately express your gratitude to Koga. After 2 days of preparation, you disguise yourself as a soldier of the Divine Might Army, follow an army of thousands of people, and head to the border of Liangzhou to resist the demons. The leading officer is your acquaintance Li Ping. On June 9, after 2 days of continuous travel, the voice of a powerful celestial being suddenly rang in your ears. Boy, there is a tale behind you. I will deal with it for you. It is a true Lake Realm warrior, King Qin. Ah! The screams of the powerful celestial beings are heard. You are startled. He decisively crushed the ancient teleportation jade talisman that he had been holding in his hand. Your eyes go dark. In a coma. In a coma. A strong stench penetrates the nose. You opened your eyes and were stunned for a moment. In a dark and enclosed cave, it is cold and dim. You find yourself sitting on a hard gravel ground. Faint light seeps in from the cave entrance, barely allowing you to see your surroundings. Not far from you, on one side of the cave, there is a dead body wearing worn jeans. The body has rotted and maggots have grown. The open-air environment and strong smell have attracted a bunch of bugs you can't name. They gather densely and gather on the rotten corpse to eat. Jeans, leather boots, a hiking bag, a mechanical watch. You look at what the dead body is wearing and are shocked. What the hell? Chen Shi stood up suddenly in shock. This ancient teleportation jade talisman was sent to the earth in an instant? This is too outrageous. With horror and a hint of anticipation, he continued reading. You searched the cowboy's belongings and found a cell phone. You opened it and found that it still had power, but unfortunately the data was formatted. At this moment, you notice a pile of ashes next to the cowboy's body. You investigate carefully. Found some unburned scraps of paper in the ashes. Some Huxia characters can be vaguely seen on it: hunting and crossing, reincarnation, memory, abandoned monitoring point. The moment you see the Huxia characters, you are shocked. At this moment, you are absolutely sure that the person in front of you is definitely your fellow countryman from Earth. Chen Shi took a deep breath, and he suddenly remembered the sword maniac simulation. I heard the word fellow villager. Does this mean that there really are other time travelers in this world? Also, according to the vocabulary in Ashes, that hunting down the traverser, does it mean hunting down the traversers? If the simulated self is still in way and has mistakenly entered a certain place through the ancient teleportation symbol, then it is almost certain that the person behind the scenes is also a time traveler like himself. There are even more than just the two travelers in this world. But why? We are all time travelers, so isn't it that when fellow villagers meet, they work together sincerely with tears in their eyes? Why are they still harming each other? Is there any benefit in killing him? Chen Shi couldn't figure it out. Keep your eyes on the simulated text. With mixed feelings, you walked out of the cave and found a canyon outside, with dense vegetation and thousand-year-old trees that blocked out the sunday. Instantly, you feel the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is at least 100 times more concentrated than when you were practicing at the Song family. It is enough for you to practice the 5 paths of heaven for a long time. However, you are not interested in this now because you are eager to know where you are. You find a direction and rush forward like crazy. 10 days later, after passing through the winding mountain road, you come to a cliff. There is fog and clouds ahead, and you can't see the bottom. There is no way out. You turned around and headed west. On the way, you found a rusty, moss-covered kettle under a big tree. You walked closer curiously and a soft object caught your attention. You picked it up and found it was a bunch of dry hair. You wanted to know more, so you dug up the soil around the hair and found some bones. They were very dry and rotten, and they broke into pieces when touched. You continue to dig. Diamond necklace, glass vial, broken phone screen. This looks like someone's burial place. The broken screen phone and the long hair indicate that it could be a modern woman. As for the time of death, you are not sure, but based on the analysis of the half-degraded glass bottle, you think it is at least thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. So long. Chen Shi felt something was wrong. The human industrial revolution has only been going on for 200 years, so industrial products like mobile phones existed thousands of years ago? Or, this woman is not a human from Earth? A parallel world? Also, is she a time traveler? After a month of trekking, you stumbled and came to a cliff again, and you found that the west side was also a dead end. You try to climb down the cliff. After 5 days, you give up. It's just because the cliff is too steep and bottomless. You are just a low-grade iron-boned warrior. The 10 days of going back and forth without food and water have almost cost you half your life. If you insist on climbing down, you may be in a dilemma. After landing, you continue to head south. On your way, you discovered dozens of burial sites, similar to the one under the tree where the woman was buried. Among them, a moss-covered stone tablet caught your attention. You approached the tablet, peeled off the moss, and found a line of blurred Huxia characters engraved on it: flowers may bloom again, but people will never be young again. Seeing Huxia characters in a different world makes you feel familiar and you can't help but recite them out loud. My friend is also from Blue Star. Chapter 44. The old voice suddenly sounded from the stone tablet, which scared you. After hearing the other party's standard Mandarin, you instantly became alert. Although you don't know what blue star is, it is not difficult to guess from the name that it should be a planet similar to Earth. The other party may also be a time traveler. However, due to the bad impression that time travelers harm each other, you did not acknowledge your identity as a blue star person, and said that you crushed a jade talisman and were teleported here by chance. After hearing what you said, the voice on the stone tablet seemed to be relieved, and then asked where you learned this language. You said this was the official language of the Wei dynasty. The sound of the stone tablet was very unexpected. I asked you a lot of information about the Wei dynasty. It seems that you are very unfamiliar with the Wei dynasty. After exchanging pleasantries, you took the initiative to ask, why did the senior hide in the stone tablet? Haha, to be honest with you, I'm the grave keeper here. You are greatly surprised. I hurriedly asked whose grave this was. The voice on the stone tablet said that this was the cave of the spirit race. In the past, the spirit race suffered a catastrophe of genocide. When they were in danger, he was asked by a powerful spirit who had done him a favor to lead the younger generations of the spirit race to exile in the cave. Due to bad luck, he was eventually found by his enemies. He fought with all his might, but was ultimately defeated. The younger generations of the spirit race were slaughtered, and he also died. Only a remnant soul remained to entrust himself to the world, and survived on the stone tablet until now, becoming the grave keeper here. After telling your story, the voice on the stone tablet turns to ask what your next plans are. You expressed your desire to settle here for a while, and asked about the corpses on the road. The voice on the stone tablet said, those corpses you saw were all from Blue Star. The Eldar Cave Heaven is very special. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, some travelers who claimed to be from Blue Star would often appear out of nowhere. At that time, he was lonely and bored, so he learned to speak Blue Star language. However, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, he has not seen Blue Star people come for a long time. Finally, he seriously advises you not to stay here for a long time, because it is very dangerous. The enemies who slaughtered the younger generations of the spirit race hate the Blue Star people very much. For this reason, they specially set up a monitoring point here so that they can check everything here at any time. If they find an unknown person at the monitoring point, they may kill you as a Blue Star person. You are greatly shocked after hearing this. I never thought that this place could randomly refresh travelers before. At the same time, I was also shocked by the identity of the voice on the stone tablet. I didn't expect that he was not the time traveler you thought he was. And from his tone, he seemed to be an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. You know, the lifespan of a celestial being is only about 500 years. But the monitoring point the other party mentioned reminds you of the scrap of paper with abandoned monitoring point written on it in the ash pile in the cave. Your intuition tells you that the voice of the stone tablet may not be telling the truth. And the body of the cowboy in the cave looks like it has only been a short time since he traveled through time. It is not like what the other party said that no one has been here for hundreds of thousands of years. But you didn't choose to expose it, but asked how to leave. The other party said that the spirit tribe's cave is suspended in the air on all four sides, and is obscured by a formation. His stone tablet is the center of the formation. You only need to drip blood on the stone tablet and he will send you away immediately. Considering that this is a fantasy world, you did not do this out of caution. But I thought of the time traveler from my hometown who was the mastermind behind this. He paused for a moment. You explained the situation of the cowboy in the cave to the stone tablet, and asked whether time travelers have started to appear out of nowhere again in the Eldar Cave Heaven recently. The stone tablet vibrates slightly. There was a long silence. Then, the stone tablet said in a hoarse voice, "If you want to leave, you can do as I say. I am about to fall asleep." After that, no matter how you call out, the stone tablet will remain indifferent. Next, you explored the Elven Cave Heaven for several months. After confirming that there was really no one around, you built a shed on a hidden mountain peak. This location was just right for monitoring the stone tablet thousands of meters away. Afterwards, you began to practice the 5 paths of heaven. 4 years later, you successfully opened the gate of life and forged a supreme iron bone. 20 years later, you have successfully opened your heart and forged a fine bronze bone. 50 years later, you successfully opened the door to life and refined the best silver bones. 60 years later, when you are sitting on the top of the mountain and rushing towards the death gate, you suddenly see a young man wearing sportswear and glasses standing in front of the stone tablet from afar, mumbling something in his mouth, and he is very excited. You shuddered, knowing that the young man in front of you is likely a time traveler like the cowboy. Just as you were about to stand up, you saw the young man with glasses take out a fruit knife and cut his finger, with blood dripping onto the stone tablet. Then, his shoulders began to tremble violently. Because you have refined the best silver bones, your perception is extremely sharp. Even though you are thousands of meters away, you can still hear his almost perverted laughter. After laughing for a while, the young man with glasses turned around and left quickly. Seeing this, you gritted your teeth, took out a mysterious sword from the 10 directions ring, and followed. You suspect that the young man may be controlled by the stone tablet, even taking over someone else's body. You must go forward and find out clearly, because with the means of the old monster in the stone tablet, if he really possesses the body of the young man and is hostile to you, I am afraid that as long as he is given some time, he will have the strength to crush you. You can't just sit there and wait for death. If necessary, you must kill him in advance, even at the cost of killing people. Only 3 minutes. You caught up with the young man with glasses, and followed him from a distance, always keeping a distance of 1 kilometer. You did not act rashly. After 5 days, you are sure of one thing: the other person is just an ordinary flesh and blood body, and needs to rest, sleep, eat, drink, defecate and urinate. You didn't rush to act. Instead, you follow quietly because you want to know where the other person is going. 3 months later, the young man with glasses came to the end of the west side, which was the cliff you climbed for 5 days but still couldn't see the bottom. You take a deep breath, and the chi sinks into your danshan. You instantly rise up, and the 90,000 jin of strength of the best silver bone turns you into a shadow, and you quickly run towards the young man with glasses. Almost at the moment you get close, the young man with glasses suddenly turns his head and gives you a cold look. Instantly, your body suddenly freezes, and you feel as if your head has been hit hard. He fell to the ground and collapsed. The young man with glasses looked quite weak after using that attack just now. He staggered towards you with a sinister smile on his face, saying that there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you will throw yourself into it. Chen Shi frowned. Is this going to get cold again? Chapter 45. You are experiencing a soul attack. Your eyelids are getting heavier. Before falling into coma, you put the mysterious spiritual weapon in your hand into the ring. Then, using up the last bit of his strength, he threw the ring off the cliff. In a coma. Injured. When you woke up, you felt a sharp pain in your eyes and your vision went dark. You found yourself blind. Fortunately, you managed to survive. Because you are a top-grade silver bone with a strong physique, the ordinary young man with glasses had no way to kill you without a sharp weapon. He only crippled your eyes. Throwing the 10 directions ring off the cliff before falling into coma saved your life. But you don't feel any joy at all. There is abundant spiritual energy here. Considering the origin of the old monster in the stone tablet, it may not take a few days for him to have the strength to come and take your life. After realizing this, you struggled to get up and, relying on your keen hearing, came to the edge of the cliff. Feeling the whistling wind, a guess emerges in your mind. The bespectacled young man actually has another way to kill you when he is unarmed, and that is to throw you off the cliff. Even if you have top-grade silver bones, you will be smashed to pieces if you fall into such a bottomless abyss, but the other party did not do this. You take a deep breath. Leap forward. The expected fall did not happen, and you stepped on solid ground, which made you breathe a sigh of relief. Thick fallen leaves. It creaks when you step on it. You relied on your keen senses to walk a distance. A voice called out beside my ears, "Who are you and why are you here in the forbidden area of the Hehuan sect?" You were extremely surprised to hear the name Hehuan sect. You should know that Hehuan sect is one of the 5 major sects in Wei. Its main gate is located in Yangzhou, which is tens of thousands of miles away from the border of Liangzhou. In the previous life, the Jiaying Great Competition also came to the Song family to recruit disciples, but you and Song Fan joined the Lingjian sect. In order to avoid misunderstanding, you should immediately state that you are from Liangzhou, a member of the Song family of the Godly General's mansion, and that you accidentally came here by chance. Please forgive me. The female disciple of the Hehuan sect was stunned for a moment, and then questioned you, saying that the Song family was destroyed 60 years ago, and the entire Liangzhou is now under the control of demons. How could you, an ordinary person with no cultivation, break through the demon blockade and travel thousands of miles alone to the Lingshan area of Zhuozhou? Chen Shi was shocked. The Song family was destroyed 60 years ago. After careful calculation, it was exactly the year when demons rioted and he entered the Spirit Clan's cave. And there is Zhuozhou Lingshan, isn't this the territory of the Lingjian sect? How did it become the forbidden area of the Hehuan sect? With doubts, he continued reading. The female disciple of Hehuan sect discovered that you are a blind person. She looked at you, who was approaching middle age but still had a handsome face, and suspected that you might be a Yang slave who had sneaked out of a certain senior sister's cave. After all, Lingshan was a place with strict external guards, and it was impossible for you to sneak in. She asked about your identity again. You are shocked by the information in the other person's words, but you also know that it is useless to say more, so you take off the magic weapon that conceals your cultivation, show the strength of the best silver bone, and say that you are a member of the Song family who survived that year, but you accidentally entered the forbidden area of your clan because you crushed a teleportation jade talisman. Your powerful qi and blood make the female disciples of the Hehuan sect tremble. The following words made her even more ecstatic. Then, a knife-handed blow knocks you unconscious. You fall into a coma. When you wake up, you find that you lost your virginity while in a coma. And there were shackles on his ankles. Thinking of the Hehuan sect's habit of raising male slaves, you instantly realized your situation and immediately became furious. You slapped the demon girl on her hips, saying that you are a top-grade silverbone genius and a direct descendant of the Song family. If the other party dares to imprison you, the elders of the clan will report to Emperor Wei and seek justice for you. In your opinion, the Song family has been passed down for thousands of years and has flourished. Even if the old house in Liangzhou was taken over by someone, there is no shortage of collateral descendants who can inherit the title and open a new house. Even if the Song family has fallen on hard times, they are not to be bullied in the Wei dynasty. The Song family guarded Liangzhou for 1,000 years and made great contributions. They were destroyed 60 years ago, and it is more likely that they died in the fight against demons. They can be regarded as a model of loyalty and bravery. As long as the Emperor of Wei is not a mean and ungrateful monarch, he will protect the Song family out of emotion and reason. The witch was slapped by you, but she just laughed foolishly and said that the Great Wei could not protect itself. Even if you are the orphan of the Song family, what can the Emperor of Wei do to her, a true disciple of the Hehuan sect? Now the Emperor of Wei's edict can only be used in Sizhou, and has no influence on the Zhuozhou area. You are greatly surprised after hearing this. I never thought that in just 60 years, the Wei dynasty would decline to this extent. You immediately admitted your mistake to the witch, saying that you were just impulsive. The witch was very satisfied with your attitude and asked you to follow her well. She would definitely not treat you badly in the future. In the following days, you are imprisoned in a room by this Linghe realm demon woman named Wang Chiman. During this period, the demon girl also wanted you to switch to the Taiyin Sutra of the Hehuan sect to assist her in dual cultivation, but due to the special nature of the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate, she had to give up this idea, which made you secretly relieved. The way of dual cultivation emphasizes equal strength. If one party is too strong, the other party will become a tool for collecting and replenishing. Even if you are a top-grade silver bone, I am afraid it won't take long for you to be sucked dry. You inquired about the situation of the Lingjian sect, and the demon girl told you that the Lingjian sect was annexed and expelled from the Hehuan sect 53 years ago. You are shocked. I immediately asked how many powerful celestial beings there were in the Hehuan sect. The demon girl said that the demise of the Spirit Sword sect had nothing to do with how many powerful heavenly beings there were in the Hehuan sect. The main reason was that for some unknown reason, many heavenly beings ancestors of the Spirit Sword sect mysteriously disappeared, and the strength of the sect declined severely. Soon, it was dismembered by various forces. The Hehuan sect occupied the Lingshan mountain, and the heavenly sect occupied the Sword Tomb. Next, you asked about Song Fan's situation. The demon girl said she had never heard of it. This is a big surprise to you. Logically speaking, after 60 years, even if Song Fan, a man of destiny, has not become famous, he should not be unknown. Then you asked about Lin Maning, Song Qinggui, and others. This time the demon girl had some impression, saying that Song Qinggui had heard of her, a golden bone prodigy from more than 50 years ago, a genius in swordsmanship, but during the dismemberment of the Spirit Sword sect, she seemed to have perished in a battle, and had not yet had time to break through to the heavenly realm. Chapter 46. Through in-depth communication with the demon girl, you discovered that people you knew from 60 years ago were either suspected of being dead or mysteriously missing. There are only 2 people with news. One is Gu He, who successfully broke through to become a master of alchemy 30 years ago, shocking the world. Unfortunately, in order to pursue the way of alchemy, he gave up cultivation. With a lifespan of only the Xiantian realm, he passed away in Medicine King Valley not long after breaking through to become a master of alchemy. This made your wish to find him for information go to waste. The other one is Nangang Wan. Before the Song family was destroyed, she entered the Tianzong through the Jiaying and luckily escaped the disaster. To your surprise, she is doing well now. She is an elder of the Tianzong and a powerful person who has reached the innate great perfection. Old friends have passed away, and things have changed. This makes you feel a little lost. The only thing that comforts you is that the demon girl in front of you is a true disciple of the Hehuan sect. She has outstanding roots and very high requirements for the purity of yin and yang. She is not the kind of bus you understand. Through indirect inquiries, you find that you are still her first man. The other party just has more theoretical knowledge. At first you thought the witch was a clamp. I just realized now that it's really tight. But you must find a way to leave the Hehuan sect. Both the young man with glasses and the mastermind are potential dangers. It is very dangerous to stay in the Hehuan sect. If the demon girl reveals your affairs, I am afraid that with just a little inquiry, you will be exposed under the noses of the young man with glasses and the mastermind. March 24, 1960, after 2 months of getting along, your relationship with the demon girl has warmed up. On April 15, 1960, you told the demon girl a story of Dream of the Red Chamber, but she didn't like it, so you changed it to Battle Through the Heavens, with the demon girl as the protagonist and you as the heroine. She was so obsessed with it that she stopped doing the things she loved to do and kept pestering you to tell her about Demon Huo Huo and Chen Suan. On June 14, 60, after many days of adjustment and communication, the demon woman no longer locked you up and allowed you to enter and leave the cave freely. On September 12, 1960, under your tender affection, you turned from passive to active, and proposed for the first time that you wanted to leave the Hehuan sect, and asked her if she was willing to go with you. The witch was very entangled, and you saw this, and asked her if she had forgotten the oath you made in the past. The witch shook her head desperately, and then gave up her status as a true disciple of the Hehuan sect, and eloped with you on the pretext of going out for training. You have a feeling that it may not be long before the person behind the scenes comes to take your life again. For more information, you decided to go to Yaoang Valley. Master Guhi entered the secret realm with Song Fan. He should know the whereabouts of Song King Gui and Song Fan. Although he is no longer alive, he may have left some clues. On the way to Medicine King Valley, you have a better understanding of the situation in the world. The Great Wei now exists in name only. Since the death of the old Emperor Wei 30 years ago, the fortunes of the Wei dynasty have been declining. In the following 30 years, 5 emperors were replaced frequently, all of them were young new emperors. First, there were factional struggles in the temple, and then military generals seized power. The current one who is in power is the head of the Wang family of the godly general mansion. The Wang family has guarded Yuzhu for generations, and both are borders with demons. Later, the Song family was destroyed, and the Wang family was attacked from both sides by demons, struggling to hold on. At that time, the old Emperor Wei passed away, and the people inside were in panic. Outside, wars broke out everywhere, and the aristocratic families were ready to move. In order to stabilize the court, the queen specially summoned the Wang family to the imperial city, but she didn't expect that she would create Dong Zhou who slept on the dragon bed at night. After communicating with the demon girl, you discovered that the main reason for the decline of the Wei dynasty was not the strange death of the old Emperor Wei, but the fact that the 4 major sects had greatly improved their strength in the past 60 years and regained control of the cultivation resources. There were even rumors that the 4 major sects had produced powerful people who were above the heavens. This reminds you of the secret story told by Lin Maning. Cursed Land, the Descent of the Immortal Palace, Heavenly Level Skills. In the 60 years since the demise of the Song family, the strength of the 4 major sects has greatly increased. This is all too coincidental. You suspect that the demise of the Song family may not be entirely your fault. The Song family may really have hidden the heavenly level skills of the Cursed Land. The person behind the scenes may have used this to secretly plan the demon riot. Even the demise of the Song family may have been caused by the involvement of the 5 major sections. Under this incident, the demons took the people of Liangzhou as their blood food, breaking the Song family's tough bone. The 4 major sects obtained a heavenly level technique. The person behind the scenes destroyed your habitat, and even persuaded King Qin to kill you. If it weren't for Guhi's ancient teleportation jade talisman that brought you into the spirit clan's cave, you would have been killed long ago. You guessed that the reason for such a dramatic change might be that your friendship with Guhi and your actions in dealing with Elder Wang provoked him, causing him to stop at nothing to strangle you in the cradle, just like you wanted to strangle the young man with glasses in the spirit tribe's cave. At this moment, you suddenly understand the mastermind behind the scenes. In your life as a sword fanatic, you were able to live for 50 years. I'm afraid that was also because you devoted yourself to sword training and gave up practicing. After all, you were no threat at that time. On February 14, 1961, you and the demon girl came to Medicine King Valley. You were treated with courtesy because of your status as a genius of the best silver bone. However, after you proposed to pay homage to Master Guhi, Medicine King Valley rejected you. You had no choice but to reveal your identity, saying that you provided Master Guhi with many earth-level spiritual medicines 60 years ago. He promised you before his death that if you needed help, you could come to Medicine King Valley to find him. After hearing what you said, the Medicine King Valley deacon looked much more serious. He told you to wait a moment. He needs to report this to the descendants of Master Guhi first to verify the matter. The demon girl was very shocked. She never thought that you would have had an encounter with the legendary Master Furukawa. She wasn't even born at that time. After hearing this, you looked a little unnatural. Since you took a lot of longevity pills and lived in the spirit tribe's cave for 60 years, time passed aimlessly and you hardly paid attention to your age. Now that the demon girl mentioned it, you realized that you are already 79 years old. It's really too old for you to eat young grass. 1 hour later, a beautiful woman came to meet you. She had a cold expression and said that she was Gu He's granddaughter. When her grandfather was alive, he did talk about this matter. Before he died, he specifically instructed that if the benefactor who funded him with the earth-level spiritual medicine came to visit, he must do his best to meet his request. The beautiful woman's attitude towards you is very cold. Although you are a little confused, you don't care. You said that you want to know the specific situation of Master Gu He after he entered the secret realm. The beautiful woman immediately took out a wooden box from the ring and said that it contained what you wanted to know. Then she asked if you had any other requests. You hesitated for a moment, then said that there was a powerful enemy lurking in the dark, and you wanted Medicine King Valley to send a master to protect your safety. The beautiful woman promised you. Then, he left without looking back. The manager of Medicine King Valley saw this and told you not to mind it. He told you implicitly that Master Gu He was actually expected to break through the Heavenly Man realm, but because he obtained a large number of earth-level spiritual medicines, he became extremely obsessed with alchemy and completely abandoned his cultivation, which led to his death in meditation. You suddenly understand after listening to this. I understand that the beautiful woman is dissatisfied with you, the person who provided a large amount of earth-level spiritual medicine and indirectly caused her grandfather's death. Chapter 47. After knowing that the beautiful woman was not welcome, you did not choose to stay in Yaoang Valley, and left with the wooden box. Follow you and leave. There is also an elder who is a worshipper of Yaoang Valley named Li Wei. Considering that the powerful celestial being who protected you 60 years ago was apparently powerless against the king of Qin. You understand, there seems to be a gap between heaven and man. You ask about Li Wei. The other party tells you that after reaching the heavenly realm, if you want to break through again, you need to go through the 5 declines of heavenly beings, suffering, filth, illness, old age, and death. Every time you survive a decline, your strength will double. The price is that this kind of breakthrough is extremely terrifying, and it can be said to be a life or death struggle, because every time you survive a decline, your lifespan will not increase, but decrease instead. And once you actively break through and survive the first stage of decline, even if you give up cultivation and stop breaking through, the next 4 stages of decline will still befall you until you die completely. Finally, Li Wei also tells you that since the decline of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, natural materials and treasures have become increasingly scarce. Without the nourishment of high-level spiritual objects, almost no one can survive the 5 decays. Even if they survive, their bodies have long been broken and they are simply unable to pursue the realm above the heavenly beings. All of the above have led to the fact that most of the powerful heavenly beings now keep their realm at the early stage of the heavenly beings, and dare not break through to attract the 5 decays of the heavenly beings. You and the demon girl are greatly shocked. I never thought that there was such a secret in the heaven realm. The more breakthroughs you make, the more suffering you will suffer, and the faster you will die. No wonder the Wei dynasty has not seen a strong person above the heavens in all these years. At the same time, you also understand one thing. The powerful celestial being who protected you was probably one of those people who dared not break through. The king of Qin was probably a person who had experienced the 5 declines of the celestial being. That's why the difference in strength between the 2 sides was so great. This also made you suspect that the Song family might have the secret of breaking through the celestial being. The person behind the scenes used this to drive the king of Qin to kill you. Finally, Li Wei also told you an ancient secret. It is said that hundreds of thousands of years ago, the 5 deteriorations of the heavenly man realm did not exist. As long as things came naturally, one could break through. But later, for some unknown reason, the 5 deteriorations of the heavenly man suddenly descended on this continent, attaching to every heavenly man cultivator like a curse. The curse from Li Wei's mouth. It makes you subconsciously think of the cursed land on the border of Liangzhou. You think there might be a big secret. But you didn't think much about it, because with your current strength, you probably don't have the opportunity to get in touch with this level of secrets. If you have another life, maybe you can try to help the Song family get through the crisis and see if you can get in touch with the heavenly level skills that came out of the cursed land. Then, you asked about Li Wei's realm. He said he was a 3-decade celestial being. You were extremely surprised after hearing this. You never thought that Medicine King Valley would send such a strong person to protect you. It seems that Master Gu He's granddaughter has a high status in Medicine King Valley. After thinking about it, you decided to explain to Li Wei that your enemy is very powerful and may send a strong man from the 5 decaying heavens to kill you. You also said that if the other party retreats now, you will take the initiative to explain the situation to Yaoang Valley. Li Wei rejected you, saying that he had gone through 3 stages of decline and was now just a pile of dry bones in a grave. His days were numbered. If he could die in battle for you, it would be his wish come true. You are very surprised by this. I don't understand why Li Wei, a powerful person who has reached the level of heaven and man, is so willing to work for you. Looking at your puzzled expression, Li Wei sighed dejectedly, I am from the Zhuzhou Li family. My family has worked hard, exhausted their treasures, and sacrificed countless family members to become what I am today. I should have protected the prosperity of the family to repay their kindness. However, I was arrogant and determined to break through the heavens. I overestimated my talent, which led to the 5 degenerations. I don't have much time left. I feel deeply ashamed of my family. If I die in battle for you, Yaoang Valley will promise to protect my family. It can be considered a worthy death. Li Wei gave you a grateful look. It means that if you hadn't appeared, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to make up for the family's debt. You sighed deeply after hearing this. I sigh that this practice is really against the will of heaven. There are countless people like Li Wei who are willing to waste their entire lives to get the clues of heaven. However, they have all turned into dry bones under the 5 decays. Talented people like them are stuck here. How will a useless person like you cope with the future? You can't help but think of the Spirit Tribe's cave hidden in the Spirit Mountain. The origin of that place is mysterious, and it is a world of its own, existing for hundreds of thousands of years. If you send a powerful celestial being there, you might be able to avoid the 5 decays and break through to a higher level than the celestial being. By then, with the protection of such a powerful being, the mastermind behind the scenes will be nothing more than a traitor in your eyes. On February 15, 61, after leaving Medicine King Valley, you came to an inn, took out the wooden box given to you by the beautiful woman, and asked the witch to help you see what was inside. The witch tells you it is a letter. There is also a recipe for a pill called Buletin Tiandan engraved inside the box. You ask the witch to read it to you. Then, you heard a shocking piece of news: Song Fan, the son of destiny, had fallen. In the letter, Koga detailed what happened in the secret realm. Before they set out, the 3 of them left behind a jade token of their souls at the Song family. If anyone broke it and encountered danger, Lin Maning would expose the secret realm and assign the heavenly ancestor to rescue them. After going through many tests, Gu He and his 2 companions barely managed to enter the depths of the secret realm, and learned that the place was the ruins of the Danding sect from ancient times. During this period, they harvested a large number of elixir recipes, spiritual medicines, and spiritual weapons. Song Fan and Song King Gui both refined top-grade golden bones by relying on several sacred springs that irrigated spiritual medicines. Strangely, on the way back, Song Fan's body suddenly disappeared. After searching for a while without any results, they had to temporarily leave the secret realm that was about to close. Soon after, they met several celestial ancestors of the Spirit Sword sect outside the secret realm and learned the news that Song Fan's soul jade token was shattered. Chen Shi frowned. The last time Song Fan entered the secret realm, he was full of energy. How come he became a corpse this time even though he had help? Could it be that someone behind this was behind this? It shouldn't. First of all, he didn't have a close relationship with Song Fan. As his cousin, how could the mastermind behind this not know whether it was real or not? Secondly, the mastermind behind the scenes was not very strong during this period. He just mastered a lot of unknown secrets, so he could use this information gap to create demon riots. This operation should be very dangerous in the eyes of the other party, otherwise he would have used it in the previous simulations. The possibility that Gu He lied and murdered Song Fan is also low. Judging from later events, the other party did not seem like that kind of person. What's more, in the simulation, Song Fan brought Song King Gui into the secret realm and left behind a jade token of soul. This should be a means of surveillance by Lin Maning. After all, Gu He is an innate strong man. If he has bad intentions, Song Fan and Song King Gui may not have the slightest resistance. So, what was the reason that caused this kid Song Fan to die unexpectedly? Chen Shi frowned in thought. Lower your eyes. His eyes happened to sweep across the 10 directions ring on his hand. A guess suddenly arose in my mind. Could it be the old grandfather? In this simulation, I discovered the existence of the grandfather. Was it this behavior that stimulated the other party and led to this accident? Is there something wrong with old man Song Fan? Chen Shi Nandao. Through this incident, he also understood one thing, that is, the son of luck can also die if he is not careful. However, he should bear the main responsibility for Song Fan's death. If he had not intervened, Song Fan would not necessarily have died. Even if the old man was an evil cultivator and used methods such as possession of other bodies, with the nature of the son of luck, he might be able to fight back and kill him. At least that was how Han Li killed Dr. Mo. Chapter 48. On March 15, 1962, after pulling up your pants, you persuaded the witch to leave, saying that she was still young and didn't want to follow you and die. The witch is furious and asks you if you have forgotten their original oath. You are a little annoyed by her love-brainedness. Knowing that arguing is useless. That day, under your secret instructions, Li Wei secretly went to the Hehuan sect. Not long after, the demon girl was forcibly taken away by her master. Before leaving, she cried like a dog and dragged you to write a short essay of several thousand words, wanting you to wait for her at the inn, and she would find a way to escape and elope with you. You agreed with a look of reluctance. Afterwards, you and Li Wei left the inn overnight. On May 12, 61, you arrived at a small county town on the border of Zhuzhou under the escort of Li Wei. What you saw and heard along the way was simply horrifying. Now, hundreds of millions of people in Liangzhou have been treated like livestock, kept in the city by demons, and become blood food for regular consumption. Countless people die every day. The 4 major sects occupied the 7 states, but did nothing about it, because the demons in the secret spiritual minds of Liangzhou had already taken the initiative to hand them over to the 4 major sects for control. For a group of ordinary people, the high-ranking cultivators would naturally not risk their lives to rescue them. Even if there were some righteous men, it would be of no avail. When a building is about to collapse, it is difficult to support it with just one tree. Even Zhuzhou is not immune to attacks by demons. For example, the Qinghe city where you are located is close to Liangzhou, and demons often break into the surrounding villages and towns to devour villagers, killing hundreds or even thousands of people. For the sake of stability, the county magistrate of Qinghe city even made a private agreement with several nearby groups of wolf demons, willing to provide 100 civilians every month in exchange for the other party not to attack the villages and towns. You can't help but miss the Wei dynasty. Although the government was corrupt and there were many heavy taxes, ordinary people at least had a way to survive. They had hands and feet, and could steal and rob. Even if they were in a bad situation, they could sneak into the mountains, escape the jurisdiction of the government, and become a mountain dweller who didn't pay taxes. They wouldn't be in danger of losing their lives like they are now, and they wouldn't be killed by demons at any time. Going into the mountains was a dead end. That night, at your suggestion, Li Wuyi took action and wiped out all the demons within 100 miles. The nearby demon kings were trembling with fear and led their tribes to retreat from the area around Qinghe City overnight. Soon after, the people nearby donated money to build a shrine for the person who secretly attacked them, and pilgrims flocked to the shrine every day. On July 14, 61, you heard a piece of news that the Tianzong branch in Zhuzhou Sword Tomb was attacked by a mysterious strongman. 2 Tianren elders died, and the Tianzong disciples suffered heavy losses. The deaths were extremely strange, and the bodies were all dried up. It was said that it was done by the demon monks. You can't help but worry about Nangongwan. After all, others can only give you a hand, but she has helped you several times. On August 20, 61, Li Wuyi told you that Nangongwan had left the sword tomb a month ago and should not have met with any misfortune. Then, he said in a serious tone that a very terrifying demon cultivator had appeared in Zhuzhou, specializing in hunting down the powerful celestial beings from the 4 major sects. Even a second-decade celestial being had been killed by the demon cultivator. He advised you to leave Zhuzhou. Li Wuyi's words remind you of the old monster in the spirit clan's cave heaven. The demon monk you suspect is most likely the young man with glasses. You didn't dare to be careless and left Zhuzhou overnight. On September 10, 1961, you came to a border county town in Yuzhou, where you spent the rest of your life listening to songs in brothels. During this time, your eyes recovered. You have been trying to find out the news about the king of Qin, but have gained little. It seems that he disappeared out of thin air 60 years ago. On November 18, 1962, you were listening to music in a brothel when you saw a middle-aged man. You thought he looked familiar, but you were very sure that you had never seen him before. This feeling was very strange. With doubt in your mind, you approach and initiate a conversation. The middle-aged man glanced at you and asked with a smile, "Brother, what can I do for you?" You thought for a moment and said, "You look very familiar to me, like an old friend, but I can't remember who you are, so I came up to bother you." After hearing what you said, the middle-aged man became interested and took the initiative to ask about your background. You said you were a descendant of the Song family in Liangzhou. The middle-aged man looked somewhat dazed, chuckled, and said that he didn't know you, but maybe because he looked very similar to one of your friends, you felt that he looked familiar. Then the middle-aged man chatted with you for a few more words, then said goodbye and left. You watch him go away. Ask Li Wuyi next to him if the other person is a cultivator. Li Wuyi shook his head, indicating that the middle-aged man had no cultivation fluctuations at all, and was just an ordinary person. Hearing this, you also feel that you are overthinking. On December 2, 61, the demonic cultivators became more rampant, poisoning the land of the 7 continents, and even began to attack the 3 decaying celestial beings. You who were listening to music in the brothel would receive news that the elders of the 4 major sects were sucked into mummies every once in a while. After losing more than a dozen powerful celestial beings in succession, the 4 major sects, Yaoang Valley, Tianzong, Wanfo Mountain, and Hehuan sect, chose to cooperate and formed the Demon Slaying Alliance, and began to hunt down demon cultivators all over the world. On December 12, 61, traces of demonic cultivators were discovered in the Fulong Mountains of Zhuzhou, and the Demon Slaying Alliance took action upon hearing the news. On December 17, 61, the demon cultivators went on a killing spree, slaughtering 12 powerful celestial beings of the Demon Slayer Alliance at the cost of serious injuries, including 1 celestial being with 4 declines, 3 celestial beings with 3 declines, and dozens of innate strong men. The strength of the 4 major sects was greatly damaged, and the world was shocked. In the same month, the demons took the opportunity to invade the border of Yuzhou again, occupying dozens of cities and turning tens of millions of civilians into bloody prey. The county where you were located was the first to be hit. In just 3 days, hundreds of thousands of civilians in the county were killed by the demons. Under Li Wei's protection, you successfully escaped from danger. The world is becoming more and more chaotic. On December 17, 1963, you came to Yangzhou, behind Zuzhou, and ran a tea house. Every day, you inquired about the news of the Song family from merchants from all over the world. Heaven will not let down those who work hard. After a year of investigation, you learned some details about the Song family's demise from an old man. After the demons started the riot, the Song family sent out 7 celestial elders to quell the turmoil. After a bloody battle, the situation had stabilized and the rebellion was about to be quelled. However, the Song mansion was suddenly attacked by a group of mysterious people. The 2 celestial elders who were stationed in the Song mansion rushed to meet the enemy. As the battlefield was set above the God General's mansion, the 2 celestial elders were afraid of accidentally hurting their clansmen, so they were restrained. In addition, they were outnumbered, and soon, they died in hatred under the siege of the mysterious people. Chapter 49. After the 2 ancestors who guarded the Song mansion died, the entire Song family was captured. Not long after, the 7 ancestors of the Song family who were fighting outside died unexpectedly. According to the gossip of the old man, the reason why the 7 ancestors of the Song family died was because that group of mysterious people threatened the lives of the entire Song family, causing them to be killed one after another. After listening to the old man's guesswork, you concluded the reason for the Song family's downfall: their home was robbed. But you think the main reason may still be the heavenly level technique that triggered the mysterious person's attack. At the same time, you are also somewhat curious about why this old man in front of you knows so much about what happened to the Song family back then. You took the initiative to ask about his identity. The old man smiled and said, "In my early years, I used to feed horses at the Song family. Thanks to the influence of my eldest brother, the leader, I was valued by the nobles in the mansion. I left the horse farm and became the shopkeeper in Liangzhou city. I was lucky enough to escape the disaster. After making many inquiries outside, I knew a lot about what happened that year." You were stunned for a moment. He stared at the old man's wrinkled face for a long time. "Ask, brother, what's your name?" The old man smiled and said, "Your surname is Li, and your given name is Pao. Speaking of which, when I take a closer look at your appearance, I find that you are quite similar to my former leader." You are silent for a long time. Li Pao starts to brag to you about the leader. It means that the other party was extremely talented and was a rare martial arts prodigy in a century. He was highly regarded by a lady in the mansion. Unfortunately, his elder brother disappeared for unknown reasons. Some people also said that he died in an accident. For this reason, Mo Xiang, the most beautiful maid beside the lady, cried for his elder brother and her eyes were swollen. After talking with Li Pao, you learned some news about Lin Maning. Not long after the demon riot, a master from the Spirit Sword sect came down the mountain and took them away from the Song family. As for what happened later, Li Pao didn't know. But through this incident, you suspected that the Spirit Sword sect might have known about the demise of the Song family, so they took Lin Maning and her group away in advance. Seeing this, Chen Shi was a little puzzled. When Lin Maning was in the secret realm of the ruins, she was able to dispatch several powerful celestial beings, and her status in the Lingjian sect was obviously not low. Her husband was Song Tianyuan, the 7th son of the Song family, and her daughter Song Qinggui was also of the Song family bloodline. Even if she was so cold-blooded, she would not watch the Song family perish without even a hint, right? Could it be that she didn't know about this? In other words, was the Lingjian sect also involved in the downfall of the Song family? Next, you asked about the news of the King of Qin, but the other party didn't know much either. He only knew that after the battle line was defeated, the demons invaded Liangzhou as if there was no one in the land, and the King of Qin's palace evacuated Liangzhou city early and moved to the imperial city of Sizhou to take refuge. You said goodbye to Li Pao. In the end, they did not choose to recognize each other. On December 27, 62, the demon cultivator who had been lurking for a year reappeared. He broke into the gate of the Hehuan sect in Yangzhou and, in a short period of time, slaughtered 4 powerful celestial beings of the Hehuan sect with his invincible strength. In the end, it was the Hehuan sect's ancestor Xian Yangzi who came out of seclusion and forced the terrifying demon cultivator to retreat. This incident caused a great uproar. Li Wuiai tells you that Xian Yangzi of the Hehuan sect is said to have glimpsed the realm above the heavens. Such a strong man still cannot stop the demon cultivator. In time, the 4 major sects may be destroyed because the demon cultivator grows too fast. Under the threat of the demon cultivators, everyone in the 4 major sects felt insecure, and more celestial elders began to actively seek breakthroughs, which brought about the 5 decays. For a time, radicalism prevailed. The strength of the 4 major sects has been greatly improved. There are even rumors that the matter of the demon cultivator has attracted the attention of the ancestors of the 4 major sects. They have all come out of seclusion and are lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike, waiting for the demon cultivator to make another move, and they will definitely annihilate him in one fell swoop. Such a great demon master suddenly appeared out of nowhere, which makes you more suspicious that this demon cultivator is the young man with glasses. The timeline is too coincidental. I'm afraid that only the old monster in the stone tablet has such strength. He slaughtered the Hehuan sect this time. It may be that he suffered the same treatment as you when he left the spirit clan cave. He was resentful and so he took such a cruel action. At the same time, another guess arises in your mind. That is the demon cultivator. Could it be Song Fan who was possessed by someone else? If the old man in Song Fan's body is also a demon cultivator, he might also have this kind of strength. On February 7, 63, the demon cultivator completely disappeared, seemingly afraid of the rumor, worried that the ancestors of the 4 major sects were waiting in the dark. On March 3, 1964, the sky gradually darkened. After the last customer left, you stood up as usual and were about to close the door of the tea house, but you saw a man in black wearing a bamboo hat walking outside. He was hunched over, and his face was hidden under the gauze, so his true appearance could not be seen clearly. You were about to ask, but Li Wuiai's voice rang in your ears, "Mr. Chen, this person's aura is mysterious and unpredictable. He is not a simple person. He is at least a 3 desolate heavenly being." You paused, looked at the man in black, and said slowly, "Old sir, the tea house is closed." The man in black said in a hoarse voice, "My master heard that a tea house owner had come to Yangzhou city. He was a descendant of the Song family of Yangzhou Shenzhong Mansion. He specially ordered me to invite him to his house as a guest, saying that he wanted to meet an old friend. I hope the owner will agree to come and see me." You look surprised and ask, "Old sir, can you tell me the name of your master?" The man in black said, "The shopkeeper will know when he goes there." You nodded and said, "Since it is an invitation from an old friend, then of course I will go. But before that, could you please take off your bamboo hat and show your true face?" The man in black said, "My appearance is so unbearable that I am afraid it will make the shopkeeper uncomfortable." You smiled and said it was okay. Under your insistence, the man in black hesitated for a moment, but finally took off his hat. You remained expressionless, but your eyes were fixed on the man's head. After taking off the bamboo hat, you see an old face that is wrinkled beyond recognition. The scars were all over his face, and he looked hideous and ferocious. His original facial features were completely invisible, but a large black mole with hair on his jaw was very obvious. You calmly look away and say meaningfully, "Old man, you look a lot like an old friend of mine." The man in black puts on his hat again and raises his head slightly, "Oh." You said slowly, 63 years ago, I met him once. At that time, I was sitting in a prison car, and he waited for me for a long time on the road. He was also wearing black clothes like the old man, but there was still something missing. The man in black steps forward. What's missing? You retreat behind Li Weiai and slowly say, the old man is wearing a bamboo hat, and he is wearing a mask. Chapter 50. The old man was wearing a bamboo hat, and he was wearing a mask. After you said this, the air fell into silence. The man in black slowly raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, the master is right. If we don't get rid of you, you will become a serious threat to us sooner or later. You asked aloud, who is your master? The man in black chuckled, ignored you, turned around and left the tea house, and a hoarse voice slowly floated over, if you don't want him to die, come out and fight. You look at Li Weiai and say calmly, Senior Li, this group of people want my memory. If someone takes the opportunity to kidnap me during the fight, you don't have to rescue them. Just give me a quick death. Li Weiai glanced at you and slowly followed the man in black. In a moment, a deafening roar erupted in the sky above Yangzhou City. The commotion caused alarm to several powerful celestial beings who flew up to investigate. After learning that it was a fight between 2-3 decay celestial beings, they all watched from the sidelines and did not dare to approach. You sat in the tea house and did not run away. The man in black in front of you is undoubtedly a henchman sent by the mastermind. He might be the man in black who waited for you at the border of Liangzhou for the first time. Given his cautious character, there may be other people lying in ambush outside the tea house. It is easy for you to be killed if you go out. But what surprises you is that after more than 60 years, the mastermind is not as strong as you imagined. You guessed that it might be the one who planned the demonic riots back then. It also made the other party pay a heavy price. It wasn't long before the battle started. After a while, another man in black clothes and a bamboo hat appeared from the shadows. Instantly, the battle over the tea house became more intense, and the aftermath caused the windows to shake violently and crackle. When you see the person coming, you know that he has you in his grasp and has not backed down because of what you said. This thought just flashed through your mind. It was all black before my eyes. In a coma. In a coma. You woke up and found yourself lying on a soft couch. The sun shines through the window lattice and falls on the floor in front of the window, warm and bright. You are stunned for a long time, thinking that you have been kidnapped by the man in black and are doomed, but you didn't expect that you can open your eyes and see the sun tomorrow again. You sit up slowly. With doubt, I got out of bed and opened the door. You saw Li Weiai standing in front of the door, but he was no longer middle-aged. He was covered with wrinkles and had white hair. He looked much older than you. You were just about to ask something. Li Weiai told you a shocking news. Your enemy has been caught. Looking at your shocked expression, Li Weiai pondered for a moment and told you something. Since you left Medicine King Valley, he was not the only one protecting you. There were also 6 4-decline celestial beings and 2 5-decline celestial beings lurking in secret. They were all masters from the 4 major sects. After you were kidnapped by the men in black yesterday, they took advantage of your trick and followed you secretly. In one fell swoop, they wiped out the men in black's lair and caught the mastermind behind the scenes. A huge wave is rising in your heart. Who would have thought that the elusive mastermind would fall into the hands of the 4 major sections? At this moment, no matter how stupid you are, you know that the 4 major sects are protecting you in a fake way, and they are using you to lure out the mastermind behind the scenes. The 4 decayed celestial beings and the 5 decayed celestial beings are all at the level of the ancestors of the sects. Even if Master Gui's granddaughter is powerful, it is impossible for her to gather so many strong people to protect you. After all, she is just a junior. As for why the mastermind behind this was targeted by the people from the 4 major sects, you suspect it may be related to the demonic riots of that year, or even the heavenly level skills. You ask who is behind this. Li Weiai tells you that it was the prince of the Qin Palace in Liangzhou 63 years ago, Zhang Sun. Chapter 51. I heard that the mastermind behind this was the Prince of Qin. You were stunned for a moment. I felt something was wrong. If the mastermind behind this was the Prince of Qin, then after you were framed by Elder Wang in previous lives, the men in black had no need to kill the escort team. It would have been a piece of cake for them to use the power of the Prince of Qin's mansion to intercept you in advance before you were exiled. You feel something is fishy and ask about Zhang Xun's situation. Li Wuyi said he didn't know. After he repelled the scarred old man last night and withdrew, Zhang Xun had already been secretly taken away by the people from the four major sects. Finally, he vaguely revealed to you that after destroying Zhang Xun's lair, several ancestors proposed to search your soul. It was Gu Yu, the 5-decade celestial being from Medicine King Valley, who saved you and brought you back to Medicine King Valley. Seeing this, Chen Shi's eyes flashed with enlightenment. The four major sects knew that he could lead out the mastermind, and they must also know that the mastermind was very interested in him, so it was not difficult to understand why they wanted his memory. Gu Yu's move to protect him might have something to do with Master Gu He. But these are not the key points. The key point is that this action by both parties was obviously premeditated for a long time. In the simulation, he might have been under close surveillance the moment he left the Eldar cave. Chen Shi didn't know why the four major sects were targeting the mastermind, but one thing was certain: under such circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for the mastermind to kill him. Therefore, if he wants to take his own life, he must first get rid of these old monsters behind him. The impostor Prince of Qin. It is very likely that this is a means for the mastermind behind the scenes to deal with the four major sects. At this time, the simulated text continues to scroll. Following the starting point that the mastermind behind the scenes must take his life, he gradually realized this in the simulation. You realize that everything that happened last night is far from as simple as it seems. But there is nothing you can do about it. In this fantasy world where fists speak, you, with your low strength, are involved in this level of mediation. You can only be like a wisp of duckweed, drifting with the flow. Even if you are a top-grade silver bone, it will be useless. At the age of 80, you who practice the 5 ways of Tianmen do not have the so-called training value. The following days, you stay in Yaoang Valley and continue to practice the 5 paths of Tianmen. Due to your special status, Yaoang Valley agrees to provide you with spiritual stones for cultivation. During this period, Gu Yu came to you once and asked you many questions about the mastermind behind the scenes. You answered truthfully and tried to guess that the Prince of Qin might be a fake. Gu Yu was a little surprised and nodded and left. Looking at his expression, you knew he didn't believe it. You are not surprised by this. The mastermind has been preparing for such a long time. If he had changed his mind because of your words, he would have been eaten up by the 4 major sections. On March 8, 1964, Li Wuyi bid you farewell, saying that he had something to do and needed to go back to the tribe. A few days later, you received the news that Li Wuyi had passed away. You are silent for a long time. I asked someone to send a pair of mourning couplets. On April 9, 63, Medicine King Valley announced a shocking news, saying that after investigation, the identity of the demon cultivator had been confirmed. It was the old Wei Emperor Yuan Jingdi who faked his death 30 years ago. According to Medicine King Valley, Yuan Jingdi was about to die, and in order to survive, he practiced magic skills, intending to use all the cultivators in the world as blood food to help him break through to the heavens. Soon after, Tianzong, Hehuanzong, and Wan Fashan successively issued statements, admitting that the demon cultivator was Yuan Jingdi in disguise, and demanded that the court hand over the demon cultivator. Due to the fact that in recent years, the Wei dynasty has been unable to keep the people safe, unable to resist the enemy, and the officials have been corrupt, it has long lost its credibility among the people. The statements of the 4 major sects have almost made most people in the world believe them. For a time, the whole world was in panic, and every monk was in danger. They all demanded an explanation from the imperial court. On April 10, 63, the Emperor of Wei issued an edict, severely accusing the incident of being a fabrication. On April 19, 63, Medicine King Valley supported King Wu of Qingzhou to ascend the throne and become emperor. The next day, the four major sects jointly respected King Wu, dispatched a large number of cultivators, formed a demon-slaying army, and marched towards the imperial city of Sizhou. On May 15, 1964, a world-shaking war broke out in Sizhou. In the next few months, you will stay in Yaoang Valley, and you will hear news of the death of a celestial being every few days. Even if you practice the Qi gathering method, you can clearly feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become much thinner. The alchemist in Medicine King Valley tells you that the strong celestial beings can take advantage of the righteousness of heaven and earth and control the six Qi. They can mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for several uses and almost never become exhausted. After a battle, the spiritual energy of a place can be exhausted for several days. This is why the Wei dynasty signed a treaty with the demons that the celestial beings would not fight each other, because the battle between celestial beings would only accelerate the decline of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You are shocked after hearing this. Qingzhou is 70,000 miles away from Sizhou. How fierce a war would it take to cause the spiritual energy in Qingzhou to become so thin? But what surprised you even more was that the Wei dynasty, which had declined to this point, could actually withstand the attacks of the four major sects for several months. At the same time, you became more and more confused as to why the four major sects were willing to fight the court at all costs. You guessed that it might be related to the Prince of Qin. Chapter 52. On July 2, 1964, you received news that Nangongwan had fallen on the front line. On August 7, 63, Xian Yangzi of Hehuan sect, Jianwu Dao of Tian sect, Master Kui of Wanfo Mountain, and Du Sheng of Yaowang Valley came out of retreat and went to the front line. 3 days later, the defense line of Sizhou began to collapse, and the demon-slaying army marched straight to the imperial city. The bloodthirsty demon-slaying army even shouted slogans, saying that they would massacre the Wei royal family and avenge their dead fellow disciples. The next day, a mysterious man appeared on the battlefield, and fought against the demon-slayer army alone, and the ancestors of the four major sects alone. Not long after, a cultivator discovered that the dead under the mysterious man were all mummies. From then on, the saying that the demon cultivators came from the royal family of the Wei dynasty was completely confirmed. The monks all over the world were excited. Even many noble families threatened to cut ties with the royal family, but after the bloody suppression by the Wang family of the Divine General's mansion, many of these voices disappeared. On August 12, 63, a great battle broke out between the mysterious demon cultivator and the four great ancestors. The commotion caused the entire Sizhou spiritual energy to become depleted. On August 14, 63, the demon cultivator activated his secret method and burst out with amazing fighting power, killing 4 ancestors. At the last moment of his life, the demon cultivator broke into the demon slayer army and killed 7 of them, slaughtering dozens of powerful celestial beings in succession. In the end, he exploded and died in front of the horrified eyes of cultivators all over the world. After this battle, the strength of the four major sects was greatly damaged. When you heard the news in Medicine King Valley, you were shocked. The four major sects attacked Sizhou and finally perished together with the mysterious demon cultivator. This must have something to do with the Prince of Qin. The timeline was too coincidental. Not long after the Prince of Qin was arrested, the four major sects launched an attack on Sizhou. You speculated that the four major sects might have learned some news from the Prince of Qin, and had a reason to attack Sizhou. In fact, the attack on Sizhou might be to force out the mysterious demon cultivator. And this is probably the ultimate purpose of the mastermind behind pushing the Prince of Qin out, in order to kill someone with a borrowed knife, eliminate the mysterious demon cultivator, and weaken the four major sections. In the same month, demons invaded Yuzhou, Zhuzhou, Yizhou, and the border areas of Yangzhou. Within a few days, the demons attacked and captured nearly 100 county towns as if they were alone. Hundreds of millions of people were once again exposed to the demon's bloody mouths. Yi, Yu, and Yang are the three continents where the gates of Wanfo Mountain, Tianzong, and Hehuan sect are located. Because of their hometowns, the demon-slaying army had to temporarily suspend its offensive and send some forces back to curb the demon riots. This made the officials in the temple breathe a sigh of relief, and they all sighed at the wisdom of the Great Wei Emperor. Thinking back to when the Emperor established his rule over the world, he forced these three families to move to the three continents bordering the Shiwen Mountains. Now it seems that this really saved the Great Wei. On September 18, 63, King Qin Zhongyan, who had disappeared for 60 years, held a heavenly weapon and was invincible. He defeated the demon slayer army outside the imperial city and killed 3 5-decade celestial beings and more than 10 3-decade celestial beings. Without the 4 great ancestors, no one in the demon slayer army could be Zhongyan's opponent. The king of Qin's scene, which was like a god descending from heaven, frightened the demon-slaying army so much that they fled out of Sisu overnight. For a time, the whole world was shocked. No one expected that King Qin's strength was so terrifying, and he even possessed a powerful weapon like a heaven-level true weapon. With this kind of configuration, I'm afraid that only the resurrected ancestors of the 4 major sects could barely compete with him. A few days later, the 2 states of Jing and Yu, which bordered Sisu, declared their submission and requested the court to send a governor to take command. Since then, the world's situation has changed dramatically in an instant. The Great Wei's national fortune began to rise wildly. This scene stunned everyone. Even you couldn't help but sigh. In the fantasy world, one person's power can change the fate of a country. In the previous life, even if a strong man fell from the sky, if the situation was hopeless, it would be impossible for him to change the fate of a country by his own power. For example, Prime Minister Zhou could only leave behind a last word of "How can the heavens be so unkind to me?" and left in a hurry. On October 1, 63, King Qin Zhongyan, surrounded by the divine generals Wang family, accepted the abdication of the young emperor and officially ascended the throne, with the reign title of Guanggu, and called himself Emperor Guanggu of Wei. After Zhongyan ascended the throne, he immediately implemented drastic reforms, setting up the Jinyi Wei, cleaning up corrupt officials, promulgating the imperial examination system, suppressing aristocratic clans, establishing martial arts schools, nationalizing the spiritual mine secrets, and redistributing land to the people. These reforms caused strong dissatisfaction among the aristocratic clans in the 3 states of Si, Yu, and Jing, who often pretended to obey but secretly disobeyed. However, under the bloody suppression of Emperor Guanggu, they eventually shut up like quails. The Wei dynasty is once again full of vitality. You stayed in Yaoang Valley, listening to these familiar reform measures, and felt more and more that behind the king of Qin, there was your fellow time traveler who was giving advice. The reforms of Emperor Guanggu aroused strong hostility from the 4 major sects, which completely dispelled the idea of easing relations with the court, because this approach was even more excessive than that of Emperor Taizhu of Wei in the past, and it was simply to uproot the 4 major sections. Facing the threat from Emperor Guanggu, the 4 major sects have become more radical in their practice. On May 7, 64, you who were staying in Medicine King Valley could clearly feel that the number of heavenly beings was increasing significantly. Almost every month, you could hear about someone breaking through the heavenly being realm and preparing to hold a banquet to celebrate. You suspected that Medicine King Valley might have refined the heaven replenishing pill, which was why it produced so many heavenly beings. At the same time, you are also somewhat confused. The 4 major sects may have heaven-level skills from the cursed land. In a dozen years, they may give birth to ancestor-level figures. With Zhongyan's current strength, why would he let them rest and recuperate instead of attacking them when they are weak? Chapter 53. On February 8, 1964, an acquaintance came to your courtyard. It was Song Chengming. More than 60 years had passed, and he was already a man of 3 decline. You were very surprised to see him. You didn't expect that the first person of the new generation of the Song family was still alive. After talking, you learned the purpose of Song Qinming's visit. He was ordered by Emperor Guanggu to take you to Sizhu to serve the court. You understand, in this tense confrontation, Song Qingming, as a noble of the Great Way, can come to Medicine King Valley, which is enough to show that there is no room for you to refuse this matter. You ask Song Qingming why the Song family was destroyed. He remained silent. No answer for you. On February 17, 64, you entered the imperial city and met Emperor Guanggu of Wei, Zhongyan. After looking at you for a while, he directly revealed your identity as an extraterritorial demon. You are shocked. Thinking of the reform measures taken by Wei, I almost thought that the King of Qin was the mastermind behind it. But you understand that a big shot like the King of Qin cannot be the mastermind behind the scenes. To kill the escort team and only send one person from the True Lake realm is totally inconsistent with the cautious style of the mastermind behind the scenes. You know, this must be the information revealed by the fellow countryman who traveled through time. You asked, Your Majesty, can you tell me the name of that person? Zhongyan smiled and said, Of course you can, but before that, please tell me what your abilities are. After hearing this, you instantly understand that the mastermind behind the scenes also has a golden finger. But then, you were a little confused. As the King of Qin is a great and powerful person, there is no need for him to ask you. He can just ask your heart directly. Why is he asking you in a serious manner now? It seems like he is deliberately revealing information to you. You answer, I can see some future scenes. Zhongyan looks at you with interest. In the future, will there be any strong people above heaven and man appear in the Wei dynasty? You are a little surprised when you hear this. When you first came here, you still doubted that Zhongyan, who was able to kill 3-5 deterioration celestial beings, might have broken through to a level above celestial beings. Now it seems that this is not the case. You shook your head and said, I don't know. I can only see news about myself in the future. Zhongyan nodded and asked what information you knew. You revealed all the means by which the mastermind plotted against you, including the killing of the escort team, death in the inner courtyard, death in the mountains, and demon riots. After hearing this, Zhongyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. After a while, he tells you that he actually doesn't know the true identity of the mastermind. The other party is very cautious. During the cooperation, he has been communicating with him through puppets. You are a little disappointed. I also have some doubts, suspecting that Zhongyan is not telling the truth. But then, Zhongyan told you another piece of news that shocked you. The mastermind behind this is also the extraterritorial demon. There is a group of forces formed by extraterritorial demons behind him. They and the force you are in a life and death hostile relationship, so he deliberately wants to kill you, because killing you is profitable. Seeing this, Chen Shi was shocked. Are there any forces among the time travelers? During the 2.5 years that he traveled through time, he had always been fighting alone and hadn't seen any force. Could it be that the organization left him behind? At this moment, Chen Shi suddenly remembered the young man with glasses from the spirit tribe's cave heaven. There is also the dead body of a cowboy. Is it possible that they are from the same organization as mine? When I entered the Eldar cave, judging from the degree of decay of the cowboy's body, he should not have been dead for long. Next time I simulate, if I have the opportunity to enter the Eldar cave, I can try to get in touch with the cowboy. Maybe I can get some information about the organization. Chen Shi Nandao. Now he had some understanding of why the mastermind behind the scenes had always been afraid to show his face. Because the other party also believes that there is power behind them. If his identity is exposed, kill him. He might even be hunted down by other members of his faction. After all, time travelers hunting each other may get some kind of reward. Zhang Yan told me about this, probably because he thought there was a force behind him, and wanted to use this to create trouble for the mastermind, or even get rid of this unstable factor. Although the two were in a cooperative state, they seemed to be playing tricks. You are greatly shocked after hearing this. I never thought Zhang Yan knew so many secrets about the mastermind behind the scenes. Finally, Zhang Yan also revealed to you that the old man with a scar who arrested you in the tea house last year might know the true identity of the mastermind behind the incident. You nodded, and then tried to ask about the identity of the demon cultivator and the reason why the four major sects attacked Sisu. Zhang Yan smiled but said nothing, and did not answer you. You asked about the downfall of the Song family again. Zhang Yan still didn't answer you, indicating that you should ask that demon cultivator about this question. Then the other party ends the conversation with you. In the following days, you are confined to the palace by Zhang Yan, and you are provided with delicious food and drink. Zhang Yan displays the humanitarian spirit of the other world and summons two beautiful princesses to serve you. He also tells you in a subtle way that you have 3 months to leave a bloodline for yourself, or try to pass on some information. Death is approaching, and you choose to indulge yourself. On May 10, 1964, thanks to your hard work day and night, the two princesses became pregnant one after another. A few days later, you followed Zhang Yan out of the palace amid the complicated gazes of the princesses. You swallow the pill Zhang Yan gave you. You fall into a coma. In a coma. In a coma. You are being soul-searched. You are dead. Looking at the simulated text, Chen Shi silently digested the massive amount of information he had gained this time and made a plan for himself in his mind. 1. Find the old man with a scar on his chin. 2. Find out why he died mysteriously in the inner courtyard 3 years later. 3. Secretly monitor Elder Wang to see who is delivering secret messages to him. 4. Lin Chu Shui will mysteriously disappear in Yunyu Tower in a few days. We need to find a way to find out the reason for her disappearance without alerting the enemy. 5. Pay attention to the demise of Lingjian sect. 6. Try to contact the cowboy man and the young man with glasses in the Eldar cave. 7. Get the recipe for Bulletin Tiandan and try to build up your own power so that after you leave the Spirit Clan's cave heaven, you will have the strength to compete with the manipulator behind the scenes. But before that, you need an earth alchemist. 8. Get the ancient teleportation jade talisman from Guhi. 9. Keep a low profile to avoid the destruction of the Song family and the downfall of Song Fan. Ding! Simulated rewards are being generated. The host can choose one from them. Great perfection of bone refining realm, including top-grade silver bones. White talent old longevity star. Bulletin Tiandan recipe. 125 longevity pills. Xian level top grade. Due to staying in the Elven cave for a long time, there are very few optional rewards this time. However, what surprised Chen Shi was that Master Guhi's ancient teleportation talisman did not appear. This might be because he crushed it and used it in the simulation. System, I choose. As Chen Shi made his choice. The next moment, a powerful energy and blood surged from his body. His cultivation began to soar. The best iron bones. Top quality copper bones. Top quality silver bones. After reaching the highest level of silver bones, he felt that his perception had become even sharper. When breaking through the iron bones, he could only vaguely feel some colorful gases. Those gases were like gauze, looming on the edge of his consciousness and difficult to touch. But now, when he closed his eyes, he could clearly feel the existence of these gases. They were no longer vague shadows, but were flowing around him like substance. Is this what is called qualification? Chapter 54. If the mastermind behind the scenes has also opened it, it should be an intelligence cheat. Chen Shi seemed thoughtful. However, to be honest, the mastermind behind the scenes has a really bad golden finger. 60 years have passed. He hasn't even broken through to the level above the heavenly beings. This can also further explain why the mastermind behind the scenes reacted so critically and even planned a demon riot, because with the incredible level of his simulator, as long as he had enough money, he would be invincible in the world in just a few days. The mastermind behind this definitely doesn't know what his golden finger is. However, considering that he was a horse slave and yet he got close to Lin Maning within half a day and became friends with Gu He within a month, it doesn't take much thought to know that his golden finger is incredible. The rise was too fast. Especially dealing with Elder Wang's behavior. It was obvious that he had noticed the existence of the other person who traveled through time. All of the above. It's hard for the man behind this not to panic. We must keep a low profile in this simulation and not provoke the mastermind behind it, to prevent him from making desperate moves. After making up my mind, Chen Shi opened the simulator again. Talent Life Simulator. Balance, 710.24 taels. Destiny points, 210. Do you want to spend 500 points to start the simulation? Chen Shi pointed out, yes. And invested all destiny points. Ding, talents are being refreshed. Ding, congratulations on successfully refreshing the green talent Phoenix. Green talent die with eyes wide open. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Phoenix, any minor injuries you suffer can be healed in a short time. Even if a limb is broken, it can grow back within 3 months. I never realized that I had a special body until one day I entered the palace and became a eunuch. Die with eyes wide open. After a character dies in a simulation, they can simulate an extra day. Damn it, let me see who killed me. Looking at the simulated text, Chen Shi's eyes lit up. The talents refreshed this time are all very top-notch, with no side effects, and can be inherited for long-term benefits. The Phoenix's talent is incredible. Not only can it recover from minor injuries, but it can also regenerate broken limbs. If you choose this, as long as you don't run into a monster with incredible combat power, you will be absolutely invincible at the same level, and you can kill your opponent with just your energy. Dying with eyes open is much inferior to the Phoenix. However, considering the existence of the mastermind behind the scenes, Chen Shi hesitated for a while and finally locked on this talent. As long as the mastermind behind this is eliminated, his lifespan will undoubtedly be greatly extended. Maybe you can become invincible in one simulation. He would like to see it. Who is behind this? Ding! Talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. Since you practice the 5 paths of Heavenly Gate and no longer value your physique and yang energy, you choose to stay overnight at the Yun Mansion. An indescribable story. 2 hours later, Chen Pinggan didn't find a home and settled on the majestic snow-capped mountains. You helped her clean up and temporarily cancelled the engagement. The next day, you stood up Li Ping, and the day was like a fall. On the 3rd day, a day like 3 autumns. Day 5, a day like 3 autumns. During this period, you selected several mild drug Xian level spiritual herbs from the 10 directions ring and gave them to Song Fan. Song Fan's favorability towards you has greatly increased. I called you uncle. On the 8th day, you meet Lin Maning and demonstrate your strength as a top-grade silver bone. She was shocked. You confessed your identity as a reborn person and deliberately concealed Lin Qiushui. You take out all the spiritual medicines and beg Lin Maning to secretly ask Master Gu He to refine the longevity pill in her name, and trade it for his ancient teleportation jade talisman. You also ask to send 2 masters who are good at hiding to secretly monitor Elder Wang and protect Lin Qiushui. Under the temptation of the secret realm of the ruins, Lin Maning agreed to your request. At your instruction, Lin Qiushui began to enter and leave the Yun Mansion normally. On the 10th day, Song Fan started to learn martial arts, and you asked him to go out and practice. However, this time you did not point out the identity of the grandfather. You just told Song Fan to go to the treasure pavilion in Yunmen City and bring back a scroll in 5 months. Song Fan asks you what scroll it is. You didn't answer, which means the other party will know once he goes to the treasure pavilion. Song Fan left in great confusion. On the 15th day, Lin Maning came to the Yun mansion and told you something. The old nanny who secretly protected Lin Qiushui caught a man in black with bad intentions in Yunyu Tower. You were shocked when you heard this, and asked quickly, "Mother-in-law, do you know the identity of the man in black?" Lin Maning shook his head. He committed suicide by taking poison. You are a little disappointed, and then ask, "Does that person have a big mole on his jaw?" Lin Maning said no, but after a little hesitation, she still revealed a piece of news to you. The black-clothed man's body movement and martial arts skills look very much like the death warriors trained by the Wei royal family. You are greatly surprised. You always thought that the person who kidnapped Lin Qiushui was the mastermind behind the incident. Now it seems that this is not the case. Because those who can command the royal family's assassins must be either rich or noble. If the mastermind behind this has such an identity, it would be easy for him to kill you. At least that was the case in the first two simulations. There was no need to intercept the escort team. After the Yunyu Tower incident, Lin Maning took the initiative to ask you about Lin Qiushui's identity. You evaded the question. She was so angry. Through this incident, you also discovered a problem. In your previous life, after you confessed everything about Lin Qiushui, Lin Maning soon found out all about Lin Qiushui. This time, you deliberately concealed Lin Qiushui's affairs, so the other party had no clue at all and could not find out any details about Lin Qiushui. They only knew that she was a criminal woman. You realize that the identities of the special bloodline people of the spiritual sect are kept extremely secret after being secretly sent to the secular world by their parents. Even if it's Lin Maning, an insider from the spiritual sect, he won't be able to detect the slightest abnormality unless you give him a hint. Looking at the simulated text, Chen Shi's eyes were thoughtful. Why did the man in black kidnap Lin Qiushui? For special bloodline? Capture it and bring it back to have babies for yourself to improve the offspring? This doesn't make sense. Ling Zone has the Book of Heaven. When descendants of special bloodlines break through to the upper four realms, they can be sensed. The people behind the black-clad assassins were able to find out about Lin Qiushui's special bloodline identity, so it is unlikely that they didn't know about the heavenly book. Moreover, the special bloodline people scattered outside the Ling Zone all have complicated backgrounds. At least one of their ancestors was a celestial ancestor. If they were caught, they would be a time bomb, and no one would know how they died in the end. But if it wasn't for the special bloodline, that means there might be some secrets about Lin Qiushui that he doesn't know about. 1 month later, Lin Maning came to Yun Mansion again and gave you a ring. You opened it and found 150 longevity pills in it. You know, this woman used your elixir to contact Master Guhi and may have received some kickbacks. But you don't care about these. What you care about is that this ring does not have the ancient teleportation jade talisman you want. You asked, "Mother-in-law, where is the ancient teleportation jade talisman?" Lin Maning is dissatisfied with you for hiding the matter from Lin Qiushui, and said unhappily, "I sent people to ask several times, and Master Guhi said that he never had any ancient teleportation jade talisman. I don't know where you heard the news from." Chapter 55. Chen Shi has finished his stay. Guhi doesn't have the teleportation jade talisman on him? This shouldn't happen. The last time I simulated the other party, I specifically explained that the jade pendant in the ring was an ancient teleportation jade talisman, which could save his life in times of crisis if crushed. How come it's gone now? Could it be that Guhi hadn't obtained this jade pendant during this period? This possibility is very small. Because it has been a month since this simulation. In the last simulation, Guhi also came to the Song family a month later. So, Guhi said that he did not send the jade talisman. There are only 3 possibilities. 1. He is lying. 2. The jade talisman was obtained by Guhi during his visit to the Song family. It might have been given by a member of the Song family, or it might have been given by someone who came to visit Guhi. 3. Lin Maning embezzled the jade talisman. Chen Shi prefers the latter. As a person whose last words were to warn future generations to repay their gratitude, Master Furukawa's morality can be said to be impeccable. More importantly, 60 years later, his granddaughter actually did so, even though she didn't like him. This kind of family tradition is very positive. It can be seen that there is some foundation of teaching by example in it. In the eyes of Master Guhi, who is obsessed with alchemy, a mere ancient teleportation jade talisman is probably not even as good as a hair on an earth-grade spiritual medicine. There is no need to deceive himself, the provider of the earth-grade spiritual medicine, for such a small thing. Moreover, after Guhi came to the Song family, he stayed in the Yun mansion all day to make pills and hardly ever met any guests. So the second possibility is also very small. Only Lin Maning was most likely to have embezzled the money. Perhaps it was because he was too enthusiastic about the jade talisman in the simulation, causing the other party to suspect that this might be some extraordinary treasure. Of course, there is another possibility that cannot be ruled out. That is, history has quietly changed in places that we are unaware of. Lin Maning glanced at you. Snorted coldly, "What's with that look in your eyes, kid?" You were silent for a long time, then said, "Mother-in-law, that jade talisman is very important to me. Please return it to me." Lin Maning was a little angry. "If you don't believe it, go ask Master Furukawa in person." You argued for a long time. Finally, she left with a look of resentment on her face. You sit at the top of the living room, falling into deep thought. In fact, when Lin Maning told you to ask Master Guhi in person, you realized that he might not have lied to you. After all, you can tell the truth from the falsehood by asking. However, you still suspect that the jade talisman is in Lin Maning's hands. Maybe she thinks the jade talisman has a secret and wants to study it in her hands. On January 17th, you try to practice the 5 paths of Heavenly Gate and attack the Gate of Death. You found a problem. The spiritual energy required to attack the Death Gate is completely huge. One portion of Xian-level spiritual liquid can only support you in practicing for half an hour. Even the Song family cannot afford this consumption rate. You decisively gave up. At night, an unspeakable story happened between you and Lin Qiushui. You sleep in your clothes and fall into a deep sleep. While sleeping, you are encountering an illusion. You are being questioned. You answered some questions. Conscience. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, this was a method that only the ancestor of heaven and man could perform. He guessed that this was Lin Maning's work. Perhaps because he confessed his identity as a reborn person this time and did not mention Lin Qiushui, the persuasiveness was insufficient, so the other party used this method to secretly investigate his background. At noon, you woke up feeling a little sluggish. This makes you confused. As a top-grade silver bone, this level of consumption is just a drop in the bucket. It shouldn't be top-heavy. You doubt for a while. In the end, I can only attribute this to the fact that the loss caused by my previous life was too great, so that after breaking through the ultimate silver bone, my body is still a little weak. Soon after, Master Furukawa sent me a photo stone. Personal explanation. He really doesn't have any ancient teleportation jade talisman. You completely dispel your doubts. At the same time, another guess arises in your mind. History may have quietly changed in places you don't know. 2 months later, there is no movement from Elder Wang, so you decide to go to the Cursed Land first and try to practice the 5 paths of heaven. You consult Lin Maning. You reached a consensus. Leave a letter to Song Fan, asking him to take Song King Gui to the secret place of ruins when he returns. Lin Maning will find a reason to throw you into prison and send you to the border of Liangzhou as a soldier, and will assign an old maid to protect you on the way. After 2 days of preparation, You disguised yourself as a prisoner and followed an army of 1,000 men to the border of Liangzhou to reclaim wasteland. The Tai warrior is a warrior who has reached the great perfection of the true lake realm. On February 20th, after traveling for several days, you arrived at the border of Liangzhou. When the army was resting, the soldier guarding you found an excuse to go to the bathroom. When he left, a copper key accidentally fell in front of your prisoner car. You pick up and open the chain. You ran away. The other prisoners saw you running away alone without taking them. He suddenly started to yell, trying to attract the soldier's attention. According to the map in my arms, you find a direction and start on your way. 7 days later, the old lady's voice rang in your ears, "Boy Chen, the evil place is ahead. For the sake of the top-grade silver bones, I advise you again. Once you enter that place, even if you have jade bones, you will basically have no chance of martial arts in this life. You express your gratitude." Then, he entered the cursed land without looking back. In fact, you really want to stay in Yun Mansion and make love with Lin Qiushui day and night, but time waits for no one. The mastermind will become stronger day by day, and you who practice the 5 paths of Tianmen have a blocked road ahead. It is better to grit your teeth and move forward, accumulating foundation for the next life, than to die in the hands of the mastermind in a few years. You just took a few steps out when the old maid's voice rang in your ears again, "Chen boy, I will wait for you here for 10 years. If you don't come out in 10 years, I will treat you as dead and go back to report to my wife." Chapter 56. You enter a rainforest with dense vegetation. 1 hour later, you see smoke rising in the distance. You jump onto an old tree and vaguely see a village. You can't help but think of a second life. At that time, you should have been killed by Song Fan near here. At that time, you were still wondering why he could find you in this vast mountain. Now you understand that this is most likely the information revealed by the mastermind. But you still have some doubts. This village is definitely not within the scope of the cursed land, but it should be very close, similar to the edge of the land. Who would settle in such a place if they have nothing better to do? You feel something is a little abnormal. Along the muddy path covered with hoarfrost in the forest, you enter inside. I met a middle-aged man head-on. The first time you saw him, you felt that he looked very familiar, but you were sure that you didn't know him. This feeling is very strange. You recalled that in your previous life, not long after you left the spiritual tribe Cave Heaven, you had met such a middle-aged man in a brothel on the border of Yuzhu. At that time, Li Wei told you that he was just an ordinary person. You feel like something is wrong. It is impossible for an ordinary person to still look like a middle-aged man after 60 years, unless he has also taken the longevity pill. Or maybe you recognized the wrong person. With doubts, you approach again to start a conversation. The middle-aged man glanced at you and asked with a smile, "Young man, are you also here in this forest of death looking for opportunities?" After hearing this, you were stunned for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I think the senior looks familiar, like a blood relative of my clan, but I can't remember who it is, so I came forward to bother you." After hearing what you said, the middle-aged man became interested and took the initiative to ask about your background. You said you were a descendant of the Song family in Liangzhou. The middle-aged man looked a little dazed, chuckled, and said that he didn't know you. Maybe he looked very similar to one of your elders, so you felt that he looked familiar. After hearing this, you are very sure that the person in front of you is the middle-aged man you met in your previous life. You take the initiative to talk to him. It was learned that many warriors of the lower fifth realm gathered in the village. Due to the mysterious origin of the cursed land and the arrival of the immortal palace 50 years ago, it has attracted many warriors with no hope of breakthrough and inferior roots to come here to explore and seek opportunities. Some of them come here on their own initiative, some are hired by aristocratic families, and there are also many vicious criminals, as well as peddlers like the middle-aged man who claim to be doing business. It can be said that there are good and bad people here. However, in recent years, some people have indeed dug up some mysterious spiritual tools and even earth-level treasures in the cursed land. This caused a huge sensation at the time. Countless people flocked to it. It is a pity that over the past few decades, the outer area of the cursed land has been dug up for nearly 100 miles. Not to mention the earth-level treasures, even the mysterious level spiritual weapons have never been dug out. Perhaps only by going deep into the uninhabited area 100 miles away can there be gains, but ordinary warriors can't withstand the erosion of death energy. Only the special longevity slaves trained by those big forces can barely go deep into it and look for some opportunities. Then, the middle-aged man advises you to leave this place. It means that you are from the Song family in Liangzhou, and your future is limitless. There is no need to take risks here. Even if you get the opportunity, your body will be corroded by the death energy, and you will never be able to break through the spirit river in your lifetime. The gain is not worth the loss. You shook your head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I have reasons why I have to go." For the first time, the middle-aged man showed a surprised expression on his face. "Oh? Can you tell me? I'm quite familiar with the surrounding area. Maybe I can provide you with some help." You hesitate for a moment. Speaking of the uniqueness of the Tianmen 5-Dao Kung Fu. The middle-aged man looked at you deeply, saying that he was just an ordinary person and couldn't help you with this matter. But then, he thought about it and gave you a blank copper book, saying that it was a talisman he had obtained from a temple, and that it was very effective after being blessed by a master. If the copper book turned black, it meant that you were in trouble and you had to escape from the cursed land as soon as possible. Since he was like one of your elders, he would only take 500 taels of silver from you as a good relationship. You paid for the bronze book. Your intuition tells you that this middle-aged man with a mysterious background may have some connection with the Song family, and he doesn't look like he wants to kill you. Then the middle-aged man chatted with you for a few more words, then said goodbye and left. You studied the bronze book for a while, but didn't see anything unusual. You didn't think much about it. Put away your things and enter the cursed land. On February 28, you stepped into the cursed land and used the Qi intake method to take a breath. Almost instantly, rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged towards you, at least dozens of times stronger than the outside world. However, unlike the outside world, this spiritual energy from heaven and earth was not in the form of colorful particles, but a strange grey color. You guessed that this might be the death energy that Song Fan mentioned, which would cause the ancestor of heaven and man to die suddenly if he inhaled it. You try to attack the death gate. After a week, you will find that the efficiency is twice as fast as taking Xian-level spiritual liquid outside. This will surprise you greatly. This means that you only need to spend 45 years to completely open the fourth death gate and refine the legendary top-grade golden bones. However, you did not choose to practice immediately, but plan to continue to study in depth. After all, the deeper you go, the higher the concentration of death energy. You are going deeper. 20 miles. 30 miles. 50 miles. 120 miles. You walk through the hot and humid rainforest. The morning sun shines through the gaps between the layers of leaves in the rainforest, casting spots of light. Due to the abundant rainfall here, the vegetation on the ground is extremely lush, with vines entwined and roots crisscrossed, forming numerous obstacles. Under a big tree, you found a mushroom that was faintly emitting a grey-black smell. You stop. After a brief hesitation, he took it off and put it to his nose to sniff. The rich spiritual energy poured into the nasal cavity and soaked into the throat, accompanied by depression and heaviness. You feel a deep decay in your bones. You try to sit cross-legged and practice. 1 hour later, you slowly open your eyes and are shocked to find that with the help of mushrooms, the efficiency of attacking the death gate is 10 times faster. At this moment, your chest feels hot. Chapter 57. A gust of wind blows. Bursts of Buddhist chanting sounded in your ears, as if the Buddha was solemnly chanting sutras. You don't have time to think about it, and quickly take out the blank copper book from your arms, and find that it is extremely hot, and black gas is constantly coming out of it. At this moment, a large piece of Sanskrit appears on the bronze book. You don't understand. But the first few big words caught your attention. Auspicious mantra to eliminate disasters. You instantly realize that this is a treasure that can help you resist death. Because you have already gone 100 miles deep into the cursed land, and you have also inhaled a breath of black air from the mushrooms, but your body has not felt any discomfort, and you in the bronze mirror have not appeared old. This is obviously abnormal. You should know that in your perception, the concentration of the dead air here is no longer light grey, but rather dark grey. You have a premonition that without the help of the longevity pill, you will probably die of old age in this deep mountain in less than 2 months. You put away the page of the bronze book, hesitated for a moment, and chose to go deeper. 130 miles. 140 miles. 160 miles. As you go deeper, you find mushrooms more frequently. You picked a grey mushroom. You picked a grey mushroom. You picked a grey mushroom. You found a body covered with moss under a big tree. You are very surprised. You have seen many corpses along the way. Perhaps due to the erosion of death energy, those human bones have become debris and almost break at the touch. The corpse in front of you is an exception. Judging from the thick moss on it, it has obviously been preserved for a long time and is extremely complete. You walk forward cautiously. Remove the moss. A dazzling golden light dazzles you. You are shocked to find that the corpse in front of you is actually the remains of a golden bone genius. And looking at the color, it is no different from the 24K pure gold in the previous life. Under the sunlight, it almost blinded your eyes. Based on this quality, you think the other party's gold bone must be of a high grade. It is very likely to be the legendary top-grade gold bone that can make people immortal for 10,000 years after death. You don't understand why such a peerless genius would destroy his own future and enter this cursed land. You start looting. You get nothing. This golden skeleton has nothing valuable on it, not even a storage ring. You think it is a bit too shabby and totally unworthy of the other party's status as a peerless genius. However, out of humanitarianism, you still blasted a pit and buried the golden skeleton in it. After moving this golden skeleton, you found a thin object half hidden in the soil under his buttocks. You pinch and pull out. Seeing a piece of metal that was severely corroded by bronze rust. You think this thing looks familiar. After a while, you take out the hot copper book from your arms. Compare the two. Coincide. Same size. You feel inexplicably uneasy. This top-grade golden bone genius in front of you was probably like you when he was alive. He possessed this copper book that can resist death energy. It may be because the copper book became ineffective midway, and he died here unexpectedly. It may also be because he encountered other accidents. However, it should not be a man-made disaster, because the top-grade golden bones are almost invincible in the cursed land that only warriors in the lower 5 realms dare to enter, unless there are other dangers here. You think for a while. Finally, I gritted my teeth and decided to go deeper. 180 miles. 210 miles. 250 miles. 300 miles. The further you walk, the more frightened you become. Because after going 300 miles deep, you found several top-grade golden bones. Without exception, they all had bronze iron pieces on them. What was even more shocking was that you found a familiar martial arts book on a top-grade golden bone, Tianmen Wudao. This makes you feel even more uneasy. Your intuition tells you that these top-grade golden bone geniuses were most likely created by the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate. There are so many smart people in the world, you can't be the only one who thought that the dead air in the cursed land might be mutated spiritual energy. If there is some kind of secret treasure that can isolate the dead air, maybe someone will take the risk and enter this cursed land to practice the 5 paths of heaven. After all, the dead energy here can speed up the cultivator's attack on the 5 gates. And at your current depth of 300 miles, the concentration of the surrounding dead air has already turned grey-black. Even if you don't absorb the black air from the grey mushrooms, your cultivation efficiency will be more than 20 times faster than if you swallowed the Xian-level spiritual liquid. Here, there is a death door that takes 100 years to open. It will take less than 5 years. I am afraid that in this world, only the cursed land can allow people to truly cultivate the 5 paths of heaven. This technique. It seems to be specially built for this place. This is all too coincidental. After being targeted by the mastermind for a long time, you have become extremely sensitive to this kind of conspiracy and trickery. You almost instinctively feel that something is wrong. You begin to doubt the intentions of Ling Weizi, who created the 5 paths of Tianmen. I wonder what the purpose of the middle-aged man who gave you the bronze book is. Looking at myself in the simulation, doubting my life. Chen Shi frowned. He was somewhat confused when he first entered the Song family's sutra library. Ling Weizi is, after all, just a powerful celestial being. Does he really have the ability to create the 5 paths of heaven? Don't underestimate this martial art. But it can actually help people cultivate to the level of jade bones in a stable manner. What is jade bone? As crystal clear as jade, immortal after death. After years of precipitation, it will be nourished by heaven and earth, give birth to spiritual intelligence, and transform into some kind of spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Could something like this, which sounds so fantastic, really be created by humans? Still just a celestial cultivator? Chen Shi felt that it was not very realistic. The ancestor of heaven and man was indeed very strong, but not to such an outrageous degree. Moreover, this is all too coincidental. 5 gates of heaven. It really seems like it was born for the cursed land. If this is the case, it is a bit scary. Being able to combine the special conditions of the cursed land to create such a skill, it is not an exaggeration to say that it can turn decay into magic. I am afraid that even the legendary immortals are no more than this, right? Who is the person behind this plot? Chapter 58. This wordless copper book that can filter out dead air should be a matching item for the 5 paths of Tianmen. It was also created by the person who planned it. Judging from the Sanskrit on the wordless copper book, the other party is likely to be a Buddhist. I just don't know why the mysterious middle-aged man has this thing on him. Chen Shi Nandao. Just now, he thought the middle-aged man had no ill will towards him. Now I am a little hesitant. After all, there are so many corpses of predecessors right in front of us. Also, he remembered that during the second simulation, he escaped to this cursed land and met Song Fan 4 years later. With the growth rate of the Son of Luck, he must have been more than the 5th level at that time. The other party could enter and leave the cursed land safely, and he might have something like the wordless bronze book on him. Could it be that? Will Song Fan also practice the 5 paths of Tianmen in the future? With doubts, Chen Shi continued reading. You pondered for a long time. He gritted his teeth. I have decided to continue practicing the 5 paths of Heavenly Gate. Now you have no way out. Once you practice the 5 paths of Heavenly Gate, you will not be able to switch to other techniques. If you cannot cultivate the jade bone, you will never be able to break through to the spirit river realm. You will live in the shadow of the mastermind forever. You look at the Sanskrit bronze book in your hand that is so hot that it seems to be melting. Decided to stop going deeper. Your intuition tells you that this bronze book is already running at maximum power. If you continue to go deeper, it may be in danger of being scrapped. At your current depth of 300 miles, if you don't have the protection of the bronze book, you will probably age instantly under the erosion of the death energy. Even if you have more than 100 longevity pills, you probably won't be able to hold on for long. Master Gu He said that only the first longevity pill can extend your life by 10 years. If you swallow it continuously, the effect will gradually decrease until it completely loses its efficacy. In your mind, if these 150 longevity pills can extend your lifespan by 150 years, that would be a blessing. You sit cross-legged on the ground and take out a grey mushroom you picked up on the road. Hesitate for a moment. Took a small bite. Instantly, a thick grey-black aura of death erodes your entire body. The bronze book vibrated slightly, emitting a dazzling red glow, and the Buddha's chanting became louder and louder. You begin to attack the death gate. You find that the efficiency has reached an astonishing 35 times. This means that you only need less than 3 years to successfully open the fourth death door. On May 12, 2017, after consuming more than a dozen grey mushrooms, your progress towards the death gate has reached 50%. On May 14, Year 2, your footprints covered dozens of miles, and you collected and consumed all the mushrooms. Your efficiency in attacking the death gate was greatly reduced. After a year, your progress was only improved to 70%. During this period, you discovered that the red light of the bronze book had dimmed a lot. On June 16, 2013, late at night, everything was quiet, you were sitting cross-legged practicing meditation, and you could faintly hear a woman crying. You were startled. He quickly took out the copper book and checked it, and found that there was nothing unusual on it, and it had not turned black. You can relax a little. I spent the night in anxiety. In the following days, nothing happened, which made you feel relieved, but at the same time you felt a little anxious. It was almost impossible for living people to exist where you were, but you did hear a woman crying last night. Considering the special nature of the cursed land, you suspected that there might be something dirty hidden here. You are a little scared. I almost turned around and wanted to escape from here. But then, considering that this is something you will have to face sooner or later, you force yourself to stay. During this period, in order to calm down, you decided to reward yourself. You take out pots, pans, and utensils from your storage ring. I cooked a meal. On June 25, second year, you were sitting cross-legged in meditation and noticed that the death energy around you had changed. It used to be dark grey, but now there are often wisps of pure black mixed in. Close your eyes and feel carefully. You are surprised to find that these wisps of pure black aura are actually floating from the depths of the cursed land. Chapter 59. The change in the death energy has made your attack on the death gate more efficient, reaching an astonishing 60 times. You decide to continue practicing. On August 24, Year 2, your progress towards the death gate has reached 90%. On October 5, 2, a dazzling golden light burst out from your body. You successfully opened the fourth death gate and reached the ultimate golden bone. This made you extremely happy and you decided to stay and continue to impact the fifth heavenly gate. You are attacking the fifth gate. You find that your cultivation speed has slowed down again, only less than twice the usual speed. You realize that if you want to reach the fifth gate faster, you may need to go deeper into the cursed land. However, after thinking it over again and again, you still give up the idea of going deeper. Because you noticed that the bronze book has a faint sign of blackening. The mysterious middle-aged man said that if the bronze book turns black, it means danger. You think you should believe this sentence a little. However, you do not intend to leave, but decide to continue practicing for 2 months, because according to history, there will be murderous intentions against you in the Song family's inner courtyard in 3 years. You want to avoid this sensitive time node, although doing so may not be useful. On December 30, 2, in the early morning, you were practicing and heard a woman crying again. This cry was very painful and aroused pity, making you want to go over and comfort her and hold her in your arms. You sit up with a blank look on your face, unconsciously walking towards the depths of the cursed land. At this moment, the Buddha light of the bronze book in your arms shines brightly, and you shudder all over. Your consciousness instantly becomes clear. You sweat profusely and look into the depths of the cursed land with lingering fear. Just now, after you heard the cry, you couldn't help but want to save the owner of the cry. This is really weird. If you didn't have the bronze book in your arms to protect you, you would be in great danger. At the same time, you increasingly feel that there might be something dirty hidden deep in the cursed land. While you are distracted. Suddenly, I felt the ground shaking violently. Then, you see a terrifying black fog gushing out from the depths of the cursed land, covering the sky and the sun, and rushing towards you in a mighty manner. Your face turns pale and you run away. 10 minutes later, you are engulfed by the black fog behind you, and the surroundings immediately become dim. At this moment, the bronze book in your arms trembles and flies out, Buddha's light shines brightly, and Sanskrit words float out from it, surrounding you and forming a golden shield. You notice that the shield is dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. You are terrified, knowing that under the erosion of this terrifying black fog, the shield may not last long. With this in mind, you take out the longevity pill from your ring and keep putting it into your mouth while running. Instantly, a huge vitality bursts out of your body. 200 miles. 100 miles. 50 miles. 20 miles. Crack. Your shield is shattered. The strange black fog begins to erode your body. You take a breath. Decay, stench, oppression. Your expression is painful, and your stomach is churning. This feeling is like kissing a rotten tongue passionately. But what scares you even more is that your skin is aging and wrinkling at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then becomes delicate and tight under the blessing of the huge vitality in your body. This cycle repeats over and over again. In just 1 minute, the vitality of the longevity pill is consumed. And at this moment, you are still several miles away from stepping out of the cursed land. With your extreme golden bone speed, it usually only takes less than a minute, but under the erosion of this terrifying black fog, you know that you can't last more than a minute. These several miles of distance are like a chasm at this moment. Between life and death. You think of your martial arts skill heaven and earth sword slash. I remembered the sword maniac's insight. Focus on one point and reach the pinnacle. You took a deep breath, and your body sank slightly, standing still like a rock. Counting breaths while standing still. Then, your body turned into a shadow as thin as a knife, and in a flash, you appeared in a village several miles away. Your speed was so fast that even the warriors next to you didn't notice your presence. You are between life and death, and the heaven and earth sword slash breaks through again, entering the mastery level, and comprehending the 20th sword intent. Seeing this, Chen Shi was a little surprised. I didn't expect that such a breakthrough in the middle of a battle could happen to him. Could it be that it was the top-grade golden bones that improved his qualifications? You are exhausted. You look at the village you are in and breathe a sigh of relief. But what may surprise you is that after more than 2 years, the number of people in the village has increased by more than 10 times. Just looking at the open space at the entrance of the village, you can see people crowded around and talking. You listened for a while. I got a piece of news. It turned out that during this period, the change of the dead air in the cursed land attracted the attention of many interested people. According to convention, every time the dead air in the cursed land erupted, the concentration of the dead air would decline and become much thinner in the following period of time. This would allow ordinary explorers to have the opportunity to explore opportunities hundreds of miles away. The last time the dead air erupted was 52 years ago, 2 years before the birth of the fairy palace, so a large number of people gathered in the village to watch. Among them, there are many spies sent by major forces, but they are all warriors of the lower fifth realm. This is because this village is close to the edge of the cursed land, and death energy escapes from time to time. If warriors of the upper fourth realm enter, there is a risk of sudden death. Next, you wandered around the village for a long time, trying to get information about the mysterious middle-aged man. As expected, you get nothing. Just as you were about to leave, you met an acquaintance. It's Li Pao. The other person was stunned for a moment when he saw you, then hesitantly stepped forward and asked, "Are you Brother Chen?" You nodded. Li Pao was overjoyed and excitedly held your hand. "Brother Chen, you finally came out. I was sent here by my wife to wait for you. She said she had something important to discuss with you. If she sees you in the village, she must persuade you to go back to the God General's mansion first." You ask, "What is it?" Li Pao flattered, "Brother Chen, I am a humble man and I don't know what Madam is talking about. You need to ask Madam in person. You are not surprised by this. However, you thought about your accidental death in the inner courtyard in your previous life, so you still asked, is the old lady still outside?" Li Pao bent his waist even lower. "Oh, not only the old nanny, but even the masters from the Spirit Sword sect and Miss King Gui's master are waiting outside. They are all here to welcome you, Brother Chen. Although you haven't been back home for more than 2 years, your status in Madam's heart is getting more and more important day by day." Chapter 60. Hearing Song King Gui's master. You were stunned for a moment. The old woman in black that I saw in Shanhejua that year flashed through my mind. I didn't expect Lin Maning to send such an important figure to escort you. This shows that the other party really has something important to discuss with you. You guessed that it might be something about the secret realm of the ruins. Or maybe, he wants you to convince Song Fan to become Song King Gui's protector. After all, there are only 7 days left before the Song family's true dragon election. After understanding this, you will feel a little relieved. In fact, you still have some doubts about the identity of the old lady. At this critical juncture, you still feel a little unsafe to go back with such a person. Now that the old woman in black is here, even if the old lady is a traitor, she probably won't dare to act rashly. Moreover, nearly 3 years have passed, and you are also afraid that the mastermind behind the scenes is waiting for you outside. The old lady, a master of the innate great perfection, may not be able to deal with it. You waited there for more than 10 minutes. Li Pao successfully gathered more than 10 of your Qing gang brothers in the horse farm. After greeting each one, you ask them to go outside in batches to explore the way and see if the old lady and the others are still waiting for you outside. 3 hours later, you got the confirmed answer from more than a dozen Qing gang brothers. You immediately left the team, your body turned into a shadow, and quickly ran to the meeting place you had agreed with the old lady. You are very fast. This is the footwork you learned from the Heaven and Earth sword slash when you were between life and death just now. You gave it a domineering name. 9-day Thunder Double Kick. With the help of your footwork, the distance that used to take you an hour to reach now only takes you less than 5 minutes. But then, you didn't see the old lady and the others. You realize something is wrong. During the conversation with Li Pao and others, the old lady was waiting for me here. Now there is no one here, which can only mean one thing: these Qing gang brothers under your command are all traitors and are deceiving you. Without any hesitation, you immediately burst out all your qi and blood, and use all your strength to perform the 9 heavens thunder kick. Your body instantly turns into a thin line and shoots out. But then, your body suddenly stagnates, and you feel as if your head has been hit hard, as if a steel needle has pierced into your brain, accompanied by a stirring. Your consciousness instantly falls into a coma. You fall to the ground. In a coma. In a coma. You are being soul-searched. You got hit on the head. Hard dot. Not broken. You are seriously injured. Your head was chopped off by a sword. You are dead. Dead again. As soon as he left the cursed land, he died at the hands of the mastermind. This was something Chen Shi didn't expect. Could it be that the mastermind behind this bribed his brothers at the horse farm, and then dealt with the old lady waiting in the valley, and was waiting for him here? That's unlikely. The old lady is a master of innate great perfection. He is also good at the art of stealth and tracking. If you want to catch her, you have to at least be at the heavenly man realm. Even if 3 years have passed and the mastermind behind the scenes has acquired this strength, the problem is that the self in the simulation is not stupid. When he discussed with Lin Maning about going to the cursed land, it is impossible for him to not have anticipated this. After 3 years, he would at least ask Lin Maning to send the ancestor of heaven to pick him up. Regardless of whether it is from the perspective of interests. It's still from the perspective of friendship. Lin Maning seemed to have no reason to refuse. After all, he is a reborn person, Song Fan's uncle, and he also let Song Fan take Song King Gui into the secret realm of the ruins. He and Lin Chu Shui are even closer friends. Just win him over. Song King Gui will definitely be able to secure his position as the head of the Song family in the future. You have triggered the green talent, die with your eyes open. You get an extra day. See this? Chen Shi was shocked. This time the mastermind behind the scenes will finally be revealed. At this time, the simulated text that had been stagnant started moving again. The head that rolled to the ground opened its eyes wide. You saw your headless body, blood was steaming and gushing out, staining the blue stone ground red. Behind your body, there are 3 people standing. However, because your head is tilted to the side, you can only see their lower bodies. Due to the dim light, you can't see clearly. This makes you very anxious, but you can't do anything now. Even your eyeballs are difficult to move. You can only stare at everything in front of you with your eyes wide open. Chapter 61. After careful observation, you find yourself in a secret room made of blue stone. The 3 people in front of me. Based on their clothing and body shape, you inferred that they were 2 men and 1 woman. Other than that, there was no other valuable information. Just when you are at a loss, someone suddenly says in a gloomy tone, the person is already dead. I hope your highness can abide by the agreement and keep the matter to himself. Otherwise, our Lingjian sect is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. Then, a young man said in a relaxed tone, please rest assured, senior. I always keep my word. In addition, I also wish Miss King Gui a successful start, winning the first prize, and being elected as the true dragon of the Song family. The gloomy female voice snorted coldly. A middle-aged man with a gentle voice said again, thank you for your kindness, junior sister, let's go. The sound of rustling footsteps. See this? Chen Shi found that things were a bit out of scope. That young voice must be the mastermind behind all this. Based on their conversation, he might be holding a secret of the Lingjian sect, and he used this to threaten them and get rid of him. This was the 4th time that he simulated his death in the inner courtyard. This is most likely the reason. The Lingjian sect has a relationship with Lin Maning. Want his life? It's simply too easy. However, this secret was probably not known to the mastermind until 3 years later. Otherwise the first few simulations. He died a long time ago. This can also explain why Liu Yi asked him to leave the Song family overnight in the Sword Maniac simulation. Perhaps, he learned through Elder Wang or other channels that it was the Spirit Sword sect that wanted to kill him, so he stuffed him into a coffin, sent him thousands of miles away, and buried him underground for 2 years to avoid disaster. But the identity of the mastermind behind this made him very confused. Your Highness? Royal family? If that was the case, then there was no need to intercept the escort team in the first 2 simulations, and they would not have sent only 1 warrior who had reached the great perfection of the true lake realm. With his status as a member of the royal family, it was easy to kill him. Even if he was the least favored prince, he only needed to send a message to the Song family. As a minister, the Song family had no reason to refuse, at least in the first 2 simulations. He was just a small horse servant, who had not yet hooked up with Lin Maning and had not yet shown his talent. To kill him, it was just a matter of sending someone to pass on a message. There was no need to go to such great lengths to intercept and kill the escort team. But the problem is, the young voice in the simulation did speak in a tone a bit like a modern person. For example, the idiom starting with a victory in his words was not a product of this world at all. At least Chen Shi had never heard of it. Of course, it might also be because this body of his had not read much and suffered from the lack of culture. At this time, the simulated text continues to scroll. The brief conversation between the three of you will leave you feeling restless for a long time. After a while, the young voice whispered again, "Something is wrong. This kid has no memory of anything. Could he be from that side? No. To be on the safe side, I have to go out and hide for a while. Those people even dared to do the big light ball. If I am exposed, I will definitely be sent away." At this moment, heavy footsteps sounded outside again. Then the young voice ordered, "Drag the body out and burn it. Watch it burn to ashes with your own eyes. As for the golden bones in his body, they cannot be buried casually. Find a trustworthy person to watch over them day and night. If there are any changes, inform me in time. Oh, and then invite a few monks from Wanfo Mountain to pray for the soul of the deceased. Ask them to find a way to grind the golden bones into powder to prevent any accidents. Do you understand?" A rough voice responded, "I understand." Then, your head is lifted up, and your vision suddenly becomes wider. Inside the secret room, it was dark and dark. The young man in brocade robes in front of you was facing you sideways, half of his body was hidden in the darkness, he was hesitant, and he was holding the table with one hand. He was standing not far from your body, and his shadow was just printed on your body and head, magnifying the young man's slender figure infinitely. You stare with your eyes wide open. You can't see clearly. Then, your sight quickly shifted, and you saw a big face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a hint of doubt. You look at each other. You notice that the other person is wearing black clothes, but there is no big mole on his chin. The strong man is holding your head. Somewhat dazed. Then, he raised his rough palm and scraped across your face. Your eyes are closed. Afterwards. You widened your eyes again. The sturdy man blinked in confusion, and his rough hands scraped across your face again. Your eyes are closed. Your eyes widen again. The big man in black was a little surprised. He scratched his head, hesitated for a while, turned to look at the young man and said, "Your Highness, this man seems to have a bit of a brain disorder." "Really? Let me see." The young man came over. "Come closer." Instantly, you see a handsome face with three-dimensional features. You remember this face very well. "FK!" the young man exclaimed. "Without hesitation, I popped your eyeballs with 2 fingers. The event was forced to end with my eyes wide open. Simulation ends. Watch the simulation end with a few words." Chen Shi frowned. Just based on the young people's national quintessence of FK. He is definitely a time traveler. Just now, that person muttered to himself, saying that he had no memory of anything and suspected that he was from that side. What does this "no" mean? Memory? Or gold finger? After much thought, Chen Shi was more inclined to the latter, because he in the simulation did not have the memory of the golden finger. Is this an explanation? There is another force of time travelers that doesn't have a golden finger? Moreover, judging from the young man's attitude, he seemed to be very afraid of that organization. He said that they even dared to do the big light ball. He didn't know what this big light ball referred to, but one thing was certain, if the people of this organization, without the golden finger, could still scare a young man who traveled through time with a golden finger, they must be a group of super ruthless people. If he traveled through time without a simulator, he would probably be a horse slave for the rest of his life. But these are not the key points. The key is who intercepted and killed the escort team the first 2 times. The masters of Lingjian sect, the sturdy men in black, I'll address the young man as Your Highness, which shows that the other party is either a prince or a crown prince. With such an identity, how stupid must one be to do such a thing as intercepting and killing the escort team? Chen Shi couldn't figure it out. But then, another guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that there is more than one person behind this? But two people? One is a member of the royal family and the other is an unidentified person. The former only knew of his existence 3 years later. Perhaps the journey to the west he narrated was accidentally spread and happened to be heard by this royal time traveler, who followed the clues and found him, which led to his death. The latter relied on the intelligence cheat to directly obtain information about him, but due to his weak strength, he could only kill him in a covert manner. Of course, there is another possibility that cannot be ruled out. That is the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes, and there may be some hidden secrets that he doesn't know about. After figuring this out, Chen Shi's head is raised. Focus your attention on the adjective three-dimensional facial features and handsome face in the simulated text. There was a long silence. Another question arose in my mind. How the hell is he going to find someone? Chapter 62. Ding! Simulated rewards are being generated, the host can choose one from them. Great perfection of bone refining realm, including top-grade golden bones. Green talent, die with eyes wide open. Heaven and earth sword/mastery level, including 20% sword intent. 9 heavens thunder double kicks great mastery level, Xian level lower grade martial arts. A grey mushroom, low grade poison. The auspicious mantra for eliminating disasters, broken scrap iron. Slight bone improvement. This grey mushroom. It must be what he had left over from the cursed land. I didn't expect the grade to be so high. Just being nourished by the death energy, it is already a heavenly poison. From this, we can see that the cursed land is not simple. However, option surprised Chen Shi. He remembered that this thing often appeared in the previous simulations. He didn't pay much attention to it at the time, and just thought that the resources in the simulation improved his physique. But this time, in the simulation, he had been meditating and absorbing energy, and did not swallow anything like the marrow cleansing pill. How could he get this reward? Could it be the increase brought by the top-grade golden bones? Or, is it because of practicing the 5 paths of Tianmen? Chen Shi didn't dwell on this issue too much, and focused on the death with eyes wide open and the top-grade golden bones. He looked a little hesitant. This time the 4th death door can be opened. Luck plays a big role. If he had not met the mysterious middle-aged man who gave him the magic spell, he would probably not be able to temper his golden bones even if he practiced until his death. The deathly aura in the cursed land is too weird. It's not something that can be alleviated by the mysterious elixir like the longevity pill. In the simulation, his body instantly aged at the mere touch of death energy. If he used the chi-absorbing method and inhaled large amounts of death energy to temper his body at a depth of more than 300 miles, he would probably age very quickly and it would be difficult for him to survive for 4 years like in the second simulation. So, if you give up this top-grade golden bone, next time I go to the cursed land, even if I time it right, I may not be able to run into the mysterious middle-aged man again. Luck plays a huge role. But he was unwilling to give up and die with regrets. With his talent, it would only take a few times for the mastermind behind the scenes to show his true colors. Moreover, there are so many time travelers in this world, and they kill each other, so the importance of this talent is even greater. Chen Shi hesitated for a moment. A line of simulated text appeared before my eyes again. Tip: the host can choose to lock talents of white and above. The locked talents will not be refreshed the next time you invest destiny points, and can still be selected by the host. However, please note that the next time the host simulates, the destiny points invested must be enough to refresh the green talents, otherwise the locked talents will still be refreshed. System: how many destiny points should I invest to ensure that I can refresh the green talent? White talent 199 destiny points. Green talent 109.99 destiny points. Blue talent 1099.99 destiny points. Purple talent 10,00099,000 destiny points. Gold talent 100,000 200,000 destiny points. Tip: talents of the same level also have different strengths. Excluding the element of luck, theoretically, the higher the fate points the host invests, the stronger the talent of the same level that will be spawned. Chen Shi looked thoughtful. The luck factor mentioned in the simulation text is probably similar to that of a European emperor. If you invest 100 destiny points, you may get a talent worth 999 destiny points. For example, the phoenix he simulated this time. It probably belongs in this category. However, that blue talent actually requires at least 1000 destiny points? To be honest, it's a little expensive. System: lock on and die with your eyes open. I choose the best golden bone. The words just fell. Chen Shi felt a strong surge of energy and blood in his body. The breath is rising steadily. After a while, he exhaled a breath of foul air. Silently feel the changes happening in your body. The perception has become more acute. When it was top-grade silver bones, spiritual energy flowed around like a substance. But after it became top-grade gold bones, even if one did not practice, one could clearly feel some spiritual energy drilling into the body, as if it had its own attraction. If you step into the Linghe realm, the speed of cultivation is definitely many times faster than Yinggu. Talent Life Simulator. Balance, 210.24 taels. Destiny points, 0. Do you want to spend 500 points to start the simulation? Seeing this, Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the price hasn't increased. He was still worried that after he chose the top-grade gold bone, the system would raise the price to over 1,000 taels of silver. It seems that the system's standard for price increases only looks at the realm. No matter whether it is gold bone or jade bone, they are all counted as the bone refining realm. However, from now on, you can no longer break through to the Linghe realm at will. It would be a big problem if the simulated currency turns into spirit stones. You should take advantage of the low prices and use silver to acquire more resources. For example, the Song family's heavenly grade spirit pool only costs 500 taels of silver each. Even Pinzixi is not that outrageous. At this time, a girl in a green dress came in from outside the door. She is Lin Shui's personal maid. It's called Hibiscus. The one who gave him silver not long ago. Mr. Chen, Madam is calling you over for lunch. Mu Jin's eyes were respectful, but also filled with confusion and puzzlement. She just helped the lady bathe. I found a lot of red marks on my wife's body. She said it was rubella, but she didn't believe it. Thinking about the fact that the lady had just been here for an hour, Mu Jin strongly suspected that the culprit who had made the lady like this was the distant cousin of the young master in front of her. After realizing this, Mu Jin's young mind was greatly shocked. She was sold to the Yun mansion at the age of 3 to serve Lin Shui. For 14 years, the lady was always dignified and gentle, with the image of a lady from a noble family. She was not polite to any man, including the head of the Nangong family who had impure motives. But I didn't expect that it would only take one day. In broad daylight, such a thing actually happened between the lady and her cousin. Miss Mujin, are you feeling unwell? Looking at the dazed little maid in front of him, Chen Shi asked with concern. No, no. Mu Jin lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Shi, and whispered, Mr. Chen, come with me to the inner hall to have dinner. Chen Shi was a little strange. Why is this little girl's face so red? Is there any hidden disease in her body? I have to talk to Lin Qiushui later and have this girl checked out. It would be bad if she has any underlying illness. Chen Shi said secretly. Then he followed Hibiscus out of the courtyard. Along the cobblestone path. Came to the inner hall of Yun Mansion. Haven't entered yet. Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. At this moment, on the open space outside the inner hall, a round-faced boy was lying on the ground, doing push-ups frantically. Yes, push-ups. Chen Shi has never practiced martial arts seriously. Don't know this action. Is it a native product of this world? He patted Mujin's thin shoulders, pointed at the round-faced boy and said, Sister Mujin, who is the fat boy lying on the ground? I heard Chen Shi calling me sister. Hibiscus was stunned for a moment. Looking in the direction of Chen Shi's finger, he answered subconsciously, his name is Song Chengshan, and he is the young master's only friend. Chapter 63. Cheng Generation? This little fat guy has some background. At least he is a relative within the 5 generations of the Song family, unlike Song Fan, a remote collateral relative who cannot even be ranked based on seniority. However, it is difficult to determine that it was done by a time traveler based on just one push-up. In his previous life, Chen Shi saw a martial arts book unearthed from the Ming dynasty in a certain archaeological column. It recorded in detail an action called Crouching Tiger Kung Fu, which looked no different from push-ups. This simple method of exercising tendons could be thought of even by the ancients in his previous life, so it was more likely to be created by someone in the Wei dynasty where martial arts were prevalent. But it shouldn't be a big deal to go up and ask. After making up my mind, Chen Shi walked up and asked with a smile, Little brother, have you eaten? Have a meal. The round-faced boy suddenly stopped what he was doing, looked up in surprise, and shook off a string of sweat. No need, I had already had lunch when I came here. The moment Song Chengshan looked up, Chen Shi was shocked. After a while, he smiled kindly, I heard your name is Song Chengshan, are you friends with Song Fan? Yeah. Song Chengshan continued to do high-speed push-ups, panting as he did so, Xiao Fan and I have known each other since we were 4 years old. We are very good friends. How about you? I don't think I have ever seen you in Yun Mansion. Chen Shi said, I am Uncle Song Fan. Song Chengshan paused for a moment, hesitated for a moment, got up from the ground, and respectfully called out, Hello, Uncle. Chen Shi smiled and responded, It seems that you and Song Fan are really good friends. Song Chengshan nodded heavily, Yes, a very good friend. Afterwards, Chen Shi chatted with Song Chengshan for a few more words and left under the pretext of having a meal. I became more and more confused. Song Chengshan's jaw. There is a mole. That black mole that is half the size of a soybean. Chen Shi instantly thought of the scarred old man 60 years later. The lackey of the mastermind behind all this. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Chen Shi frowned. 60 years later, the scarred old man was able to fight Li Wei back and forth, so he must be at least a 3-decline immortal. If he was really a fat man, he could be no more than 80 years old. How could such a young immortal look so old? Is the 5 calamities of decline so outrageous? Or has he practiced some kind of life-saving technique? Or is this just a simple coincidence? Chen Shi felt that it was most likely a coincidence. Song Chengming, the Song family's #1 prodigy, was only a 3-decade celestial being after 60 years. This little fat boy could play with Song Fan, so his talent was not that high. This is indeed the case. Through the keen perception brought by the top-grade golden bones, Chen Shi discovered that the fat boy's blood and energy were almost the same as when he was in the skin refining stage. This is real crap. In the Song family, those whose names contain the character Cheng are within the 5 generations and have to learn martial arts at the age of 5. After so many years, the little fat boy is still at the skin refining stage. In terms of his level of uselessness, he is comparable to Song Fan now. No wonder these two can play together. Even so, Chen Shi still had doubts in his heart. After all, if you are related to the son of luck, you cannot judge it by common sense. However, after seeing the mole on Song Qinchen's chin, he was afraid of attracting attention and did not dare to ask in detail. This was reality and there was no chance for him to make mistakes. If we have to go, we should explore it in simulation. However, logically speaking, he should have noticed the fat guy in the last simulation. It might be because he was obsessed with beauty and then hurried to the cursed land that he overlooked this important information. Chapter 64. Lift the beaded curtain. Chen Shi followed Mu Jin into the inner hall. I saw Lin Shui sitting at the table. She was wearing a loose dress embroidered with dark patterns. She had a delicate face, a pair of beautiful watery eyes with thick eyelashes, and a unique feminine charm, just like a plump crabapple flower. On that slender and straight neck, one could still faintly see the lip print that had not yet disappeared. After some persuasion, this plump and beautiful woman seems to have become more charming. Pulling out a chair and sitting down, Chen Shi asked, "Big sister, where is Song Fan?" I heard the word big sister. Lin Shui subconsciously tightened his collar. After a while, with a little worry, he sighed softly, "Fanner has suffered such a blow, how can he eat?" When speaking, there was inevitably some complaint in his tone. If Chen Shi hadn't instigated it, the two families wouldn't have torn their faces apart, let alone make a 3-year agreement. Song Fan is almost 15 years old. Even if his body recovers, he has missed the age for martial arts training. How can he catch up with the talented Nangongwan? But if he loses, he will fulfill the bet and kneel down in front of Nangongwan in public to admit that he is a waste. I'm afraid Song Fan will never be able to hold his head up in the Song family in his life. My life is ruined. Even if she went to Nangongxian to plead for mercy in private and turned the bet into a joke, it would inevitably hurt Song Fan's self-esteem, because this would be a disguised admission that even she, a mother, thought that Song Fan was not as good as Nangongwan. "Big sister, do you still remember the story I told you?" Lin Shui was stunned. I don't understand why Chen Shi brought this up. But then, she thought of Song Fan in the story, and said hesitantly, "You mean, Fanner?" Chen Shi nodded slowly, "Yes, Song Fan's talent is countless times stronger than you think. He is a true genius, a genius that is unparalleled in the ages. As long as he is given some time, he will soar into the sky sooner or later." After a pause, Chen Shi continued, "However, precisely because he is a genius, his low point is even more rare and precious, because most of a person's true knowledge in life is realized during the low point. The entire person's luck pattern and even personality will undergo drastic changes at this stage. The so-called low period is when you are not respected, you see no hope in practicing martial arts, your self-confidence is trampled on, your former glory, your former efforts, and your former truth are all denied, all your efforts are in vain, and even your closest relatives and even your fiancé will look down on you and spit on you. But only in this darkest moment." Chen Shi raised his eyes and stared at the stunned Lin Shui, only then can Song Fan see everything in this world clearly, let his heart truly calm down, and know what he really wants. Some things must be destroyed before they can be rebuilt. When Song Fan gets through this difficult time, I believe he will understand that the only one who can save him from suffering is himself. This is also the most precious wealth for him when he reaches the peak in the future. Lin Shui stared at Chen Shi blankly. For a moment, I felt uneasy. Others may not know about Song Fan's situation, but as a mother, how could she not know? How can I be worthy of being called a one-of-a-kind genius? It can get chi and blood flowing. She would be content with a peaceful life. But she looked at Chen Shi with a serious expression. "I can't make up my mind." She had a rough life and had gone through 30 years of ups and downs. She had been in the business world for more than 10 years and had met many people who said many nice and unpleasant things to her. She should not have believed Chen Shi based on one side of the story. However, the existence of Huaying made her feel that the other party would not deceive her. Can Fanner's strange disease really be cured? Yes. Chen Shi nodded without hesitation. All it takes is a Xian-level top-grade spiritual medicine that can warm the soul and cure the disease. Hearing about the Xian-grade top-grade elixir, the light in Lin Shui's eyes suddenly dimmed. She came from a good family and knew very well that such natural treasures were beyond her reach. Even when her father was in power, it would have been difficult to get them. At this time, Chen Shi took out a jade box from his arms. Place on the table. His expression straightened, and he said, "We are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? As Song Fan's stepfather, I can't bear to see him suffer so much, so it's only natural for me to help him. However, I can help him shorten his pain, but I can't stop him from experiencing it, because doing so is not helping him. That's why I said something to intensify the conflict between Song Fan and Miss Nangong during the broken engagement this morning. The purpose is to let him experience this painful stage in advance. To complete this darkest hour. Then, I will help him end it. Song Fan may hate me and blame me in the future, but I don't care. As his stepfather, I think this is my responsibility and obligation. Big sister, do you understand?" Lin Shui stared blankly at the jade box in front of him. She reached out and opened it. Suddenly, I saw a magical medicine emitting a green glow. Over the years, in order to replenish Song Fan's body, she has bought a lot of low-grade precious medicines. She has some knowledge about spiritual medicines and knows that the thing in the jade box in front of her is definitely a mysterious grade spiritual medicine. My heart suddenly couldn't calm down for a long time. She never understood why Chen Shi deliberately intensified the conflict between the two sides in the morning. Now I finally understand. It turns out that all this was for Song Fan. After figuring this out, she stared at Chen Shi with a complicated expression, and ripples appeared in her heart. This little man was willing to make such sacrifices for Song Fan, which showed that he really cared about her. This made her feel a little guilty. She shouldn't have refused to help him with that thing in the morning because she was shy. After all, this was the only way she could repay him. Bite. The bond between you and Lin Qiushui has deepened. Destiny points plus 100. Looking at the simulated text appearing in front of me, Chen Shi seemed thoughtful. This time, I conquered Lin Qiushui and directly gained 100 points of destiny. It's comparable to the last proposal. It seems that if you want to deepen the bond, you have to use not only your body but also your heart. However, his gift of the Xian-level elixir to help Song Fan start practicing ahead of time was definitely an event with far-reaching impact. Why doesn't Song Fan contribute destiny points? Could it be that? Do we have to wait until Song Fan swallows the elixir and truly begins practicing? That should be it. While Chen Shi was thinking, the banquet started. Several maids brought in sumptuous dishes and placed them on the table, as if it was a festival. Chen Shi couldn't help but drool at the corner of his mouth. This hungry feeling. I'm afraid only those who have eaten horse feed for 2.5 years in a horse farm would understand. He had originally wanted to find Lin Qiushui to inquire about the news about King Qin Zhongyan, but now that he saw the food, he didn't care about much else. Just shut up. The starving ghost reincarnation mode has been activated. An hour later, he burped contentedly, leaned back in his chair, and asked casually, "Big sister, do you know King Qin Zhongyan?" Chapter 65. King Qin Zhongyan. Lin Qiushui whispered, a trace of thought welling up in his eyes. "Zhongyan, I know that he was the prince that the late emperor valued the most, and was the crown prince appointed by the emperor. But later, a month before the late emperor passed away, for some reason, he was abolished from the position of crown prince and his brother, the current emperor Yuanjing, was chosen to inherit the throne. To depose and enthronize the emperor 1 month before his death." Chen Shi was slightly stunned. Although he was a complete history novice, he knew that this was extremely inappropriate. The crown prince is the foundation of the country. The moment he sits on the throne of the crown prince, he becomes the object of vying for service from countless civil and military ministers, and noble families. In the long run, the interests involved behind this are extremely huge. Even if he is the emperor, he cannot be deposed at will. Even if he wants to depose him, it cannot be done so hastily. He thought for a moment and asked, "Big sister, do you know why Zhang Yan was abandoned?" Lin Qiushui replied, "It is said to be immoral." "Did you realize the prince's immorality only when you were about to die? This reason is too perfunctory." Shaked his head. Chen Shi asked another question, "Where is Zhang Xuan?" "Mention Zhang Xuan." Lin Qiushui's beautiful face showed a rare trace of disgust. "He is the only son of the king of Qin. He is in his 20s and a notorious playboy. He usually relies on the power of the king of Qin's mansion to do a lot of ridiculous things. Some time ago, I heard that he went to the Hehuan sect to practice with a female cultivator." Chen Shi fell into deep thought. Zhang Xuan is definitely not as bad as Lin Qiushui said. If the other party was really a playboy, he would not be pushed out to the public by the mastermind 60 years later. These two father and son, one has the potential to revive the Wei dynasty, and the other can provoke a mysterious demon cultivator and the ancestors of the four major sects to fight each other to the death. Neither of them is a simple character. But after the last simulated storm, a question has been lingering in Chen Shi's mind. Suppose there really are two masterminds behind this. An unidentified person. A member of the royal family will learn about Journey to the West in 3 years, determine his identity as a time traveler, and take his life. So 60 years later, cooperate with the king of Qin to kill his mastermind. Is he an unidentified time traveler with intelligence-related golden fingers? Or a royal time traveler? Even did the king of Qin cooperate with the mastermind behind the scenes? "Big sister, can the prince be called His Highness?" Chen Shi suddenly asked. "Yes, Your Highness is a respectful title for the Empress, Crown Prince, Princess, and other kings." Lin Qiushui came from a family of officials, and his father was the Minister of Rights. He didn't have to think much to answer questions about etiquette. Hearing this, Chen Shi's heart sank suddenly. He realized that he might have been misled by the simulator. The simulated text used a young voice to describe the mastermind behind the scenes, so that he thought that the other party might be a prince or a prince of the royal family. However, this is a fantasy world. Even if you are 100 years old, as long as you have a high level of cultivation, your body can always remain young. Qinhuang Zhangyan. Chen Shi now strongly suspected that he was the royal time traveler. He was also the one who took his life 60 years later. The reason was simple: 60 years later, only Zhang Yan had the last laugh, and he was the biggest beneficiary. Take advantage of the Prince of Qin. Let the mysterious evil cultivator of the royal family and the ancestors of the four major sects die together. Finally, invincible. Ascend to the throne. In the simulation, Zhang Yan's reform measures had the flavor of a time traveler from the same hometown. He had never doubted Zhang Yan before, he simply thought that there was only one mastermind behind the scenes. In addition, the fact that only a true Lake Realm warrior was sent to intercept and kill the escort team showed that the mastermind was not in a high position and could not be a great and powerful person like the King of Qin who could decide his life or death with a single word. Until the last simulation. I heard Your Highness. If it really is King Qin Zhang Yan. So, everything seems to make sense. From the time he activated the simulator to now, he has gone through a total of 8 simulations, and at least 3 of them were during which he died at the hands of Zhang Yan. In the 4th simulation, he died mysteriously in the inner courtyard. In the 7th simulation, he left Yaoang Valley and died in the Wei Palace. The 8th simulation, leaving the Cursed Land, may have died in the secret room of the Qin Palace. The remaining 5 times, They should all have died because of an unknown mastermind. In fact, strictly speaking, the king of Qin could not be considered the mastermind, because the strength of the two sides was unequal. Given the other party's identity, he would almost certainly die as long as he was discovered. However, this is just Chen Shi's speculation at present. This answer. It still needs to be verified in simulation. The verification method is also very simple. In reality, if he goes to meet the king of Qin, as long as he remembers his appearance and with his talent of dying with his eyes open, he will be able to recognize the other party directly in the next simulation. Once the identity of the king of Qin is confirmed, he can make preparations early in the next simulation, such as staying away from court institutions, the Lingjian sect, and the Song family. Otherwise, he would almost certainly die in 3 years. No matter how strong your talent is, it is a waste and there is no chance for growth. Unless, he is given a purple or even golden god-level talent to change his fate, at the very least, he must have a talent with high comprehension like a sword maniac, which allows him to hide in the mountains and forests, study swordsmanship and perhaps survive for decades without completely giving up practice. Otherwise, it's completely useless. Without the resources of a big force, it is wishful thinking to expect to achieve success in spiritual practice by relying on one person. The lower 5 realms can still survive in the cursed land. The upper 4 realms are completely ruined. However, given his identity, it would be quite difficult and too dangerous for him to meet King Qin Zhongyan in reality. Sister, have you met the king of Qin? Chen Shi asked. Lin Shui was slightly stunned, and said with a nostalgic tone, I have seen him, but that was more than 20 years ago. At that time, I was still young and went to the palace with my father to attend banquets. I met him several times. Then big sister, can you try to recall the appearance of King Qin? Chen Shi stared at Lin Shui with burning eyes, and said in a faint tone, even, draw him. Chapter 66. Yun Mansion, Bedroom. The sunlight shines through the window lattice and falls on the red carpet in front of the window, bright and beautiful. The red curtains in the room swayed and the air was filled with faint fragrance. Chen Shi came to the beauty bed and helped up Lin Shui, who was wearing a light gauze skirt and sitting like a duck on the soft red carpet with a dazed look in her eyes. Chen Shi reached out and stroked her slightly hot cheek, gently parted her soft red lips with his thumb, and rubbed them with his fingertips, and whispered, Big sister, Song Fan can't know about this for the time being. I'm afraid he can't accept it. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Bite. The bond between you and Lin Qiushui has deepened. Destiny points plus 30. Madam, the money for the restaurant has been delivered. At this time, Hibiscus' voice was heard outside the house. I'll go check the account books. Lin Qiushui lowered her head, wiped the corner of her lips with the back of her hand, put on her outer skirt, and left in a hurry. Under the gorgeous long skirt, a pair of snow-white and delicate jade feet stepped on the red carpet, appearing and disappearing as she walked. Chen Shi looked thoughtful. Chen Shi came to the table and sat down, picking up the portrait of King Qin with the ink already dried. Look carefully. His facial features are indeed three-dimensional and his appearance is very handsome. With the other party's cultivation level at the heavenly man realm, his appearance should not have changed much after 20 years. Watched it repeatedly for an hour. Chen Shi remembered this face firmly. Afterwards, he put away the portrait, got up and left Lin Qiushui's bedroom, climbed over the wall and came to the courtyard next door. Open the door. Suddenly I saw several huge wooden boxes. This should be the cash that Lin Qiushui sent someone to withdraw from Yunyu Tower. Bite. Recharge successful. Plus 11,000 gold. Talent Life Simulator. Balance, 11,210.24 taels. Destiny points, 130. Do you want to spend 500 points to start the simulation? This is really a fortune. Chen Shi couldn't stop smiling. I changed into a comfortable position, lay on the couch, and started the life simulation. And invested 100 destiny points. Ding, talents are being refreshed. Ding, congratulations on successfully refreshing the green talent die with unclosed eyes. Green talent intelligence inspector. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Die with eyes wide open. After a character dies in a simulation, they can simulate an extra day. Damn it, let me see who killed me. Intelligence Inspector, increases damage to creatures with lower IQ by 30%, I am a walking IQ detector. I can tell whether someone is a fool or not by just hitting him. The talent of the Intelligence Inspector is something. Increasing damage by 30% is a conceptual level ability. However, it is useless if it is only used on creatures with low IQ. In the fantasy world, people generally have a long lifespan and there are old monsters everywhere, all of them are very cunning. Even the demons have IQs no lower than humans, so this talent is basically useless and is even worse than some white talents. System, I choose to die with my eyes open. Ding! Talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. You stand up and leave the room. You come to the inner hall and see Song Chengshan doing push ups crazily. You approach again to start a conversation. You learn something. This push-up was taught to Song Chengshan by a martial arts master named Su Yuzhan in the martial arts arena. He said it was especially suitable for martial artists like him who have low comprehension and poor foundation to sharpen their muscles and bones. You secretly took note of Su Yuzhan. However, due to the mole on Song Chengshan's jaw, you still have doubts about him. If he is really the scarred old man 60 years later, he must have escaped the life and death crisis that destroyed the Song family. But you think that Song Chengshan is weak and it is unlikely for him to survive this crisis. After all, the people who wiped out the Song family are not saints and must understand the importance of rooting out the problem. Unless, like Nangang Wan, Song Chengshan could enter the Jiaying camp and worship the Tianzong, and just stay away from the Song family to avoid disaster. But Song Chengshan is a useless person with low foundation. Obviously there is no such condition. You hesitated for a moment and asked, Chengshan, do you have any plans to leave the Song family recently? Huff, huff. Song Chengshan maintained his pace of doing 3 push ups per second and said, I have this plan. I want to leave the Song family and venture out into the world, huff huff. You calmly asked, where are you going? Qin Palace, hey. Master Su said there is a method there that does not require a strong foundation, hey. You shudder. Next, he asked about his family's situation. Song Chengshan was silent. Then, I did push ups even faster. You noticed the change in his mood and thought there might be some information worth exploring. You continue to ask questions. Song Chengshan is silent. You take out a magical herb from your ring. Song Chengshan is silent. Finally, you said that this was prepared for Song Fan and could cure his strange disease, and threatened him, Chengshan. You don't want Song Fan's strange disease to be incurable, right? Song Chengshan paused slightly. After a while, stops moving, gets up from the ground. He panted and said, I am from the 8th branch of the Song family. Song Chengqian is my biological brother. Chen Shi has finished his stay. Song Chengqian? He remembered this man, a direct descendant of the Song family, a mid-grade silver-bone genius, who had appeared in the 6th simulated A-camp competition and had snatched his stage. In the end, he was driven off by Song Fan, who then became angry and glared at him fiercely. In the end, he seemed to have entered the Song family's spiritual pool to practice. 8th place. A genius-level figure. However, what surprised Chen Shi the most was Song Chengshan's identity. Direct descendant of the Song family? This somewhat subverted Chen Shi's perception. Because there is no one with poor talent in the direct lineage of the Song family. The main reason is that their ancestors have strong bloodlines, and their parents are either celestial beings or born with special talents. How could they give birth to a loser like Song Chengshan? Could it be that the neighbor next door is causing trouble? It shouldn't. This is a fantasy world, where blood can sense each other. Chapter 67. After learning about Song Chengshan's identity, you are very surprised. The direct descendants of the Song family must have no shortage of resources, but more than 10 years have passed and Song Chengshan is only at the leather refining stage. This makes you hesitate. 60 years later, the old man with the scarred face is a man of 3 declines. If Song Chengshan is so useless, then it is basically certain that he is not the old man with the scarred face. However, when you think of what Song Chengshan said about the method in the Qin Palace that does not require root bones, you are a little undecided. You thought about it and asked, Chengshan, can Song Fan practice the method in the Qin Palace? Song Chengshan shook his head. Master Su said that this method is very painful to practice and will shorten one's lifespan. I don't want Xiaofan to practice this. You are shocked. I remembered Scarface's old look. My suspicion towards Song Chengshan increased. You pretend to be surprised and ask, then why do you want to practice? Aren't you afraid of shortening your life? I don't care about a short life. Song Chengshan lowered his head and said in a low voice, I just want to prove myself. You are a little surprised, oh? Why? Song Chengshan was silent for a long time, then slowly said, I am from the direct line of the Song family, but I am different from my brother. I was born with no talent for martial arts and a stupid brain. I was once regarded as a waste by the family. I envy my brother, but I'm not jealous, because I know that no one, including my parents, will treat me better than my brother. I grew up with a poor foundation and was bullied by my peers. I grew up under the care of my brother. You may not understand. The Song family of the godly general's mansion is different from ordinary families. The family affection here is weaker and the situation is colder. Song Chengshan silently raised his head and looked at the sky. Everyone in the family is an absolute talent theorist. Your root talent determines the attitude of the family members towards you, determines the protection of the family for you, and even, determines whether your parents love you. And me. Song Chengshan lowered his eyes and looked directly at you. Because of my inferior bones, I was destined to be at the bottom. Except for my brother, no one cared about when I learned to speak, when I learned to walk, whether I ate, whether I was alive or dead, and whether I was bullied in the martial arts arena. See this? Chen Shi also sighed lightly. I felt a little sympathy for the little fat guy doing push-ups. The Song family of the Divine General's mansion respects martial arts. He has sent horses to the martial arts arena several times, and similar school bullying incidents can be seen from time to time. It is no wonder that the little fat boy grew up in such an environment and tried his best to prove himself. He even went so far as to practice the life-shortening martial arts of the Prince Qin's palace. Demons are causing chaos and the borders are in turmoil. As an important force to resist demons in a martial arts family, the Song family has become a talent-oriented family for the sake of peace and prosperity in the country and the family. It's nothing, it's a normal decision, and I have never complained about it. You look at Song Chengshan, so, what are you complaining about? I'm not complaining about anything. Song Chengshan straightened his back and spoke in a sonorous and powerful tone, as a person, as a man, it is useless to only think about complaining about the injustice of the family and resenting the ruthlessness of my parents. I have a low foundation and I am a waste, but as long as I don't think so, I am not a waste. I have a low physique and poor talent, so I train like hell. If others train for 1 hour, I train for 2 hours. If others train for 10 hours, I train for a whole day. For more than 10 years, from the first second I open my eyes every day, what awaits me is at least 100,000 push-ups, 40,000 punches, and countless muscle-building exercises. I never believe in God rewarding hard work, but I do believe that hard work will not be in vain. Song Chengshan clenched his fists and spoke louder and louder, so, the meaning of my existence is to prove to the world and to my family that an ordinary person with mediocre talent can still reach the realm that only geniuses can reach through his own efforts. I want to prove that in this world, there is no such thing as waste. Only those who give up on themselves, will become waste. As a fellow waste, you have a complicated look on your face. Why did the situation suddenly become so tense? Watching the simulated text scrolling rapidly, Chen Shi looked a little strange. Flying past quickly. You say goodbye to Song Chengshan. Return to the courtyard. I am increasingly suspicious that the King of Qin is a royal time traveler who came 60 years later to take your life, because the demise of the Song family is definitely directly related to the mastermind. If Song Chengshan is the scarred old man 60 years later, he would not serve this mortal enemy who killed his brother and has a deep blood feud with him. Moreover, according to your current timeline, the escort team will be intercepted and killed in a few days. Song Chengshan is a young man in the leather refining realm, and he is still staying in the Song mansion. It is impossible for him to have any connection with the mastermind behind the scenes, let alone participate in the interception and killing of court officials and soldiers. In addition, if Song Chengshan was really the henchman behind the scenes, there would be no need to go to the trouble of intercepting and killing the escort team. Although Song Chengshan is a loser, no matter how useless he is still a direct descendant of the Song family. It would be easy for him to kill a horse servant like you. Through all of the above, you think the probability that Song Chengshan is working for the mastermind is very low. Based on the fact that Song Chengshan wanted to go to the Prince of Qin's mansion to practice the method that did not require a strong bone structure, you can infer that the Prince of Qin is the royal time traveler and the one who took your life in your previous life. The premise is that the scarred old man is really Song Chengshan. See this? Chen Shi became more and more confused. In the 7th simulation, after he left the Spirit Clan's cave, he met the scarred old man in the tavern. He also tried to test him with words, trying to find out if he was the man in black who was waiting for him at the border of Liangzhou. Based on the scarred old man's reaction, he obviously knew that the mastermind behind the scene intended to kill the escort team. That's where the problem lies. If the scarred old man served the King of Qin, how could he know so much about the mastermind behind the scenes? And to be honest, even if 60 years later, the person who killed him was not the King of Qin but the mastermind, and Song Chengshan served the mastermind for some reason, the mastermind would not tell Song Chengshan about such a thing because of his cautious character. He himself was not even exiled, so the masked men in black must have been hiding somewhere at the border of Liangzhou. Would the mastermind behind this make up stories about something like this? Are you really that talkative? Chen Shi thought this was unlikely. Could it be? Guessed wrong? Song Chengshan is not the scarred old man at all? Wasn't it the King of Qin who killed him? Or, after the mastermind behind the demonic riot, the chicken feet were exposed. He was caught by the King of Qin, a royal time traveler hiding in the dark, and his soul was searched. Song Chengshan happened to be involved in this as an avenger, so he knew about this? This seems to make sense. Chapter 68. Song Fan has just started martial arts, you let him go out and practice. You meet Lin Maning. You confessed your identity as a reborn person, and in front of Lin Maning's extremely shocked eyes, you showed off your superb golden bones. You met Master Su mentioned by Song Chengshan through Lin Maning's relationship. After talking, you learned the other party's background. It turns out that Su Yuzhan used to be a military officer in the Eastern Palace and followed the King of Qin. Later, the King of Qin was deposed and dismissed the civil and military officials in the palace. Su Yuzhan also left the King of Qin's palace. By chance, he joined the Song family's Shenwei army and became an officer. Later, he left the army due to injury. Since he had rich experience in fighting, the Song family let him stay in the martial arts training ground to teach him some experience in fighting on the battlefield. You asked about push ups. Su Yuzhan tells you that this simple bodybuilding exercise was something he saw in an ancient book. You asked what the title of the book was. Su Yuzhan thought about it and said that it was too long ago and he couldn't remember clearly, because he saw this ancient book by chance in the library of the Eastern Palace many years ago. However, he didn't remember the title of the book, but he remembered the author, because the signature was the famous Jinwu Emperor who lived 100,000 years ago. He tells you. The great Emperor Jinwu is an existence that is no less than the Great Wei Taizhu. According to records, more than 100,000 years ago, countless demons came from overseas, eroding the entire continent and wreaking havoc on the world. When the human race was in danger, the great Emperor Jinwu appeared. Under his leadership, the human race united as one, and after more than 10 years of fierce fighting, they successfully wiped out the overseas demons. The demons that are now entrenched in the Shiwen Mountains are the remnants of the overseas demons that remained back then. Afterwards, Emperor Jinwu successfully established the first dynasty on the continent, Jinmu Empire. However, although the great Emperor Jinwu was extremely powerful, he still could not escape the ruthlessness of time. Even though he relied on a large number of elixirs to prolong his life, he only lived for 1,500 years before he died. However, before his death, the great Emperor Jinwu built a tomb for himself, named Jinwu Tomb. After telling this story, Su Yuzhan showed a trace of yearning. Legend has it that this cemetery contains countless natural treasures, elixirs, magic weapons, and martial arts secrets collected by the great Emperor Jinwu. However, no one knows where this cemetery was built. But it is rumored that there are 12 keys that can lead people to it. It is said that this is the last gift from the great Emperor Jinwu, and it is the gift he left for the royal descendants of the Shenwu Empire. However, unfortunately, after the death of the great Emperor Jinwu, the Shenwu Empire fell apart in an instant. The aristocratic families suddenly rose up and slaughtered the imperial palace. The 12 keys also disappeared in the chaos. And this is also the reason why our great Wei Emperor Taizhu Gao hated the aristocratic clans so much. The collapse of the Shenwu Empire was closely related to these aristocratic clans. So after he founded the Great Wei, he continuously sent troops to destroy countless aristocratic clans. This is how the Great Wei's national fortune has continued to this day. After a while, after you digested the information Su Yuzhan told you, you asked, Senior Su, are there any other bodybuilding exercises recorded in that ancient book? Su Yuzhan nodded and said, there are indeed several other types. You ask the other party to practice for you. Next, Su Yuzhan performed pull ups, horse stance, squats, plank support. You look more and more strange. Because these actions are so modern, you can't help but think of the elven tribe cave heaven. The voice on the stone tablet said that there were often people from Blue Star appearing out of thin air there more than 100,000 years ago. You suspect that this Jinwu Emperor might be a time traveler from Blue Star. You said goodbye to Su Yuzhan politely. Under the protection of the old nanny, Lin Shui entered and left the Yun mansion normally. On the 15th day, the old nanny caught the black-clad assassin again in Yunyu Tower. Since they were well prepared this time, the black-clad assassin did not have time to bite himself to death. However, to your disappointment, on the way back to the mansion, the black-clad assassin died suddenly and mysteriously. After investigation by the old nanny, it was found that the detonation of the slave seal caused the soul to be shattered. On the 17th day, Lin Maning decided to personally arrange your marriage with Mo Xiang. Tell us about Lin Qiushui. After hearing this, Lin Maning's expression froze for a moment, but because of your status as a top-grade golden bone, she still smiled and said it was okay. On the 19th day, Mo Xiang arrived at Yun Mansion. That night, you slept in each other's arms. She talked a lot to you about marriage, her dark eyes moved in the darkness, and she changed the subject, blushing softly, Brother Chen Shi, will you have a bridal chamber? You fell silent. You feel that you are still a simple child in front of Mo Xiang, so you cannot act very skilled in this matter. You said seriously, bridal chamber? Why can't I do that? Isn't it just drinking the wedding wine, and then the two of you lying on the bed and sleeping together? Mo Xiang burst out laughing and said shyly, Brother Chen Shi is so stupid. Getting married and having a wedding night is about having a baby. How can it be so simple that you can have a baby just by lying on the bed? You pretend to be surprised, Sister Moxiang, you can do it. In the darkness, Mo Xiang's blushing face revealed a hint of pride and shyness. I know how to do it. When I came here, the old nanny taught me a lot. Brother Chen Shi has never touched a girl in his life. When he spends his wedding night with Sister Lin, he will definitely make a fool of himself. You tried hard to hold back your laughter, and just as you were about to continue teasing her, Mo Xiang suddenly hugged you, with her hot cheek pressed against your chest, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, Brother Chen Shi. Mo Xiang will teach you tonight about the wedding night, okay? As long as Brother Chen Shi is gentle during the wedding night, then Sister Lin won't feel so much pain, and Brother Chen Shi won't make a fool of herself. That night, Mo Xiang clumsily taught you some knowledge about the bridal chamber. On the 15th day, you held your wedding in Yun Mansion. There were many people who came to support the event. Just the share money alone, you received more than 100,000 taels. Thousands of spiritual stones. You are so happy that you don't want to leave. During this period, you begged Lin Maning to block the journey to the west that you told 2 years ago and not let it spread. Lin Maning agreed. And asked you, when do you plan to break through the spirit river? Since you are practicing the 5 paths of heaven, you cannot break through without reaching the jade bone, so I can only vaguely express that you want to settle down a little more, polish the top-grade gold bone to the extreme before breaking through. Lin Maning expressed understanding. On January 28, you left the Song family with great willpower and decided to go to the Cursed Land. You went to the village in advance to wait for the mysterious middle-aged man. Chapter 69. On February 2, under the protection of the old lady, you came to the Cursed Land and entered the village. You wander around the village. You didn't see the mysterious middle-aged man. You are not surprised by this. According to the memory of your previous life, you arrived at this village 26 days earlier this time. It is normal that the mysterious middle-aged man did not show up. In the following days, you wandered around the village all day, trying to run into the middle-aged man. You want to find out his identity. Your intuition tells you that the middle-aged man has a big secret. He can't be an ordinary person if he can take out the nameless bronze book. He must be a cultivator of the 4th realm in martial arts at least. Under such circumstances, he dared to enter the village on the edge of the Cursed Land. He must be either a skilled and daring person or ignorant and fearless. Obviously, the middle-aged man belongs to the former. Also, the several top-grade golden bones deep in the Cursed Land make you extremely suspicious that the 5 paths of Heavenly Gate might be a trap set by some old monster. If you really cultivate this technique, you might become a chess piece, appear on the menu, and be served on the table if you are not careful. So, you are eager to find the middle-aged man to learn about the secrets of the 5 paths of Tianmen. You wandered around the village for more than 10 days. You come into contact with many people. I got a lot of unfounded gossip. For example, a traveling merchant said that in all directions of the Wei dynasty, to the end of the sky, there is a vast ocean, boundless and limitless, except for the eastern corner, which is adjacent to the Cursed Land of 100,000 mountains. The mountains and rivers are continuous, and the sun and the moon always rise from there. Perhaps, beyond the Cursed Land, there is another world on the other side of the mountain. There may be another world, a prosperous era of cultivation that is only recorded in ancient books. Some warriors also scoffed at this statement. If there really is a great world of cultivation, then the Great Way is the last pure land in the world. Because over the years, there have been many great and powerful people who have led people to sail out to sea to explore the unknown, but they have never returned without any news. This shows that there is some danger outside. Perhaps that danger is like the dead air in the cursed land, strange and unpredictable. Time flies by. On February 26th, you were wandering around the village as usual, but suddenly you saw two figures walking out of the cursed land. A man with white hair and beard, wearing a white robe, with a Taoist and immortal demeanor. A man with a handsome face, wearing a grey gown, approaching middle age. The first time you saw him, a sense of familiarity came over you again. You conclude that the person in front of you is the mysterious middle-aged man. However, what shocked you was that these two people actually came out of the cursed land. You suspected that it might be because of the protection of the nameless bronze book. Chen Shi fell into deep thought. According to the analysis of the situation of inhaling death energy to quench the body in the last simulation, the nameless bronze book, unless it is in a shield state, has more of a purification effect. If the deathly aura in the cursed land is really as terrifying as Song Fan said, the ancestor of heaven and man would die instantly after inhaling it. Then the nameless bronze book may not necessarily allow cultivators of the upper four realms to enter the cursed land. Purification also requires a process. Death in an instant is similar to sudden death. To put it simply, the blood could not be restored and he died suddenly. Of course, if they were to activate the shield and just wander around the outer periphery of the cursed land without going deep into it, they should be able to get along peacefully. However, it was clear that these two people were not just wandering around the outer periphery. You remembered what the traveling merchant said more than 10 days ago. Cursed land. The gateway to another world. You suspect these two people may not be locals. After all, 60 years later, Li Wei, as a 3-decade heavenly being, could not even see through the middle-aged man's cultivation and thought he was just an ordinary person. This alone revealed something unusual. To be on the safe side, you didn't go up to greet him immediately, but follow from a distance. I plan to listen in the corner. With your superb golden bone hearing ability, even if they are hundreds of meters apart, you can still hear most of the conversation between the two people if you concentrate. 1 minute later. You little brat, why are you so sneaky? You were grabbed by the old man with white hair and beard. You are a little flustered. He immediately tried to establish a relationship with the middle-aged man, and said, I think this senior looks familiar, like a blood relative of our clan, but I can't remember who he is. I was hesitant, so I followed him. After hearing what you said, the middle-aged man really became interested and took the initiative to ask about your background. You said you were a descendant of the Song family in Liangzhou. The middle-aged man looked a little dazed, chuckled, and said that he didn't know you. Maybe he looked very similar to one of your elders, so you felt that he looked familiar. Why did he believe my identity as a member of the Song family twice in a row after I approached him and said that the middle-aged man looked familiar? Chen Shi frowned and murmured. Is it because he has the best silver bone? The best gold bone? Chen Shi thinks this shouldn't happen. You may have inadvertently overlooked some key information. But he really couldn't remember. No clue. The main reason is that he has never seen a middle-aged man in real life. It is really difficult to guess anything based on the adjective familiar in the simulated text. After hearing that you are a descendant of the Song family in Liangzhou, the old man with white hair and beard asked in surprise, You are a descendant of the Song family? You nodded without hesitation. The old man looks you up and down, his eyes scrutinizing you. Which branch of the Song family are you from? A collateral branch or a direct branch? You know that the mysterious middle-aged man has a close relationship with the Song family. The closer the relationship, the better. So, he immediately stated that he was from the 8th branch of the Song family, a direct descendant, named Song Chengqian, 18 years old this year, and had a younger brother, Song Chengshan. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. He stares at you and asks, "Do you still recognize who I am?" You were stunned on the spot. From what the old man said, it seems that he knows Song Chengqian. You think this is unlikely. The mysterious middle-aged man has a close relationship with the Song family, and his cultivation must be extraordinary. Even he doesn't doubt your identity, so how could this old man know that you are a fake? You suspect that the other party is cheating you. Shakes his head. Indicates that he has never seen the other person. And asked the old man's name. The old man looks at you and slowly says, "I am the Song family's worshipper and the martial arts instructor at the martial arts arena, Lu Yi." Chapter 70. Lu Yi. Chen Shi's eyes widened, somewhat unbelievable. At first, he thought Lu Yi was a master of innate great perfection, but now it seems that he may have underestimated him greatly. Can walk out of the cursed land with the mysterious middle-aged man. Chatting and laughing. It is very likely that he is not a simple person. However, the Song family had Lu Yi as their idol, so why didn't Li Pao, who lived 60 years later, mention him when the family was exterminated? It only said that two Song family celestial ancestors took to the sky to meet the enemy? Could it be that Lu Yi was not at home at that time? Or ran away? Or, do nothing and just watch the Song family perish? The mysterious middle-aged man obviously has a close relationship with the Song family. In the 7th simulation, the Song family was in danger of extinction. He should have been able to help them, but he didn't. So it seems reasonable for Lu Yi to sit back and watch the Song family perish. Chen Shi Nan Dao. With doubts, I continued reading. After hearing that the old man in front of him was Lu Yi. You are shocked. Strictly speaking, this is your first time meeting Lu Yi. Because the memory in your mind is very strange, there is no picture, only a text-like description, which is very general. If it weren't for the familiar feeling of the middle-aged man, you probably wouldn't recognize him. According to the timeline, your first meeting with Lu Yi was 3 months later. Only then will the other party return to the Song mansion. Go to Camp A to give lessons. It is now February 26th, and there are only a few days until Lu Yi returns home, and now this old man has just come out of the cursed land. The timeline overlaps, and if nothing unexpected happens, the old man in front of me is Lu Yi. More than 10 years ago, when I left the Song mansion, I taught martial arts to Chengqian. We lived together for several months. His appearance is still vivid in my mind. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his appearance was ordinary. He was definitely not as delicate and tender as you, a pretty boy. Lu Yi stared at you and spoke slowly. The mysterious middle-aged man restrains his smile, narrows his eyes, stares at you, and says nothing. The atmosphere is somewhat solemn. You are sweating profusely. The two people in front of me have unusual origins. If you can't give a reasonable explanation, then your motives are not pure. Moreover, you have been wandering around the village these days, making you a very conspicuous person. They only need to ask around a little and they can guess that you are waiting here on purpose. This behavior, it will undoubtedly touch their sensitive nerves. Causes you to lose your life. After all, the mysterious middle-aged man obviously has some connection with the Song family, but he always distances himself from them and is unwilling to reveal his identity, which shows that he cares about this. But you knew they would appear in the village more than 20 days in advance, and even used this sense of familiarity to disguise yourself as a member of the Song family and approach them to talk. It is impossible for such an act with ulterior motives not to arouse suspicion, and you may have to go through a soul search. Even if the old lady is outside, it will probably be of no use. You know too much. After figuring this out, you no longer care about anything else and say respectfully, it turns out that it is Master Lu. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Please forgive me for my poor eyesight and for not being able to recognize my teacher in time. However, Master Lu's teachings in the past are still fresh in my mind and I have never forgotten them for a single day. Then you bowed your head and kowtowed several times. Dong dong dong. Lui remained indifferent and just asked you if you still remember the martial arts he taught you. You said you dare not forget it for even a moment. Lui had a blank expression on his face and asked what you still remembered. You are determined. It means that he has mastered the heaven and earth sword slash. Lui's expression was disturbed for the first time, and he nodded slightly. I did teach this martial art in the martial arts field in the past. However, none of the direct descendants of the Song family could grasp its essence. Even the little girl with excellent comprehension back then could not gain anything. And Cheng Qian's talent in swordsmanship. A sword force bursts out from you. Lui's eyes widened instantly. After a while, he looked at you suspiciously for a while. Final dot. No further questions about your identity were asked. A smile appeared on the mysterious middle-aged man's face again. The solemn atmosphere eased. You heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that you made the right bet. Next, Lui advises you to leave this place. He said that you are young, have mastered the heaven and earth sword, and have a golden bone figure, so your future is limitless. There is no need to take risks here. At the end, he looked at you meaningfully, saying that the future of hundreds of thousands of Song family members in Liangzhou may rest on your shoulders. There's something wrong with Lao Lu's tone. If it was before. When Chen Shi saw this, he just took it as Lui's praise and encouragement. But ever since he experienced the 7th simulation and learned that the Song family was wiped out, he felt something was wrong. According to the simulation text description, why did Lui's meaningful eyes make it seem as if he knew that the Song family would be wiped out? This is a bit abnormal. In the 7th simulation, the downfall of the Song family should be directly related to the mastermind behind the scenes. But now, what's with Lui's tone? Is it a coincidence? Is he overthinking it? Or, even without myself, will the Song family also be destroyed? Is the mastermind behind this just an instigator? You, who have memories of past lives, feel that Lui's words are full of hidden meanings. You are filled with doubt. You declined Lui's offer to let you leave, and said that you had your own reasons for going to the cursed land. Lui and the middle-aged man both showed surprised expressions on their faces. Ask you why? You mentioned the special features of the Tianmen 5 Dao technique. Lui and the middle-aged man looked at each other. Both brows were furrowed. The middle-aged man said that he was quite familiar with this technique. You are so young, and relying on the life-extending spiritual objects, it is reasonable for you to open the 3rd gate of life outside the cursed land, but it is impossible to open the 4th gate of death. You knew this question would come. Immediately take out the speech that you have prepared long ago. You said that you got a nameless copper book by chance, and found that it could resist death energy. It happened that a few years ago, you found the 5 paths of Heavenly Gate on the 2nd floor of the Song Family Sutra Pavilion. So you thought of the death energy in the cursed land, and came here to practice with the idea of giving it a try. You found that it was as if you were assisted by God. In just 3 years, you opened the 4th death gate. But what makes you regretful is anonymous bronze book. Eroded by the dead air, it became a broken copper piece in just 3 years. You are unwilling to stop here for the rest of your life. After asking around, you discovered that the nameless bronze book was suspected to be from a cursed land, so you stayed in the village, hoping to find a similar piece of bronze by chance. Lui looked at you deeply and asked, have you ever seen those golden bones deep in the cursed land? Chapter 71. In response to Lui's question, you are shocked. You quickly said that you had seen it, and that you had seen similar bronze book fragments on them, and even found the Tianmen 5 Dao technique on a piece of golden bone debris. Finally, you asked Lui about the origin of those golden bone debris. Lui sighed and fell silent. At this time, The middle-aged man next to him took over the conversation. Those golden bone remains you saw were all practitioners of the 5 paths of the heavenly gate. Most of them were powerful celestial beings when they were alive. You are stunned. After thinking about it carefully, I feel that this is extremely unreasonable. Once you practice the 5 paths of the heavenly gate, you cannot switch to other techniques. If you don't reach the jade bone, you will stop at the lower 5 realms in your life. If those golden bones are powerful celestial beings, this undoubtedly violates this common sense. You pointed out this unreasonable point. The middle-aged man said that those powerful celestial beings all abandoned their cultivation and recultivated the 5 paths of the heavenly gate after reaching the celestial being realm, because this technique is difficult to cultivate with the lifespan of the warriors in the lower 5 realms. Even with the help of the dead energy of the cursed land, it is of no use. Because the 5th gate of heaven is countless times more difficult to open than the 4th gate of death, one needs to go to the deepest part of the cursed land, but the concentration of death energy there is simply not something that a warrior of the lower 5 realms can withstand. Even with the protection of the bronze book, it is difficult to succeed. Therefore, only by reaching the level of a celestial being and having a lifespan of 500 years, then giving up one's own cultivation and preparing a large number of life-extending spiritual objects, can one have a glimmer of hope to reach the deepest part of the cursed land, withstand the death energy, open the 5th gate to the sky, and refine the legendary jade bones. You become even more confused. A powerful man who is already at the top of the world, gave up everything he has now for the sake of the unattainable jade bone and practiced a 5-level technique. You think there is something abnormal about this and suspect that the middle-aged man is deceiving you. You expressed your doubts. The middle-aged man did not answer, but asked you if you knew what was on the other side of the cursed land. You will say the words of the traveling merchant. The middle-aged man nodded and told you an amazing news. After opening the 5th gate of the heavenly gate, there is actually another gate, called the divine gate. This gate is the real power of the 5 gates of heaven. It can make the cultivators immune to death, live a second life, cross the cursed land, and explore the possible existence of another world of cultivation. You are extremely shocked after hearing this. I immediately asked what was so magical about the 6th divine gate. The middle-aged man asks you if you know about jade bones. You recalled Li Ping's words and replied, as smooth as jade, it will last forever. After years of precipitation, it will be nourished by heaven and earth, give birth to spiritual wisdom, and transform into some kind of spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. The middle-aged man sighed. It is said that the 6th divine gate can store one's own soul, which will be immortal after death. When the cultivator's lifespan is exhausted, if the jade bone is placed in a cursed place, after 10,000 years, it will be nourished by the death energy and can transform into some kind of heaven and earth spiritual treasure that is immune to death energy. At that time, before the jade bone is born with spiritual intelligence, the soul can be revived, and the spiritual objects of heaven and earth can be used as the foundation to live a second life. See this! Chen Shi suddenly remembered that he was at the martial arts training ground in the morning. What Li Ping told him. It is rumored that the Taizhu of the Great Wei dynasty had jade bones, and before his death, his body mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that he also practiced the 5 paths of Tianmen? The corpse was placed in the cursed land? Think about it carefully. Chen Shi thought it was unlikely. Taizhu of the Great Wei dynasty was at least a celestial being who had undergone the 5 declines. Given that the maximum lifespan of a celestial being was only 500 years, it was already a miracle that he could still live for more than 500 years after experiencing the 5 declines many times. If he had also abandoned his own cultivation and refined his jade bones in the cursed land, his lifespan would have been greatly shortened and it would have been impossible for him to live that long. Unless he is a second life, a resurrected person who walked out of the cursed land. But this is obviously a bit unreasonable. People who can cultivate the 5 paths of Tianmen are definitely radicals among radicals. Such people can give up everything for the invisible and ethereal world, even their lives. Their desire for the Tao is probably comparable to that of a sword maniac. If I really lived out a second life, I would have crossed the cursed land long ago. Even if there was nothing in the cursed land and it was a dead end, I could use my immunity to death energy to stay in the cursed land to practice and reach a higher realm. It is unlikely that he would stay in Wei and engage in dynastic struggle. The middle-aged man's words will keep you from calming down for a long time. You didn't believe it completely. You thought about it and asked, I saw that Master Lu and this senior both walked out of the cursed land and seemed to be unafraid of death. Are you, also resurrected people from the second life? This time, both of them fell silent. No answer for you. Then you remember the crying of a woman you heard in the cursed land in your previous life. You ask again. The two of them became even more silent, somewhat losing interest. You feel like you need to hurry up and ask questions that the other person is willing to answer. You thought of the 5 paths of heaven. Your intuition tells you that the middle-aged man would not speak without a purpose. In his previous life, he never talked nonsense to you. This time he revealed so much information. You guessed that it might be because he opened the 4th death gate, or it might be because of Lu Yi. You asked, Senior, then won't it mean that I will never be able to cultivate the 5 paths of heaven in this lifetime? Will I be stuck in the lower 5 realms for the rest of my life? The middle-aged man said, Not necessarily. If you can find more bronze books, you may have a chance to open the 5th gate and break through the upper 4 realms. You asked where to collect the bronze book. For the first time, the middle-aged man showed hesitation on his face. He glanced at Lu Yi, thought about it, and said he was not sure, it depends on personal opportunity. Afterwards. You have concluded your conversation. Your eyes go dark. Your memory is being tampered with. Tampering. After you open your eyes, you find that some secrets about the 5 paths of Tianmen have appeared in your mind out of thin air. You can't remember who told you this, which makes you extremely puzzled. A little bit. A voice sounded in your mind, 4 years later, come to the cursed land and open the 5 gates. You are stunned. Standing still for a long time with ears pricked up. That voice never appeared again, which made you suspect that you were hallucinating. In the following days, you continued to wander around the village, but what puzzled you was that you never saw the shadow of the mysterious middle-aged man. Chapter 72. You wandered around the village for another month. The middle-aged man is nowhere to be seen. You think of the extra information in your mind. You suspect that you may have met the other person, but there is something wrong with your memory. Without the bronze book, you choose to leave the village. You return to the Song Mansion. Lu Yi came to Yun Mansion and asked you indirectly where you learned the sword moves. You said you found it on a corpse deep in the mountains. You told the story of the swordsman. You become my disciple. After being rejected, you gained a stone of enlightenment. You have comprehended 20% of the sword intent. On May 11th, you learned that Song Chengshan entered the Qin Palace to practice. On September 12th, Song Fan returned from the secret realm. When he saw you, his expression was very complicated. You helped him get started in martial arts, and he was very grateful. Since you were only 4 years older than him, he wanted to separate from his mother and treat you as a brother, but he didn't expect that you would become his father after returning. After talking, you learned that Song King Gui had forged a golden bone. Song Fan refined the best silver bones and obtained a large number of Xian-level spiritual weapons. You are a little surprised. In the 7th life, according to the letters left by Gu He, these 2 people both tempered the best golden bones. You asked Song Fan about what happened in detail. Learning that they were stuck on the periphery and unable to go deeper into the secret realm. You realized that the problem might be with you. Because in this life, you did not point out the grandfather in Song Fan, and for some reason, the other party did not take Song Fan into the depths of the secret realm, so the possession did not happen. You asked Song Fan what treasure he found in the secret realm. He is secretive. You proposed that Lin Qiushui give him a few younger brothers. He told the truth. It means that he has obtained a key to enter Jinwu's tomb. You are shocked. You heard this name from Su Yuzhan a few months ago. The owner of the Jinwu tomb, Jinwu Emperor, is suspected to be a fellow time traveler. You immediately ask when you can go down to the tomb. Song Fan said he didn't know, but due to your threat of being a big brother, he still hesitated and added that it might take 4 years. This can't help but remind you of the voice in your head 6 months ago, the voice that told you to go to the cursed land and open 5 gates 4 years later. You also remembered the painful experience in your second life, when Song Fan, 4 years later, punched you hard in the cursed land. Combined with the nature of the Son of Luck, you seriously suspect that there will be a great opportunity in the cursed land 4 years later, and that opportunity may be the legendary Jinwu tomb. You decide to take a gamble. Leave the Song family early and go to the cursed land to avoid the life and death crisis brought by King Qin 3 years later. However, if the mastermind behind the scenes also has an unknown bronze book, you will surely die. But you have no other choice, because this is your only way to survive. You can only gamble. Given your current situation, even if you join the 4 major sects, it will be useless. Although you have the best gold bones, you practice the 5 paths of the heavenly gate, not the jade bones, and you do not have the so-called training value. If King Qin orders the Spirit Sword sect to take your life, the 4 major sects will probably hand you over directly. Leaving the Song family would be even more dangerous. The mastermind behind this, he even knew about the heavenly bottle, and he obviously had a map hack. If you leave the Song family, it won't be long before your hiding place is exposed. See this. Chen Shi suddenly remembered the sword maniac simulation. He lived for more than 50 years. At first, he thought it was because they hid in the deep mountains and forests, isolated from the world. Later, he thought that he was the mastermind and did not pose a threat to him. Now that I think about it, it should be old Lu who protected him secretly, but failed. Judging from the fact that he was killed just after he mastered the sword moves, old Lu should have reached some kind of agreement with the mastermind behind the scenes, the content of which might be to let the sword fanatic give up all his obsession, master the sword moves, and leave without regrets, which can also be regarded as a kind of care for his disciple. However, it can also be seen from this. Lao Lu's identity. It is far from as simple as it seems. You decide to go to the cursed land at a certain time. It is set 2.5 years later. In the days that follow, you will continue to stay in Yun Mansion. Under the vigorous energy of your top-grade golden bones, Lin Qiushui is a little overwhelmed. During the day, he often goes out of the Yun Mansion to avoid you under the pretext of business. Mo Xiang swallowed everything with tears. On October 1st, the A-Camp competition begins. You did not participate. On October 5th, Song Qinggui won the first place in the competition with his golden bones, Song Chengming ranked second, and Song Fan ranked third. Song Fan went out to gain experience. On November 15th, the 5 major sects came to Jiaying to recruit disciples. Lin Maning asked you to go to the Lingjian sect to practice. You refused. Lin Maning urges you to break through the Spirit River. You took the trouble to say that you still wanted to settle down for a while, and that you would let Song Fan 3 years later become Song Qinggui's protector and help her win the True Dragon election. Lin Maning didn't understand. You have top-grade golden bones, what can you accumulate? But she didn't urge him anymore. Through this, you also realize that Lin Maning may not have known about the demise of the 7th generation of the Song family, otherwise he would not have been so concerned about Song Qinggui's candidacy for the title of True Dragon of the Song family. March 2, 2019, thanks to your hard work day and night. Mo Xiang is pregnant. She is very happy. I spent the whole night discussing naming the child with you. On May 14, 201, Lin Maning found you with an unhappy face and told you something. Lin Qiushui and the old lady disappeared in Yunyu Tower. Your heart is shaken. After arresting the assassins in Yunyu Tower last time, you did not let your guard down and always asked Lin Maning to arrange for the old nanny to secretly protect Lin Qiushui, but you didn't expect that an accident would happen again. You quickly asked, Mother-in-law, do you have any clues now? Lin Maning looked worried, I don't know yet. There were no signs of fighting at the scene, only a pool of blood. Seeing this, Chen Shi's heart skipped a beat. A pool of blood? This shouldn't be Lin Qiushui's. Because in the sword maniac simulation, Song Fan only said that his mother was missing, not murdered, and he did not mention the bloodstains at the scene. So, it's Mammy's? Doesn't this mean that the old lady, who was skilled in the art of hiding and tracking and had reached the highest level of innate perfection, was killed in the blink of an eye without any ability to resist? Otherwise, there would be no traces of fighting at the scene. Chapter 73. Discovered by Chen Shi. Things are a bit out of scope. History has taken a new turn. Or rather, it hasn't changed. If he didn't have the simulator, according to the original history, Lin Qiushui would have inevitably disappeared. It was only his existence that interfered with the matter, and his disappearance now was nothing more than history returning to normal track. So far, he has gone through 8 simulations in total. There was no simulation of Lin Qiushui disappearing. There should only be 2 times. They were the 4th simulation, when she was imprisoned with him in the inner courtyard and gave birth to Chen Pingan, and the 6th simulation, when she followed him into the Spirit Sword sect. In the other 6 simulations, Lin Qiushui should have disappeared mysteriously. It was not mentioned in the simulation because he was not in the Song Mansion and could not get any information. I wonder if the person who kidnapped my elder sister this time is the royal family member who ordered the black-clad assassins last time. Chen Shi frowned. Continue looking at the simulated text. On May 17, 1, you learned the news that the old lady's soul jade token stored in the Spirit Sword sect was broken and she was confirmed dead. You are worried. On May 18, 1, accompanied by Lin Maning, an old man in a purple robe came to Yun Mansion. He looks gloomy. I asked you a lot about Lin Qiushui. You know everything. Afterwards, you learned from Lin Maning that the old man in purple robe was Lin Qiushui's celestial grandfather. On June 20, 1, Lin Maning came to Yun Mansion and told you a shocking news. Not long ago, the soul jade tablet that Lin Qiushui kept in Ling Zone was also broken, and it was confirmed that he was dead. You are silent for a long time. Ask Lin Maning if he has any clues about the murderer. She said she didn't know yet, she only knew that the moment before Lin Qiushui's soul jade tablet was broken, the spiritual sect's heavenly book burst into a dazzling light, sensing the cursed land, and that someone with the spiritual sect's special bloodline had broken through to the upper 4 realms. Several celestial elders of the spiritual sect rushed to the cursed land overnight, following the guidance of the heavenly book, and rushed to the cursed land, only to see a charred remains. After hearing this, a huge rage rises in your heart. Clenched fist. After a while, he loosened his grip somewhat dejectedly. You are weak and can do nothing. In the following days, you spent the whole day in Yun Mansion drinking to drown your sorrows, and every few days you went to Shanheju to inquire about the progress of the investigation into Lin Qiushui. Lin Maning told you a lot. The matter of Lin Qiushui has attracted the attention of the Ling Zone, and dozens of powerful celestial beings have been dispatched to Sizhu to ask the royal family for an explanation. Since the royal assassins had tried to abduct Lin Qiushui in Yunyu Tower, the king of Qin in Liangzhou city has become the biggest suspect. Under pressure from the Lingjian sect, Emperor Yuanjing specially ordered the king of Qin to come to Beijing to cooperate with the investigation. The days ahead. You have been waiting. However, no news came and the murderer left no trace. In the following days, you frequently travel back and forth to Shanheju. You learned an interesting piece of news from Lin Maning. She returned to Lingjian sect some time ago and saw many unfamiliar faces in Lingshan. After getting to know them, she found that they were all descendants of the special bloodline of Lingjian sect that was left behind. On January 12, 2013, Mo Xiang gave birth to a baby girl for you, both mother and daughter are safe. This adds a ray of dawn to the gloomy Yun mansion. You name the girl Chen Niang Kaiu. On April 2, Year 2, after accompanying Mo Xiang for several months, you chose to leave the Song family and head to the Cursed Land, waiting for the Jinwu tomb 4 years later. Because this time life and death is unpredictable. Before leaving, you specifically warned Mo Xiang that if a demon riot occurred in Liangzhou, he should find a way to go to the Lingjian sect with Lin Maning. At worst, he should find a chance to leave the Song mansion. Then he could ask Song Fan for help. After explaining everything, you left Yun mansion under Mo Xiang's worried gaze. You disguised yourself as a jailer, escorting a group of prisoners to build a city on the border of Liangzhou. You used the elixir in the 10 Directions ring as a price to have Lin Maning arrange 3 powerful celestial beings to secretly escort you. You have been traveling all day. You have been traveling all day. Your eyes go dark. In a coma. In a coma. You are being soul-searched. You were beheaded by a sword. You are dead. Chen Shi was full of question marks. 3 powerful celestial beings secretly escorted him, but he died so quietly. He seriously suspected that there was a traitor. Even if the king of Qin took action, it would be impossible for him to be abducted quietly under the noses of the 3 powerful celestial beings. Moreover, according to history, the king of Qin would not know about journey to the west until 3 years later. He asked Lin Maning to specifically block journey to the west. The king of Qin will only know it later. Of course, it is not ruled out that his behavior was too deliberate and attracted the attention of the king of Qin in advance. However, this familiar way of death must have been committed by a fellow time traveler. If it wasn't the king of Qin, then it must be the mastermind who had been lurking in the dark and had an intelligence golden finger. You have triggered the green talent, die with your eyes open. You get an extra day. See this? Chen Shi came back to his senses. Quickly turn your attention back to the simulated text. The head that rolled to the ground opened its eyes wide. You saw your headless body, blood was steaming and gushing out, soaking the surrounding grass. You see a pair of slender white legs, wearing white gauze. You see half a black dress. You judge that this is a man and a woman. They stood next to your body, and because your head was tilted sideways, you could only see their lower halves. But this time, you are not in a secret room, but in the wild forest. The light is very abundant. But this has no effect other than making the pair of legs in front of me white and slightly reflective. You stare blankly with your eyes wide open. You wait quietly. After a while, a young voice smiled and complimented, "Senior sister, you are so powerful that even 3 celestial beings are no match for you. I admire you very much." A cold female voice said, "Stop talking nonsense, the person is already dead. Tell me, where is the remaining Eldar bloodline hidden?" "Of course, but before that, I would like to ask you for one more favor. Are you looking for death?" "Senior sister, Master said that no matter what happens, I have to ask you for help." "You won't disobey Master, right?" A cold female voice is somewhat impatient, "Who else do you want me to kill?" A young voice said with a smile, "The Prince of Qin, Zhang Xuan." Chapter 74. Senior sister, I think the eyes of this head are a little abnormal, please help me deal with it, don't leave any traces. In an instant, your head was blown up by someone's palm. Dismantled. An eyeball explodes and flies out. Your vision suddenly widens, and at a glance, you see a handsome face with sharp edges and corners. This is not the portrait of the king of Qin that you remember. Pa dot. Your eyeballs explode in mid-air. The event was forced to end with my eyes wide open. Simulation ends. Looking at the simulated text, Chen Shi frowned in thought. Even Lin Maning didn't know about the spirit race bloodline. He only knew it was called special bloodline. Even he himself would be extremely unfamiliar with this term if he had not been to the spirit race cave. This young voice could tell it right away, so he must be the mastermind behind the intelligence golden finger. However, he not only killed himself, but also wanted to kill Zhang Xuan. Could it be that Zhang Xuan was the royal time traveler? Did the two of them bump into each other? If that's the case, the mastermind behind this probably wasn't killed, and he might even have failed. After all, 60 years later, Zhang Sundu was still pushed to the forefront, used as a pawn, arrested by the four major sects, and was still alive and well. He should have been really arrested. Those old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years from the four major sects were so deliberate in arresting people that they wouldn't even be able to recognize who the real target was. However, this information is not very useful. Because of this simulation, the mastermind did not plan the demonic riot, and history would have developed completely differently. However, in the last simulation, 3 years after he stepped out of the cursed land, he was indeed killed by a certain highness. If Zhang Xuan is a royal time traveler, was killed, this obviously doesn't make sense. Therefore, it is very likely that the mastermind behind this incident really failed. However, the senior sister mentioned by the mastermind was able to deal with the three celestial beings quietly. She was definitely an invincible existence and might even be stronger than the current King Qin. Is it really possible that such a strong man could accidentally kill a junior? Could it be that Zhang Xuan's golden finger is incredible? Escaped? Or is he really dead and not a royal time traveler? The King of Qin is it? Alas, there is still too little information. Zhang Xuan's identity as a royal time traveler has yet to be verified. In the next simulation, I may try to kill Zhang Xuan in advance. If he is really a royal time traveler, as long as he dies, the deadlock 3 years later can be solved, and I can continue to hide in the Song family and the Spirit Sword sect. Even if I fail, it's not a loss. At least I can confirm his identity, and maybe even find out his cheat code. At the same time, we must be careful to prevent the elder sister from being killed. Chen Shi said secretly. The reason why Lin Shui cultivated so fast must be because of the spirit blood in his body. In this simulation, the death of the old lady and the death of Lin Shui should also be caused by the mastermind behind the scenes, or in other words, it was the senior sister he mentioned. It's all for the so-called spiritual bloodline. Through this point, one thing can also be confirmed. 2 years later, the mastermind behind the scenes will become a disciple of a big boss and his strength will be greatly improved. He is most likely a figure at the level of the ancestors of the 5 major sects. First, rule out the Lingjian sect. The Lingjian sect's ancestor must know about the spirit race's bloodline, so there is no need for him to send a disciple to look for the spirit race's bloodline. As for why I'm looking for the blood of the Eldar, Chen Shi had a vague answer in his heart. Bite. Simulated rewards are being generated, the host can choose one from them. Green talent, die with eyes wide open. Slightly improved root bones. See option. Chen Shi confirmed his guess. He was puzzled at first. Why does the simulator pop up this reward of slightly improving your root bones from time to time? Now he understood. The blood of the spirit race is far more than just giving birth to a child. It can also improve a person's aptitude. As of now, a total of 9 simulations were performed. Looking back now, every time I simulated something, as long as I had S*X with Lin Shui, this option would be triggered. Especially the simulation of participating in the A battalion competition. He clearly remembered that after Ling Jianzong was stabbed to death by a sword, a white talent for improving root bone suddenly appeared in the simulation reward column. Before, he thought it was the spirit pawn that improved his aptitude. Now it seems that he was thinking wrong. This is entirely due to the Eldar bloodline. It was also at that time that Lin Shui tempered the jade bones, which were sensed by the Lingzong heavenly book and led to his death. From this, it can be inferred that the higher the level of cultivation of the spirit bloodline, the more it can maximize a person's root aptitude. To be honest, if it weren't for the simulator, Chen Shi would never have thought that the Eldar bloodline had this function. Because when Lin Shui was in the lower 5 realms, he only improved slightly. Even if he was a beneficiary, it would be difficult for him to detect this subtle abnormality. But now we know the answer. Savor it carefully. We can indeed see some clues. For example, in the simulation when he was imprisoned in the inner courtyard, he was stuck in the middle stage of the bone refining realm and couldn't break through. Then he gave up and had S*X with Lin Shui, and inexplicably broke through in just 10 days. So, why did the Lingjian sect prohibit these women from practicing? Even if they break through the upper 4 realms, they will be killed? Just one jade bone can bring out the white talent. If one breaks through the spirit river, or even reaches the level of a celestial being, wouldn't one be able to gain a blue or even purple talent? No matter how excellent the offspring born are. Could there be anything more tempting than improving your own bones? Chen Shi felt that this was extremely abnormal. It is impossible that the top leaders of Lingjian sect are unaware of this, but they still do it. I am afraid that this is the biggest secret of Lingjian sect, and the secret is very high. Even people like Lin Maning who came from Lingjian sect only know the tip of the iceberg. Simply think. Special bloodline is as simple as giving birth to a baby. This can also further explain why Lin Shui was killed after he refined the jade bones. Because of the white root bone talent, the increase was obvious. As long as some time passed, he would definitely be able to detect the abnormality and understand that his qualifications had suddenly improved. Over time, it is easy to associate it with Lin Shui and gain insight into the secret of the spirit race's bloodline. Therefore, Lingzong must kill him. Perhaps, this is the real reason why the Lingjian sect prohibits women with Ling clan blood from breaking through the upper 4 realms. The purpose is to keep this secret. 60 years later, the demise of the Lingjian sect was probably caused by the Ling clan's bloodline. The mastermind behind the scenes and his senior sister were the best examples. Knowing about the Ling clan's bloodline, they immediately couldn't wait to target Lin Shui. Even 3 years later, the royal time traveler might use this secret to put pressure on the spirit sword sect and take his life. And the royal time traveler knew this secret, so the mastermind behind the assassination of Zhang Sun might have failed, and instead of trying to steal a chicken, he lost the rice, and gave Zhang Sun gold coins. System, I choose. Byte. Reward selection successful. You have permanently inherited the green talent and will die with your eyes open. In this simulation, I will participate in the A-Camp competition and get a heavenly spirit pool. Then I will ask my elder sister to draw Zhang Sun's appearance. Then I will stay in the Song Mansion and not go anywhere. I will see whether the royal time traveler is Zhang Yan or Zhang Sun. If conditions permit, it would be best to find a way to assassinate Zhang Sun in advance. Chen Shi recited silently for 10 minutes. I gave myself a strong psychological hint. Then restarted the simulator. Chapter 75. Byte. The 10th life simulation begins. You leave the room, find Lin Qiushui, and ask her if she has seen Zhang Sun. She said she had seen him in Yunyu Tower, and her eyes were full of disgust. It was obvious that she did not have a very good impression of Zhang Sun. You asked her to draw Zhang Sun's appearance. She takes out rice paper and a paintbrush. Painting at the desk. You watch carefully from the side. After a while, her hand holding the pen trembles. Drops of vermilion fall. Drops splashed on the floor, shattered into flowers, bright red. You go to Shanheju and meet Lin Maning. You confessed your identity as a reborn person. Because you had the blessing of the top-grade golden bones, your persuasiveness was very strong. You deliberately concealed Lin Qiushui's information. You asked about Liu Yi. Lin Maning smiled and told you that Liu Yi was also a servant in the Song mansion like you. You are greatly surprised. I never thought that old Liu had such a past. You ask in detail. From Lin Maning, you learned about Liu Yi's past. He was a beggar taken in by the Song family 90 years ago. He initially worked as a handyman in Zongqin Hall. Later, he was appreciated by the old lady and went to work in a shop in Liangzhou City. He worked as a master of ceremonies for 1 year, a waiter for 2 years, a street runner for 3 years, an external accountant for 6 years, a deputy shopkeeper for 10 years, and the shopkeeper for 40 years. He had lived an ordinary life for most of his life, but unexpectedly, 30 years ago, Liu Yi suddenly found old lady Song, Lin Maning's mother-in-law, and asked to learn martial arts. This caused a lot of jokes at the time, but because Liu Yi had worked hard for the Song family for most of his life, old lady Song made an exception and arranged for a martial arts master to teach him so that he would give up when he saw the difficulty. But after actually practicing martial arts, it was surprising. Shopkeeper Liu, who was nearly 70 years old, was still strong despite his age. With the training of the Song mansion's abundant resources, he practiced martial arts as if he had divine help. After more than 30 years, he actually broke through from an old man who was half buried in the ground to the innate state, and enjoyed a second spring of life. This. Could it be that old Liu is the reincarnation of a powerful being, awakening the wisdom from past lives? Chen Shi said secretly. This body of his was sentenced to death by the doctor without any more work. Liu Yi was 70 years old, and his great-grandson was probably old enough to help with the business. Being able to cultivate to the level of innateness was no different from being opened. He is definitely not from here. The middle-aged man who walked out of the cursed land with him is probably the same, neither of them is a simple person. You are shocked. I never thought that Lao Liu had such a legend. But then you started to wonder why you had never heard of old Lu's deeds in the horse farm where gossip is prevalent in the 2.5 years since you traveled through time. Lin Maning rolled her eyes at you, saying that it was impossible to talk about such a thing outside, as it would cause trouble for the Song family and Liu Yi. You have some understanding. Liu Yi's rapid cultivation is indeed likely to cause some trouble. After all, a big tree attracts the wind, and people's words are scary. Next, you asked about Liu Yi in detail. Due to your status as a top-grade golden bone and a person who was reborn 1 year later, Lin Maning was very patient and answered you without hesitation. Unfortunately, not much was gained. Lin Maning only knows about Liu Yi after he entered the Song mansion, but you want to know more about Liu Yi's experience before he became a beggar. You have stated your demands. Lin Maning looked at you with some confusion. Why are you asking about Lord Liu for no reason? You replied, Mother-in-law, I want to become your disciple, so I want to know more about Master Lu's past. Lin Maning was a little surprised. Then, she said that these were all minor issues. She would ask someone later who was the manager who took in Liu Yi. Maybe she could get some information about Liu Yi's early life before he entered the Song mansion. You express your gratitude. Later, Lin Maning offered to help you plan your wedding. You mentioned Lin Qiushui. Lin Maning's face flashed with displeasure, but he quickly concealed his emotion and said insincerely, it's common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Since you already have someone you like, how can I be the bad guy and break up the couple? How about this, I will help arrange the marriages of the 3 of you. You pick up the teacup, bow and say respectfully, thank you, mother-in-law, for your help. I am very grateful. Lin Maning took it and took a sip. After a while, she raised her beautiful face and snorted softly, I'm going to be frank with you. You must not neglect Mo Xiang in the future. Also, this girl is weak and has hidden injuries. The doctor said she can't practice martial arts, otherwise it will cost her life. You must remember this. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand? Seeing this, Chen Shi was a little surprised. He still remembers that Lin Maning slapped Mo Xiang in the morning. He was also thinking about calling back from somewhere else later. But look now. The other party doesn't seem that bad? Think about it carefully. Chen Shi thought that it might be because his image was too bad in the past. Born a slave, he had no talent for martial arts, and apart from being able to tell a few stories, he was just an ordinary person. No, he was a slave, not even as good as an ordinary civilian. In the eyes of a noble lady like Lin Maning. Almost similar to the will-o'-the-wisp boy who deceived the little girl in the previous life. Seeing Mo Xiang flirting with this kind of guy and even breaking the rules, he was probably more angry, so he slapped him in the face to teach him a lesson. After all, Mo Xiang is not an ordinary maid. After all, he came from the Lingjian sect. However, why does the way Lin Maning forbade Mo Xiang to practice martial arts look familiar? Mo Xiang is weak? In the last simulation, Lin Shui used the excuse of going to Eunuch Tower to avoid him, and Mo Xiang had to endure it alone during the day. He didn't look weak at all. Could it be? Chen Shi thought of the Eldar bloodline. You bow your head and worship. You showed your loyalty to Lin Maning. You stand up. I caught a glimpse of the Emperor's portrait at the top of the hall. The Emperor Gao, who created the way of heaven, established the great saint, the most divine, the benevolent, the righteous, the martial, the virtuous, the successful, and the great emperor. You ask curiously, mother-in-law, which famous artist painted this portrait of Teju? Lin Maning gently put down the teacup and said casually, I can't remember, they are all thousands of years old. I only heard that this painting has been hanging here since the Shanhe residence was built. Speaking of which, this is also one of the few portraits of Emperor Teju Gao that have survived. You are somewhat surprised, there are so few portraits of Emperor Teju Gao. Lin Maning nodded, very few. Among the 4 divine generals' houses of the Great Wei dynasty, the Song House is probably the only one that has a portrait of Teju. Chapter 76. I heard that portraits of Wei Teju are so rare. You are a little surprised. Logically speaking, such portraits of founding emperors, whether for ruling purposes or for sacrificial purposes, would not be widely circulated, but there would certainly not be only a few of them left. You ask why? Lin Maning said he didn't know, but according to rumors, the technique Teju practiced was somewhat mysterious, and his physique was extremely special. Even ordinary celestial beings couldn't remember his face and would forget it as soon as they saw it, let alone ordinary painters. The above are the causes. As a result, there are very few portraits of Teju handed down. Seeing this, Chen Shi fell into deep thought. Portraits are scarce. Only a few of them remain. Not even the other 3 divine palaces have it. Therefore, in this world, in Liangzhou, the only family that can own the portrait of Teju is probably the Song family, right? Even the Qin palace may not have it. So, could the familiarity of the mysterious middle-aged man be due to the portrait? Is it possible that he is really the Teju of Wei? He had caught a glimpse of Teju's portrait in the inner courtyard that morning. So, a few months later, when I saw the middle-aged man in the simulation, I felt that he looked vaguely familiar. Chen Shi, you thinking? The more I think, this possibility is great. First of all, this is the inner courtyard, the residence of the Song family's family. Outsiders are not allowed to enter at all, let alone a place like Shanheju. He used to be a slave in the inner courtyard and had never been to Shanheju to do odd jobs. The main reason was that the inner courtyard was too large, with tens of thousands of people living there. In terms of scale, it was much larger than the Forbidden City in his previous life. Shanheju was also very large, with dozens of halls. Even if you enter here, you may not be able to reach the hall where the portrait of Teju is hung. Secondly, He has top-grade golden bones and is still so young. In a place like Liangzhou, his identity as a member of the Song family is very convincing. After all, I was able to see the portrait of Taizhu in Shanheju. Or a slave. Or he is a member of the Song family. He has top-grade golden bones, so it is obviously impossible for him to be a slave. This portrait of Taizhu is thousands of years old and has been hanging here since Shanheju was built. Perhaps this portrait was presented to the Song mansion by Taizhu of the Great Way himself, together with the handwritten plaque. All of the above. As a result, after he said that the middle-aged man looked familiar, the other party chose to believe his identity. In fact, it cannot be said that he believed it, because the middle-aged man may not care at all whether he is a member of the Song family. When he persuaded him to leave the cursed land, it may be out of old friendship and just a casual advice. What really prompted the middle-aged man to give him the bronze book was probably the 5 paths of Tianmen. A few minutes later, Lin Maning has ended the conversation with you. Song Fan went out to gain experience. You, Lin Qiushui, and Mo Xiang held a grand wedding. On February 14, Lin Maning told you that the steward who recruited Liu Yi into the mansion passed away more than 10 years ago. She could only settle for the next best thing and try to help you find an old man who had worked with Liu Yi for a long time. On February 27, an old man with wrinkles came to your courtyard. After some greetings, you learned his identity. His name is Li Dian, and he was a beggar who entered the palace with Liu Yi 90 years ago. You asked him about Liu Yi. Li Dian is over 100 years old. He speaks slurred and is not in good spirits, like someone suffering from Alzheimer's. It is very difficult to communicate with him. 1 hour later, you learned that Li Dian's ancestors were people who were abducted by demons from the Wei dynasty 200 years ago. For generations, they were imprisoned in the city governed by the demons and raised as livestock. Until 90 years ago, the current head of the Song family, Song Tiangang, led his army to defeat the demons, reclaimed their homeland, and rescued them, and moved these Wei survivors to the rear. Li Dian met a savage on his way with the army. That savage is Liu Yi. Liu Yi has no parents. With disheveled hair, unable to speak human language, ignorant of education, and eating raw meat and drinking blood, these characteristics are very consistent with the characteristics of the survivors who were kept captive by demons. So the leading officer arrested Liu Yi and included him in the team. Moved to the rear. However, what is intriguing is that the place where Liu Yi appeared happened to be the border of Liangzhou, very close to the cursed land in your memory. This makes you a little suspicious. Liu Yi may be a resurrected person who walked out of the cursed land. However, due to some reasons, he lost his memory and was born in a deep mountain forest, so he lived a life of eating raw meat and blood at first. It was not until he was 70 that he awakened his past life memories and truly began to practice. Do you think that if he is a resurrected person who relies on the spiritual creatures of heaven and earth, then it doesn't seem to be a fantasy to practice to the innate level at the age of 70? Is it possible that the Great Wei Taizhu is also a resurrected person? This question arose in Chen Shi's mind. Liu Yi and Taizhu of the Great Wei should be the same type of people. If those who are resurrected can really lose their memories, then there seems to be nothing wrong with Taizhu of the Great Wei engaging in the struggle for dynastic hegemony, just like Liu Yi, who worked as a shop owner for most of his life. But if they are really resurrected, why do they still want to stay in Wei? Why not cross the cursed land and take a look outside? Could it be that there is also a dead end over there? Under your continuous questioning, Li Dian became increasingly exhausted, and finally, he closed his eyes and fell down. You are shocked. I quickly went forward to support him, and found that he had just fallen asleep, and I breathed a sigh of relief. You asked Mujin to help Li Dian go to the room to rest. Think for a while. You want to go to the cursed land to verify the identity of the middle-aged man. See if he is the Great Wei Taizhu. But then, you gave up this decision because it was too late. It is now February 27th, and it has been a day since the middle-aged man stepped out of the cursed land. Lui will soon return home. Considering future crises, you decide to prepare for both situations. If the royal traveler from 3 years ago used the secret of the spirit race's bloodline to drive the spirit sword sect to take your life, then you may not be unable to follow suit and use this secret to control the spirit sword sect and take the other party's life. However, this method is too dangerous. You will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Moreover, you are not sure whether the royal traveler from 3 years later is using this incident to threaten the spirit sword sect. Your intuition tells you that the Lingjian sect has the blood of the spirit race that can improve people's bones. In the previous life, they also sent dozens of celestial beings to Sizhu to put pressure on Emperor Wei. The horror of their background is probably far beyond your imagination. A royal traveler may not dare to threaten the Lingjian sect with such a thing. You don't dare. So this is just an alternative. Your main option is to find someone to assassinate Zhangxun in advance. With the hundreds of Xian-level top-grade spiritual medicines and several extinct Earth-level spiritual medicines in your hands as bargaining chips, even the ancestors of the 4 major sects would be tempted, because these resources, if made into pills, are enough to give birth to several powerful celestial beings. However, your strength is too low, and it is easy to be a weakling, and there is no return. You are not willing to do this kind of thing that relies on the character of the other party. You want to ask Lin Maning for help. But she gave up after a brief thought. This woman is only interested in helping Song King Gui ascend to the throne of the true dragon. It is impossible for her to help you do something risky like this. You frown in thought. After a while, I thought of an old friend Li Wuyi. Chapter 77. Li Wuyi. Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. Think about it carefully. I think this plan might be feasible. Judging from the results of the 7th simulation, Li Wuyi's character should not be bad. He is the kind of warrior who is extremely determined to pursue the Tao. He is not afraid of the 5 calamities of decline and is determined to break through to the level of heaven and man. He is one of those people who particularly want to make progress. Just want to progress. No matter how proud a person is, he will have weaknesses. On February 28, you asked Lin Maning to help you contact the Zhuzhou Li family, a man named Li Wuyi. In the next few days, you start asking people about the world's best sword in Luyi's story. Regrettably, I have never heard of such a person. Even the well-informed Li Ping, when talking about the best sword in the world, the first thing he thought of was the sword saint of the spiritual sword sect and the ancestor of the Tian sect, Jian Mudao. This makes you somewhat suspicious that the best swordsman in the world may not be from this era. He may be Luyi's previous life. 3 months later, Lui returns to the Song mansion, and you try to become his disciple. You are rejected. You have gained an enlightenment stone. It seems that without the talent of sword maniac, Lao Lu probably would not have accepted me as his apprentice. If that swordsman is really Lao Lu's previous life, then he accepted me as his apprentice perhaps because he saw his former self in the sword maniac. Chen Shi thought silently. Then, continue to focus on the simulated text. On March 28, Li Wuyi came to Yun Mansion secretly. After some greetings, you learned that he came from a second-rate family in Zhuzhou. As a top-grade silver bone genius. Since childhood, he has been regarded as the future of the family by his elders. You also learned that the Zhuzhou Li family has been saving money recently, selling off a large number of assets, and fully supporting Li Wuyi to break through to heaven and man, so that the Li family can be promoted to a first-class family. A few days ago, Li Wuyi had just returned from training in the secret realm, and after receiving the invitation from the Song mansion, he immediately set off and rushed over. During the conversation, you can clearly feel it. Li Wuyi's desire to improve is very urgent. In fact, with his talent, he can easily join the 5 major sects and will not lack any resources. However, this also means that he has to make a certain break with the family. The Zhuozhao Li family finally produced a super genius, so naturally they don't want to let him go. Li Wuyi has been blessed by the family since he was a child, so he can't do such an ungrateful act of betraying the family. After getting familiar with each other, you said you have a business deal that is a bit risky but very profitable, and asked the other party if they are willing to do it. He asks you what business you are in. You implicitly suggested that he assassinate the Prince of Qin. Li Wuyi's expression suddenly changed. He came to the God General's mansion because of the invitation of the 7th Madam. She said she had something to ask for. His original intention was to earn a reward and save it to exchange for resources to use for breakthrough in the future. But he didn't expect that you were so bold as to want him to assassinate the royal family, and the nephew of the current emperor. If the truth comes out, the Zhuozhao Li family may face a catastrophic disaster. He rejected you without hesitation and asked you whether this was your intention or that of Madame 7. You didn't speak. Take out 10 wooden boxes from the 10 directions precepts. It means this is a deposit. The moment the jade box came out, rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly filled the air. Li Wuyi looked suspicious. Reach out and open the jade box. He was shocked to find that the 10 jade boxes were all filled with priceless Xian level elixirs, and they were Xian level top grade ones. This made his breathing quicken, and he could even hear his heart beating. He remembered that the last time he was so excited was when he refined the top grade silver bone. With the help of these elixirs, he would be able to break through to the heavenly realm. But the matter of assassinating the royal family is too serious. He still hesitated. Then you took out a jade box from the ring. Open. A leaf emitting a faint fluorescent light appeared. Li Wuyi's whole body trembles. He was shocked to find that after just one breath of the medicinal fragrance on the leaves, his stagnant state of mind actually loosened a little. You said that this is called the 7-star mysterious sky leaf, a mid-grade earth-level spiritual medicine. In ancient times, it was the main ingredient in refining the Buletin Tian pill, which is a magical pill that can help innate strong men break through the heavenly realm. If Li Wuyi can get Zhang Sun's head, this spiritual medicine will be a thank you gift. And after that, you will also give him 50 more Xian level top grade spiritual medicines. If the other party fails and dies, these spiritual medicines will still be sent to the Zhuozhao Li family afterwards. After a while, Li Wuyi gritted his teeth and slammed his palm. He said he had done the deal. Then, you mentioned the rumor that Zhang Sun went to the Hehuan sect to practice a few days ago. On April 12, due to the threats from the mastermind, you repeatedly told Lin Qiushui not to leave the house. On April 24, you learned through an informant that Li Wuyi had become a worshipper of the Hehuan sect. On May 14, you learned through an informant that due to the face of King Qin, Zhang Sun became a disciple of a celestial elder in the Hehuan sect, and his status was not low. Li Wuyi could not find an opportunity to take action for the time being, so he could only lurk in the dark and wait for an opportunity to act. On July 14, you received a portrait of Zhang Sun drawn by Lin Qiushui. Handsome features, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and sharp edges. You remember this face well. On September 12, Song Fan returned from the secret realm. You asked him what treasure he found. He is evasive. You threaten. He revealed the key to Jinwu's tomb. He paused for a moment. You thought of the earth-level ring on your hand. This is something from your 6th life. For some unknown reason, it suddenly appeared on you. This makes you a little suspicious. Things you have touched may be reborn with you in your next life. You proposed this to Song Fan. I want to touch the key to Jinwu's tomb. Song Fan was somewhat alert. However, under the threat of you being my brother, I still hesitated and took out the key to Jinwu's tomb. It was a copper ball the size of an egg. You played with it for a while. You returned it to Song Fan. Song Fan quickly put it into the storage ring, fearing that you might take it away. On September 24th, on a sunny morning, Li Wei came to Yun Mansion secretly. You met him in the underground secret room you dug not long ago. He doesn't talk nonsense. Take out a wooden box from the ring and place it on the table. You open it. The hideous and ferocious human head is revealed. Take a closer look. It was discovered that the bloody head was Jiang Xuan. Chapter 78. After carefully comparing the portrait, you are sure that the head in front of you is Jiang Xuan. You are greatly surprised. I never thought that Jiang Xuan, who was suspected to be a fellow traveler, would be killed by you so easily. You took the initiative to ask what happened. Li Wei tells you that the female cultivator of the Hehuan sect that Jiang Xuan was obsessed with had her father pass away unexpectedly some time ago, and she needed to go home to attend the funeral. Jiang Xuan also accompanied the female cultivator and left the Hehuan sect. This gave Li Wei an opportunity to ambush them halfway and successfully kill the two. Finally, Li Wei sighed that Jiang Xuan was very well hidden, and was not at all the dandy boy as rumored. This was just his disguise. In private, he was actually a congenitally strong man, only in his 20s, and a well-deserved top genius. During the fight, even Li Wei was deceived and almost fell. However, under his powerful fighting power of a half-step celestial being, Jiang Xuan, who was in the early stage of the innate realm, only resisted for a while before being killed by him. See this! Chen Shi's doubts were slightly dispelled. The mastermind 2 years later asked his powerful senior sister to assassinate Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan must be an extraordinary person to be targeted by the mastermind. He might be the royal time traveler. It would be abnormal if he was easily killed by Li Wei. Next, you ask Li Wei indirectly whether Jiang Xuan showed any special abilities during the fight. Li Wei was stunned for a moment. Indicates no. However, he figured out why Jiang Xuan wanted to tarnish his own reputation. The main reason is that his father is the king of Qin, a powerful person who has been sitting on the throne of the Eastern Palace for decades and has deep connections with many dignitaries in the court. Therefore, the father and son are very suspicious of the current emperor. Even the fiefdom was specially chosen in Liangzhou city, so that the Song family can monitor the king of Qin. You are a little surprised. I never thought that the Song family and the Qin palace had this kind of relationship. Through this incident, you can also see a glimmer of hope to fight against the Qin palace with the help of the Song family. Under the circumstance of not knowing whether the royal traveler is dead or not, you decide to make 2 more preparations. You ended the conversation. You paid the remaining reward to Li Wei. On September 30th, a major event occurred in Liangzhou city. The Prince of Qin was brutally murdered by a mysterious strong man. The King of Qin was furious and went to the gate of the Hehuan sect in person. The current emperor is furious and has sent an imperial envoy to investigate this matter thoroughly. You are a little worried. On October 1st, you participated in the A-Camp competition. Your top-grade golden bones are exposed right under the eyes of the Song family ancestor. You challenge Song Chengming. You use heaven and earth sword slash. The opponent did not dodge, and burst out with 60% of his sword intent, using the Song family's earth-level ultimate skill, Hai Wia, which had been cultivated to perfection. A flash of swords and sabers passes by. Boom! Both of you are knocked out of the ring. You kneel down and slide dozens of meters away, your face flushed and your heart burning. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Song Chengming's mouth. You are exhausted. It was a narrow defeat. Half an hour later, you will recover your strength and continue to challenge Song Chengming. After resisting your attack just now, Song Chengming was seriously injured. If he continues to fight you, he may not even be able to keep his place in the top 10. With this in mind, he reluctantly gave up the number 1 ring. In the next few days, several bronze bone players will challenge you. However, this time is different from the past. With your powerful fighting power of top-grade gold bones, you don't even need to use the heaven and earth sword slash. You can easily defeat these people with ordinary moves. On October 5th, the competition ended and you topped the competition. You become famous. After the game, the Song family's ancestor, Song Shi, came out of retreat upon hearing the news and met you in person. You had an intense conversation. Finally, Song Shi proposed to marry Song Kingxiu to you. You know, this Song family ancestor is trying to win you over and tie you to the Song family's chariot, but unfortunately, you practice the 5 paths of heaven, and your talent is not as amazing as the other party imagines. You shook your head and refused. He also confessed his own cultivation method. Song Shi looked suspicious. How did you manage to open the 4th gate of death in such a short time at such a young age? You said that you met a mysterious middle-aged man in the cursed land, and he gave you a page of a bronze book. Before you could finish, Song Shi interrupted you and said that before leaving seclusion, he had learned all your information and found out that you had never left the Song mansion in your life. Seeing this, you confessed your identity as a person who was reborn a year later, and said shockingly that the Song family might perish in the near future. Song Shi was confused. Then, he waved his hand, and you became dazed and your consciousness began to dissipate. Your mind is being captured. You answered some questions. You have come back to your senses. You raised your head and met Song Shi's direct gaze. He questioned you, saying that during the process of self-examination just now, you denied your identity as a reborn person. Chen Shi was a little puzzled. According to the description of the simulation text, questioning one's conscience should allow people to open their minds and answer some questions subconsciously when their consciousness is distracted. It's hard to lie. Similar to the hallucinogens used during FBA interrogations in the previous life. The self in the simulation clearly had some memories left over from previous simulations, but in the process of questioning himself, he denied himself. Could it be that the self in the simulation had some special memory protection mechanism? Unless you say it yourself. Otherwise, no one can obtain all the memories provided by the simulator in any way. This possibility is very high. In the 3rd simulation, he was searched by Lin Maning's soul, but no information was obtained. The innate strong man who searched his soul didn't even know his identity as a time traveler, and only thought he was an ordinary horse slave. Therefore, the self in the simulation may have a memory protection mechanism. As long as he does not actively say it, no one can spy on his memory. In the 8th simulation, the royal time traveler who killed him also muttered that there was nothing in his head and suspected that he was from over there. At first he thought that this nothing referred to the golden finger, but now it seems that it refers entirely to the memory in his mind. You realize that your memories of your past life may be quite special. Unable to detect. I can only explain. My soul after rebirth is somewhat abnormal. Finally, you felt that your statement was not convincing enough, so you revealed that Elder Wang was a spy planted by the Qin Palace. Song Shi became more and more suspicious. In fact, he already knew Elder Wang's identity. He kept it to himself because he wanted to see what tricks the Qin Palace was playing. But he was still a little surprised when you said it out loud. He also had some doubts about what you said about the demise of the Song family. He calmly asks you why the Song family fell. You told me everything about the demon riot, the heavenly skills, and the mysterious man who besieged the Song mansion, but you deliberately concealed the existence of the mastermind behind the scenes. If Song Shi knew that you had a hand in the destruction of the Song family, he would probably let you pack up and leave. Song Shi looked at you deeply. Ask if you want to open the 5th gate to heaven and refine the legendary jade bones. You were stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly said that he missed her too much. Song Shi tells you that the opportunity to open the 5th gate to heaven is hidden in the Jinwu tomb in the Cursed Land, which is the immortal palace that people say was born 50 years ago. Chapter 79. After learning that the Jinwu tomb was actually the immortal palace mentioned by Lin Maning, you are greatly surprised. I quickly asked what opportunities there were. Song Shanai tells you that the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate and the Bronze Book that can resist the Cursed Land are all things that flowed out of the Jinwu tomb tens of thousands of years ago. It's just that the time when the Jinwu tomb is opened is irregular, ranging from 10,000 years to tens of thousands of years. But once it is opened once, it will continue to be opened 3 times every 50 years or so. As long as you have the key to the Jinwu tomb, you can bring 5 people into it to explore the great opportunity. You are somewhat puzzled. According to Su Yuzhan's description, there are only 12 keys that can enter the Jinwu tomb, and they were all lost 100,000 years ago. Why is Song Shanai so sure that you, who don't have the key, can definitely enter the Jinwu tomb? You asked your own questions. Song Shanai said that the Song family did not have the key to the Jinwu tomb. However, there were other ways to enter the Jinwu tomb. That was to practice the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate. As long as the 3rd gate of life was opened, when the Jinwu tomb was opened, if one stepped into the Cursed Land, one would be automatically teleported to the Jinwu tomb. Hearing this, you can't help but think of the mysterious middle-aged man who is suspected to be the Great Wei Taizhu. The other party asked you to go to the Cursed Land in 4 years, probably with the intention of letting you enter the Jinwu tomb and find more bronze books. However, unlike Song Shanai, the middle-aged man asked you to go to the Cursed Land in 4 years, and seemed to be very sure of the time when the Jinwu tomb would be opened. However, you know very well that there is no free lunch in this world. The middle-aged man probably has his own purpose in helping you. The key to all this may be in the 5 paths of Tianmen. You didn't care too much about this. If it was before, you might have been a little worried that the number of times you could be reborn might be limited, but now, you have lived 10 lives, and you firmly believe that you are also a person with cheats. Those who can't kill you will only make you stronger. So-called life and death. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Next, you asked about the heaven-level technique. Song Shanai did not answer, but only asked you if you are willing to help him find something in Jinwu tomb. You agreed without hesitation and took the opportunity to show your loyalty. Song Shanai was somewhat surprised. Then, he burst into laughter and praised you for being a loyal and honest person. He decided to continue to betroth Song Qingxiu to you. You agreed. Song Qingxiu is different from Mo Xiang. She is the eldest daughter of Song Tianji, the 6th branch of the Song family. She is also a silver bone genius with a high status. If you marry her, you will be a true member of the Song family and will be completely tied to the Song family. By then, even if the king of Qin ordered the spirit sword sect to kill you, as long as you don't leave the Song mansion, you will be safe. After realizing this, you became concerned about the demise of the Song family and reminded Song Shanai again, asking him to prepare early to deal with possible crises in the future. He nodded seriously, saying that after returning, he would discuss letting a celestial being from the Song family start the breakthrough. You frowned slightly. After the 7th demon riot, the Song family sent 7 celestial beings to the border, and there are 2 celestial beings in the hometown, a total of 9. Do you think that Song Shanai only allowed 1 celestial ancestor to break through, which is indeed a bit too careless? You suggest all in. Song Shanai shook his head and rejected you. It means that when a celestial being breaks through and encounters the 5 decays, their lifespan will drop drastically. If they can live to be over 80 years old, that's the best they can do. If they really do as you said, the next generation of the Song family will have a direct gap in combat power, and their destruction will be a matter of time. You sigh inwardly. I know that Song Shanai does not completely believe in your identity as a reborn person. However, you did not doubt that Song Shanai was lying. Take Li Wuiai as an example. He is now in the state of innate great perfection. 60 years later, he will be a celestial being of 3 declines. In just 60 years, he was tortured by the 5 declines, his lifespan was exhausted, and he died sadly. From this we can see that when a celestial being breaks through and encounters the 5 decays, his lifespan will be shortened suddenly, to 60 years at most. As the top power, the Song family has relatively abundant resources, and can extend the lifespan to more than 70 years, which is also a very reasonable value. There are definitely some people in the 5 degenerate heavens who can live for 500 years. The Great Wei Teju. The ancestors of the 5 major sects are examples. However, the resources consumed are undoubtedly terrifying. Even these top forces can only support one at most. You thought about it. Took the initiative to ask about the cultivation of the 9 celestial ancestors of the Song family. Song Shanai was surprised and looked you up and down, asking you how you knew that the Song family had 9 celestial beings. You emphasize that you are a reborn person. He paused for a moment. Song Shanai tells you that in addition to him, the celestial being who has experienced 4 declines, the Song family also has a celestial being who has experienced 3 declines, a celestial being who has experienced 2 declines, and 6 celestial beings who have not experienced the 5 declines. You think this ratio is too low? You propose to raise it to 2/3. Song Shanai shook his head again, indicating that the spiritual energy is now exhausted and top-level spiritual objects are too rare. Even the Song family cannot produce many of them. In order to survive the 5 declines, spiritual objects that nourish the body must be used. Otherwise, even if one survives the first decline, the body will become dilapidated. In the end, one may not even survive for 20 years and will end up dying. You asked, Ancestor, isn't the Song family's spiritual pond a top-level spiritual object? Song Shanai frowned and said with some displeasure, the spirit pond is the foundation of our Song family. How can it be used to break through the 5 decays? After a pause, Song Shanai sighed again. However, in the past, there was indeed an ancestor of the Song family who used the spirit pool to survive the 5th calamity of the celestial being. It was at that time that the spirit pool was severely damaged and difficult to repair. According to legend, before this, if a top-grade silver bone was placed in the spirit pool for cultivation, it might still be possible to break through to the golden bone. But now, even if a top-grade silver bone is placed in it, it may not be able to be tempered into a golden bone. The ancestor regretted it deeply, and before his death, he repeatedly warned his descendants that future generations must not use the spirit pool to survive the 5th calamity of the celestial being. See this. Chen Shi was somewhat dazed. In the reward options for the 6th simulation, the Song family's lower-grade heavenly spirit pool that was refreshed was shown to be in a damaged state. At first he thought that he was not close to the spring, and the spirit pool that appeared was not the complete version. Now it seems that he was overthinking. The heavenly grade spirit pool that was created this time may be used to strengthen the Song family in the next simulation to deal with possible crises in the future. If one spirit pool is not enough, we can create 10 or 20. By then, with the 9 5-decade celestial beings in charge, I want to see what the mastermind behind the scenes can do. Chen Shi thought secretly. But then, a bold idea gradually arose in his mind. If in reality, throw out a heavenly level spirit pool at the Song family. So, does this count as changing history and having a drastic impact on reality? Chapter 80. Ancestor, what do you need me to get from Jinwu Tomb? Haha, you'll know when the time comes. You have concluded your conversation. On December 6th, you entered the spirit pond to practice and saw your fiancée, Song Qingxiu, a girl with an oval face and a very sweet appearance. 10 minutes later, you swam around the spirit pond and then left. Before leaving, please ask the 2 celestial ancestors who are guarding the spiritual pool to leave the center of the spring to Song Qingxiu. The 2 ancestors nodded in agreement. After all, you already have the best golden bones, which cannot be tempered any further. They are happy to see you give up your position to the children of the Song family. Song Fan was a little dissatisfied, thinking that you were too philandering and wanted to find a woman behind his mother's back, but he didn't say anything. It was normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this era, not to mention that you were a top-grade golden bone. Song Qinggui remained silent. Song Chengming clenched his fist. Song Qingxiu's pretty face turned slightly red, she raised her peach blossom eyes and secretly glanced at you, her heart beating wildly. On January 1, 2017, with Song Shanai's approval, you and Song Qingxiu officially get engaged. You also met your father-in-law Song Tianji, who warned you that if you wanted to marry Song Qingxiu and have children, you had to break through the Xiantian realm, so that you could leave a trace of Xiantian Qi for your child and go further in the future. Finally, he added that this was not directed at you, and that all the direct descendants of the Song family had come this way. Soon after getting engaged, Song Qingxiu left home to practice in the Lingjian sect. During this period, you often kept in touch with Song Qingxiu, who was far away in the Spirit Sword sect, through letters to cultivate your relationship. You two have started an online romance in another world. On February 2, 2010, after you revealed your talent, the demonic riot did not occur. You guessed that it might be because you did not rise very fast this time, so the mastermind chose to stop and lie dormant, intending to become a disciple of a certain ancestor before coming out to give you a fatal blow. The following days, you continue to stay in the Song mansion. With your care day and night, Mo Xiang unexpectedly becomes pregnant again. During this period, you have been secretly following the movements of the Qin Palace. Found that everything is normal. After Zhang Xun's death, the Qin Palace closed its doors to visitors. Fortunately, no one has suspected you of this. Li Wuiai is very clean, and no matter how the court investigates, there is no clue. On July 16, Song Qingxiu broke through the Linghe realm and came down the mountain from the Lingjian sect to visit his family. You met in Yun Mansion. She was a little angry that you had given birth to a child with another woman before her. You comforted her thoughtfully. On December 19, 2011, your child was born, a girl, and you named her Chen Niangxiu. You sent a letter to tell Song Qingxiu about this matter, hoping to ease the relationship between her and Mo Xiang. After learning the name Chen Niangxiu, she is very happy. I asked someone to send 2 mysterious grade protective jade pendants. On December 21, 2017, considering that the mastermind behind the scenes would become a disciple of a big boss during this period, you began to contact the Song family members who were practicing in the 5 major sects through letters, inquiring whether anyone had recently become a disciple of an ancestor-level figure. The answer is no. In the past 10 years, I have never heard of a patriarch-level figure personally accepting disciples. On October 23, Year 2, as the 3-year deadline approaches, you are extremely alert, because in previous lives, the royal travelers will learn about journey to the west during this period of time, and then drive the Spirit Sword sect to take your life. For safety reasons, you stay in Yun Mansion all day and don't go out. During this period, Lin Maning visited Mo Xiang many times. The tone implied resentment. It's been more than half a year since you took Mo Xiang to Shanheju to pay respects to your mother-in-law. Mo Xiang felt very guilty. I have begged you many times to accompany her to visit Shanheju. You ruthlessly refused. During this sensitive period, if the Spirit Sword sect wants to take your life, they must first go through Lin Maning. If you go to Shanheju now, it is very easy to die in the inner courtyard inexplicably, like in the 4th life. On November 24, 2nd year, an elder from the Xiantian came to the Yun residence and said that the ancestor wanted to see him. You can't refuse. You followed the elder to the Song family ancestral hall in the inner courtyard. You see 6 old men with unfathomable auras. Song Shanai sits at the top. He told you straight away that the dead energy in the cursed land had a major eruption some time ago, which also means that the decline of the dead energy is about to come. According to convention, the Jinwu tomb is likely to be opened in the next year, so you should be prepared at all times. You discussed for half an hour. You left the inner courtyard. Afternoon. You returned to Yun Mansion. Mo Xiang, who had just given birth, was found pacing back and forth in the courtyard, her pretty face, slightly sickly, showing anxiety. You are about to step forward to ask. But when Mo Xiang saw you, he hurried forward and told you a horrifying news. Lin Qiushui just disappeared in Yun Mansion. You are shocked. I immediately thought of the mastermind behind this. You would never have thought that the other party could kidnap someone in the Song Mansion. For Lin Qiushui's safety, you dare not delay and immediately go to Shanhejia to confess Lin Qiushui's identity. After learning that someone was planning to take advantage of the special bloodline, Lin Maning took it very seriously and took out a communication talisman to inform the high-level leaders of the spiritual sect. That night, accompanied by Lin Maning, an old man in a purple robe came to Yun Mansion. He looks gloomy. I asked you a lot about Lin Qiushui. You know everything. Finally, the cursed land was highlighted. It is absolutely certain that Lin Qiushui will die there in a month. The purple-robed old man was filled with surprise and doubt. I raise my hand and want to question you. Song Shanai appeared out of nowhere, snorted coldly, stopped the purple-robed old man's behavior, and expressed his willingness to guarantee what you said. On December 25, Year 2, you were anxiously waiting in the Yun Mansion when you suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was gradually becoming thinner. Soon after, it fell into a short period of exhaustion. This reminded you of the sixth life when a shocking war broke out in Sizhu. On December 27, 2, you learned a piece of news through Song Shanai that dozens of powerful celestial beings from the Spirit Sword sect encountered a man and a woman who kidnapped Lin Qiushui in the Cursed Land. A shocking battle broke out between the two sides. The Spirit Sword sect paid a huge price and killed the mysterious woman who kidnapped Lin Qiushui. However, surprisingly, one of the mysterious men escaped from the encirclement of the powerful celestial beings. The reason was that when he was arrested, he crushed an unknown teleportation jade talisman and disappeared in front of everyone.